2,258 toasts. 2. Gao Jun's only weakness was that he came from an average family background. He had graduated from the Capital Broadcasting College, which was now the Media College. From an A-list host to the second in command of the station, he had taken it one step at a time. Every improvement was made through solid performance. But after reaching his position, if he wanted to carry out greater ambitions, he did not just need to work hard. He also needed help and opportunities from all sides. If he could report to Ho Liang's father, this time it would be equivalent to having a powerful assistant at the headquarters level. Thus, he was naturally very concerned. In comparison, although Song Rui's family was obviously much stronger than Ho Liang's, Gao Jun was not so eager to befriend them. After all, he was far from being able to reach the Song family's status. It might not be a good thing for him to be overly attached to them. Gao Jun and Ho Liang were chatting happily while Li Jia took the initiative to talk to Xia Ruofei. It was obvious that he wanted to make friends. Li Jia walked to Xia Ruofei with a glass of wine and said with a smile, "Brother Xia, let's have another drink. I've long heard of your great name, but I've never had the chance to get to know you. Thanks to Brother Ruofei, we finally have this opportunity." Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "Xiao Si, you're too polite. Speaking of which, I should thank you properly for buying the car." "Hey. It's a small matter." Li Jia waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "Brother Xia, getting a few imported cars is no problem for me. Please don't take it to heart. If it wasn't for Brother Ruofei saying that you definitely wouldn't agree, I would have given that car to you directly." "That won't do." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I can't ask you to help me and pay for it at the same time. That didn't make sense. You don't have to give me a discount. To be honest, I don't lack money. You've already helped me a lot by letting me get the car so quickly." "All right. You're a rich man, so I won't be pretentious." Li Jia smiled and said, "Come, I'll drink first." After he finished speaking, Li Jia raised his cup and drank it. Then, he showed the bottom of the cup to Xia Ruofei. This was a tale of white wine. Tonight, he had used drunken 8 immortals at 53% alcohol. After drinking this tale of wine in one gulp, Li Jia felt that he had drunk a little too much. He quickly reached for the glass and took another big gulp to suppress the alcohol. Xia Ruofei also downed his drink. Compared to Li Jia's sorry state, he seemed to be very calm, as if he had just drunk plain water. Li Jia couldn't help but give Xia Ruofei a thumbs up and said, "I've long heard that Brother Xia can't get drunk even after 1,000 glasses. I've finally seen it for myself today. There's no one who can't get drunk after 1,000 cups." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I'm just a little better at drinking than the average person. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Little 4, don't drink too much, it's bad for the liver." "I know, Brother Xia." Li Jia grinned and said, "There aren't many people who can make me toast to them like this. It's fine to drink once or twice occasionally." Then, Li Jia said to Xia Ruofei, "Brother Xia, the car will be here in a few days. Do you want to pick a good license plate first?" Li Jia specialized in the imported car business, and most of the buyers were rich and powerful people like Song Ruofei. Naturally, it was a one-stop service. Therefore, he must have made connections with a unit like the Vehicle Administration. Before Xia Ruofei could say anything, Song Ruofei stood up and said, "Little 4, are you done yet?" Why did he have to chat with Ruofei? I haven't even had a drink with Ruofei. Yo. Li Jia quickly said. Brother Rui, I was just talking to brother Xia about the license plate. The Alpha will be arriving at the port soon. I want to ask brother Xia if you have any license plates you want so that you can prepare in advance. That's it. Song Rui said. Just do as you see fit. Pick a lucky number for Ruofei, or 6666, 8888, or something of the same number. Don't get those special numbers. Then, Song Rui smiled at Xia Ruofei and said, Ruofei, do you agree with what I said? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Xia Rui knows me best. Xiao Si, let's do as your brother Rui says. Actually, I don't have any requirements for the license plate number. If it really doesn't work out, I can just choose one of the normal ones. No. Li Jia quickly said. Isn't that a slap to my face? Brother Rui's request isn't difficult at all, I'll definitely get it done properly. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Alright then. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. It's not hard. Li Jia said, then, Brother Xia, you can talk to Brother Rui. I won't disturb you any longer. Then, he filled Xia Ruofei's glass with wine and returned to his seat. Song Rui then took his glass and clinked it with Xia Ruofei's. He said, let's have a toast as brothers. How about a bigger cup? Xia Ruofei said half, jokingly. Song Rui immediately replied, don't even think about it. Xia Ruofei, whoever drinks with you in the future is your grandson. Just use a small cup, you can drink it if you want. Every time Song Rui drank with Xia Ruofei, he would be so drunk that he was unconscious. The most annoying thing was that Xia Ruofei was fine no matter how much he drank. Such an abnormal drinking capacity had already made Song Rui and the others despair. They could not even have the thought of competing with Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, a small cup it is. Come on. A toast to you. After that, Xia Ruofei clinked his glass with Song Rui's and finished the whole glass of white wine in one gulp. Song Rui had no problem with such a small glass, so he naturally wouldn't back down and drank the wine in the glass. Then, Song Rui put down his glass and said, let's go out for a chat. Xia Ruofei looked at Song Rui and nodded. Alright. It's good to go out and get some fresh air. After that, he whispered to Gao Jun beside him and walked towards the door of the private room. Song Rui quickly followed. The Wang family's private kitchen was reconstructed on the basis of a sihiyuan. After the private room was a large courtyard. The layout of the courtyard was well arranged and there were many secluded places. Xia Ruofei and Song Rui found an empty corner and sat down on the stone chairs. Xia Ruofei took out a box of cigarettes and passed one to Song Rui. Then, he took one for himself and put it in his mouth. He turned on the Zippo lighter for himself and handed it to Song Rui without turning it off. Song Rui took the lighter and lit the cigarette. Then, he closed the lighter and played with it in his hand as he said, Li Shaoxi has been trying to get a share of our club's business, he's been trying to stall me for days. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, no wonder he's so attentive. What are your considerations? We have the same opinion. We don't want to recruit new shareholders for the time being. Song Rui said, anyway, we have plenty of funds. Although Li Shaoxi's character is not bad, his strength is a little lacking. The strength that Xia Ruofei was talking about was not in terms of financial strength. In terms of money, Li Jia, who was in the imported car business, was probably much richer than people like Xia Ruofei and Hou Liang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in such a hurry to invest in the Peach Blossom Association and exchange it for Hou Liang and the others. He couldn't even afford this capital. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. You can decide on your own. I won't interfere. Even if you want to pull in a few people to work together, as long as you think they are trustworthy, I will agree. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, let's do that for now. Let's see this guy's performance. Anyway, I think so. Even if we want to absorb new shareholders, we'll have to wait until our Paradise Society officially opens and makes a name for ourselves. At that time, the value of each share will definitely not be the same as now. Only in this way can we show the advantage of being the original shareholders. You're still very clear-headed. Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, you called me out just to talk about this, right? 2259 Elder Song Summoning 1. Xia Ruofei took a puff of his cigarette, smiled, and said, of course not. Xia Ruofei looked at Xia Ruofei quietly, waiting for him to continue. Xia Ruofei knew that Xia Ruofei must have something important to tell him. Otherwise, he would not have avoided the people around him. Grandpa wants to meet you and talk to you about old Master Lu, Xia Ruofei said lightly. Xia Ruofei was a little surprised. He raised his eyebrows and asked, Grandpa Song, have you made a decision? Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, I don't know. The Lu family asked to see him many times, but he refused them all. However, this time, the Lu family found a person whom Grandpa couldn't refuse. After talking with him for more than an hour, Grandpa asked you to meet him at home. Xia Ruofei nodded thoughtfully and said, all right. The time is easy to arrange on my side, you can set the specific meeting time. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but say, Ruofei, that lobbyist is the old master of the Gao family. How should I put it? Back then, Grandpa Gao and my grandfather were in the same army. In a fierce battle, my grandfather was seriously injured. It was Grandpa Gao who risked his life to carry my grandfather down. Otherwise, my grandfather would have died. So, my grandfather owes Grandpa Gao his life. If he comes to my grandfather in person, there's no way the old man can avoid him. Is this old man, Gao, very close to the old man of the Lu family? Xia Ruofei asked, curiously. He was indeed curious, and he couldn't understand the relationship between the elders. Elder Gao and Elder Song were friends who had fought to the death on the battlefield, and the Song and Lu families were competitors in various fields. It was unlikely that Elder Gao would be close to the Lu family. Of course, Xia Ruofei had simplified things. If they were still the hot-blooded young men from back then, this set of standards might still be applicable. But now, whether it was Elder Gao, Elder Lu, or even Elder Song himself, they all had a huge family on their shoulders. Any decision they made would not be measured by their own likes and dislikes. What's more, it had been decades since that war. How could the events that had happened in those decades be explained clearly with a few simple words? Grandpa Gao and Grandpa Lu are life and death friends, Xia Ruofei nodded and said, besides, their families have helped each other, both politically and economically. You can say that they're allies. As for our family, although we've maintained a rather friendly relationship with the Gaos, we've rarely cooperated with them because of the Lu family. It's already good enough that we don't have any friction in various fields. Xia Ruofei immediately understood. He nodded and said, I understand. Then please arrange for me to meet with Grandpa Song as soon as possible. Song Ruofei couldn't help but look at Xia Ruofei and said, Ruofei, you don't have to do things that you're not willing to do for Grandpa. Grandfather definitely wouldn't force you. I'm guessing Grandfather probably wouldn't make any promises to Grandpa Gao. At most, he'd only agree to persuade you. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand, we'll talk about it after we meet. Report to Grandpa Song and set a time for the meeting as soon as possible. I should be in the capital for the time being. Grandpa said that he can adjust his schedule at the last minute. Song Ruofei said, since you don't have any problems, let's set it for tomorrow morning. I'll bring a car over to pick you up, you just have to wait at home. No problem. Xia Ruofei said as he stood up from his chair. He smiled and said, we've been out for a while. Let's go in. Seeing Xia Ruofei's relaxed look, Song Ruofei was a little confused. If it was someone else in this situation, even if they had a little confidence, they would still be a little nervous. After all, they were facing the pressure from the Jiao clan and the Lu clan, two behemoths. Unless Xia Ruofei had already decided to treat old Master Lu, how could he be so calm? However, Song Ruofei felt that it was unlikely. It was not the first time that the Lu family's disciples had a conflict with Xia Ruofei. Last time, when they fought for land in the capital, Lu Haofan of the Lu family was already at odds with Xia Ruofei. Later on, Lu Haojuan, who had been working in the southeast province, returned to the capital with an ashen face. Although there was no evidence, Song Ruofei and the others had vaguely guessed that Xia Ruofei had something to do with it. With Xia Ruofei's personality, how could he easily bow to the Lu family? Song Ruofei was deep in thought and followed Xia Ruofei back to the private room. When everyone saw Xia Ruofei and Song Ruofei return to their rooms, they quickly invited them to take their seats. Gao Jun and the others came forward to toast the two of them. The two female directors that Gao Jun had brought with him were obviously experts at drinking. They were good at adjusting the atmosphere and had good tolerance for alcohol. They also came forward to toast Xia Ruofei and Song Ruofei. Recently, Xia had been thinking of becoming a shareholder of the Paradise Association. Even if it was just a small share, it would be fine. Therefore, he was very attentive to Xia Ruofei and Song Ruofei. Xia's investment in the Paradise Society naturally wasn't for the sake of making money. To be more precise, it wasn't just for the sake of making money. What he valued more was the connections in this circle. As a shareholder of the Paradise Club, not only could he be in the same boat as Song Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun, but the nature of the club itself also determined that this was a top social event. As a shareholder of the club, he would naturally be able to enjoy the benefits of being in a favorable position. 2260 Elder Song Summons. 2. This was undoubtedly very important to the gradually declining Li family. Therefore, Xia spared no effort to please Xia Ruofei and Song Ruofei. However, the two of them had already discussed outside that they would not accept any new shareholders for the time being. Hence, they accepted all kinds of flattery from Xia and pretended to be confused about all the hints and explicit hints that he wanted to invest in the company. Xia's status was also a little lacking. If Song Ruofei did not relent, he did not dare to show the slightest bit of impatience. He could only sigh in his heart and continue to carry on his shamelessness. From now on, he would continue to get close to Song Ruofei and the others. To Xia Ruofei, this drinking session was definitely not as enjoyable as drinking with his brothers. Not only was it because everyone at the table had their own thoughts and did not feel like a simple gathering of brothers, but another important reason was that the Lu family's matter had more or less affected Xia Ruofei's mood. So, at 9 o'clock, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Everyone. It's getting late. I suggest that everyone finish the wine on the table and go back to their own homes. How about it?" Naturally, no one objected to Xia Ruofei's suggestion. Gao Jun quickly asked the waiter to pour the rest of the wine together, then took the initiative to stand up and make another toast. Everyone divided the remaining wine, and each person poured half a glass. Gao Jun raised his glass and expressed his gratitude. Then, everyone toasted. And the dinner was over. The assistant director, Luo Shui, who was brought by Gao Jun, left the room quickly after finishing the last glass of wine. When Xia Ruofei and the others walked out of the private room and arrived at the entrance of the prince's mansion's private kitchen, Luo Shui had already directed the guests' cars to wait at the entrance. Ran Ran had come down earlier to inform the driver. Wu Chang drove Xia Ruofei's Land Rover and sat in the first row. Gao Jun and the others sent Xia Ruofei and the other two off first. It was not convenient for cars to turn around and many people were preparing to leave at this time, so Xia Ruofei did not reject them. He cupped his hands to everyone and got into the car. Qin Yanan and He Yu also got into the car separately. The two of them had also been toasted a lot tonight, and their faces were red. However, they seemed to be in a good condition, and their eyes were relatively clear. They probably didn't drink too much. Xia Ruofei rolled down the window and waved at Gao Jun and the others with a smile. Qin Yanan gestured for Wu Chang to drive. The car started slowly. Song Rui stood by the window and said, "Ruofei, contact me by phone tomorrow." Xia Ruofei nodded understandingly and rolled up the window. The car drove smoothly all the way and returned to the courtyard house in Luhai Lane after about 40 minutes. Xia Ruofei brought Qin Yanan and He Yu to the courtyard in the middle. He stopped and said, "Yanan, He Yu, you also drank a lot tonight. Hurry up and go back to your room to rest." "Yes, Chairman." Qin Yanan and He Yu responded at the same time. Xia Ruofei continued, "I have something to do tomorrow. I need to go out." "You don't have to. Accompany me. You can choose to sleep in or walk around the capital. Then we'll have to thank the chairman for his understanding," Qin Yanan said with a smile. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "If you go out to play, remember to issue an invoice. The company will pay for the expenses. All right, go back to your rooms and rest." After Xia Ruofei returned to her room, she took a quick shower and sat on her bed to cultivate the great Tao arts. After she was done, she lay down to rest. The next morning, when Xia Ruofei was eating breakfast in the backyard, she saw that Qin Yanan and He Yu had also arrived. She couldn't help but ask jokingly, "Eh? It's not easy to give you a day off, why don't you sleep a little more?" Qin Yanan said cheekily, "President Xia, you've already promised to reimburse our travel expenses. How can we let down your good intentions?" Of course, I have to get up early. There are a lot of scenic spots in Beijing." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "That makes sense. Then hurry up and eat breakfast." "Oh right, let Wu Chang drive with you. I'm not using a car today." When they went to Elder Song's place, the Song family must have sent a car to pick them up, because ordinary cars that wanted to enter the area where Elder Song lived would have to go through a strict inspection, which was too troublesome. Qin Yanan quickly waved her hand and said, President Xia, no need. No need. We can even take a taxi or the subway. There's no need to trouble Brother Wu. Xia Ruofei thought about it and realized that Qin Yanan and Xiao Ling probably wanted to be free as well. They could go wherever they wanted. Besides, Beijing's subway traffic was indeed very convenient. As long as they didn't become human meat cans during rush hour, the experience was pretty good. Hence, he said, that's fine. I'll respect your opinions. However, you two girls must be careful when you go out. If there's anything, you can call me or Wu Chang immediately. If he let Wu Chang follow them, there was no need to worry about their safety. However, if they were to travel by themselves, Xia Ruofei would still be worried. Don't worry, President Xia, Qin Yanan said with a smile. We'll be careful. Xia Ruofei nodded and did not say anything else. He sat down and started eating breakfast. After eating, Qin Yanan and Yu said goodbye to Xia Ruofei and went out to take a taxi to the capital. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, returned to his courtyard. He sat by the stone table and made tea. The fragrance of the tea leaves calmed Xia Ruofei down. At around 9 a.m., Xia Ruofei received a call from Xia Ruofei. Ruofei, come out. We'll be there in about 5 minutes, at this side of Luhai Lane. All right. Xia Ruofei replied. He got up and went back to his room. He picked up a bag that he had prepared in advance yesterday and walked to the front yard. The bag contained high-quality iron skin maples, which were also iron skin dendrobes produced in the space. They were personally made by Xia Qing, and the quality was better than the iron skin maples sold by the Taoyuan Company and Tongren Hall. Of course, no matter how high the quality was, it was still an iron-skinned maple bucket. Compared to eccentric Song's status, this gift was really nothing. However, with Xia Ruofei's relationship with Elder Song, he did not have to spend so much effort to prepare a gift every time. It was just a kind gesture. Xia Ruofei strolled to the front yard and waited in the alley outside for 2 minutes. He saw a black sedan with a red flag driving over from the side of Dishing Gate. He saw Song Ruofei sitting in the front passenger seat. The car stopped at the entrance of the courtyard house. Song Ruofei stuck his head out and said, Ruofei, get in the car. The chauffeur had already gotten out of the car. He quickly walked to Xia Ruofei's side and opened the back door. Although the driver was wearing a black suit, his short hair, straight back, and sharp aura showed that he was a soldier, and a high-quality soldier at that. Xia Ruofei nodded at him and got into the car. The chauffeur returned to the car. And soon, the red flag sedan started slowly and drove steadily towards the other exit of the alley. Xia Ruofei and Song Ruofei did not speak along the way. Song Ruofei sat in the front passenger seat and looked at his phone absent-mindedly. Xia Ruofei simply leaned back in the soft seat and closed his eyes to rest. The car drove for about an hour before they arrived at Elder Song's antique house. The red flag car drove in through the open middle door and stopped in the first courtyard. Xia Ruofei did not wait for the chauffeur to open the door. He pushed the door open and got out. Xia Ruofei's old acquaintance, Master Song's personal secret manager Liu, stood beside the car with a smile on his face. He said to Xia Ruofei, Comrade Ruofei, the chief has been waiting for a long time. Xia Ruofei said half-jokingly, then I'm in big trouble. Grandpa Song is very busy. How can he waste so much time for me? If that's the case, then let's not waste any more time. And hurry up to see the chief. Manager Lu laughed. You're right, Manager Lu. Xia Ruofei agreed. Manager Lu made an inviting gesture and said, Are you Ruofei, this way please. Xia Ruofei looked at Song Ruofei, who had just gotten out of the car. Seeing that he had no intention of following them, he nodded and walked towards the courtyard in the middle. 2261 Decisiveness _ in an antique study, Elder Song was reading today's newspaper with his reading glasses. Although Elder Song had left his position as a leader, he would still read the newspaper and documents sent by the veteran cadre department every day. He was still very concerned about the state affairs. Manager Lu knocked on the door and said, Chief, Xia Ruofei is here. Elder Song took off his reading glasses and smiled at Xia Ruofei, who was standing at the door. Why? Are you standing there? Come in and sit. Yes. Xia Ruofei responded and walked into the study. Manager Lu personally went to fill Elder Song's teacup with water and then poured another cup of tea for Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei quickly stood up and thanked Manager Lu. Manager Lu's administrative level was the deputy department, which was the same level as the deputy governor of the Southeast province. Since he personally poured water for Xia Ruofei naturally couldn't just accept it. He still had to be polite. Manager Lu smiled and nodded at Xia Ruofei. Then, he left the study quietly and closed the door behind him. The study immediately fell silent. Xia Ruofei stared at Elder Song, who was sitting opposite him. He noticed that Elder Song's face was ruddy and he looked energetic. What was even more exaggerated was that his silver hair had turned back to black and white. Grandpa Song, you look great. Xia Ruofei smiled. That's really worth celebrating. Elder Song laughed heartily and pointed at Xia Ruofei. This is all thanks to you, little guy. The guanine pendant you gave me was too magical. It wasn't so obvious at first, but as I wore it for a long time, the effect became more and more magical. Not only did I grow black hair, but I also feel a little dizzy wearing these reading glasses. I think my eyes have also improved. I'll have to get Xiao Lu to give me a new pair of reading glasses tomorrow. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, You've regained your youth. This is great news. The spirit, gathering jade guanine, could gather spiritual energy to nourish the wearer at all times. Naturally, the longer one wore it, the more obvious the effect would be. Now, it seemed that the effect of Elder Song wearing the jade guanine was gradually showing. Xia Ruofei was naturally happy for him. I want to dye my hair back to white so that people won't think I'm an old monster, Elder Song said with a smile. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Grandpa Song, you're exaggerating. Besides, even if he wanted to dye it, he should have done it black. Who dyes their hair white? That's not a bad idea, Elder Song said with a smile. In fact, when he held a leadership position, he had dyed his hair black. Of course, that was for the sake of the country's image. After all, as a leader, he was on the news almost every day. After he retired, he did not dye his hair at all. It should be known that hair dyes were not good for the body. No matter how natural it was impossible to not have any harm. Elder Song continued, and that Zhong Kuei ornament you gave me last time, it's also quite extraordinary. In the past, this old house always had a cool feeling, and after living here for a long time, I felt a bit uncomfortable. However, after that decoration, I feel that the air has become much warmer, and the staff at home look much better. It's good that you can help. Xia Ruofei smiled. Elder Song sighed, Ruofei. It's the Song family's fortune to have met you. If it wasn't for you, I would probably be playing chess with my old comrades at the Eight Treasures Mountain. Our Song family has been going smoothly for the past 2 years, and it's all thanks to the miraculous hand that brought us back to life. Xia Ruofei replied, Grandpa Song, you're too kind. You're the general that I admired the most when I was a soldier. It's my honor to be able to help you with your health. Xia Ruofei knew that Elder Song was going to talk about the Lu family, so he just said a few polite words and closed his mouth. He looked at Elder Song with clear eyes, waiting for him to continue. Elder Song looked at Xia Ruofei and asked, Did Xia Ruofei tell you? Xia Ruofei was stunned and said, You mean the Lu family? He didn't tell you the details. He only said that the old master of the Gao family came to see you. You don't have to be nervous, said eccentric Song with a smile. Old Gao came looking for me, and it's about old Lu. He hopes that I can persuade you to help. Xia Ruofei looked at Elder Song quietly, without saying a word. He knew that Elder Song had already made his decision. He just needed to listen. Of course, Elder Song couldn't force him. If he really didn't want to, it was useless even if the God of Heaven came to intercede. Although Paradise Corporation was in the country, its core competitiveness had nothing to do with the domestic farms and pharmaceutical factories. If he was forced into a corner, Xia Ruofei could directly go abroad. Most of his funds were in his overseas account, and as long as the spirit map space was still there, it wouldn't be difficult to build another Paradise company. The only loss he would suffer was the money from the initial investment. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not want to do this unless he had no other choice. He also believed that Elder Song would not force him to do something he was not willing to do. You know, old Gao saved my life. If he didn't carry me down from the battlefield, I would have been dead. How could I have become a general or even a leader of the country? Elder Song continued. 2262 Decisiveness _ Then, Elder Song changed the topic and looked at Xia Ruofei. But I told old Gao that he saved my life, and you are my savior too. House Song will never force our savior to do something he doesn't want to do, and if someone tries to use the influence of the family to force you, House Song will not sit by and do nothing. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei felt a surge of warmth in his heart. To be honest, the fact that Elder Song could say this was enough to show how important Xia Ruofei was to him. No matter what, Elder Gao was Elder Song's old comrade in arms, and they had gone through life and death together. Now that the Gao family was also a big family, Xia Ruofei could not even compare to them in terms of strength on the surface. However, Elder Song had made such a strong stand for him, even at the expense of offending his savior. Xia Ruofei was touched. After Elder Song said that, he smiled kindly and said, Are you Fei? I didn't call you here today to pressure you, but to give you a mind-calming pill. You just need to do this with your heart. You don't need to worry about the influence of the Lu family or the Gao family. Grandpa Song, thank you. Xia Ruofei's voice was choked with emotion. It's my duty, Elder Song waved his hand and said, This matter was drawn out because you treated me. It's also because we didn't keep it a secret. Besides, you don't have to feel any psychological burden. This is the current situation. If old Lu can't hold on for long, the Liu family will definitely be biding their time at this stage and won't reveal their sharp edge. You don't have to worry about the Gao family. Although old Gao and I haven't been in contact for many years, we were still comrades in the trenches. There aren't many of our old brothers left alive, so he still has to give me face. After all, his body is much worse than mine. When Elder Song said this, there was a faint sense of dominance. Xia Ruofei felt as if he was seeing the all-powerful general in his memory. After retreating, eccentric Song became more and more peaceful, rarely revealing such a sharp edge. After hearing Elder Song's words, Xia Ruofei thought for a while before asking, "Grandpa Song, I want to know. Other factors aside, what do you want me to do?" Eccentric Song was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and asked, "Shouldn't this matter be decided by your opinion? Why are you asking about my thoughts?" "Because your position is also very important." Xia Ruofei grinned. "If you don't want me to treat the old master of the Liu family, then I'll pack my things and return to the Three Mountains today, without a second word." "You little rascal." Elder Song couldn't help but chuckle. He then asked meaningfully, "What if I hope you can help him appropriately?" Xia Ruofei had already expected this. He said without hesitation, "Then I can consider it. At least I won't reject you." Eccentric Song's eyes revealed a trace of relief. He sighed and said seriously, "Ruofei, my opinion is only for reference. I didn't say it before because I was afraid it would affect your decision. Since you asked, I'll tell you my opinion." Xia Ruofei nodded and looked at Elder Song as if he was listening. "I've said it before," said eccentric Song. He was an old man who came out of the trenches back then, but not many of them are left. Other factors aside, I don't want old Liu to leave so early, especially if there's a chance to save him. But then again, the Liu family has caused us a lot of trouble these years. Whether it's in the political or business fields, they've been holding us back. From this perspective, if old Liu is no longer around, the Liu family is nothing to worry about. Elder Song was very honest. He did not hide his conflicted feelings from Xia Ruofei. To be honest, at Elder Song's level, even if he didn't speak in a mysterious manner, he would at least have a hidden meaning. It was impossible for him to be so direct. He had only said those words without any qualms because he treated Xia Ruofei as his own nephew. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I understand, you understand?" Eccentric Song was stunned for a moment. "I haven't even thought clearly about which side I should stand on, and you already understand?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Grandpa Song, you're being too careful. In fact, after hearing your words, I still admire you very much." Indeed, if Elder Song had told Xia Ruofei that he did not want the old man of the Liu family to survive, Xia Ruofei would not have felt that it was wrong. After all, from the perspective of the family, it was the best result. However, Elder Song still expressed his reluctance to part with their old friendship. This was a rare flash of humanity. A person was a human because he was an emotional animal. If everything was done from the pros and cons and considered the benefits, then from the perspective of human nature, there were some flaws. "Don't be sarcastic," Eccentric Song said with a bitter smile. Xia Ruofei replied seriously, "I wouldn't dare to mock you. These are my heartfelt words." "Ruofei, you said you understood. Have you decided what to do?" Elder Song asked with a smile. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Almost. I already have a rough plan." In fact, Xia Ruofei had a basic principle before he came Since the Liu family already knew about his medical skills, it would be unwise to reject him. Although Xia Ruofei was not afraid of trouble, it did not mean that he liked to be bothered by it. If he agreed to treat old Master Liu, Xia Ruofei would not be able to get over it. If he were to give in just because the other party put a little pressure on him, would he have any backbone? Besides, it was not in Xia Ruofei's interest to give the Liu family a living and healthy pillar of support. It was not in the Song family's interest either. So he needed to find a balance point in between. In fact, this was very similar to Elder Song's mentality. The only difference was that Elder Song was only in a dilemma. In fact, he had given the choice to Xia Ruofei. He did not exert any influence on Xia Ruofei at all. Instead, he stood up and supported Xia Ruofei. The only thing Xia Ruofei needed to consider was how to minimize his troubles and maximize his benefits. Now that Elder Song's mentality was basically in line with his considerations, he was naturally firm in his decision. Eccentric Song couldn't help but ask curiously, "Then can you tell me what your decision is?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Grandpa Song, please let me keep you in suspense. I'll have to trouble you to pass a message to the Liu family that I hope to meet with the old master of the Liu family, just for a moment." "It seems like you don't intend to refuse," Eccentric Song raised his brows. "Of course." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Grandpa Song, I'll tell you everything after I meet with the old master of the Liu family. I'll give you a detailed report then." Eccentric Song chuckled and waved his hand. "There's no need to report. I've already said that no matter what decision you make, I'll support you unconditionally. And no one, no power can force you to do something you don't want to do." Elder Song continued, "I'll get Xiao Lu to contact the Liu family immediately. I'm sure there won't be any suspense. They have no other choice. They'll definitely agree to meet." N. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Grandpa Song." Elder Song chuckled as he pressed the call button on the phone in the study room. He directly said, "Let Xiao Lu in." For a moment. Then, he looked up at Xia Ruofei and said, "Ruofei, you stay for lunch. If everything goes well, you should be able to see that old guy of Liu family in the afternoon." 2263 Meeting 1. Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile. He did not feel very restrained in Elder Song's place. He was also very relaxed. Although it was not exactly like his own home, it was not as restrained as at the chief's house. At this moment, there was a light knock on the study door. Manager Liu pushed the door open and walked in. "Chief, you were looking for me?" Eccentric Song nodded and said, "Xiao Lu, contact the Liu family immediately. Ruofei wants to meet the old man of the Liu family alone. Ask them to arrange it as soon as possible. Since it concerned the life and death of the pillar of the family, the people of the Liu family would definitely arrange a meeting as soon as possible." Elder Song didn't need to say anything else. Manager Liu was a little surprised. He glanced at Xia Ruofei. However, after working for the bureau chief for so many years, he had long developed the habit of not speaking out of turn. So even if he had doubts in his heart, he did not say anything. He just nodded and simply replied, "Okay, I'll contact him immediately. Tell the kitchen to prepare more dishes for lunch. I'm going to stay at home to entertain Ruofei," Elder Song said. "All right." Manager Liu replied, "Chief, you can continue chatting with Ruofei. I'll be going down." N. Elder Song nodded. After Manager Liu left, Elder Song was curious, but he did not mention the Lu family. Instead, he started chatting with Xia Ruofei. He asked about Xia Ruofei's company's situation with great concern. Xia Ruofei wasn't a competent chairman. He didn't know the company as well as Feng Jing, the CEO. However, Elder Song didn't care about the detailed business data. Xia Ruofei knew the general direction. After all, even if he wasn't in the company, Feng Jing would still report to him through phone or email. Hence, Xia Ruofei gave a brief introduction of the company's development, focusing on the construction of a pharmaceutical factory in Chongping County and the preparation to expand the production of the Jusher cream and heart-nourishing soup. Elder Song had always been impressed by Xia Ruofei's heart-nourishing soup. When he heard that Xia Ruofei had insisted on the low-price strategy, that most of the production was inclined to domestic patients, and that he had even cooperated with the hospital to crack down on scalpers, Elder Song was very happy and praised him a few times. Ruofei, as an entrepreneur, you must have a strong sense of social responsibility. Elder Song said earnestly. You've done well in this regard. You're a good child, I didn't misjudge you. Remember, you must persevere. The heart-nourishing soup is not only a ray of hope for an autistic child in the dark night, it is also a ray of humanity for your Paradise Corporation. As long as you do this project well and the company's management is upright, no one will dare to have any crooked ideas about your company. Xia Ruofei nodded in agreement. Elder Song's meaning was clear. The heart-nourishing soup project was the protective talisman of the Paradise Corporation. The bigger the influence of this project, the higher the positive image of the company. Those who wanted to covet the company would have to think twice. Not to mention that the Song family had already openly supported the Paradise Corporation, so as long as one wasn't a fool who couldn't understand the situation, under normal circumstances, no one would dare to be jealous of the Paradise Corporation's future prospects and have any crooked thoughts. Of course, families like the Gao family and the Lu family, who were on par with the Song family, might also be wary of the Song family, but the extent of their restraint would depend on how much the Song family protected the Paradise Corporation. Elder Song then asked about the Paradise Gathering. Song Ruofei had a stake in the Paradise Association's business and was one of the main founders. Elder Song was naturally very concerned about his grandson's rare business. Xia Ruofei said with a trace of shame, Grandpa Song, you know that I'm quite busy at the Three Mountains, so I don't pay much attention to the Peach Blossom Society. Big brother Yongjun and Xia Ruofei are the ones taking care of things in Beijing, so I don't know the details. However, from what I understand, the preparations for the Paradise Gathering are going quite smoothly. Xiao Ruofei's contributions can't be overlooked. Xia Ruofei is my grandson, how can I not know him? Elder Song waved his hand. This kid always did things in a 3-minute fervor, and he was always carefree all day long. He was not meticulous enough. Ruofei. This peach blossom gathering involves several families' children. With so many people participating, Xia Ruofei is also one of them. You can't just sit back and do nothing. You have to keep a close eye on them in case these kids do something good and turn it into a bad thing. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't dare to talk back to Elder Song. He could only nod and say, I know, Grandpa Song. You don't have to worry too much. Brother Zhao Yongjun is mature and reliable. He's also familiar with all aspects of Beijing. With him at the helm, Xia Ruofei and the others won't take any detours. Don't you worry. That kid from Zhao Cheng's family? Elder Song nodded and said, Xiao Jun has the style of a general. He's more or less reliable in his work. However, Ruofei, you can slack off too. You have to keep an eye on Xia Ruofei and the others. Especially after the club opens, you have to remind Xia Ruofei. Okay. Grandpa Song. Xia Ruofei nodded. After the two of them chatted for a while, Manager Lu knocked on the door and came in. He bowed slightly to Elder Song and reported, Chief, the Lu family has replied. The meeting is scheduled for 2:30 this afternoon. Is that okay? 2264 Meetup, 2, Elder Song looked at Xia Ruofei and saw him nod his head. He said, this time. Old Lu lives in room 301, right? You don't need the Lu family to pick you up, you can arrange a car. Forget it, just use my red flag car. In addition, let little Feng go with Ruofei. Manager Lu's eyes revealed a strange look. Little Feng was Colonel Feng Zhongming, who was in charge of the security of the Song family's old house. He was also an elite trained by the Central Guard Force, so it was needless to say that he was skilled. Elder Song sent Xia Ruofei in his own car and even sent his guard leader to accompany Xia Ruofei. Naturally, it was to protect Xia Ruofei's safety. After all, his car was a bulletproof model specially used by the central leaders. It could even withstand the attack of small bombs. But this was only one aspect. More importantly, he wanted to show the Lu family, the Song family's attitude, especially Elder Song himself. I understand. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Manager Lu replied. Xia Ruofei chatted with Elder Song for a while before they went to the dining room for lunch. Most of Elder Song's children were working in other places. Even those who worked in the capital did not live in the old residence. As for his grandchildren, they were all in awe of this. Grandpa, who was a soldier and would not appear in the old residence if there was nothing. Even Song Ruofei, who came with Xia Ruofei, was hiding somewhere. Therefore, Elder Song was alone at lunch with Xia Ruofei and Manager Lu. Elder Song's body was getting stronger by the day, so his doctor was also the most idle. He basically didn't need to take care of his medicine every day like other old chiefs, and he didn't need to remind them of what to avoid from time to time. Elder Song's doctor even allowed him to drink a small glass of wine every day. This was the scientific conclusion made after assessing the old man's physical condition. Today, Elder Song raised the limit of the glass of wine that he had originally planned for the evening to the afternoon. Then he asked Xia Ruofei and Manager Lu to pour the wine and drink with him. In fact, Elder Song's health wouldn't be affected even if he drank a few more glasses. However, he would usually follow the doctor's advice. In his words, the children were doing it for their work, and he shouldn't cause extra trouble for them. The lunch was not sumptuous, but the nutritional mix was still quite good. The taste was mainly light, which was also for the sake of a healthy diet for the elderly. However, after Manager Lu knew that Xia Ruofei would stay for dinner, he specially asked the cook to add 1 or 2 more salty and spicy dishes, taking care of Xia Ruofei's taste. It was rare for him to have someone to eat with him today. Furthermore, it was the young man he admired the most, Xia Ruofei. Therefore, Elder Song was very happy. Everyone chatted as they ate. Elder Song only took a small sip each time. Basically, he just took a light sip and then put down the glass, as if he couldn't bear to finish the wine in one go. Xia Ruofei and Manager Lu couldn't help but Smile at the old man's childish behavior. Elder Song was very talkative. The meal lasted for more than an hour. And the small glass of wine in front of him also lasted for more than an hour. In the end, when it was almost time for Xia Ruofei to leave, Elder Song finished the last mouthful of wine. Ruofei, don't think too much when you go to see old Lu. Elder Song said meaningfully, just follow your heart. No one can force you to do anything, not even the Lu and Gao families. I understand, Grandpa Song. Xia Ruofei nodded. Go. Eccentric Song smiled. I should go and sleep for a while. With that, Elder Song walked towards the study. Alone. Not only was there a huge collection of books in the study, but there was also a bed in the compartment. Sometimes, when he was late reading documents, he would directly rest in the study. Manager Lu personally accompanied Xia Ruofei to the car in the front yard. The red flag car that had picked Xia Ruofei up in the morning was ready to set off. The car had just been washed and was black and shiny under the sun. There was not a single stain on it. A man of about 34 or 35 years old, wearing a leather jacket, stood beside the car. His eyes were sharp, and his back was straight. One look and you could tell he was a professional soldier. Manager Lu smiled and said, Ruofei, let me introduce you. This is Colonel Fang Zhongming. He's in charge of coordinating the security work next to the chief. This time, the chief has specially appointed Colonel Fang to accompany you. Xia Ruofei nodded and stepped forward. Colonel Fang, I'll have to trouble you. Fang Zhongming said in a neither humble nor overbearing manner, you're being too serious. This is my duty. Please get in the car. Xia Ruofei nodded and turned to Manager Lu. Manager Lu, I'll be on my way. Manager Lesmold and nodded. He patted Xia Ruofei's shoulder and said, Ruofei, remember the chief's words. The Song family will always be your strong backing. Xia Ruofei's heart felt warm. He didn't say anything and got into the car after nodding. Fang Zhongming immediately sat in the co-pilot seat and said to the driver, go to room 301. Understood. The driver responded, turned the steering wheel, and drove the heavy red flag sedan out of the Fang family's old house, heading in the direction of 301 Hospital. At 2:25, the car arrived at 301 Hospital. Fang Zhongming didn't say a word on the way, but looked straight ahead and glanced left and right from time to time. His eagle-like eyes showed that he was always on high alert. In fact, there was no danger on this trip, but Fang Zhongming had already formed a professional habit. Elder Song's car had a special license plate, so he was allowed to enter at the entrance. The driver didn't ask any more questions and drove the red flag car through the courtyard area with ease. They came to another courtyard area that was obviously much quieter and more heavily guarded. At the gate of the courtyard, the car stopped for inspection. Fang Zhongming got out of the car, showed his ID, and registered at the sentry post. Soon, the car was allowed to enter. The red flag car stopped in front of a building. Xia Ruofei saw a middle-aged man with a slightly balding head standing in front of the building. When he saw the red flag car, his eyes clearly narrowed, and then he walked over to greet him. Xia Ruofei and Fang Zhongming got out of the car. When the balding middle-aged man saw Fang Zhongming, he looked even more serious. But he soon showed a kind smile and said enthusiastically, Colonel Fang, you've come in person. Fang Zhongming nodded his head and said, hello, Chief Lu. Then, Fang Zhongming moved to the side and Xia Ruofei appeared. the bald, middle-aged Chief Lu naturally looked at Xia Ruofei. The sharp intent in his eyes did not escape Xia Ruofei's eyes. Xia Ruofei did not mind and continued to smile. Chief Lu smiled and said, "This must be Mr. Xia. Nice to meet you." Xia Ruofei looked at Fang Zhongming. "Mr. Xia, this is Lu Chuanfeng, the head of the XXX department," Fang Zhongming introduced. Xia Ruofei recalled that this was undoubtedly a very important ministry. However, among the leaders, the minister's surname did not seem to be Lu. It seemed that this Minister Lu was a deputy. However, even if it was a deputy profession, it was still a very impressive figure. It was obvious that this wretched-looking balding middle-aged man was one of the sons of the Lu family's old master. "Good day, Chief Lu," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Hello, hello." Lu Chuanfeng smiled and said, "Mr. Xia, thank you for your help." 2265 The ambitious and ruthless past his prime. 1. Xia Ruofei said calmly, "Chief Lu, you've misunderstood. I'm only here to meet Elder Lu. As for other things, it's not too early to say. After all, Elder Lu's condition is very serious. No one can guarantee anything." Lu Chuanfeng's expression froze. He was just being polite, but Xia Ruofei refused to budge. Although he felt a little unhappy, he did not dare to show it at this time. Even though he was a minister, he had no power in front of Xia Ruofei. This time, Elder Song had used his own car and even sent the head of security to protect Xia Ruofei. This was already a very obvious gesture. 2. Put it bluntly, no matter how powerful Lu Chuanfeng was or how powerful the Lu family was, they could not do much to Xia Ruofei, who was under the protection of the Song family. Besides, once old man Lu passed away, the Lu family would have no time to hide their wealth. How could they have the energy to stir up more trouble? On the contrary, Xia Ruofei had the capital to do so. There was no other reason other than the fact that there was no cure for Elder Lu's illness. Even the best specialist on the planet could not save his life. However, Xia Ruofei might have the means to miraculously recover Elder Lu. The Lu family was quite confident in this judgment. After all, Elder Song's condition was not much better than Elder Lu's. Even when Elder Song was on the verge of death, Xia Ruofei pulled him back from the gates of hell. Not only that, but Elder Song was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed that he would have no problem living to 100 years old. This made the Lu family envious and jealous. They were even more enthusiastic about Xia Ruofei's matter. Lu Chuanfeng's eyes flickered, and he smiled. That's true, that's true. In the face of such an illness, who would dare to guarantee anything? I just hope that Mr. Xia can do his best to help my father. This is also a plea as a son. I hope Mr. Xia won't take offense. Xia Ruofei was unmoved by Lu Kun's emotional card. He just smiled and said, "Chief Lu, I think I'd better meet Elder Lu first. We'll talk about it after we meet." "All right. My father just had an 4 drip, and he's still in good spirits." "Mr. Xia, this way please," Lu Chuanfeng said. After that, Lu Chuanfeng led Xia Ruofei and Fang Zhongming into the building. The building looked very ordinary from the outside, but the sentries around the building and the tight security line at the entrance had already shown that it was not ordinary. This building was called the South Building in 301 Hospital. It was dedicated to receiving important patients, and there were many retired old chiefs who recuperated here all year round. Before retirement, Elder Lu had been at the same level as Elder Song, so he naturally had the highest level of medical protection. Elder Lu's ward was located on the 6th floor of the south building, in the northernmost suite. Other than the spacious ward, there were also a few attached rooms. The staff and nurses could all stay in the suite so that it was convenient for them to serve the chief. Lu Chunfeng took Xia Ruofei and Fang Zhongming to the door of the ward on the 6th floor. Xia Ruofei stopped and looked at Lu Chunfeng. Chief Lu. I hope that no one will disturb my meeting with Elder Lu. Is that okay? Lu Chunfeng hesitated, then said, Mr. Xia, my father's condition is quite serious. There's usually a doctor on duty next to him to prevent any unexpected situations. Xia Ruofei rudely interrupted Lu Chunfeng and said, with me here, there won't be any unexpected situations. If you're suspicious of even this, I think there's no need for the Lu family to invite me here. The Lu family had invited him here to save their lives. If there was a sudden change in her condition during the conversation, and Xia Ruofei could not handle it, how could he overcome the illness? The reason was simple, and Lu Chunfeng naturally understood. He pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, I'll have everyone withdraw. Xia Ruofei nodded. Mr. Xia. Please wait for a moment. I'll go check on my father, Lu Chunfeng said. Then, Lu Chunfeng nodded at Xia Ruofei and Fang Zhongming gently pushed the door open and walked in. After a while, Lu Chunfeng walked out of the ward with a few medical staff. He said to Xia Ruofei, Mr. Xia, please come in. Xia Ruofei nodded slightly and looked at Fang Zhongming. Don't worry, Mr. Xia, Fang Zhongming said lightly. I'll keep guard at the door and not let any unrelated people get close. The muscles on Lu Chunfeng's face twitched slightly. So, as Elder Lu's son, he had become an unrelated person? Lu Chunfeng was a little upset, but his many years of experience in politics had made him calm. He acted as if he hadn't heard anything. His expression didn't change as he walked straight to the long chair and sat down. Xia Ruofei pushed the door open and walked in. The ward was very heartwarming, and there was almost no disinfectant smell in the air, which was common in hospitals. The curtains were half open, and the afternoon sun shone on a pot of green plants on the windowsill, making it look full of vitality. On the bed, a haggard old man was lying quietly. The moment Xia Ruofei entered the room, the old man's gaze fell on him. 2266, the ambitious and ruthless past his prime, too. Xia Ruofei didn't avoid his gaze and met it. Xia Ruofei could see that the skinny old man in the patient's garb had a sickly sallow face. His white hair was very sparse. No matter how he looked at it, he was an ordinary old man who was beyond cure and could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, even though he was already old, his eyes still had a sharp glint. His turbid eyes emitted a sharp light, as if he could see through people's hearts. Their eyes met, and a smile gradually appeared on the old man's face. He said weakly, Mr. Xia, please sit. Xia Ruofei smiled and walked to the bed with steady steps. He bowed slightly and said, Hello, Elder Lu. Then, he sat down on the stool beside the bed and looked at Mr. Lu, who was lying on the bed. The sharp look in Elder Lu's eyes disappeared. He sized Xia Ruofei up with a smile and asked, I heard you want to meet me alone? Xia Ruofei said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, Elder Lu has made great military achievements. As a former soldier, I admire Elder Lu very much. It's just that I've never had the chance to meet him. I'm taking this opportunity to fulfill my long, cherished wish. Elder Lu showed a self-deprecating smile and said, he was once a tiger general, but now he can't get on a horse, can't hold a gun, and even walking is difficult. Then, Elder Lu looked at Xia Ruofei and said, sometimes, I really envy Old Song for being able to get to know such an amazing person like you. In fact, my children and juniors also have different opinions about my treatment. Some of them see you as a life-saving straw and insist on doing their best to invite you to treat me. There are also some people who think that it's just a rumor without any scientific basis. They hope that I can go abroad for treatment so that my old bones can struggle on at death's door for a while longer. Perhaps it was because he said too much in one breath, but Elder Lu's breathing became a little rushed. He took a few deep breaths and continued, from the moment you entered the door, I firmly believed that if there was anyone in this world who could cure my illness, it would be you. Xia Ruofei replied indifferently, Elder Lu, you're flattering me. I'm only slightly familiar with medicine. I'm not so arrogant as to be able to cure any illness. There are some illnesses that even I can't help with. Elder Lu smiled noncommittally and asked, then am I a fated person? What was interesting was that he did not ask if his illness was considered undying disease, but directly asked if he was fated person. It was obvious that he had already decided that as long as Xia Ruofei was willing to help, he would not die. And whether Xia Ruofei was willing to treat him would naturally depend on whether he was fated. Xia Ruofei revealed a thoughtful expression. Elder Lu took it all in, but he was not in a hurry to get an answer. Instead, he said casually, Old Song and I can be considered old comrades. We're about the same age, but he joined the army earlier than me. That year, when we attacked Pingchuan County, my regimental unit was responsible for covering the flanks, while Old Song and Old Gao's regimental unit was the main attack unit. The three of us once served in the same company. After the battle ended, I only found out that Old Song was shot here. Elder Lu pointed to his chest and continued, and it was a large, caliber machine gun bullet. It even formed a penetrating wound and he went into shock on the spot. It was Old Gao who carried him down. Everyone thought he wouldn't survive, but when they went to the field hospital for a check, they found that his major internal organs were not injured. Of course, even so, his situation was still very dangerous because such a big wound could easily get infected, and he had lost a lot of blood from the front line. Therefore, after the operation, he was in a coma for a full 6 days before his life was finally saved. Do you think this old man's life is tough enough? Xia Ruofei was enjoying the story. He had heard Elder Song mention it before, but he had not gone into such detail. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Grandpa Song is quite lucky. Elder Lu's eyes lit up when he heard Xia Ruofei address him as Grandpa Song. He then smiled and said, after recuperating for a few months, this old fellow actually recovered and was able to jump around energetically. This battle also allowed him to earn a first-class merit. And not long after, he was transferred to our group. Later on, he became the chief of staff and I became the deputy regimental commander. From then on, the two of us were constantly competing. Xia Ruofei listened quietly and did not disturb the old man's reminiscence. Elder Lu continued, after that, he became the regiment commander while I lost the competition and went to be the political commissar of another regiment. In the decades that followed, we often crossed paths in our work. It could be said that we had been fighting for most of our lives. I didn't expect that this old man would still be alive and well, while I am beyond cure. At this point, Elder Lu couldn't help but sigh. Seeing that Xia Ruofei didn't say anything, he suddenly asked, Xiao Xia, do you know what Old Song's biggest problem is? What? Xia Ruofei asked subconsciously. He's too upright. Mr. Lu said with a smile. Chief, I don't think that's a problem, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. It's easy to break if it's just over. Elder Lu said, Elder Song has always been like this. He can't tolerate any mishaps. Otherwise, with his ability, he might be able to reach even higher heights. It was also because of his bad temper that he had made many enemies in his life. House Song is like the sun in the sky now, but there are a lot of forces watching them. If Old Song falls, House Song will be in a much more difficult situation than House Lu without me. Elder Lu, what you've just said doesn't seem to have anything to do with me, Xia Ruofei asked. How can it not be related? Old Lu laughed and said, I heard from Chuanfeng that this old man even sent himself in the car and his head of security to personally send you here. What was he trying to do? Are you trying to show off to me? You're mistaken. Xia Ruofei said, Grandpa Song is just more concerned about me. Elder Lu waved his hand and said, Little Xia, I know this old man too well. I know how many worms he has in his stomach. However, it was no wonder that he was so proud. I heard that this guy was getting younger and younger as he lived, while I was lying in bed waiting for death. So in the battle between us, he won in the end. The longer he lives, the greater victory. Elder Lu shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. He continued, Little Xia, Old Song's care for you is already on the surface. I'm sure all the big and small families and forces in Beijing are aware of this. In the eyes of outsiders, you, Old Song, and the entire Song family are one. In that case, the enemies of the Song family. I'm afraid they also, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Elder Lu, I've always been an upright and honest person, doing business in an honest and upright manner, and never getting involved in these family disputes. We can't help ourselves in the martial world. Elder Lu said meaningfully, it's not that you don't do a lot of things, and trouble won't come to you. Speaking of this, a smile appeared on Elder Lu's face as he said, That's all I have to say. You can slowly experience it when you go back. I also have a suggestion. House Lu's gratitude towards our Savior is no less than House Song's. As long as you're willing to treat me, House Lu will also be your strong support. I'm sure no force will dare to act rashly against you. When that time comes, Xia Ruofei had already guessed Elder Lu's intention, so he was not surprised. He smiled and said, Elder Lu, Grandpa Song's concern for me is not out of selfishness or an exchange of interests. Moreover, I've said it before. I don't need the protection of any power, so your proposal doesn't appeal to me at all. 2267 All means exhausted. 1. After he finished speaking, Xia Ruofei smiled and met Elder Lu's sharp gaze. His expression was calm as usual, and he did not feel any restraint or uneasiness from the old man's shocking aura. Actually, Xia Ruofei had another unspoken meaning that he did not say. In a sense, the Lu family was also the Song family's enemy. According to Old Man Lu's theory, the Lu family should also be hostile to Xia Ruofei. If she saved Old Man Lu, wouldn't that strengthen the enemy by a large margin? Why? Just based on the old man's empty words? He was not a fool. The sharp glint in Old Man Lu's eyes quickly disappeared, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Obviously, he was not so naive as to think that he could convince Xia Ruofei so easily. However, he also knew that since Xia Ruofei was willing to meet him today, it meant that there was still room for negotiation. Otherwise, Xia Ruofei would not have made such an unnecessary move. Old Master Lu looked at Xia Ruofei and said, "Little Xia, I heard that Haofan suffered a loss on your side?" Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and said, "Elder Lu, I don't think I've suffered a loss. It was normal business behavior. After your grandson bought that piece of land, he wasn't very optimistic about the development prospects of the land, so he transferred it to us at a low price. This should be a very normal operation in the real estate industry." A smile appeared in Old Man Lu's eyes as he said, "Is it really that simple? That piece of land is haunted for no reason. Don't you know what's going on?" Xia Ruofei shrugged innocently and said, "I really don't know. How would I know such metaphysical things?" However, he heard that Brother Yongjun did invite a famous feng shui master in Hong Kong to help decorate it. Maybe he had a higher level of feng shui. "I guess your grandson didn't find the right person?" Old Lu was speechless. With the Lu family's intelligence network, how could they not find out whether the feng shui master of Hong Kong, Su Lang, had played a role in this matter? However, Old Man Lu obviously didn't want to be entangled in this matter. He waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter, it's just a piece of land." Haofan had always been arrogant, and he could temper his mind by hitting walls. "Speaking of which, I really have to thank you. Elder Lu, you're being too polite. I can't afford to be thanked. After all, I don't do anything." Xia Ruofei's answer was flawless. At that moment, Elder Lu suddenly asked, "Xiao Xia, something happened to our Haojuan at the Three Mountains. It has something to do with you, right?" After Old Man Lu finished speaking, he fixed his eyes on Xia Ruofei, trying to find some clues from the subtle changes in Xia Ruofei's expression. In fact, Lu Haojuan's incident had blown up so much that the Lu family had naturally done their best to investigate it. Xia Ruofei's arrangements had been too meticulous, so the Lu family had not found any useful clues. It could be said that this matter was a headless case. However, some people in the Lu family had analyzed that Xia Ruofei was probably involved in this. Of course, this judgment was based on motive. After all, the relationship between Xia Ruofei, Wu Liqian, and Lu Haojuan and some of the things that happened could not be hidden from the Lu family. After that incident, Wu Liqian was undoubtedly the one who gained the most. Therefore, Old Man Lu wanted to use this opportunity to launch a surprise attack. If Xia Ruofei's heart was not firm, he would be exposed. With the short interaction between Xia Ruofei and Old Man Lu, he actually did not have much hope. After all, Xia Ruofei's previous response was too strict. He did not look like a young man in his 20s at all. In Old Man Lu's opinion, he was probably as steady as his son, Lu Chuanfeng, and the others. However, what Old Master Lu did not expect was that Xia Ruofei did not deny it. Instead, he smiled meaningfully and asked, "But you don't have any evidence, do you?" Old Man Lu was stunned. His eyes were sharp as he stared into Xia Ruofei's eyes. Xia Ruofei didn't back off and looked back at Old Man Lu calmly. "So, you admit it, Old Man Lu said indifferently. Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "Elder Lu, you must have heard wrong. What did I admit? I'm just saying that what you said just now is pure speculation, and there's no evidence at all, right? Is there?" A difference? Old Master Lu's voice became a little gloomy. Xia, to be honest, I admire your courage. You dare to admit this in front of me. Do you know that Haojuan is the third generation of the Lu family? His political life has almost come to an end in this incident. Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, I've read about Lu Haojuan's situation on the internet. I just want to say, one could do evil by the heavens, but one could not live for one's own sins. Such a good, for nothing child, even if he is forcefully pushed to a high position, won't he still become a time bomb in your family in the future? If it were to detonate at that time, I'm afraid the damage would be much greater. The corners of old Master Lu's mouth curved up slightly. He looked into Xia Ruofei's eyes and asked, Little Xia, do you think that there's only the two of us here and you won't leave any evidence behind no matter what you say? Don't you think that the Lu family is a little too simple? 2268 all means exhausted, too. The smile on Xia Ruofei's face became even more radiant. He asked with a smile, Old Lu, are you talking about the two hidden cameras at my 5 and Savino clock? Oh right, there's also a recording device half a meter to the right of your bed. If that's all there is to it, then your Lu family really wouldn't be that complicated. Old Man Lu was finally moved. After receiving Manager Lu's call in the morning, the Lu family had arranged for the top intelligence experts to make some arrangements in the ward. Xia Ruofei had made it clear that he wanted to meet with Elder Lu alone. However, due to various considerations, the Lu family decided to record the entire meeting. This was what Old Man Lu had requested. He had wanted to make an issue out of Lu Haojuan's incident. Once Xia Ruofei admitted to it, the recording would naturally become evidence. By then, not only would it be legally reasonable for the Lu family to deal with Xia Ruofei, but they could also openly hand the matter over to the public security organization to deal with. After all, Xia Ruofei had ordered the veterans to fully monitor Lu Haojuan and even enter his house to set up a recording device. All of these were obviously illegal. What Old Master Lu did not expect was that Xia Ruofei, who had always been flawless, did not even hesitate when Lu Haojuan asked the question and admitted it directly. What shocked Elder Lu even more was that Xia Ruofei knew everything about the gadgets that were installed in the ward. He even knew their exact location and functions. These were all temporary arrangements, and after the arrangement, the intelligence experts stayed in an empty ward not far away to operate the signal receiving equipment. During this time, there was no way to contact the outside world, so the possibility of the news leaking from the Lu family was very low. The only possibility was that Xia Ruofei had found the recording equipment after entering the ward. However, Xia Ruofei had not looked around since he entered the room. He had even sat on the stool by the bed and could not see what was happening behind him. However, he was able to pinpoint the location of the camera so accurately. This caught Old Man Lu off guard. He also knew that since Xia Ruofei dared to say those words, it meant that Xia Ruofei had absolute confidence that the recording equipment would not work. This method was a little magical. In fact, Old Master Lu didn't know that it was too easy for Xia Ruofei. When he entered the room, he used his mental power to perform a comprehensive examination of the entire ward. After all, the Lu family had a faint hostility towards him, so he couldn't let his guard down. After finding out about the existence of the cameras and recording devices, Xia Ruofei did not show it. Instead, he continued to deal with Old Man Lu. The only thing he did was to set up a sound soundproof barrier to keep both him and Old Man Lu within the boundary. In this way, the recording device at the head of the bed naturally couldn't record any sound, and the camera behind him couldn't capture his front face, so the possibility of lip reading and the like was non-existent. As for capturing his back, it was useless. Not only that, the soundproof barrier could completely isolate the sound from the outside world. Even if someone in the next room used special equipment to record against the wall, they would not be able to collect any sound. The Lu family wanted to leave some evidence through this meeting, but it was destined to be useless. Hence, Xia Ruofei was a little mischievous. When Old Man Lu brought up Lu Haojuan's question, he did not deny it as he did before. Instead, he admitted it in disguise. As long as he did not leave any evidence, Xia Ruofei was not worried that the Lu family would find out that he was the one who had planned this. There were only two possible outcomes for Ran to come here today. First, if he let go of this matter, then Old Man Lu would not have much time left. The Lu family, who had lost their pillar, would not be able to deal with him. Second, if he was involved in the treatment, everything would go according to his plan. By then, the Lu family would no longer be a threat to him, and Old Man Lu would definitely not risk his life for Lu Haojuan. Hence, although Xia Ruofei seemed to have admitted to the matter easily, he had actually rehearsed it in his mind countless times before he came. He had already predicted all of Elder Lu's possible reactions. Old Man Lu was stunned for a long time before he finally revealed a bitter smile. The future generations are formidable. The future generations are to be feared. Elder Lu, you're too kind. I'm just a little more cautious, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Old Man Lu sighed and said, with a trace of fatigue on his face, little Xia, it seems that I've really underestimated you. Since you've already said this, there's no point in hiding it anymore. Why don't you open your mouth and tell me? What are your conditions? Old Master Lu knew that since Xia Ruofei was willing to meet him, it meant that there was still room for negotiation. Besides, Xia Ruofei would definitely have his own conditions. It was just a bargain. Since he had tried all the methods and they were still ineffective, he might as well use them to negotiate the price. Xia Ruofei finally smiled. To be honest, he had a good impression of this old man who had once contributed a lot to the country after meeting him. Although he had used some words and tricks today, as expected, he was not as dark and vicious as the portrait he had in his mind before he came. On the contrary, perhaps because he was about to reach the end of his life, the old man gave him a feeling of freedom. Even if he was not as righteous as Elder Song, he was at least able to let go of things. Xia Ruofei smiled. Mr. Lu, it's not a condition. After all, your condition is rather complicated. I don't even know if I can treat you. Old Lu waved his hand and said, there's no need to talk about this. If you can't cure it, then no one else can. So the result is the same for me. Tell me your conditions. Chief, you're so straightforward. Xia Ruofei gave him a thumbs up and said, I can try to treat you, but I've studied your condition before I came. It's unlikely that you'll recover in a short time. Even if I can control your condition through traditional Chinese medicine, I'm afraid you'll need to take medicine for a long time, old master. Lu's eyes narrowed. He had already thought of this. No matter if Xia Ruofei was confident or not, he would not be able to cure him easily. This was the only way for the Lu family to be held back, and for Xia Ruofei to be invincible. Therefore, it did not matter whether Xia Ruofei was telling the truth or not. Old Man Lu naturally wouldn't be bothered by this. He smiled and said, "It's better to live than die. Good death. It's always good to see more of this world," he said. "It's good that you're mentally prepared," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Little Xia, I'm afraid the consultation fee won't be too cheap if you treat me, right?" Old Man Lu asked indifferently. The Lu family has a pharmaceutical factory in the East China region. Xia Ruofei smiled. Before he could finish, Old Man Lu said directly, "No problem. Within 3 days, the factory will be transferred to the Paradise Corporation." Xia Ruofei had expected that Old Master Lu would agree, but he did not expect him to agree so readily. The scale of the Lu family's pharmaceutical factory was not something that Paradise Pharmaceutical Factory could compare to. To be more precise, it was a pharmaceutical group with many branches in several provinces in East China. Each branch factory was several times the size of the Paradise Pharmaceutical Factory, including the expensive imported equipment in the pharmaceutical factory and the value of the land. The overall value of this pharmaceutical group was probably higher than the current Paradise Corporation. Before Xia Ruofei went to see Elder Song, he had analyzed the Lu family's situation. He was determined to get the Lu family's pharmaceutical factory. Once he got the factory, he could immediately switch to producing heart, nourishing soup and jaded skin ointment with a little modification. And by then, the production of these two products, which were in short supply, would increase by at least 10 times. "Xiao Xia, just state your conditions in one go," Old Man Lu said indifferently. "We don't need to waste too much time on these trivial things." 2269 Reaching a consensus. 1. A pharmaceutical group with a scale of at least 1 billion yuan was only a minor problem in Old Man Lu's eyes. In fact, anything that involved money was not a problem at all in the eyes of Old Man Lu, not to mention that the pharmaceutical group was not the most important in the Lu family's business. Although it could produce considerable benefits every year, it was not the main direction of the Lu family's business. Although it was a bit painful to give up directly, it was not a serious injury. As long as he could keep his life, he wouldn't even frown if he had to cut off a part of the Lu family's main business, let alone a pharmaceutical group. What he was more concerned about was not these economic matters. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said tentatively, "Elder Lu, you and Grandpa Song are old comrades and have known each other for so many years. Before coming here, Grandpa Song has been trying to persuade me to treat you as much as I can." Elder Lu laughed and waved his hand. "Xiao Xia, I know that old man Song too well. He would never say such things. Don't try to play tricks in front of me." Xia Ruofei could not help but feel a little awkward. What was the saying again? Perhaps your enemy is the one who understands you the most. Although it wasn't appropriate to describe Elder Song and Elder Lu as enemies, it could also explain the relationship between Elder Lu and Elder Song. Xia Ruofei said, "Elder Lu, Grandpa Song respects my opinion, so he doesn't want to affect my decision. However, he did say that if something were to happen to you this time, his heart would be empty and he would feel very upset." That sounds more like something old Song would say. Mr. Lu laughed and then looked into Xia Ruofei's eyes. "Xia, I know what you're thinking. But that's impossible." Xia Ruofei frowned and asked, "Why?" "Elder Lu, both your families have great influence. If the two of you join forces, it'll be a strong alliance. I think it'll be good for both of you." Although Xia Ruofei did not say it out Loud, old Master Lu had already guessed that Xia Ruofei hoped that the Lu family would turn from enemies to friends with the Song family. Of course, old man Lu rejected it without thinking. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, old man Lu smiled bitterly and said, "Xiao Xia, there are complicated reasons behind this. It's not something that can be explained in a few words, then, make it short." Xia Ruofei said, "With me here, your body will be fine. We have a lot of time." With that, Xia Ruofei walked up and gently massaged several acupuncture points on old man Lu's body. At the same time, he inserted a small amount of true qi to stimulate these acupuncture points. Old man Lu immediately felt a warm current flowing through his meridians. His body, which had been extremely weak from the torture of the illness, seemed to have become much lighter all of a sudden. He felt that his body was full of strength. Even though old man Lu had experienced many storms and waves, he still couldn't help but lose his composure at this moment, the shock on his face not dissipating for a long time. After a long while, old man Lu muttered, This is the real hand of rejuvenation. Little Xia, I'm getting more and more confident in your treatment methods now." Xia Ruofei did not use any needles or medicine just now. He only used his bare hands to massage the acupuncture points, and yet it was so effective. This opened Elder Lu's eyes, and gave him a strong hope of survival. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "This is just a small trick. It can only treat the symptoms, but not the root of the problem. By pressing and stimulating specific acupuncture points appropriately, it can stimulate your body's potential and make you feel better than before. However, that's the only effect. It can't help your condition much." "This is already amazing." Old man Lu sighed. "Ever since I found out about this disease, I've never felt so full of energy like I am now." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Elder Lu, please satisfy my curiosity. First, just now, you said that it was impossible for the Lu and Song families to form an alliance. What are your concerns?" After old man Lu's spirit had recovered, his mood seemed to have improved as well. He said, "Xiao Xia, politics is really too complicated. There's no standard of black and white. You know, our two families have been fighting for so many years. Although there is no blood feud between us, the grudges between us are countless. Old Song and I can meet and smile, but what about our children? What about his grandchildren? There are also large family members, as well as forces and allies that are close to our family. These people are not on the same side as the Song family, especially our allies. They basically have some grudges with the Song family. If the Lu and Song families form an alliance, where will our allies stand?" "This isn't child's play," Xia Ruofei nodded. Although he didn't know much about the big families, he was inspired by old man Lu's words. He knew that he had been too naive. Old man Lu smiled and continued, "There is a more important reason." "Oh? What's the reason?" Xia Ruofei asked, curiously. 2270 Reaching a consensus. 2. You just said that our Lu family and the Song family both have great influence. Old Master Lu said, "Right now, our two families are not convinced by each other. It's relatively safe to fight with each other. Have you ever thought that if the Lu family and the Song family really formed an alliance, the influence of this alliance would be too terrifying? He might even be above the country. Do you think that such an alliance can survive?" At this point, old Master Lu revealed a meaningful smile and looked at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei's heart trembled when he heard this. Old Master Lu's words were on point. The reasons mentioned before were probably not the main reason. This was the only point that was truly critical. Xia Ruofei nodded silently. He had indeed agreed with Elder Lu's words. However, he did not know what to say. Before he came here, he had already thought about what he wanted. One of the most important things was to facilitate the alliance between the Lu and Song families. Now it seemed that this was really difficult to achieve. Or rather, he had thought of things too simply. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei could not help but smile bitterly. Xia, I definitely can't do what you've just said Grandpa Lu. If there's no way to turn this around, then I can only lie here and wait for my death. Old Man Lu was dead set on his words. He would rather die than let his family be in extreme danger. Forming an alliance with the Song family was a huge gamble for the Lu family. Obviously, Old Master Lu was not willing to bet on his family because he already knew that there was a high chance that he would lose the bet if what Xia Ruofei had said was true. If that's the case, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Xia Ruofei nodded. Old Man Lu nodded with a smile and said, Little Xia, we definitely can't form an alliance. The most I can promise you is that from now on, as long as the Song family doesn't provoke us, the Lu family won't deliberately fight against the Song family. In addition, House Lu will remain neutral in any conflict between House Song and the other forces. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Sure. Then it's a deal. It was impossible to write a contract for this kind of thing, because it had no legal effect at all. Even if there was a contract, it would not have any binding effect. Hence, Xia Ruofei could only choose to believe that Old Man Lu would not go back on his word. Of course, more importantly, Xia Ruofei had the means to attack at any time, so he was not afraid of the Lu family going back on their words. Old Man Lu smiled and said, Tell me your other conditions. Xia Ruofei shrugged. No, that's all. He said. No more? Is it really that simple? Elder Lu asked in surprise. Xia Ruofei spread his hands and said, In fact, I didn't take a single cent when I treated Grandpa Song. This is equivalent to paying more than $1 billion in consultation fees at once. Isn't that high enough? If Xia Ruofei didn't want to avoid trouble, he might not even consider coming to see Elder Lu and reject him directly. In his mind, Elder Lu and Elder Song's status were completely different, which was why he accepted a complete pharmaceutical group as the consultation fee. Old Man Lu laughed and said, What's a few billion? If it wasn't for you, even if I were to throw out 10 billion or 100 billion, I wouldn't be able to save my life. Old Song was really lucky. You didn't die from that kind of injury back then, and now I'm old enough to meet such a strange person like you. Xia Ruofei smiled. You're overpraising me. I'm not an extraordinary person. Then, Xia Ruofei stood up and said, All right then. Elder Lu, I'm very happy to have met you today, so I'll take my leave first. I'll come to treat you in a few days as promised. Seeing that Xia Ruofei was about to leave, Old Master Lu could not help but say, Xia, can you give me some medicine first? This illness was really painful. I feel like I'm being bitten by ants, and there's not a single part of my internal organs that doesn't hurt. When he recalled that feeling, Old Man Lu couldn't help but shiver. It was so painful that even a veteran like him, who had survived through blood and fire on the battlefield, couldn't help but cry out in pain. He could only rely on painkillers to ensure that he had a certain amount of sleep. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "A few days. Shouldn't be a problem. Besides, I'll be in Beijing for the next few days. If your condition really worsens, you can just call me directly. I'll be there as soon as possible." Old Master Lu knew that Xia Ruofei would not make a move before he saw the real money. After all, the cooperation between the Lu family and Xia Ruofei was more like a business deal. Since it was a business deal, there was no need to send the goods out before the money was paid. Even so, he still couldn't help but ask, then, can you do a few more of those muscle-relaxing massage you just did? I feel much better after the massage, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Sure. Just take it as a gift." With that, Xia Ruofei smiled and walked in front of Elder Lu. He reached out and accurately found a few acupuncture points. As he pressed them gently, he sent a small wisp of true qi into them. A few minutes later, Xia Ruofei pushed open the door of the ward and walked out. He nodded slightly at Feng Zhongming, who was at the door. Lu Chuanfeng, who was sitting on a bench next to him, immediately stood up and walked over. Xia Ruofei smiled at Lu Chuanfeng and said, "Chief Lu, I'll take my leave now." Lu Chuanfeng was stunned. He couldn't tell what Xia Ruofei and his father had talked about in the ward or if they had reached a consensus. In this moment of shock, Xia Ruofei had already turned to Feng Zhongming and walked towards the elevator. "Xia," Lu Chuanfeng subconsciously called out. "The peaks. Come in for a moment." Elder Lu's voice came from the ward. "All right," Lu Chuanfeng quickly replied. He looked at Xia Ruofei's back again, then walked into the ward with a stomach full of questions. "Dad, did he agree to it?" Lu Chuanfeng asked as soon as he entered the room. Old man Lu didn't give a direct answer. Instead, he said indifferently, "Go to that room first and see if the equipment they installed in the morning recorded anything." Even though Lu Chuanfeng was full of doubts, he didn't dare to ask his father. He could only nod helplessly and leave the ward. After a while, Lu Chuanfeng returned to the ward with a strange look on his face. "Old man." Lu saw his son's expression and had a guess. He asked indifferently, "Did you not record anything?" Lu Chuanfeng furrowed his brows and said, "It's not that there's nothing, it's just that there's no sound, and the images captured by the two cameras are very blurry, as if the light was distorted. I can't even see the shape of your mouth in the images at all. That Xiao brat's back is facing the camera, so I can only see a blurry back." In fact, this was the effect of the array. Xia Ruofei did not deliberately take more precautions. But the recording device arranged by the Lu family was blind and deaf. Actually, Elder Lu had already expected this. So he only nodded slightly. Lu Chuanfeng mumbled to himself, "This is too strange. I tested it a few times this morning, and it's all fine. And I've checked before that kid Xia came in, the sound and image were normal, but after he sat down here, the image became blurry. From the beginning to the end, there were some environmental sounds recorded, but there was no sound of the two of you talking." Xia Ruofei did not do anything to the recording device. He only set up a soundproof barrier around the small area where he and Old Man Lu were. Hence, the recording device could still record sounds like birds chirping outside the window, but it could not record their conversation. Lu Chuanfeng couldn't understand it at all, unless Xia Ruofei and Elder Lu had sat there staring at each other for nearly half an hour without saying a word. But this was too ridiculous. Even Lu Chuanfeng found it unbelievable. Chuanfeng, don't worry about these small things, old man Lu said indifferently. Go and call all the core family members in the capital over. I have something to say. 2271, the family meeting. 1. Lu Chuanfeng's expression tensed up. He knew that his father and Xia Ruofei must have reached a clear conclusion from their conversation. At this time, he couldn't wait to know the result. After all, old man Lu was too important to the whole family. Taking himself as an example, he had been working in his current position for 4 years. Adding the 2 years he had worked before he was transferred, he had been in this position for 6 years. If he couldn't make further progress in this election, he would soon reach the age limit, and his achievements in this life would stop here. If Elder Lu were to give up now, it would be a huge blow to Lu Chuanfeng. Unfortunately, all the specialists were at a loss on what to do with Elder Lu's illness. Moreover, the illness developed extremely quickly. The most conservative estimate after the consultation of the specialists was that it would only take 1 or 2 months, and this was under the premise that they had to use all means available to extend the life of the old man. It could be said that Xia Ruofei was the only life-saving straw now. Although he felt like he was being scratched by a cat, Elder Lu didn't say anything. Lu Chuanfeng didn't dare to ask any more questions, and he quickly nodded. Then, he walked out of the ward and began to contact his brothers and sisters in Beijing, as well as important members of his family, with his mobile phone. He asked them to put down everything at hand and rush to the hospital as soon as possible. This wait lasted for almost an hour. During this time, Lu Chuanfeng went back to the ward again, but Elder Lu had fallen asleep after taking the medicine. He didn't dare to disturb him, so he quietly left. Finally, all the important family members in the capital had arrived. There were Lu Chuanfeng's 2 younger brothers, Lu Kunyan and Lu Shanshan, as well as their younger sisters, Lu Liru and Lu Lifang. There were also several important members of the Lu family, such as Lu Chongli, Elder Lu's cousin, and Lu Chongli's 2 sons, Lu Kun Fei and Lu Kun Xian. In the Lu family, the eldest son, Lu Chuanfeng, could be said to be the successor of Old Master Lu. His achievements were also the highest. Among the other family members in politics, the highest level was Lu Shanshan's department level. Lu Kunyan and Lu Chongli were both in charge of the Lu family's business empire. At the same time, Old Master Lu's youngest daughter, Lu Lifang, and Lu Chongli's second son, Lu Kun Xian, also worked in the family group. As for Old Master Lu's eldest daughter, Lu Liru, and Lu Chongli's eldest son, Lu Kun Fei, although they were also part of the system, they were only at the division level, and the departments they were in were not the kind with a lot of power. These people were basically the core members of the family in Beijing. Old man Lu had a son, Lu Chuanxuan, who worked in a southwest province and had already entered the leadership team. He could not return to Beijing easily. This time, when Old Man Lu fell ill, Lu Chuanxuan returned 2 days later and rushed back. Unless Old Man Lu passed away, Lu Chuanxuan could not stay in Beijing forever. As for Lu Haofan and the other third-generation disciples, none of them had become great people yet, so they were naturally not qualified to attend this event. Lu Haojuan was the focus of the third generation, so he was qualified to be present at such an important moment. However, after his defeat in Sanshan City, Lu Haojuan's political life had basically come to an end, and his status in the family had naturally plummeted. As the saying goes, the Tian family is heartless. Although the Lu family was not considered a Tian family, in such a big family, family ties were basically very indifferent. Just like this time when Elder Lu was seriously ill, although the entire Lu family was burning with anxiety, in reality, everyone was more worried that after losing Elder Lu, the Lu family would suffer various kinds of impacts that would directly affect their future development. As for the perspective of the younger generation, there was not much of a proportion of the feelings of admiration. Lu Lifeng, who was the least shrewd, could not help but ask, "Big brother, why did the old man call all of us over?" "Don't tell me. You want to explain, shut up." Lu Chuanfeng glared at Lu Lifeng and said, "Don't jinx it. Dad's condition is stable, don't let your thoughts run wild, I'm just concerned about Elder Zhai," Lu Lifeng said, feeling a little wronged. "I haven't been able to eat or sleep these days, because I'm worried about the old master. He suddenly gathered everyone here, how can I not think too much?" Lu Liru tugged at her sister's hand and said, "Li Feng, I can't blame you for saying that. What were you saying just now?" "It's a good thing Big Brother interrupted us, or else it would be so inauspicious." Then, Lu Liru turned to Lu Chuanfeng and asked, "Big brother, Dad must have called us over for something important, right?" "Yes." Lu Chuanfeng nodded and said, "This morning, that Xia guy came to see Dad, and then the old man asked me to gather everyone here. It must be related to this." When Lu Lifeng heard that, she asked anxiously, "Oh, really? Then what did they talk about? Did that kid agree to treat Dad?" "Don't ask me," Lu Chuanfeng said. "I don't know anything about it. They met alone, and everyone was cleared out. Also, Dad was very tight-lipped and didn't reveal anything to me." At this time, Lu Chongli said, "Chuanfeng, since everyone's here, let's go in. Won't everything be clear after meeting Big Brother?" "Uncle, my dad just fell asleep after taking his medicine. I'll go in and have a look," Lu Chuanfeng said. 2272 Family Meeting 2. Then, he said to his brothers and sisters, "Everyone, lower your voices. Don't disturb the old masters. Rest." "I know," Lu Lifeng said. "I know. Big brother, hurry up and go in." Lu Chuanfeng looked at Lu Lifeng helplessly and walked into the ward. As soon as he entered the house, he saw the caretaker, Mrs. Zhang, walking towards him. Before Lu Chuanfeng could say anything, Mrs. Zhang gestured for him to keep quiet. She then pointed inside. Obviously, old Lu was still sleeping. Lu Chuanfeng stopped and said in a low voice, "Mrs. Zhang, keep a close eye on him. When my father wakes up, let me know immediately." "All right, Chief Lu," Mrs. Zhang said softly. Lu Chuanfeng turned around and walked out of the ward. Lu Shanshan, Lu Kunyan, and the others quickly surrounded him. Lu Lifeng couldn't wait to ask, "Big brother, how is it?" "The old man is still sleeping. Let's wait outside for a while. Don't make too much noise," Lu Chuanfeng said. "The old man doesn't think it's a big deal." "I know," Lu Lifeng said, a little disinterested. Then, she went straight to the bench and sat down. She took out her phone and played with it in boredom. Everyone had something on their minds, so the waiting time seemed particularly long. About half an hour later, the caretaker, Mrs. Zhang, finally opened the door. She looked at Lu Chuanfeng and said, "Chief Lu, the chief has woken up. He asked everyone to go in." "Good. Good. Good." Mrs. Zhang, Lu Chuanfeng said. "You can rest outside for a while and help keep an eye on the area. Don't let anyone in. If they're medical staff, please ask them to wait." I got it, Chief Lu, Mrs. Zhang said. Lu Chuanfeng beckoned everyone to follow him into the room. Daddy. Big brother. Uncle. Everyone respectfully greeted the skinny old man, Lu, who was lying on the bed. Old Master Lu was in good spirits, thanks to the friendly massage that Xia Ruofei had given him. Now, Old Master Lu's face looked much ruder than before. With a faint smile on his face, he slightly nodded to everyone and said, "All of you, find a stool and sit down." Lu Chongli, Lu Chuanfeng, and the others sat around the bed, their eyes on Elder Lu. They couldn't wait to know how the discussion between the elder and Xia Ruofei had gone. However, what they did not expect was that Elder Lu did not talk about his condition or his negotiation with Xia Ruofei. He said calmly, "Now I can basically confirm that the Haojuan incident was planned and executed by Xia Ruofei." What? Lu Chuanfeng stood up immediately. Dad, did he admit it himself? Lu Haojuan was Lu Chuanfeng's son. He had a promising future, but after this incident, he was unable to recover. The incident at the Three Mountains was obviously a trap. It was just that Xia Ruofei's arrangement was too meticulous, and the Lu family could not find any clues. However, this did not stop Lu Chuanfeng from hating the person who had caused this. So, when he heard that Xia Ruofei was the one who planned and executed Lu Haojuan's incident, Lu Chuanfeng's eyes turned red. Old Lu glanced at Lu Chuanfeng with dissatisfaction and said, "Sit down." Lu Chuanfeng was also a powerful figure outside, especially in the important ministry he served in. He was the second in command and had a lot of power in the unit. However, in front of Elder Lu, Lu Chuanfeng was like an obedient little sheep, and he didn't dare to disobey. Lu Chuanfeng quickly sat back in his seat and looked at Elder Lu. "Dad. What's the exact situation?" "Chuanfeng, you're already a minister, so why can't you keep your cool?" Old Man Lu asked. "How can I trust you with the Lu family in the future?" "Yes. Dad, I was wrong," Lu Chuanfeng said, his head lowered. Old Man Lu looked around at the crowd and said, "Since little Xia has admitted to this matter, it means that he is completely fearless. Moreover, he said those words when we met in private. Even if he admits it, do we have any evidence?" Then, Old Man Lu looked at Lu Chuanfeng and said, "Why did the equipment that you and your men fiddled with in the morning malfunction all at the same time? There was only the time when I met him and nothing was recorded. Do you think this is a coincidence? Even if we don't have any evidence, as long as we know he's the one who started it, it won't make a difference to us, right?" Lu Chuanfeng mumbled. Old Man Lu sneered and said, "The difference is huge. If he didn't have full confidence, would he dare to come to meet me alone? Chuanfeng, although Xia Ruofei is 30 years younger than you, he gives me the feeling that he's much more steady than you. You have to keep strengthening your qi nurturing skills." "I know, Dad," Lu Chuanfeng said bitterly. Old Man Lu looked at Lu Kunyan and said, "Last time, Haofan suffered a loss in the acquisition of land. Although Xia Ruofei didn't admit it personally, one thing is for sure. He played a crucial role in it. Haofan was a sucker this time." Lu Kunyan was Lu Haofan's father, so when he heard the news, he couldn't help but frown. However, his reaction wasn't as intense as Lu Chuanfeng's. After all, Lu Haofan had only lost some money and then became a laughingstock in the aristocratic circle during that period of time. Overall, the impact wasn't big, unlike Lu Haojuan, who had his entire career ruined. After Lu Chongli heard this, he couldn't help but frown and said, "Big brother, this kid with the surname Xia has a deep grudge against our family." "I'm sure we all know what our own children are like," said Old Man Lu indifferently. Although Xia Ruofei is as cunning as a fox, he never takes the initiative to stir up trouble. If only Fan Haojuan and Hao Fan had worked harder, they wouldn't have had conflicts with Xia Ruofei and caused us to be in such a passive position. If Xia Ruofei had heard that old Master Lu's evaluation of him was as cunning as a fox, he would not know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, in all fairness, he really did not show any mercy to his enemies, and his means were quite rich. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was as cunning as a fox. Lu Chongli laughed dryly. "That's true. But we'll discipline our own children. This Xiao brat clearly doesn't care about the Lu family." Old Man Lu waved his hand and said, "We're not here to discuss this today. Let's talk about my treatment. Dad, has Xia Ruofei agreed to treat you?" Lu Chuanfeng asked. "Almost." Old Man Lu said, "We have basically reached a consensus." Everyone heaved a long sigh of relief when they heard that. Lu Lifeng even patted her bulging chest exaggeratedly and said, "This kid is quite tactful." "Foolish old man," Lu said mercilessly, "he's already in an undefeatable position. He can attack and retreat at will. He doesn't need to care about what we think of him at all. If he really refuses for the sake of treatment, what can you do to him?" Lu Lifeng shrunk her neck and did not dare to speak any more. At this time, Old Man Lu looked at Lu Chongli and said indifferently, "Chongli, there's something I need you to hurry up and do." "Big brother, please speak," Lu Chongli quickly said. "Transfer all of our Jiangnan pharmaceutical group to Xia Ruofei as fast as possible." Old Man Lu said, "That kid won't do anything until he sees the rabbit. He will never help us until he receives the real money for the treatment." "What? The entire pharmaceutical group will be transferred to him?" Lu Chongli revealed a shocked expression. "That's right. I promised him myself." "Is there a problem?" Old Man Lu asked indifferently. Lu Chongli's heart couldn't help but clench, and he quickly said, "No problem. No problem. Big brother, I'll definitely settle this matter as soon as possible." 2273 Unified Thinking 1. No one in the Lu family, including Lu Chongli, who was in charge of the family's financial group, dared to oppose the decision made by Old Man Lu. Only the eldest son of the Lu family, Lu Chuanfeng, could not help but ask, "Dad, it's fine to give him the pharmaceutical company, but what if he takes the money and doesn't do the job, or in the end he doesn't?" Lu Chuanfeng didn't dare to continue. If Xia Ruofei's attack didn't work, then there would only be one result. Elder Lu wouldn't have much time left. How could Lu Chuanfeng say such unlucky words? "He won tea," said Old Man Lu with a faint smile, "although it's the first time I've met this young man, I'm still confident about it. Moreover, if that was the case, would he be able to take over such a large pharmaceutical group? Even if my old bones enter the 8 Treasures Mountain, do you think that our Lu family will let others bully us like this?" "Dad, don't say such disheartened words. You'll be fine," Lu Chuanfeng quickly said. Old Master Lu said nonchalantly, "I've lived for so long, I've already gotten over life and death. But I can't leave so early. The huge business that I left behind is like a piece of fat meat that's glistening with oil." Lu Chuanfeng couldn't help but look a little ashamed as he said, "It's all our fault for not being capable enough." At this moment, Lu Lifeng, who had been silent. All this while, suddenly had her eyes lit up and said, "Oh right. A lot of the shares of our pharmaceutical group are in the hands of the affiliated companies, so we don't have to transfer this part to him at all. It's not even under our family's name." Lu Lifeng's thinking was simple. She would try to minimize her losses. The Lu family's family group controlled many companies, both openly and secretly. Therefore, the equity structure of the pharmaceutical group was also very complicated. From the public information, at least 30% to 40% of the shares were not in the hands of the Lu family. But in fact, the companies that held these shares were still controlled by the Lu family. The Lu family's allocation of equity was just a routine operation for the purpose of risk control. By right, when old man Lu agreed to give the pharmaceutical group to Xia Ruofei, he would be giving away the 60 to 70% of the shares that the Lu family held. As for the remaining shares, legally speaking, they were other people's shares. "You can't expect me to give you other people's money, right?" From this perspective, Lu Lifeng's words were not without reason. After she said this, Lu Kunyan, who also did not walk the path of the system, was even more enlightened. He slapped his thigh excitedly and said, "Don't say it. This idea of little sisters is really good. That's what I think." Lu Kunyan analyzed. This 30 to 40% of shares was worth at most 500 to 600 million yuan. It was not a lot of money. However, the significance of keeping these shares is very great. After all, Lu Chongli had been in the business world for most of his life, and he suddenly felt that it was interesting. He said thoughtfully, "Kun Yen, you're saying Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory, second uncle, great minds think alike." Lu Kunyan said, "Xia Ruofei asked for the pharmaceutical group. His purpose is obvious. It's to expand the scale and production capacity of their company's pharmaceutical factory. If we retain a portion of the shares in the name of an affiliated company, when the time comes for the merger, it'll be equivalent to us infiltrating Paradise Pharmaceutical Factory. This pharmaceutical factory's ability to make money is too terrifying, and it has never had any intention of financing. If we hold these shares, at the very least, we can ride on the rapid sales of the Yusher cream and heart, nourishing soup and make a lot of money. If we're lucky, we might even be able to take this opportunity to slowly take over the Paradise Pharmaceutical Factory, or even the entire Paradise Corporation." Lu Lifeng was overjoyed and said triumphantly, "How is it? Isn't this a good idea?" Actually, Lu Lifeng just felt bad for the money and wanted to give him as little as possible. She didn't think so deeply. But after Lu Kun's analysis, Lu Lifeng was very pleased that the shares still had such an important role. Lu Kunyan, Lu Lifeng, and a few other second generation members of the family group started to discuss excitedly. However, Lu Chongli realized that old man Lu had not said a word. He only looked at Lu Lifeng, Lu Kunyan, and the others indifferently. There was even a hint of sadness in his eyes. "Kunyan, Lifeng, let's not talk about this for now. Let's listen to Big Brother's opinion," Lu Chongli quickly said. "Yes, yes, yes." Lu Lifeng quickly asked, "Dad, what do you think of my suggestion just now?" Only then did old man Lu raise his eyes and look around the family members who met. His eyes all involuntarily avoided his gaze. Some even lowered their heads slightly. Even though old Master Lu was so sick that he was only skin and bones, once he exuded his might, the younger generation of the family would be afraid. Even Lu Chongli, who was of the same generation as Old Master Lu, respected and feared this cousin of his. Although Lu Chongli was Old Man Lu's cousin, he was younger than Old Man Lu by more than 10 years. When he was very young, he had followed Old Man Lu out. Although they were of the same generation, in life and work, Old Man Lu was more like his elder, and often taught him earnestly. 2274 Unified Thinking. 2. Are you guys done? Old Man Lu asked indifferently. Lu Kunyan finally felt that something was wrong, and quickly said carefully, I'm done. Dad, what's your opinion? After Lu Kunyan finished speaking, he mustered his courage and looked up at Elder Lu. His eyes met the sharp gaze of the old man, and he was so scared that he quickly lowered his eyes to avoid the sharp gaze. What opinion do I have? What do you think I can say? Old Master Lu laughed coldly. Do you think Xia Ruofei is a fool? Did he think the song family was just for show? Was it still a secret who the shares of the affiliated companies belonged to? Using this as a reason to retain a portion of the shares, and even thinking of taking over Paradise Corporation, what are you thinking? Ridiculous. You're simply stupid. Lu Kunyan, Lu Lifeng, and the others were so scared by Old Man Lu's scolding that they didn't even dare to breathe, let alone talk back. They even lowered their heads to their chests. Actually, there was one more thing that Old Man Lu did not say out loud. That was, Qianqian's father's life was in Xia Ruofei's hands. If you plot against him, isn't that the same as trying to kill me? At the thought of this, Old Man Lu couldn't help but feel inexplicably angry. This bunch of unfilial descendants. Lu Chuanfeng, who was the closest to Old Man Lu, quickly got up and patted him on the back. Dad. Don't get too excited. Don't get too excited. Kun Yen and the others are just saying, this kind of thinking is very dangerous. Old Master Lu said, don't even think about it. Chongli, you're in charge of the transfer of shares. Don't do anything sneaky. You must hand over the entire pharmaceutical group to Xia Ruofei. Also, don't try to plant any spies in the group, and don't even think of stealing the formula of the heart, nourishing jade skin cream. Do you understand? Alright, big brother. Don't worry. I'll definitely get it done. Lu Chongli quickly replied. As for Lu Kunyan, Lu Lifeng, and the others, who had been beaming with joy just a moment ago, they did not even dare to breathe loudly now. All of them lowered their heads, looking like frozen eggplants. Old man Lu calmed down a little and said seriously, transferring the pharmaceutical group is only the first step. There are more important things to do next. Chuanfeng, take note. Lu Chuanfeng quickly stood up and said, Dad, give me your orders. From today on, all the arrangements against the Song family will be temporarily put on hold, said Old Man Lu. At all levels, it's appropriate to give way. Don't take the initiative to stir up conflicts. In short, as long as the Song family doesn't take the initiative to touch our cake, we will live in peace with them. Even if the Song family really does something, we'll endure it as much as we can. Lu Chuanfeng gasped in shock and muttered, Dad. Is this what Xia Ruofei asked for? Old Man Lu didn't give a direct answer. He only said, this is my decision after careful consideration. But this way, a lot of our plans will be in vain. And Lu Chuanfeng said, will the Gaos and the other families have any opinions on what we're doing? We're only in a truce with the Song family, not an alliance. Old Man Lu frowned and said, who are they to judge us? You. Can't tell what's more important, can you? Lu Chuanfeng's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly said, I know, Dad. I'll immediately carry out your orders and ensure that it's completed to the letter. Only then did old man Lu nod. Slightly. He looked tired and waved his hand. All right, I've gathered everyone here today to let everyone know and to remind you all to keep a low profile from now on. I don't want to see Haojuan's incident happening again. Lu Chuanfeng felt bitter. Lu Haojuan was his son. His bright future had been ruined just like that. Now, he was being used as a negative example by the old man. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei, the person who had caused Lu Haojuan's downfall, had earned a lot of money. This was really too heartbreaking. However, Lu Chuanfeng only dared to criticize him in his heart. He, Lu Chongli, and his brothers and sisters all nodded in agreement. At a time like this, they naturally had to be the first to express their opinions. If there was any hesitation, it would be a matter of attitude. I'm a little tired, said old man Lu, everyone can leave now. Lu Chuanfeng and the others left the room with complicated expressions on their faces. Each of them had their own thoughts, but they were all alarmed. The Lu family was in an uproar because of the old man's announcement. After Xia Ruofei left room 301, he returned to the Song family's old house in the red flag car. Ruofei, the bureau chief, just woke up from his lunch break. Manager Lu smiled and said, he said that you can meet him directly once you come back. There's no need to inform him. All right. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, you're familiar with the house, so I won't be leading the way. Manager Lu smiled and said, I still have to go to the kitchen and ask the cook to cook a few more dishes. Your face is glowing. It's obvious that something good has happened. It seems like the chief will have to break his precept and drink more tonight, ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to be so good at reading people's faces, Manager Lu. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Your grin is almost reaching your ears, isn't it obvious enough? Manager Lu said, all right, don't argue with me. Hurry up and go see the chief. Don't let him wait too long, all right. Xia Ruofei said, Manager Lu, see you later. Manager Lu waved at Xia Ruofei and walked to the kitchen. Xia Ruofei walked to the study room with ease. He gently knocked on the door and heard Elder Song's voice from inside, please enter. Xia Ruofei pushed the door open and walked in with a smile. He called out, Grandpa Song. Elder Song put down the newspaper in his hand and smiled. Ruofei is back? It seems like the result of the conversation was very ideal. Xia Ruofei was stunned. He touched his nose and said, is it that obvious? Manager Lu also said the same thing just now. Eccentric Song couldn't help but laugh heartily. Tell me, what did you talk to that old man about? Xia Ruofei sat down across from Elder Song and said, I've already thought about it. Since you still care about our friendship, I can't just leave him in the lurch. I'll definitely treat him. Huh? Elder Song laughed. My face is quite big. That's for sure. Xia Ruofei said, however, the Lu family is quite hostile to me, so I can't cure the old man in one go. The best way is to keep him alive and not let him get rid of the disease completely. Only then will I be able to do it with ease. Elder Song nodded in agreement. Indeed, I think you already have a plan, right? I'm still confident in my treatment. Xia Ruofei smiled confidently and said, but I don't have any relationship with the Lu family. I can't just do it for free. Therefore, the only problem is, how much money do I need from them? Looks like old Lu's going all out today. Elder Song laughed. I want their pharmaceutical group, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. That's appropriate. Although the Lu family will feel some heartache, it won't be a serious blow. Elder Song pondered for a moment and said, I'm guessing that old Lu agreed without hesitation. Xia Ruofei gave him a thumbs up and said, You're indeed a divine strategist. Xia Ruofei continued. Other than this condition, I wanted to mediate and make the Lu family give up their hostile position against the Song family. The two families would join forces and fight against the Song family. Eccentric Song replied without hesitation, that old man will never agree. There are too many factors involved. Even if he is very afraid of death now, he will never agree to this condition, because in this way, even he himself will not be able to control the situation. Then there is no meaning for him to live. 2275 Virtue and Tolerance. 1. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but sigh in his heart. None of these old men were easy to deal with. Back at the hospital, Elder Lu had rejected the offer without hesitation, but now, Elder Song had spoken his judgment without hesitation. Xia Ruofei smiled. You're right. Old Master Lu is very determined. I can tell that. There's no room for negotiation. Elder Song looked at Xia Ruofei with a smile and said, Are you au fait? You can just get what you deserve, you don't have to consider the Song family. The Song family and the Lu family have been fighting for decades, and neither has gained any advantage. My body is still good now, so I don't need to find outside help. The more Elder Song looked at Xia Ruofei, the more satisfied he was. He regretted that he did not have a granddaughter of the right age. Otherwise, he would definitely make the decision to marry Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei said, Grandpa Song, although the alliance didn't come to an end, Grandpa Lu has agreed to stay out of the Song family's way. They won't go against the Song family. They'll remove all their previous arrangements. Also, when the Song family has conflicts with other forces, the Lu family can remain neutral. At least, they won't help either side. Elder Song's eyes widened. This was beyond his expectations. Did old Lu say it himself? He asked. Of course. Xia Ruofei smiled. Before I left, old Master Lu also said that in a complicated situation, there's no way to stay out of each other's way. However, if there is a conflict of interest between the two sides, we can negotiate to resolve it. Eccentric Song nodded. After a long pause, he smiled and said, I really didn't expect that. You would bring back such a big surprise when you met that old man. Indeed, the promise of non-aggression that Xia Ruofei brought back was undoubtedly very positive for the Song family. All right. Elder Song continued. Since old Lu has spoken, I'll give the order as soon as possible to stop the confrontation between the two sides at all levels. If there is a conflict of resources and interests, try to negotiate. I'm only in charge of pulling the strings. I won't interfere in the specific matters. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. The disputes of interests between big families were very complicated, and could not be explained clearly in 2 or 3 sentences. However, the two helmsmen of the Lu and Song families were both veterans who had been in battle for a long time. With such a tacit understanding and consensus between them, the conflict between the two families should be basically resolved. Although it was impossible to have one more ally, one less enemy could also reduce a lot of consumption, especially a huge enemy like the Lu family. Therefore, Elder Song was in a good mood and invited Xia Ruofei to stay for dinner. He even made an exception and had 2 more glasses of wine. While they were eating, Elder Song asked Xia Ruofei about his company, especially about taking over the Lu family's pharmaceutical group. There were many things involved, and Elder Song expressed that he would have the Song family's full support to ensure the smooth completion of the share transfer and the acquisition of the factory. Xia Ruofei didn't know that Lu Lifeng had the idea of keeping a portion of the shares, and Lu Kunyan even had the idea of using these shares to gradually nibble away at Tao Yuan Company. However, he knew that it would be a very complicated matter to take over such a huge pharmaceutical group. With Tao Yuan Company's current strength, it would be difficult to check all the reports and accounts. Therefore, he didn't decline. He only expressed his gratitude to Elder Song and said that if there was a need, he would be the first to ask the Song family for help. After dinner, Xia Ruofei did not stay too long in the Song family's old house as he knew that the old man went to bed early. He chatted with Elder Song for a while and then got up to leave. Manager Lu personally accompanied Xia Ruofei to the front yard in the same bulletproof car with the red flag. The chauffeur opened the door and waited by the car. As Xia Ruofei was saying goodbye to Manager Lu, Fang Zhongming, the head of the Song family's security guards, came over in a hurry and said, "Mr. Xia, please wait." Xia Ruofei had already bent down to get into the car, but when he saw this, he straightened up and looked at Fang Zhongming. Fang Zhongming held a long paper box in his hand and walked quickly to Xia Ruofei. He said, "Mr. Xia, this is a gift from the bureau chief. Please accept it." Xia Ruofei quickly took it with both hands and said, "This is too precious." Manager Lu was very envious and couldn't help but say, "Ruofei, the bureau chief rarely inscribes you. Isn't this already your second painting?" Hee. Xia Ruofei was so happy that he could not close his mouth. "Open it and take a look." Manager Lu said, "Let us also broaden our horizons." Manager Lu, you work beside Grandpa Song every day. Do you think you don't have a chance to see his calligraphy? Xia Ruofei hugged the box and said, "Don't tell me you're thinking of, you child." Manager Lu chuckled and said, "The bureau chief gave it to you. Who would dare to snatch it from you? I just wanted to experience it. You're quite curious." Xia Ruofei muttered to himself. He opened the box and carefully took out Elder Song's calligraphy. This piece of calligraphy was rectangular in shape and had been rolled up and placed in the paper box. After Xia Ruofei took it out, Fang Zhongming helped from the side and the two of them slowly unfolded it. 2276 Virtue and Tolerance. 2. The 4 words virtue and tolerance were presented in front of everyone. The strokes were vigorous and powerful, revealing a stern aura unique to people in the military, but there was no sense of disharmony. It seemed to interpret the profound meaning of these 4 words from another angle. Good writing. Xia Ruofei couldn't help blurting out. He knew that Elder Song was giving him encouragement, but at the same time, it was a reminder. As the Peach Blossom Company expanded, Xia Ruofei had shown more and more amazing things. Elder Song also hoped that Xia Ruofei would never forget his original heart and never lose himself. He wanted to always be like a real gentleman, carrying the world with his moral character. This was Elder Song's good intention. Elder Song didn't know that for Xia Ruofei, whose cultivation was getting higher and higher, these words were a good reminder. A cultivator's power was so great that they could move mountains and fill the sea. As their cultivation continued to improve, many people would often lose their original heart and forget that they were once a powerless mortal. They would even put themselves in a higher species and regard mortals as ants. The bureau chief spent a long time in the study last night writing. Manager Lu said. This should be the piece he's most satisfied with. Xia Ruofei was touched. It seemed that Elder Song knew that he would be visiting today and had prepared this gift in advance yesterday. Elder Song's calligraphy had a high artistic value. More importantly, his personally written works were often given a deeper meaning. This was also the reason why Elder Song did not write for others easily. However, he never hesitated when giving Xia Ruofei his calligraphy pieces. Including this time, Elder Song had already given Xia Ruofei 2 pieces of calligraphy. Xia Ruofei carefully rolled up the piece of calligraphy and said to Manager Lu, please tell Grandpa Song that I will remember his words. I'll definitely bring it. Manager Lu smiled and nodded. Xia Ruofei nodded and sat in the car. He waved goodbye to Manager Lu and Fang Zhongming. The car started slowly and left the Song family's old house. It was almost 9 o'clock. In the evening when he returned to the courtyard house, Xia Ruofei washed up, sat on the bed, and cultivated for a while, before lying down to rest. The next day, Xia Ruofei did not plan to leave the house. He had to prepare the medicinal herbs for Elder Lu's treatment. Facing such a serious illness, Xia Ruofei definitely could not rely solely on traditional Chinese medicine. He still had to use the petals of the spirit heart flower. However, even if they had a certain effect, they could not cure him immediately. It was not easy to grasp the extent. After he finished his breakfast, he returned to the master's courtyard in the middle, ready to close the door and enter the spirit map space. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to take out the painting, he heard footsteps. From the sound, Xia Ruofei knew that it was Qin Yanan. Sure enough, Xia Ruofei heard a soft knock on the door. Qin Yanan said, President Xia, I have something to report to you. Xia Ruofei had already locked the door, so he had to open it again. He smiled and asked, Yanan, did something happen in the company? Qin Yanan's expression was a little strange as she said, President Xia, the company called me. There's something very strange. Everyone is indecisive and asked me to report to you as soon as possible. What's so troublesome? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, tell me. Yesterday evening, the company's legal department received a fax from Miles Pharmaceutical Group from Jiangsu and Zhejiang Province. The other party said. Qin Yanan hesitated for a moment, then continued, the other party said that they want to transfer all the shares of the group to you, and they want us to send someone to get in touch with it as soon as possible. Qin Yanan quickly explained, President Xia, this matter sounds very ridiculous. The colleagues in the legal department thought it was a prank and ignored it at first, but soon the other party called again. They were very serious and seemed to be very anxious. After hanging up the phone, my colleagues from legal affairs immediately reported to the company leaders at home. This morning, President Feng got the contact information of the chairman of Miles Pharmaceutical Group through his personal connections and called to ask. Chairman Lu personally admitted that there was indeed something going on and said that as long as he reported it to you, the matter would be clear, so President Feng asked me to report this to you immediately. Xia Ruofei thought to himself, the Lu family is quite fast. It seemed that the old man was not as calm as he looked on the surface. He was still very afraid of death. President Xia, this matter, Qin Yanan carefully asked. There is indeed such a thing. Xia Ruofei smiled. However, I did pay some other price. It's equivalent to an exchange. Our Paradise pharmaceutical factory happens to be in the stage of rapid expansion. If we take over Miles Corporation, we'll save a lot of time. So this is true. Qin Yanan was shocked. The market value of Miles Pharmaceutical Group was higher than that of Paradise Corporation. Now, all the shares were going to be transferred to Xia Ruofei? He didn't know what price Xia Ruofei had paid for the equivalent exchange, but one thing was for sure. Once Miles Corporation was merged into the Paradise Corporation, the company's assets would at least double. If he counted the additional value brought by the rapid development of Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory, it would be even greater. Of course it's true. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, who would make such a joke for no reason? Then, Xia Ruofei said seriously, Yanan, contact your family and ask CEO Feng to immediately gather the elite forces to form a team. The team must include legal, financial, and pharmaceutical factory professionals. Let CEO Feng or CEO Dong lead the team. Come to the capital and meet me immediately. I'll ask Miles to send a team to Beijing to sign the transfer agreement. After that, I'll go to Jiangsu and Zhejiang province to take over the manufacturing factory. All right. Qin Yanan said excitedly. At the same time, she quickly jotted down notes in the small notebook she carried with her. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, by the way, tell Boss Feng not to affect the company's normal operations because of this. There's no need for too many people in the acceptance team. If you don't have enough manpower, I have reliable candidates on my side who can be filled in by then. Understood. Qin Yanan asked as she jotted down notes, President Xia, do you have any other orders? Not at the moment, but I have one request, as soon as possible. It's best if you fly over today. Xia Ruofei said, by the way, since you're in Beijing now, you will be responsible for some front-back coordination and security work. 4. Example, the accommodation of our company's team after they come over. Once the number of people is confirmed, you will have to book a hotel in advance. Of course, I'm just giving you an example. You and he. You will have to work harder for the specific matters. This matter is more urgent. Don't worry, President Xia. Qin Yanan quickly said, I'll coordinate it. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, then go. If there's anything you can't make a decision on, report to me at any time. All right. Qin Yanan replied. When she walked to the front yard, she felt that her steps were light, because this matter was really like a dream and too unreal. Qin Yanan contacted San Shan, and Feng Jing was extremely excited when she heard the news. Paradise Corporation also quickly took action. After discussing with a few senior executives at home, they quickly gathered the elite forces to form a 10-person team. Led by Dong Yun. They booked a flight to Beijing at around noon. Xia Ruofei had also contacted the Liu family, saying that he wanted to come to the capital city to sign the share transfer agreement. Since Old Master Liu had already spoken, Liu Chongli would naturally fully cooperate, so he agreed without hesitation. Miles Corporation also sent people to Beijing. The two parties agreed to meet at the Shangri-La Hotel the next morning to sign the agreement. 2277 Expanding the Herb Garden. 1. Because Miles Pharmaceutical Group was not a listed company, and there were no executive shares, employee shares, or other legal prohibitions, and 100% of the pharmaceutical group's shares were actually in the hands of the Liu family. The stock ownership change process was relatively not too complicated. After Xia Ruofei had arranged the work, he didn't have to worry about it anymore. Of course, as the shareholder, he still had to attend and sign the documents tomorrow. However, he didn't have to worry about the early coordination and preparation. Qin Yanan and He Yu were busy coordinating with the people behind them, while Xia Ruofei went back into the house and locked the doors and windows. Then, he walked into the bedroom and summoned the spirit painting scroll from his palm. He used his mind power to check the surrounding situation. After making sure it was safe, he entered the space. As soon as he entered the mountain sea realm, Xia Ruofei saw a flash of white light in front of him. He subconsciously used the invisible force of space to confine it. Then, he saw the realm fox by Qingqing floating in front of him in a strange posture. Xia Ruofei could not help but laugh when he saw her grimacing. With a wave of his hand, he removed the seal, and Bai Qingqing fell to the ground. This is too much. You tricked me the moment we met. Bai Qingqing transmitted her voice in dissatisfaction. Who asked you to launch a surprise attack? Xia Ruofei chuckled. Isn't it because it's too boring here? Bai Qingqing pouted and sent a voice transmission. When are we going to explore this barren world again? Don't forget that you also need world stones to upgrade this small space. As there was Bai Qingqing in the space, whose intelligence was not lower than that of a human, Xia Ruofei was now used to the feeling of being in a closed space. He did not want to have a pair of curious eyes watching the battle in the space while he was rolling around with Ling Qingxue. Of course, with the current situation, it would be difficult for him to have sex with Ling Qingxue. Xia Ruofei smiled. I'll be busy for a while. I don't plan to go out for the time being. He continued to ask, the spatial rules here are so profound, are they not enough for you to comprehend? Why do you keep thinking about going out? Bai Qingqing said gloomily, cultivation can't be eaten. You humans all know how to strike a balance between work and rest. I've been comprehending the spatial laws every day, don't you think I'm tired of it? Xia Ruofei laughed. I saw your energy earlier. You didn't feel bored at all. In the past, 8 out of 10 times Xia Ruofei entered the space, he would see Bai Qingqing feeling the fluctuations of the laws of space. She would ignore him when he suddenly appeared in the space. He did not expect her to be bored of him now. Bai Qingqing said, I was in a hurry to evolve before. Now that he had used up all his world stones, he was still far from the next evolution. Who can stand living like an ascetic every day? Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So this little guy was working so hard because it was on the verge of evolution and wanted to break through the bottleneck in one go. Now that it had successfully evolved, it had become lazy. I know. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, after I'm done with my work, I'll take you out for a walk again. Bye. Qingqing rolled her eyes and said, why don't you take me to the outside world to play? It's so annoying to stay in this small space every day. Xia Ruofei hesitated for a moment. He was not worried that Bai Qingqing would take the opportunity to escape after leaving. In fact, he did not restrict Bai Qingqing's freedom at all. If she wanted to leave the medium, he would not stop her. Xia Ruofei's concern was that if Bai Qingqing went out of control, she might cause a lot of trouble. When the little fellow was in the medium, Xia Ruofei could still rely on his strong control of the space to imprison it at any time. Once he went out, It was so fast that even if Xia Ruofei's cultivation had improved greatly, he might not be able to control it with a single mistake. Bai Qingqing's claws and teeth were extremely sharp. She could easily cut through a world stone as if it was tofu. If she were to attack anyone, they would definitely end up with a gutted stomach. If such a thing were to happen, it would be quite troublesome. Why don't you say something? Bai Qingqing said, it's so boring to stay in this small space. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, I'll consider it. However, you have to promise me first that you will listen to me after we leave this place. You absolutely cannot act recklessly. Without my permission, you are absolutely not allowed to attack others. Otherwise, we will go our separate ways and don't work together to find world stones. Xia Ruofei's words had a certain deterrent effect on Bai Qingqing. After all, the world was so big. Even if Bai Qingqing's ability to sense the world stone was far better than Xia Ruofei's, it would still be quite difficult for her to find the world stone on her own. Just like the time in the tomb, Bai Qingqing could also sense the location of the world stone, but with her strength, she could only look at it. If Xia Ruofei had not helped, she might not have been able to obtain the world stone even if she had a few more years. Moreover, most of the earth was covered by seawater. Many cultivators liked to find a small island overseas to use as their abode. Therefore, the probability of world stones appearing in the sea was relatively high. To Bai Qingqing, if she wanted to find world stones in the vast sea, she would need Xia Ruofei's help even more. 2278 Expanding the herb garden. 2. As expected, Bai Qingqing immediately nodded and said, I promise. I will definitely not cause you any trouble. Xia Ruofei nodded. I'll think about it. But I can't do it these few days. Bai Qingqing was a little disappointed. She pouted and said, then don't forget. Don't worry. When have I ever gone back on my word? Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Someone seems to have forgotten about embezzling my world stone, Bai Qingqing said disdainfully. I'm going to sue you for slander. Xia Ruofei said, what do you mean by I'm greedy for world stones? We've already agreed to distribute the world stones according to our contribution. I feel that my distribution is very fair. All right? Bai Qingqing snorted and said, I'm too lazy to argue with you. I'm going to comprehend the spatial laws. With that, a white light flashed, and Bai Qingqing escaped. She found a space node accurately, closed her eyes, and began to comprehend the laws. Xia Ruofei smiled and shook his head. With a flash, he appeared beside the mountain sea realm spatial herb garden. The area of the Archean realm was limited, so Xia Ruofei had already asked Xia Qing to move all the herbs that were originally stored in the Archean realm to the mountain sea realm. He had built a simple herb warehouse beside the herb garden. There were rows of shelves in the warehouse, and they were filled with all kinds of common herbs. It just so happened that Xia Qing was also busy in the herb garden. In fact, Xia Qing had already sensed Xia Ruofei entering the space. However, Xia Ruofei was talking to Bai Qingqing, so he didn't come over to disturb him. Seeing Xia Ruofei walk over, Xia Qing immediately put down the medicinal hoe in her hand, bowed slightly, and called out, Good day, master. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Xia Qing, for a period of time from now on, the demand for the medicinal herbs to make the jaded skin cream and heart nourishing soup will increase greatly. I need you to quickly expand the planting area. The main thing is to plant the medicinal herbs needed for these two products. Yes, master. Xia Qing answered without hesitation, I wonder how much area Master needs to expand? Xia Ruofei thought for a while and asked, how long will it take to expand it by? 10 times? Now, the only one who could help Xia Ruofei take care of all these things in the space was Xia Qing, the spiritual puppet. He had been trying to refine his own spiritual puppet, but the preparation work was very cumbersome, and his spiritual power cultivation was still a little weak, so the possibility of adding an assistant to Xia Qing in a short time was not high. However, after taking over Miles Corporation, the demand for the raw materials for the jaded skin cream and heart-nourishing soup would definitely rise. It was unrealistic to completely rely on purchasing raw materials. The best solution was to build a base for raw materials in the realm. In any case, the area of the mountain and sea realm was growing larger and larger, and there was simply no way to use up all the land. Furthermore, the spiritual qi in the spatial zone was so dense that the growth cycle of medicinal herbs could be shortened by a lot, and the quality would also be much higher than those purchased outside. Xia Qing thought for a moment and said, if we're just expanding the planting area, 2 months should be enough. However, medicinal herbs have a growth cycle. If we want this herb garden, which is 10 times its current size, to be able to start producing in a short period of time, we can only use our Qian realm to cultivate it. When the medicinal herbs grow to a certain extent, we can transplant them over. This might take longer. Is 3 months enough? Xia Ruofei asked. Enough. Xia Qing said, in 3 months, even if we can't reach 10 times the production, we can at least reach 7 or 8 times. As time passes, the production will gradually increase. In 5 months, we can definitely reach 10 times the current production. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, very good. Then, from today onwards, you will focus on this task. In addition, after you harvest these herbs, you have to separate them and store them separately. In a few days, I'll purchase a few mobile rooms and medicinal storage devices. When the time comes, I'll build a special medicinal material warehouse and place it next to this warehouse. Yes, Master. Xia Qing nodded and said. Although this task was very difficult and boring, Xia Qing, as a sole puppet, would obey the master's orders unconditionally. Moreover, he did not know what was difficult and what was boring. He did not even need to sleep, and could work without rest. In addition, his work efficiency was much higher than ordinary people, so this seemingly impossible task was not a problem for him. You can go back to your work. I want to make a batch of pills, Xia Ruofei said with a pleasant expression. Yes, Master. Xia Qing bowed slightly, then picked up the medicinal hoe and continued to work. The next step was to expand the area of the medicine garden by 10 times. Xia Qing estimated that for a long time, her main energy would be concentrated on the medicine garden. Xia Ruofei shuttled through the simple medicinal warehouse with ease and familiarity. He quickly picked out more than 10 medicinal herbs that he needed to make the pills today. The old man of the Lu family had pancreatic cancer, which could be said to be the most dangerous type of cancer. It was completely cured by traditional Chinese medicine. But the possibility was not high. Even if Bianca was reborn, it was estimated that there was no absolute cure for this illness. But even so, Xia Ruofei was confident that he could delay the development of the disease with the help of Chinese medicine and acupuncture. Moreover, he planned to add a very small amount of spirit heart flower petals into the pill today. This way, it would basically be foolproof. Xia Ruofei had already mastered a few lost medical books. Hence, his knowledge of Chinese medicine was not much worse than some Chinese medical experts. He might not be as experienced, but his theoretical level was definitely higher than others. After all, he had inherited a few lost medical books. Any one of them was a classic. Hence, Xia Ruofei could no longer just follow the prescription mechanically. Xia Ruofei had come up with this prescription based on his knowledge of Chinese medicine and the analysis of old Master Lu's condition. Although he had used an ancient prescription, Xia Ruofei had added and deleted the amount of medicinal herbs according to his own understanding. In other words, Xia Ruofei had already passed the stage of rote memorization and had begun to integrate in the field of Chinese medicine. He skillfully placed the best charcoal in the stove and started a fire. Then, he added the spirit pond water into the clay pot and began to put in the medicinal herbs one by one. Now, Xia Ruofei was very familiar with making pills. After about an hour, there were 20 to 30 round pills in the clay pot in front of Xia Ruofei. The main ingredient of these pills was actually honey. Of course, there were also Chinese medicine ingredients in it, as well as a small amount of spirit heart flower petals. However, after he had boiled the entire pot of medicine into an paste, he had only added a few drops of concentrated spirit heart flower petal solution. In terms of composition, it was probably only 1/10 of a complete spirit heart flower petal. However, Xia Ruofei felt that it was enough. He predicted that after taking all these pills, Elder Lu's health would improve to a certain extent. Even the tumor would shrink to a certain extent. Anyway, the effect would definitely be there. However, because there were too few spirit heart flower petals, it was absolutely impossible to completely cure him. These 30 pills were equivalent to a course of treatment. After seeing the effect, Xia Ruofei believed that the Lu family would treat him as a life-saving straw and worship him like a god. By then, he would have a way to advance and retreat. Xia Ruofei found a beautiful porcelain bottle and put all the pills in it. Then, he carefully sealed the bottle and waved his hand. The porcelain bottle disappeared into thin air. In reality, Xia Ruofei had already used the invisible spatial force to send him directly to the stone room in the cave in the mountain sea realm. He was just waiting for him to take him out before he went to treat Old Man Lu. As for now, of course, it was better to keep it in the space. At least, the medicinal properties would not be lost at all. After making the pill, Xia Ruofei left the spirit map space. 2279, the car has arrived. Not long after Xia Ruofei left the origin space, he received a call from Li Jia. He was informed that the Alpha MPV he had ordered had arrived in the capital. Xia Ruofei was very surprised. Li Jia had said that the goods would arrive in 3 to 5 days, but it had been brought forward. Xiao Si, where's the car? I'll bring someone over to bring it now. Xia Ruofei asked. Li Jia laughed and said, Brother Xia, you don't have to worry about this. I picked up a car from the Jingjin port this morning and am on my way back. I'm sure the car will reach your house before noon. Yo. This is so embarrassing. And you're asking for delivery? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, you can tell us the location. We'll go and get the car ourselves. Hey. You don't have to be so polite with me. Li Jia laughed and said, it's just a few steps away. How could I trouble you to run around? It's decided. All right then. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I'll be waiting for you at home. All right. I'll see you later, Xia said with a smile. After Xia Ruofei hung up the phone, he thought that he had nothing to do, so he went to the courtyard to make tea and enjoy his leisure time. After 2 drinks, Xia Ruofei suddenly remembered that Xia had been running around personally for this car and even delivered it to his door today. He should at least express his gratitude. Although it was impossible for him to agree to let Xia invest in the Paradise Association just because of such a small matter, he still needed to prepare a small gift to express his sincerity. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and felt that this peach blossom de Hong Pao would be a good gift. Hence, he returned to his room and took out a box of tea leaves from the interspace. He asked Xia Ruofei to put many customized packaging for tea leaves in the interspace. He even specially wrapped some tea leaves and put them in the packaging so that they could be given to others as gifts at any time. Of course, the de Hong Pao tea leaves in these gift boxes weren't packed in small packages. They were packed in sealed clay jars, and each box contained 2 jars of tea leaves, each weighing about half a caddy. As a result, it was convenient to pack the tea leaves in the space, and there was no need for sealing devices. Xia Ruofei casually placed the tea leaves on the stone table in the courtyard and sat down to continue drinking. At around 11 a.m., Wu Qiming, a veteran who was in charge of guarding the front yard, reported to Xia Ruofei through the internal communication system that someone with the surname Li was looking for him. Xia Ruofei knew that Xia had arrived. He immediately told Wu Qiming to let him in. At the same time, he picked up the tea bag and walked towards the front yard. Xia Ruofei had just passed through the moon gate when he saw a black business car parked in the courtyard. He could not help but speed up. Xia was standing beside the car. When he saw Xia Ruofei, he quickly walked up to him and greeted him. "Brother Xia, you're here." Xia Ruofei chuckled and nodded. "Xiao Si, you've had a hard journey." After saying that, he handed the tea leaves in his hand to Xia and said, "This is for you, a small token of my appreciation." Xia was flattered and took the tea leaves with both hands. He said in surprise, "Thank you, Brother Xia. Your good tea is famous far and wide. I'm really in luck today." Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile and walked towards the Toyota Alpha. The 2 veterans, Wu Qiming and Xing Jigang, were also standing next to the car. Qin Yanan, who was working in the house, also came out. They were all attracted by the car's appearance. "Brother Xia, it's the top black edition." Li Xia laughed and said, "Original imported goods. Please take a look and see if you're satisfied." Xia Ruofei looked around the car and found that the appearance of the MPV was indeed very eye-catching. No wonder it was popular on the internet in the country. This was this year's top model. The logo was not a traditional Toyota logo, but a limited edition shield. The front face with a large air intake grid was quite eye-catching. And the slender headlights on both sides had sharp lines, giving off a very domineering feeling. The Alpha was designed to be very slender on the side of the car, and the waistline went from the front to the tail light. The body of the car gave a very smooth and dynamic feeling. With the black paint, it was like Batman. Turning to the back, Xia Ruofei realized that the tail light design of this car was also very full and prominent. The red tail light was jagged on both sides. With the high brake light, the entire tail light was very recognizable. The most prominent part was the 4 exhaust pipes at the back. The symmetrical design made the whole vehicle look very athletic. Xia Ruofei was very satisfied with the car's appearance. This model was very popular in the country. Li Jia had already sold dozens of them, so he had a good understanding of this model. After Xia Ruofei looked at the exterior, he attentively introduced some of the features of this model to Xia Ruofei. Brother Xia, the Alpha is definitely the best in terms of comfort among its peers, Li Jia said as he pressed the handle of the side door, and the electric side door slowly opened. Li Jia continued, look, Brother Xia. This car uses ergonomic luxury aviation seats with electric lifting pillows. Our car also has a custom-made floor made of rare dragon blood sandalwood with the rare cherry blossom element. The partition glass in the middle can be turned into mist with a click, creating an exclusive private space for the back row. Li Jia went on, and Xia Ruofei was also interested in trying out the functions one by one, nodding in satisfaction from time to time. 2280, the car has arrived in the end, Li Jia said. This car is different from most Wei Nation cars. Not only does it retain the high comfort of Wei Nation cars, but it has also been optimized to the extreme. It's also quite safe, unlike the Wei Nation cars that people have a stereotype of. After that, Li Jia briefly introduced the safety features of the car. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, not bad. Not bad. Xiao Si, you've really worked hard this time. Thank you very much. I should. Li Jia quickly said, as long as you're satisfied, brother Xia. I'm satisfied. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he took out the cash check that he had prepared earlier from his inner pocket and handed it to Li Jia. He said, Xiao Si, this is the money for the car. Keep it. The amount on the check was 550,000 Huaxia dollars. It was basically the price that Song Rui had mentioned. Li Jia had also mentioned during the meal that day that the car was originally custom made and had some additional functions. Although it had been negotiated and given to Xia Ruofei first, the car had already been on the cargo ship at the time. Naturally, it was impossible to change the configuration. Therefore, the price was slightly more than what Song Rui had said. Of course, compared to the market price, it was simply too cheap. Nowadays, the price of an Alpha car was usually 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. Including the import tariffs, the landing price of the same model would be at least 1.6 million yuan, and 550,000 yuan was not even a fraction of that. Of course, Li Jia knew that Xia Ruofei was not short of money. At the same time, he also knew that Xia Ruofei did not want to owe him too much, so he did not insist on giving Xia Ruofei a discount or simply giving him the car. After Xia Ruofei handed the check over, Li Jia did not reject it and took it with a smile. However, he did not look at the amount and kept the check. He said, thank you, brother Xia. I should be the one thanking you. Xia Ruofei smiled. Xiaoxi, I know what to do. It's nothing. It's not worth mentioning. Li Jia hurriedly said. Xiao Si, it's almost noon. Stay for lunch. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Li Jia waved his hand and said, no. No. Brother Xia, I'm still working on the license plate. I'll be going to the vehicle administration soon. Let's forget about eating. If there's a chance. Next time, I'll treat you to, alright. Since you're busy, I won't keep you. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, let's meet again when we have time. Alright. Alright. Xia hurriedly said, Brother Xia, although the license plate is still being processed, I've given you a temporary license plate. You can use this car at any time. Don't worry, I've already done a full body test at Jingjin Port, and the fuel tank is full. Thank you, Xia. Ruofei smiled and nodded. Then he asked, Oh right, you left your car here. You don't have a car, do you? I'll get Wu Chang to drive you. No need. No need. No need. Xia quickly said, Brother Xia, I brought a car. It's parked at the entrance. Oh, all right then. Brother Xia, I'll take my leave first. Please stay. Xia hurriedly said. Xia Ruofei still personally sent Xia to the door. After watching the car leave, he returned to the courtyard. President Xia, this car is so beautiful. Qin Yanan said. The veterans, Wu Qiming and Jing Jigang, also nodded in agreement. Xia Ruofei walked over with a smile. After looking at Qin Yanan, he suddenly had an idea and asked, Yanan, has President Dong's schedule been decided? How many people are there in their group? President Xia, I was just about to report to you. Qin Yanan quickly said. This time our company has formed a team of 6 people, led by President Dong. They've already booked the tickets and will be landing in Beijing around 3 p.m. Has the hotel been arranged? Xia Ruofei nodded and asked. Qin Yanan nodded. Yes, it's at the Shangri-La Chaoyang restaurant. Tomorrow's contract signing ceremony will also be held at this hotel. We've already booked the room and conference room in advance. He has already gone to the hotel to make the first move. I'll go to the airport to pick her up in the afternoon. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Okay. There are a total of 6 of them. Including you who'll be there to pick them up and the driver, there'll be a total of 8 people. Although it's a little crowded, it's still enough. Yanan, you can take this new car to pick us up in the afternoon. If we let Wu Chang drive, there might be one more person in the back seat, but it's not a big problem. Qin Yanan smiled and said, President Xia, you haven't even enjoyed the new car yet. Let's take the lead. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Didn't I buy the car for use? Besides, I bought this car for business purposes, so it's just entered the door, and it's already in use. How great! That's because you're considerate of your employees, President Xia. Qin Yanan complimented Xia Ruofei. Why don't we just rent a car or ask them to take a taxi? Stop flattering me. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, There will be a lot of work to do these 2 days. You have to do a good job in coordinating all aspects. Yes. Qin Yanan said with a smile. Go to the backyard and inform Wu Chang. Xia Ruofei said, By the way, tell Auntie Wu that I'm going to invite the company's employees to my house tonight. Tell her to bring out her trump card and prepare a banquet. Do you want to invite President Dong and the others? Qin Yanan asked. Of course. This kind of temporary business trip is also very tiring. I'm going to reward them. Xia Ruofei said, Tell President Dong that after we pick them up in the afternoon, they can go to the hotel to settle down first. Then, they can come directly to the Sihiyuan. Understood. Qin Yanan said. After lunch, Qin Yanan left the Sihiyuan in Wu Chang's black Toyota Alpha business car and headed to the airport to meet Dong Yun and her group. The car finally returned at around 5:00, and the courtyard house suddenly became lively. On the way back, Wu Chang drove the car in directly from the backyard. As there were several garages rebuilt in the backyard, the car would definitely be parked in the backyard. In the future, the employees that Dong Yun had brought with her were from the finance department, the legal department, the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory, and the company's administrative office. Everyone had their own duties and responsibilities, and Dong Yun was in charge of managing the company. The employees were naturally very excited that the chairman was going to reward everyone with a family dinner. When everyone saw the magnificent Zhiyuan, their envy was beyond words. There were 4 girls in the team, including Dong Yun, and only 2 guys. After looking around, the girls went to the kitchen in the backyard to help out. Even Qin Yanan and He put on their aprons and were busy in the kitchen. Dong Yun didn't join in the fun. She came to Xia Ruofei and said, "President Xia, this move of yours is really unexpected." When factory manager Shui heard the news, he was so happy that he almost went crazy. Xia Ruofei laughed. Jin Shan must be complaining. Since he's going to acquire such a large pharmaceutical group, why did he approve the plan to build a branch in Chongping County? I guess factory manager Shui hasn't had the time to think about this yet, Dong Yun said with a smile. He's already drowned in a great sense of happiness. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Actually, plans can never be as fast as changes. This incident was also caused by a series of coincidences. I can't predict the future, so, by the way, President Xia, President Feng wanted me to pass you a few words before I came out. Dong Yun suddenly said. Why didn't she call me directly? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Why are you being so mysterious? Director Feng was going to come over personally, but she really can't leave the company. That's why I'm the one who brought the team here in the end, President Feng said. After Horizon Corporation merged with Paradise Corporation, she requested to dilute her shares. 2281 Begin the healing Xia Ruofei was taken aback. He did not expect Feng Jing to suddenly suggest diluting her shares. Furthermore, she had asked Dong Yun to relay the message. She was obviously determined and did not want Xia Ruofei to persuade her. In fact, Feng Jing's thinking was not unreasonable. After all, the market value of Miles Pharmaceutical Group even exceeded that of Paradise Corporation. After such a large corporation merged with Paradise Corporation, it was equivalent to more than double its assets. Most importantly, this merger and acquisition didn't cost Paradise Corporation a single cent. It was equivalent to Xia Ruofei buying Miles Corporation out of his own money and then merging with Paradise Corporation. Naturally, Feng Jing had no idea how much Xia Ruofei had spent, much less that he had not spent any money at all. However, it was all the same to her. Xia Ruofei had paid the price to get Miles Corporation, and as the only other executive who had shares in the company, she couldn't just sit back and watch her assets suddenly double. Even if Xia Ruofei didn't say it, she couldn't get over it. She was also worried that others would gossip. Xia Ruofei frowned and said, "We'll talk about this later. The most important thing now is to take over the entire horizon and stabilize it." Dong Yun nodded. "I understand, Director Xia. I'm just passing on a message for Director Feng. You guys can decide on what to do." In reality, Dong Yun was very envious of Feng Jing. Even if it was just a single-digit amount, the shares she owned in Paradise Corporation were still a huge sum of money. The company's market value alone was already impressive, and only a fool would cash out its market value. This was because anyone could see that Paradise Corporation was still in a high-speed development stage, and the shares in their hands were becoming more and more valuable every day. The company's executives, including Dong Yun, were actually looking forward to the official establishment of the company's equity pool and the beginning of distributing a small number of shares to the executives. Xia Ruofei said, "I'll call President Feng personally. This matter will end here. Don't tell anyone else." "I understand," Dong Yun smiled and said, "CEO Xia, I've looked up the information on Miles Pharmaceutical. It's a huge pharmaceutical group. It'll be difficult for us to take over the whole company with just the power of a few people." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's okay. I've already found reinforcements for you in the capital. They're all trustworthy people. When the time comes, they'll be added to the team and follow you to Jiangsu and Zhejiang province to take over Miles Corporation." Xia Ruofei had already told Elder Song that the Song family would send a capable team from the family business to help Dong Yun complete the handover of Miles Pharmaceutical. The Song family had a lot of elite talents in reserve. Whether it was in the legal or financial aspects, they had quite skilled talents. As the biggest opponent, the Song family actually had a very comprehensive grasp of the Liu family's business situation. With the Song family's people taking over, there was no need to worry about the Liu family playing any tricks. Although the initiative was in Xia Ruofei's hands, and the possibility of the Liu family causing trouble was extremely small, it was always good to be cautious. After all, after Vision Pharmaceutical took over, they would be producing the jaded skin cream and heart nourishing soup in the future. The formula and production process of these two products were highly confidential. If either of them was leaked, it would cause immeasurable losses. "It seems that you've already made arrangements, then I don't have to worry anymore." Dong Yun nodded. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Don't worry. After signing the share transfer agreement tomorrow, the helper I found for you will meet with you and go to Jiangsu and Zhejiang province together." "CEO Xia, do you have any specific instructions after taking over?" Dong Yun nodded. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "The first thing is to ensure a smooth handover. The second thing is to ensure absolute safety. The original management of Miles Pharmaceutical needs to be screened first. Those who don't have a bottom line should all be dismissed. As for the lower-level employees, they can be retained for the time being. However, they cannot be randomly assigned to core positions in the future." Xia Ruofei paused and continued, "In addition, after taking over, Miles will no longer accept new orders. After the original orders are completed, they will temporarily stop production and prepare for transformation. As for Shui Jinshan, tell him to quickly put down his work and meet up with you guys in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. His main task is to investigate all of Miles' fixed assets, including land, factories, machinery, equipment, and so on. Then, come up with a transformation plan and budget as soon as possible. In the future, Miles will completely convert to producing jadeshire ointment and heart nourishing soup." Dong Yin quickly recorded it and nodded, "Understood." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I'll just mention something about direction for now. We'll see how it's going to be carried out step by step. If you have any uncertainties, you can call me at any time to report to me." "All right," Dong Yun replied. "All right, you've all been travel worn, so don't talk about work today." Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "You can choose to drink tea, watch a movie, or even go to the gym. There's an activity room over there. I think I'll go help out." In the kitchen with them, Dong Yun said with a smile. Otherwise, there's the suspicion of reaping without sowing. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, sure. This can be considered as having fun with the people. I won't be joining in the fun. 2282 Begin the healing. Dong Yun rolled up her sleeves and joined the kitchen. As the host, Xia Ruofei was the most idle person. He studied the newly bought Alpha van with interest. As the saying goes, when people gather together, the fire will burn brighter. Very soon, dinner was ready. Xia Ruofei specially took out a few bottles of Semillon white wine and poured some for everyone. Those who were selected to participate in this mission were naturally the elites of Paradise Corporation. Everyone was in a rather excited mood. In addition, the chairman had personally set up a family banquet to entertain them, so the employees' mood was even higher. They all toasted Xia Ruofei. Of course, Xia Ruofei was in a good mood as well, and the banquet was filled with laughter. After dinner, Dong Yun and the rest were about to return to the hotel. Xia Ruofei asked Wu Chang to drive the brand new Alpha to send them back. The next morning, at about 10 o'clock, Xia Ruofei changed into a formal suit. Accompanied by Qin Yanan and Yu, he took the Toyota Alpha driven by Wu Chang and headed to the Shangri-La Hotel. Dong Yun and the others had already arranged the meeting room in advance. When Xia Ruofei arrived, the people from the Liu family were already there. Liu Chongli was there in person, and there were also people from Far Corporation. That morning, Dong Yun had brought people from the legal department to have a meeting with Miles Corporation to finalize the details of the share transfer agreement. Xia Ruofei had only come to sign the contract. The signing ceremony was very low-key, and not a single reporter was invited. Only the employees of both parties took a few photos with their cameras for safekeeping. Dong Yun had already checked all the information. Before they came, Miles Corporation had already sorted out the shares, including about 30% of the shares that were not held by the Liu family. They had also issued a letter of authorization. Xia Ruofei and Liu Chongli signed and stamped on the agreement, and it came into effect. The next step was to go to the Industry and Commerce Department for filing, and then the follow-up handover work. Xia Ruofei and Liu Chongli shook hands and said, "Boss Liu, our people hope that the transfer can be done as soon as possible. Are you okay with that?" Liu Chongli's expression was a little complicated. He nodded and said, "Of course. My big brother arranged it personally, and the Miles Corporation will do its best to cooperate." "That's good," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Liu Chongli couldn't help but lower his voice and say, "Mr. Xia, my brother's condition is getting worse. He even fainted last night. Although he's fine now after the emergency treatment, his physical condition is getting worse." Xia Ruofei understood what Liu Chongli meant. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'll be going to Elder Liu's first treatment this afternoon." Liu Chongli also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They had paid such a huge price, wasn't it just to treat old man Liu? He quickly said, "Thank you so much, Mr. Xia. Do we need to prepare anything?" Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "It's like this. I don't want everyone to know. So the treatment place can't be in room 301. It's best not to be in your house either. Elder Liu, go through the discharge procedures first. Then, you can find a quiet and secluded place to receive treatment there." "Discharged?" Liu Chongli cried out, "Mr. Xia, my brother's current physical condition can't take any more stress. If anything happens after he's Discharged, I'm afraid it'll be too late. With the Liu family's power, can't they find a few reliable doctors and nurses to take care of the family? Xia Ruofei had a faint smile on his face as he said, and since you've invited me over for treatment, you must choose to believe me. If you don't have confidence in me, I can also pretend that nothing happened. I can also return the shares of Miles Corporation to you. This is something that both parties are willing to do. Lu Chongli couldn't help but choke. His eyes flashed with anger. But he still suppressed his emotions and nodded, okay, we'll do as you say. I'll have to trouble you to take care of my brother's illness, Mr. Xia. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, good. Good. Then I'll take my leave first. Lu Chongli said, then nodded at Xia Ruofei and walked out of the hotel conference room. Lu Chongli was not in a good mood after he had rushed over to give Xia Ruofei a pharmaceutical company worth more than a billion yuan and had been reprimanded by Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei didn't mind. He beckoned Dong Yun over and said, President Dong, today you will take the staff to rest in the hotel. The help I found for you will also come to the hotel. After you meet up, you will have a meeting to get to know each other and discuss the specific work. You guys will fly to Jiangsu and Zhejiang province together and take over vast expanse first. All right. Dong Yun nodded and said. Xia Ruofei left the meeting room and gave Manager Lu a call. Elder Song had already made the necessary arrangements. After Xia Ruofei's call, Manager Lu immediately arranged for people to come to the Shangri-La Hotel. It was almost time for dinner, so Xia Ruofei booked a large private room in Shangri-La and invited Dong Yun and the Song family's reinforcements. After lunch, Xia Ruofei did not return to the courtyard house. Instead, he checked into a hotel room to rest. As for the people sent by Dong Yun and the Song family, they continued to rent a conference room in the hotel and started to discuss the matter of taking over Horizon. Such a large pharmaceutical group had changed hands, and the handover work was very complicated, including the inspection of fixed assets, the inspection and handover of accounts, the situation of employees, etc. In team combat, it was natural to come up with a plan first, and everyone had to have a clear division of labor. Xia Ruofei slept for a short while and heard the doorbell ring. The people sent by the Liu family had arrived. After Xia Ruofei had changed, they took the elevator down. He didn't take the car sent by the Liu family. Instead, he let Wu Chang drive behind the Liu family's red flag sedan. The two cars, one in front and one behind, almost passed through the entire capital and arrived at a secluded place in the southern suburbs. There was a small stream here, and there were weeping willows on both sides of the stream. These willow trees had just sprouted a few tender shoots. Under the shade of the green trees, there was a small 3-story building. The building looked unremarkable from the outside, but the dense surveillance cameras on the wall and the strong men patrolling the building from time to time showed the identity of the owner of the building. The car stopped in front of the small building. The electric side door opened slowly, and Xia Ruofei got out of the car with a medicine box. Lu Chongli and Lu Chuanfeng personally welcomed him at the door and escorted Xia Ruofei into the courtyard. The environment here looks pretty good, Xia Ruofei said as he walked. Mr. Xia, Lu Chuanfeng said with a smile. We'll carry out your request to the letter. We'll leave the rest to you. I'll try my best, Xia Ruofei said indifferently. The three of them came to the second floor. In a large suite facing south, old man Lu was lying on the bed with his eyes slightly closed. The suite had been temporarily transformed into a luxurious ward. It was fully equipped with all kinds of medical equipment. There were also 2 doctors and 4 nurses in the room monitoring the old man's physical condition. After Xia Ruofei entered the room, Lu Chuanfeng took the initiative to ask the medical staff to leave. Then, he nodded slightly at Xia Ruofei and closed the door from the outside. "You're here, old man," Lu said in a weak voice. It seemed that Lu Chonli was not lying when he said that the old master had fainted yesterday. The old master's complexion looked much worse today. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "That's right, Elder Lu. I'm coming." Then, Xia Ruofei looked around the room and said with a smile, "It's not bad this time. There's no such thing as setting up all those messy little things." 2283 Magical Hands. 1. The messy gadgets that Xia Ruofei was talking about were the hidden cameras and recording devices that the Lu family had installed in the high-ranking ward in the south building of 301 Hospital. When Xia Ruofei entered the house, he used his spiritual power to check. This time, the Lu family was rather honest and did not play any tricks. Xia Ruofei's amazing performance last time must have shocked them. Besides, now was the time for the Lu family to show their sincerity. They probably did not want to make Xia Ruofei unhappy at this time. Old Master Lu was indeed a sly old fox. His skin was definitely thick enough. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. He just smiled and nodded. "You're now our family's distinguished guest. The way the Lu family treats their guests doesn't allow us to be disrespectful to our distinguished guest." Xia Ruofei smiled non-committally and walked straight to the head of the bed. He placed the first aid kit on the bedside table and sat on the stool in front of the bed. "Elder Lu, you don't look well," Xia Ruofei said casually. "I heard from CEO Lu that you fainted once yesterday?" Old man Lu squeezed out a smile on his pale face and said with some difficulty, "This illness is developing very quickly. I can even feel that my life is passing by quickly. To be honest, I've already prepared for the worst, don't worry," Xia Ruofei said confidently, "since I've already accepted the payment from the Lu family, I won't let anything happen to you. This is the best news I've ever heard." Old man Lu said with a weak smile. "I'll give you an examination first." Xia Ruofei said, "Give me your left hand." There was no such thing as a man on the left and a woman on the right when taking a pulse. A real traditional Chinese medicine practitioner would have to check the pulse of both hands. However, Old Master Lu's right hand was still inserted with a drip needle. To Xia Ruofei, taking a pulse was just a supplementary method. He used his spiritual power more to check. It was no exaggeration to say that even if Xia Ruofei had no medical skills, he had the equipment that was always successful. Even the most advanced CT machine might not be more accurate than him in terms of diagnosis. Old Master Lu took out the left and right hands from under the blanket and showed them to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei deftly took Old Master Lu's pulse, closed his eyes, and carefully checked. The room was silent. Old man Lu even held his breath for fear of disturbing Xia Ruofei. As for the medical staff assigned to Old Master Lu and the other members of the Lu family, they had already been cleared out. This was also a rule set by Xia Ruofei. He did not wish for there to be a third person present other than him and the patient when he was treating the patient. Xia Ruofei took Elder Lu's pulse and only opened his eyes after 2 to 3 minutes. "Mr. Xia, what's the situation?" asked Elder Lu. It's indeed pancreatic cancer, Xia Ruofei said indifferently. The tumor is rather large, and liver metastasis has already appeared. Old Master Lu was shocked. He looked at Xia Ruofei with his eyes wide open as if he could not believe it. The old man was very clear about Ying's condition, and this was also his own request. His children didn't dare to hide anything about his condition from him, not even if it was a kind lie. Xia Ruofei's judgment was almost the same as the latest examination in 301 hospital. The problem was, could a traditional Chinese medicine doctor's pulse reading really be so accurate? In Old Man Lu's impression, this wasn't the style of traditional Chinese medicine. Under normal circumstances, the diagnosis of traditional Chinese medicine wasn't as clear as that of Western medicine. This was because traditional Chinese medicine focused on the conditioning of the whole body, mainly from the balance of yin and yang. It was the first time that Old Master Lu had seen someone like Xia Ruofei, who could state the patient's condition directly and was even so sure that he had hepatic metastasis from pancreatic cancer. He was very sure that this was the latest report after yesterday's examination. There was no liver metastasis before this, and the Lu family did not show Xia Ruofei the detailed examination report. Old Man Lu was not an ordinary patient. His medical records were absolutely confidential, so they could basically be sure that Xia Ruofei's judgment was really based on his pulse. After recovering from his shock, Old Man Lu was filled with hope. He smiled and said, "Mr. Xia, I suddenly have more confidence in your medical skills. Of course, only by trusting the doctor and cooperating with the treatment can your illness be cured faster," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then he stood up and walked to the bathroom to wash his hands carefully. Then he returned to the bed and said with a smile, "My treatment plan isn't complicated. In the beginning, I'll try to control the condition as soon as possible through acupuncture and taking the Chinese medicine pill I prescribed. I hope that through a course of treatment, my condition will not continue to deteriorate, and even get better. Then I can plan the next step of treatment. I'll do whatever you ask me to do regarding the treatment." Elder Lu nodded with a smile. "All right, but don't use the drip during the acupuncture process," Xia Ruofei said. "Also, I need you to take off your shirt and lie on the bed. Is that okay?" "Of course, no problem, Old Man Lu said with a smile. Xia Ruofei nodded and went forward to pull out the needle. He pressed the needle with a cotton swab and said, "Please press for a while, I'll make some preparations." 2284 Magical Hands, 2, all right, Old Man Lu said. Xia Ruofei stood up and opened the first aid kit. He took out a needle bag with silver needles and spread it out on the bedside table. After carefully disinfecting the silver needle, Xia Ruofei helped Old Man Lu take off his shirt and helped him turn over so that he could lie on the bed. Old Man Lu had been tortured by the illness to the point where he was only skin and bones. The ribs on both sides were very obvious, and there was basically no more meat left. It was a shocking sight. Xia Ruofei said calmly, "Old Master, you don't have to be nervous. Acupuncture won't hurt. At most, when the silver needle goes under the skin, you'll feel like you've been bitten by a mosquito. Then, you'll only feel sore." Old Master Lu was lying on the bed. He tilted his head and smiled at Xia Ruofei. "We've already survived a hail of bullets, what's so scary about acupuncture? Besides, I've been hurting all over during this period of time, so what's wrong with being pricked by a few needles?" Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "That's good. Please maintain this position and don't move." I'm going to start the acupuncture. All right. Old man Lu replied readily. Xia Ruofei reached out and picked up a silver needle. Without any hesitation, he quickly pierced it down and accurately found the acupuncture point. Xia Ruofei injected a small wisp of vital energy into the silver needle, allowing the thin and soft silver needle to pierce through easily. It quickly passed through the subcutaneous tissue and reached the acupuncture point. After inserting the first silver needle, Xia Ruofei did not stop. He quickly picked up another silver needle and quickly inserted it. He moved his fingers as if they were flying, and in just a few seconds, he had inserted 10 needles in a row. Each needle accurately found the acupuncture points, without the slightest deviation. As for Old Man Lu, he did not feel any pain at all. Just like what Xia Ruofei had said, he felt like he had been bitten by a mosquito. After he was done inserting the silver needles, Xia Ruofei quickly followed the specific order and began to gently twist the ends of the 10 silver needles. At the same time, he transferred wisps of essential qi through the silver needles into Old Master Lu's meridians. Old Man Lu immediately felt a warm feeling from the acupuncture point. Every acupuncture point began to feel sore and swollen. This experience was indescribably comfortable, making him feel drowsy. Wisps of true qi flowed through Old Man Lu's meridians and rapidly repaired his damaged bodily functions. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not attack the cancer cells. He was only repairing the damaged functions of his body. This was definitely a temporary solution. He did this because, firstly, if he were to directly use his true qi to eliminate the cancer cells under the guidance of his mental power, it would consume a lot of his true qi, so there was no need for that. Secondly, he didn't want to cure Elder Lu in one go. The acupuncture was only a supplement. The real effect was the pill he had made yesterday. The pills had been mixed with the petals of the spirit heart flower. Although there were very few of them, to Old Man Lu, it was like rain suddenly falling on dry and cracked land. The warm feeling from his meridians made Old Man Lu fall asleep involuntarily. And he even let out a light snore. As Xia Ruofei twisted and flicked, each silver needle vibrated at a different frequency. The acupuncture process lasted for about half an hour. Xia Ruofei let out a soft sigh of relief. Then, with a wave of his hand, he pulled out all 10 silver needles. When he retracted the needle, it also passed through the subcutaneous tissue, and the feeling of a mosquito bite woke Old Man Lu up from his sleep. He rubbed his eyes and turned his head to see Xia Ruofei inserting the silver needles into the needle pouch in an orderly manner. "Are you done with the acupuncture?" Old Man Lu couldn't help but ask. Xia Ruofei rolled up the needle bag seriously and nodded. At the same time, he smiled and asked, "Elder Lu, how do you feel?" Old Man Lu shook his head and said with a smile, "I feel much more comfortable and stronger. It's the first time I don't feel pain in my body after so many days." "The effect is very obvious," said Wang Yao. "Acupuncture is only a supplement. The more important thing is to continue taking the Chinese medicine pills I made." Xia Ruofei put the needle bag into the medicine box and said, "The first treatment will last for half a month. Take 1 pill every morning and night." As he spoke, he took out the porcelain bottle he had prepared earlier from the medicine box and said, "There are 30 pills in here. After you take all of them, the effect of the treatment will be more obvious." Old Man Lu was now in full admiration of Xia Ruofei's medical skills. He naturally did not doubt Xia Ruofei's medical advice and nodded repeatedly to show that he understood. Xia Ruofei poured half a glass of water and opened a bottle of mineral water. She poured half of the water into the glass and mixed it with warm water. Then, Xia Ruofei took out a Chinese medicine pill from the porcelain bottle and placed it in Elder Lu's hand. Xia Ruofei said, "Elder Lu, take the first Chinese medicine pill now. You must remember to take it after breakfast and dinner every day." With Xia Ruofei's help, Old Man Lu had turned over. He leaned on the bed and took the Chinese medicine pill from Xia Ruofei. His other hand picked up the cup of warm water. The pill looked black and unremarkable. However, Old Man Lu had absolute trust in Xia Ruofei's medical skills. He stuffed the pill into his mouth without a second word, then took a big gulp of warm water and swallowed the pill. Xia Ruofei sat at the head of the bed and observed for a while. He also chatted with Elder Lu for a while. After a while, Xia Ruofei checked Old Master Lu's pulse again. In fact, the result was almost the same as before. After all, Old Man Lu had only taken one pill. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had deliberately reduced the amount of petals of the spirit heart flower, so the effect was not too obvious. However, Xia Ruofei's sharp senses still noticed that Elder Lu's body functions had been nourished by the flower petals. At the same time, the cancer cells, which were about to win, were much less active. Although it didn't eliminate the cancer cells directly, the pill had completely stabilized Elder Lu's condition. This was all thanks to the spirit heart flower petals. Xia Ruofei nodded. "It's almost as effective as I expected. Old man, I'm more confident in my treatment now." "That's great," Old Man Lu said with some excitement. Due to the recovery of his body's functions, Old Man Lu's voice was full of energy, and his face was no longer as pale as paper. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Elder Lu, in order to cooperate with the treatment, I hope you can do the following. First, don't go for any checkups without my permission. I'll inform you when I need to do it. Second, don't take these drip. That only has painkiller effects from today on. Besides the pill I gave you, you can't take any other medicine. Or else there may be a conflict." Old Master Lu couldn't help but interrupt Xia Ruofei. He asked worriedly, "Mr. Xia, you know my illness very well. Once it flares up, the pain is unbearable. If I really can't bear it, can I take some painkillers?" "Naturally, I'm confident in my ability to do so," Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Don't worry. That unbearable pain will not appear again for a period of time. Even if it hurts a little, I promise that it will be within a normal person's tolerance." Xia Ruofei said this with strong confidence. After all, he had just checked and found that the cancer cell activity in Elder Lu's body had dropped sharply. His body function had recovered quite well. Under such circumstances, the possibility of the unbearable pain appearing again was very low. "I understand," Old Man Lu said with some uncertainty. 2285 Immediate effect. 1. Xia Ruofei continued, "Thirdly, please prepare a room for me. I'll be staying here tonight. I'll give you another round of acupuncture in the evening, and I'll come back every 3 days. The first course of treatment will take about 15 days, and I believe your condition will be completely stabilized by then." Hearing this, Old Man Lu was overjoyed and said, "It's great that Mr. Xia can stay. I've always wanted to show my gratitude as a good host." In fact, Old Master Lu was more uncertain, especially when Xia Ruofei asked him to stop taking the other drugs today. His heart was beating like a drum. After all, the bone-piercing pain was terrifying. Just thinking about it Although Xia Ruofei's treatment was effective immediately, old Master Lu was still worried. Now that Xia Ruofei was willing to stay, his worries were mostly gone. Even if there were any changes to his condition, Xia Ruofei would be able to deal with it immediately. Xia Ruofei smiled. You're welcome. I'm not treating you for free. My fees are not cheap. Life is priceless. Old Man Lu laughed. I believe that if Mr. Xia is willing to disclose your medical skills, even if the consultation fee is several times more expensive, there will be a lot of rich people lining up to see you. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, forget it. I'm especially lazy, and I'm especially afraid of trouble. As long as you have enough money to spend, it's fine. No matter how much you earn, isn't it just a pile of numbers? In fact, as the company grew, Xia Ruofei's feelings for her grew stronger. With his personality, it was enough for him to achieve financial freedom. He did not have much motivation to continue making money. However, the Paradise Corporation was no longer just his company. The company's development was also related to the livelihood of hundreds of employees, and behind these hundreds of employees were hundreds of families. This was also the reason why Xia Ruofei had chosen the Lu family's pharmaceutical group. He had enough money to spend, and he might not even be able to finish it in a few lifetimes. However, with this pharmaceutical group, the company could develop faster. Old Master Lu chuckled, Mr. Xia sure is carefree. I'm ashamed of my inferiority in this regard. Old Man Lu could clearly feel that his body was much more relaxed now. His desire to live was also burning. The most obvious reaction was that his complexion had improved a lot all of a sudden. His mood was suddenly as bright as the clouds and the sun. Elder Lu, you should rest for a while. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, by the way, take this pill every morning and night. Don't take too many of them or it will backfire. In fact, even if Old Man Lu ate all 30 pills in one go, there wouldn't be any problem, because the main effect was the small amount of spirit heart flower petals in the pills. These spirit heart flower petals were only equivalent to 1/10 of a petal, so there was no problem at all if he took them all at once. However, Xia Ruofei had hoped to slow down the pace of the treatment. His guiding principle was to stabilize the patient's condition. Naturally, he was not willing to let Elder Lu take all the pills in one go. Actually, even if Xia Ruofei had not reminded him, Old Man Lu would not have dared to do so. He would have definitely asked about the dosage. After all, from a traditional point of view, all medicine was partially poisonous. When it came to taking medicine, it was natural to follow the doctor's advice. I'll remember that. Old Master Lu laughed and said, Mr. Xia, let Xuanfeng accompany you to shop. I'll tell him to make the arrangements. Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile. Old Man Lu gently pressed the alarm on the bed. Everything here was set up according to the hospital's model. The medical equipment in this room was more complete than the senior cadre's ward in the hospital. Soon, a medical staff knocked on the door and pushed it open. Xiao Zhu, help me call Qun. Phone over. Old Man Lu said indifferently. The nurse in the pink lab coat looked at Xia Ruofei curiously before she quickly replied, yes, Chief. Lu Xuanfeng had been waiting outside the door, and he soon knocked on the door and walked in. He first nodded at Xia Ruofei to show his respect, then turned to look at Old Man Lu and asked, Dad, you were looking for me? Old Man Lu nodded slightly and said, send someone to clean up the room next door immediately. Mr. Xia will be staying here tonight. When Lu Chuanfeng entered the room, he noticed that his father's complexion had improved. His face was a lot rosier, and he looked completely different from the haggard man he had looked this morning. He was both surprised and happy. He did not expect Xia Ruofei's treatment to be so effective. Now that he heard that Xia Ruofei would be staying the night, he was overjoyed and quickly said, "All right. All right. I'll make the arrangements immediately." Lu Chuanfeng and Old Master Lu had similar thoughts. As long as Xia Ruofei was here, they would feel more at ease. If it was not for Xia Ruofei's special status, the Lu family would have tied him up here and made him stay by Elder Lu's side. Xia Ruofei said a few words and told Elder Lu to rest. Then, he left the room with Lu Chuanfeng. Lu Chuanfeng arranged for people to tidy up the guest room next to Old Master Lu's. Xia Ruofei found Wu Chang and asked him to drive back first. He also told him to come and pick him up tomorrow morning. 2286 Immediate results. 2. After sending Wu Chang away, Xia Ruofei saw Lu Chongli walking towards him. President Xia. Hello. President Lu. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. The two of them exchanged some pleasantries before Lu Chongli personally showed Xia Ruofei around the small villa. It turned out that this was one of the Lu family's properties, and it had always been in a semi-idle state. It was just that old man Lu would occasionally come here to stay for a few days. This time, Xia Ruofei had suggested to treat Old Master Lu in a secluded place, but he did not want to do it in the Lu family's mansion. Hence, Old Master Lu had decided to stay here. The Lu family had hurriedly sent people to clean up the place and brought Old Master Lu from the hospital. The environment here was indeed not bad. It was located in the suburbs of the capital, and there were no noisy high-rise buildings around. The courtyard environment was also very quiet. The room was quickly tidied up, and Lu Chuanfeng personally came to invite Xia Ruofei to rest. Xia Ruofei knew that Elder Lu must have something to tell Lu Chuanfeng and Lu Chongli, so he nodded and followed Lu Chuanfeng to the room next to Elder Lu's. The room was clean and tidy, looking very refreshing. This was a small suite. Other than a large bedroom, there was a small study room, a guest room, and a large independent bathroom. The bedroom was connected to the balcony, and when he pushed open the door to the balcony, he could see the fields in the suburbs. The view was very wide. The room was filled with the faint scent of Cape jasmine. The scent came from a vase on the windowsill, which had fresh flowers inside. Xia Ruofei was very satisfied with the room. He leaned back on the sofa by the balcony and closed his eyes to take a nap. In the evening, the Lu family prepared a sumptuous dinner for Xia Ruofei. Lu Chongli, Lu Chuanfeng, and the others were like stars surrounding the moon as they expressed their gratitude to Xia Ruofei. To Xia Ruofei's surprise, Lu Hafan was called back. Seeing Xia Ruofei in such a situation, Lu Hafan looked a little embarrassed. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, was calm and even greeted Lu Hafan with a smile. Under Lu Chuanfeng's urging, Lu Hafan apologized to Xia Ruofei. Unwillingly, he expressed that he had been thoughtless in his actions and had offended Xia Ruofei. He hoped that Xia Ruofei would be magnanimous and forgive him. In reality, Lu Hafan didn't gain any advantage from Xia Ruofei, Zhao Yongjun, and the others. Instead, he lost a large sum of money, allowing Xia Ruofei and the others to obtain that piece of land at a price lower than the market price. Now, the Paradise Society had already become famous in the capital, before it even started its business. Naturally, Lu Haofan was jealous and resentful. However, to Lu Chuanfeng and the others, Lu Haofan had opposed Xia Ruofei's group during the auction in order to save face. Later on, he couldn't control the situation and sold the land to Xia Ruofei's group at a low price. Then, he brought his men to cause trouble at the foundation-laying ceremony of the Peach Blossom Society. They thought that this would definitely make Xia Ruofei unhappy. Now that Old Master Lu's condition was in Xia Ruofei's hands, they were worried that Xia Ruofei would hold a grudge against him and refuse to treat Old Master Lu with all his heart. Hence, they called Lu Haofan over without any explanation. Xia Ruofei expressed magnanimously that the matter was over and he had never taken it to heart. As for whether it was true or not, only Xia Ruofei knew in his heart. Anyway, he and Lu Haofan seemed to be harmonious on the surface, and they smiled when they met, but in fact, Xia Ruofei knew exactly what Lu Haofan was thinking. However, he didn't care at all. He and Lu Haofan weren't on the same side anyway. This kind of brainless rich kid couldn't pose a threat to him at all. If it was someone like Lu Chuanfeng or Lu Chongli, Xia Ruofei might be a little afraid, but Lu Haofan, Elder Lu, was still very weak, so he naturally couldn't attend the dinner. After Xia Ruofei had his dinner, he took a few steps in the courtyard before returning to his room to retrieve his medical kit. He then performed acupuncture on Elder Lu. The consumption of energy from acupuncture was nothing to Xia Ruofei. Basically, after he was done with acupuncture, he could recover completely with a short rest. However, this kind of acupuncture was quite effective on Old Man Lu. Although the warm and swollen feeling was a little strange, he immediately felt as if the power in his body had been awakened after the acupuncture. It was a long, lost feeling. After the acupuncture session, Xia Ruofei rested for a while, before letting Old Man Lu take the pill. After waiting for a while, Xia Ruofei observed for a while and did not find any problems. He got up and said good night to Elder Lu and told him to rest quickly. Then, he returned to his room. It was a quiet night. The next morning, Xia Ruofei woke up early. Taking advantage of the fact that it was still early, he sat on his bed and cultivated for a while. The Lu family had prepared a sumptuous breakfast. After Xia Ruofei had his breakfast, he went over to check on Old Master Lu and felt that he was in good condition. Old Man Lu had a good night's sleep last night. It was the first time he had such a good sleep at night without the help of painkillers since he was diagnosed with the disease. After a night of uneasiness, Old Man Lu had more confidence in Xia Ruofei. Qian had taken 2 pills the day before and he really didn't feel the piercing pain anymore. For Old Man Lu, who felt it was a luxury to have a full sleep, last night was a very good sleep. After a while, Wu Chang also drove over. Xia Ruofei said a few words and bade farewell to Old Master Lu. He got into Wu Chang's Alpha business car and returned to the courtyard in Luhai Lane. For the next few days, Xia Ruofei went to the Lu family's courtyard in the suburbs of Beijing every 3 days to check on Elder Lu's body and do acupuncture. Xia Ruofei's life in the capital had become very regular. Old Man Lu's complexion was getting better day by day. He could even get out of bed now, but with the help of the caretaker, he could sit up from the bed. However, this was already a great improvement for him. Once, he was completely lying on the bed, eating, drinking, and peeing. For this old general who had spent his entire life in the military, this was truly a bit of a sorry state. now that old Master Lu's condition was gradually improving, the entire Lu family could not help but secretly heave a sigh of relief. Other than going to the clinic every 3 days, Xia Ruofei spent most of his time in the courtyard house. Occasionally, he would go back to the nearby Hohai Park for a walk. Of course, he would contact Dong Yun and the others who had taken over Miles Corporation in Jiangsu and Zhejiang province every day to check on the progress there. For such a large pharmaceutical group, the handover process was naturally very complicated. Not to mention other things, just the financial staff had to make an inventory of the accounts over the years, which required a lot of time and energy. Fortunately, she had the support of the Song family's employees. The Song family's leader was a member of Elder Song's grandnephew's family. He knew more about the Lu family's situation and helped Dong Yun check on the situation. Shui Jinshan also temporarily put down his work and headed to Jiangsu and Zhejiang province to meet up with Dong Yun and the others. As soon as he arrived at the hotel where the reception team was staying, he didn't even bother to chat with his colleagues. He couldn't wait to get some information and data from Miles Pharmaceutical Group. Miles had more than 10 branches all over the country. Of course, the proportion was still higher in the coastal provinces, like Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and southeast provinces. Shui Jinshan combined the information he had obtained and asked the driver to take him to each sub-factory for an inspection every day. He knew the most about the machines and equipment in these pharmaceutical sub-factories, because it involved the merger of these pharmaceutical sub-factories into the Peach Blossom Company. Shui Jinshan's focus was on the location of these sub-factories and the equipment of each factory. Shui Jinshan needed to determine the requirements for a fully automatic production line as soon as possible based on these specific conditions. This was also a very difficult task. Other than taking over the pharmaceutical company, Xia Ruofei also realized that the official Weibo accounts of Xiangnan TV, Life You Yearn For, and Taoyuan Company all revealed that he was a guest in the first episode of the show. When the news came out, the netizens were all excited. 2287 Leisurely, 1. Although Qin Yanan was on a business trip in the capital, the small team she was in charge of was still under her control. Xia Ruofei's personal Weibo account was also maintained by this team of secretaries. Therefore, although Xia Ruofei had not been on Weibo recently, he had still posted 2 pieces of news related to the show. One of them was a repost of the program's official Weibo, exposing Xia Ruofei's participation in the program. The other post was simple with only a few words: "I'll be waiting for you in Life I Yearn For." The accompanying pictures were carefully selected by Qin Yanan, all of which were taken by the festival group's professional photographers. Weibo's netizens were very active in leaving comments, especially now that there were many hardcore fans of Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue on the internet. They had spontaneously formed a president's support group and shared the news of Xia Ruofei's participation in the recording of Life You Yearn For. Because of this, Xiangnan Satellite TV also gained a wave of viewership. The show had not even started broadcasting, but the attention on it immediately rose by a large amount. In fact, there was a fixed routine in variety entertainment. The ancient people paid attention to the food before the soldiers and horses were mobilized, and the operation planning of variety shows was also well versed in this. The show had not even started broadcasting, and some warm-up actions had already been planned and launched in the planning and recording stage. For example, when the Life I Yearn For visited the filming location for this season, it caused a lot of discussion on the internet. Several locations were exposed to be the filming locations for this season's show. And there were even photos of the crew visiting the locations. In the end, the shooting location was chosen to be in Xiaotang town, a suburbs of Beijing, which surprised many onlookers. Since the program had started recording, the festival team naturally had people in charge of the operations to increase the popularity before the broadcast. Xia Ruofei's participation in the show naturally became the biggest selling point, and the effect was obvious. This was also the reason why many movies, TV series, and variety shows liked to invite young and fresh meat. Even if the acting skills of these young and fresh meat were worse than those of the veteran actors, even if the pay of these young and fresh meat was countless times higher than that of many senior actors with excellent acting skills, the crew would still be like ducks. The reason was simple. Traffic meant attention and exposure. Xia Ruofei's popularity on the internet was not as exaggerated as some young male stars. It was impossible for him to have hundreds of millions of reposts that insulted the IQ of netizens just by posting a message about dyeing his hair on Weibo. However, his fans were real. Xia Ruofei did not need to spend money to buy traffic or trending searches. His popularity was real. The effect of the promotion could be seen from this. Although Xia Ruofei only had 1/10 of the number of fans compared to those male idols, the number of shares and comments rose steadily after the Weibo post was released. Moreover, these shares and comments were obviously operated by real accounts. Most of them were active old accounts and would not have the same situation as those male idols. The pile of comments was made up of numbers. The crew even called Qin Yanan to express their gratitude. Xia Ruofei had indeed helped them a lot in this round of publicity. Soon, a week had passed. Xia Ruofei's days in the capital were more relaxed. He went to Elder Lu's place every 3 days to perform acupuncture on him and check his body. After taking the pill that contained the petals of the spirit heart flower, Elder Lu's condition had obviously stabilized. He strictly followed Xia Ruofei's advice and stopped taking other drugs, including painkillers. He did not feel any severe pain for the past week. For old man Lu, who had been tormented by his illness for so long, this week was like a god's life. He was not tormented by any illness and could sleep well every day. This was something that was within reach for ordinary people, but it was extremely precious in Old Man Lu's eyes. Old Man Lu's complexion had also improved significantly. His face was a lot rosier, and although he still looked very thin, he was in much better spirits. Previously, there were some objections from the Lu family, but no one dared to voice it out because of Old Master Lu's prestige. However, after a week of treatment, all the noise had disappeared. Everyone in the Lu family was grateful when they saw Xia Ruofei. If he was polite on the surface before, he was grateful from the heart now. Even Lu Haojuan's father, Lu Chuanfeng, didn't hate Xia Ruofei so much. After all, Old Man Lu was the pillar of the Lu family. As long as he was still alive, the foundation of the Lu family would not be shaken. In comparison, although Lu Haojuan's future was bleak, the latter was obviously more important than the interests of the entire Lu family. Of course, Xia Ruofei was well aware that Old Man Lu's condition had only stabilized. In fact, the cancer cells in his body were still present. As the amount of medicine used was not enough, it was far from killing the cancer cells. It had only suppressed them and made them less active. Other than the treatment once every 3 days, Xia Ruofei had nothing to do. He would occasionally have a small gathering with Zhao Yongjun and the others, or go to the Paradise Society's construction site to take a look After all, he was still the major shareholder of the Peach Blossom Association. It was fine if he wasn't in the capital in the past. But now, it would be a little unreasonable if he were to be a hands-off manager. Of course, Zhao Yongjun and the others had arranged the details in an orderly manner. Xia Ruofei was more of just going over to take a look. The Life I Yearn For was still in the midst of filming. Before filming started, Hunan TV had already coordinated the schedules of several permanent guests, so they could basically guarantee continuous filming. As the filming location was inside the Paradise Society, Xia Ruofei went to visit them. The guests for that episode were a few talk show actors who had become more popular recently. Xia Ruofei was not very familiar with them and only went to say hello. He Jiong, Huang Lei, Zhang Xing and Peng Cheng were also very happy to see Xia Ruofei. They even came over to chat with him for a while during the break between recording, then everyone took a few group photos. On the way back to Sihiyuan, Xia Ruofei casually posted the group photo that He Jiong sent on Weibo with a caption, "Today, he couldn't help but go to the production team again. He saw his dear teacher he and the others and ate the fried sauce noodles that he had been longing for several days. He suddenly felt comfortable. This was the life he had been yearning for." After the Weibo post was posted, the netizens burst into laughter. "President Xia, did the festival team pay you for your notice? It's basically a free release for the next episode. This is the first guest in the history of this show to take the initiative to request to return to the show and put it into practice. You're so cute, President Xia. This group photo is really full of gay love." Xia Ruofei was also smiling as he scrolled through the Weibo comments. He was in a good mood when he saw the netizens' imaginative comments. Just then, his phone vibrated. Xia Ruofei, who was scrolling through Weibo, was stunned when he saw the caller ID. He quickly picked up the call. "Wei Wei." Xia Ruofei called out happily. This was the first time Song Wei had called him since he came to Beijing. Xia Ruofei even went to Capital University in his spare time. However, Song Wei did not come out to meet him. This made him rather depressed. It was not easy for Qianqian to tell everything to Ling Qingxue. The two girls had basically acquiesced to this situation. However, the subsequent script seemed to be a little different from what he had imagined. "Ruofei, something happened to my dad," Song Wei said in a panic as she sobbed. 2288 Emergency 1. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He knew that something big must have happened. Otherwise, Song Wei would not have lost her composure and become so helpless. "Don't worry, Wei Wei," he said quickly. "Tell me slowly. What happened?" My dad. He was in a car accident." Song Wei sobbed. "The situation seems to be very bad. My mom called me and asked me to go back as soon as possible. She said, my dad, he's dying." Woo-woo. At the end of her sentence, Song Wei could not help but cry. Xia Ruofei's mind buzzed. This news caught him off guard. For a leader like Song Qiming, the possibility of a car accident was too low. However, it was not the time to ask for details. He quickly asked, "Wei Wei, where are you now?" "I'll come and take you to the airport immediately. I'm at school. I checked the flights, the earliest one will take off in 3 hours, Song Wei said while sobbing. "I'll make the arrangements, you don't have to worry about it." Xia Ruofei said, "Wait for me at the north gate of the school now. I'll be there immediately. All right, Song Wei said. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei immediately said to Wu Chang, who was driving, Wu Chang, go to the north gate of Capital University. Okay, boss, Wu Chang said. He could hear Xia Ruofei talking on the phone, but he did not know what Song Wei said. He only knew that something had happened. Out of professional habit, Wu Chang did not ask much. He quickly turned the car around at the next intersection and drove in the direction of Capital University. Xia Ruofei called the cabin crew from the car. Captain Liu, I'm Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei said directly, I have something urgent to attend to and need to return to the Three Mountains immediately. What's the earliest time you can take off? Now, Xia Ruofei was glad that he did not let the flight crew return to the Three Mountains, but had them wait for orders in the capital. Otherwise, they would have been delayed even longer. Mr. Xia, 2 of our flight attendants have gone to the suburbs. Luan was stunned for a moment. The flight crew had been on standby in the capital city for the past few days. They could not stay in the hotel all the time. After all, if Xia Ruofei wanted to use the plane, he would usually inform him in advance. Hence, Luan agreed to let the 2 flight attendants go to the hot springs in the suburbs without much hesitation. He didn't expect Xia Ruofei to use the plane at such a time and in such a hurry. If he asked them to come back at this time, with the traffic conditions in the capital, it would probably take at least 2 hours. It's fine if they're not here. It won't affect my flight. Xia Ruofei said, it's fine as long as you and Captain Jing are here. Captain Liu, just tell me, how long will it take to complete the flight preparation and route application? Luan quickly calculated and said, Director Xia, Captain Jing and I have no problems with the flight preparations. We also have some special channels to apply for a flight route. If it's an emergency request, we should be able to settle it within an hour. Xia Ruofei said, okay, then I'll have to trouble you to get ready. I'm on my way to the airport now. Xia Ruofei thought that if it took too long for Luan to apply for a flight route, he would have to use the connections of the Song family to contact the Air Force and get special approval. However, since Luan promised that he could finish it within an hour, there was no need to do so. After all, it would take at least an hour for him to pick up Song Wei from Capital University and then go to the airport. Understood, Luan said immediately. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei called Qin Yanan and told her that he had something urgent to attend to and had to go back to Sanshan immediately. He asked her and He to take a civil flight back later, or they could just wait for orders in the capital. No matter how the matter at Sanshan was handled, Xia Ruofei would definitely have to come back to the capital. The treatment for old Master Lu was only half done. Qin Yanan didn't even think about it and chose to return to the Three Mountains. Xia Ruofei was the target of their small team's service guarantee. If Xia Ruofei was no longer in the capital, there was no point in her and He staying in the capital. Xia Ruofei didn't want to dwell on such a small matter, so he agreed immediately. He told Qin Yanan to book a plane ticket back home. Yaya was in a hurry, so she definitely wouldn't wait for them. After making the call, Xia Ruofei thought of informing the Lu family as well. Although the pills could last for a week, he had to stop the acupuncture that was done once every 3 days. He dialed Lu Chuanfeng's number. Lu Chuanfeng quickly picked it up and said enthusiastically, Mr. Xia. Chief Lu, I have something urgent to attend to and need to return to Sanshan immediately. Xia Ruofei went straight to the point. Stop Elder Lu's acupuncture for now. Just let him take his medicine normally. No, Mr. Xia, Lu Chuanfeng quickly said. The old man's condition has finally improved, you can't leave it this time. Xia Ruofei said impatiently, Chief Lu, I have something urgent to attend to. Don't worry, it won't delay the treatment. Besides, he hadn't finished the medicine for this course of treatment. I'll definitely be back within a week no matter how things are handled. Mr. Xia, but without acupuncture, will the effect, Lu Chuanfeng said. I'm a doctor, and I know Elder Lu's condition the best. He won't be affected. Xia Ruofei said decisively. The problem is, you're not in the capital. What if something happens to the old man? Lu Chuanfeng said, when the time comes, we'll have no one to help us, right? In fact, this was what Lu Chuanfeng was most worried about. They wanted to tie Xia Ruofei to old Master Lu and keep him by his side. Now that Xia Ruofei visited every 3 days, they felt uneasy. However, Xia Ruofei had a close relationship with the Song family, and they relied on Xia Ruofei to treat old Master Lu, so they did not dare to force Xia Ruofei to do something he did not want to do. However, no matter what, Xia Ruofei was still in the capital. If anything happened, they would be able to rush over immediately. If Xia Ruofei were to return to the 3 mountains, they would not be able to call for help in time if something happened to the old man. Xia Ruofei frowned. Chief Lu, I'm very clear about Elder Lu's situation. I'm also very confident that nothing unexpected will happen. Xia Ruofei knew very well that as long as Elder Lu took the pill according to plan, the cancer cell activity in his body would be suppressed and there would be no accidents. Of course, if it was a sudden illness of some other elderly person, such as myocardial infarction or cerebral hemorrhage, it would be hard to say. After all, the medicinal properties of the spirit heart flower petals were not enough to deal with cancer cells, and it was impossible to further improve Elder Lu's physique. However, the Lu family had so many medical staff, so it wasn't as difficult to deal with sudden diseases as they had imagined. Mr. Xia, what's so urgent that you have to leave my father behind and rush back? Lu Chuanfeng asked. We have an agreement, and we've also paid the consultation fee. Xia Ruofei was instantly displeased. He asked, coldly, Chief Lu, I don't think I signed an indenture. Is your Lu family going to restrict my personal freedom? 2289 All parties are shaken. 1. Lu Chuanfeng laughed dryly and said, Mr. Xia, you've misunderstood. I didn't mean it that way. It's just that my father's treatment is at a critical stage. I hope you can understand my anxiety as his son, Chief Lu. I've made myself clear. I won't let my personal matters affect Elder Lu's treatment. Xia Ruofei said, I can guarantee that nothing will happen to the old master during this period. I don't know what you have to worry about. At this point, Xia Ruofei said indifferently, also, Chief Lu, please be clear that I'm not reporting to you, but to the Lu family. In short, this trip had already been set and could not be changed. If the Lu family thinks that I have violated the agreement, I can also allow you to stop this treatment. I will definitely return the consultation fee in full. The previous half of the treatment, consider it a friendly gift from me. Alright, Chief Lu, I'm really busy here, so that's all for now. Xia Ruofei hung up the phone without further explanation. Xia Ruofei did not like Lu Chuanfeng's pestering style, especially at the end when Lu Chuanfeng mentioned the consultation fee. He even seemed to be complaining and threatening him, which made Xia Ruofei even more unhappy. If others respected him, he would naturally not get angry for no reason. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei said to Wu Chang, drive faster. Song Wei is waiting for us at the capital gate. Yes, President Xia, Wu Chang said. The next moment, he sped up and drove the Toyota Alpha commercial car through the traffic, heading toward Capital University. In the Lu family's courtyard, Lu Chuanfeng put away his phone with a dark face. Leaning on the bed, old man Lu had a faint smile on his face as he asked, Chuanfeng, what did little Xia say? He said he had something urgent to attend to, Lu Chuanfeng said. He said he had to go back to Sanshan. He'll stop the acupuncture for a while and let you take your medicine. Oh, old man Lu said indifferently. Lu Chuanfeng stood up and said, Dad, this Xia Ruofei is too arrogant. I was just expressing my objection. After all, he's already halfway through your treatment. Why did he suddenly leave the matters here and run back to the 3 mountains? If something happened to his condition, would he be able to make it back in time? As the patient's family, can't I say a few words? What you said just now wasn't very nice. What did Xiao Xia say? Old man Lu asked with a smile. He said that if we're not satisfied, we can only hold it in. Otherwise, we can just stop the treatment and he can return the consultation fee to us. The previous treatment can be considered a friendly gift. Lu Chuanfeng said, you be the judge. These words were too arrogant. He's sure that we don't dare to fall out with him, so he's taking advantage of us. Because of Lu Haojuan, Lu Chuanfeng had always held a grudge against Xia Ruofei. Recently, Xia Ruofei had been treating old man Lu, and the effect was very obvious. He had only temporarily suppressed his dissatisfaction, but it all exploded today. Chuanfeng, you're already a government official, so why are you still so impatient? Old man Lu laughed. Since Xiao Xia said so, he naturally has confidence. Aren't we all very clear about his medical skills? Besides, they must have something urgent to attend to, so we should understand each other. What could be more important than your health? Lu Chuanfeng said, unconvinced. In my family, this is a big deal, but in other people's eyes, it's just a transaction for money. Old man Lu said. Playfully, Chuanfeng, this little Xia is a strange person. I can't see through him anyway. His strength shouldn't be just what he appears to be. There must be a lot of things we don't know. It's best not to make an enemy of such a person. It's best to build a good friendship with him. It's a pity that we're one step too late. We let that old ghost, old song, take the lead. At this time, there was a soft knock on the door of the ward, and a middle-aged man who looked like a secretary walked in. He first nodded at Lu Chuanfeng, then said to the old man on the bed, Chief, we just received news that Song Qiming of the Song family was involved in a serious car accident an hour ago. It's unknown whether he's dead or alive. Although Song Qiming was not Elder Song's direct descendant, he had the same origin as the Song family. He was Elder Song's distant grandnephew and was of the same generation as Song Ruofei. Therefore, in the eyes of the outside world, Song Qiming was naturally a member of the Song family. Old man Lu raised his eyebrows and asked, how could this happen? We don't know the details yet, the middle-aged secretary said. According to the information we received, Song Qiming was in a car accident on his way to Songping City for research. We can't be sure if there's any human intervention in this. Old man Lu nodded thoughtfully and said, I know, you can go. Down first. Report anything about Song Qiming to me immediately. Yes, Chief. The middle-aged secretary said with a slight bow, and then quietly left the ward. A smile appeared on old man Lu's face as he said, Qun Feng. Isn't this a match? Xiao Xia has a close relationship with the Song family. He's in such a hurry to go back this time, it must be because of Song Qiming. Lu Chuanfeng's dissatisfaction dissipated a little. His attention was now on what was happening to Song Qiming. 2290 All parties are shaken, too, Dad. Lu Chuanfeng couldn't help but say. How could this happen? When a leader like Song Qiming goes out, everyone at all levels will pay great attention to safety. He actually got into a car accident. Could there be some hidden story behind this? In terms of rank, Lu Chuanfeng and Song Qiming were of the same rank. In terms of importance, Song Qiming was the third in command of the Southeast Province and was in charge of the provincial capital, Sanshan. Lu Chuanfeng was the deputy minister of an important ministry, so they should be about the same. In comparison, Song Qiming was a few years younger than Lu Chuanfeng. The two of them were considered the backbone of their respective forces. There's too little information at the moment, so we can't make a judgment for the time being, said old man Lu calmly. However, if anything happened to Song Qiming, the Song family would be furious. Who knew what kind of storm would come next? Sigh. It's been an eventful period recently. Lu Chuanfeng was deeply touched, and he couldn't help but sigh. Chuanfeng, tell everyone to restrain their children, said old man Lu. The wind has been a little off recently, and I keep feeling that something is going to happen. Now that Song Qiming is in trouble, no one knows what's going to happen next. Also, we have to learn from this and ask everyone to pay more attention to safety. Okay, Dad. Lu Chuanfeng said. I'm a little tired, you can go back first. Old man Lu said, my situation here is very stable. Even if Xiao Xia is not in Beijing, there is nothing to worry about. You don't have to come here every day. Doing your job well is better than anything else. Dad, I know. Lu Chuanfeng said, I'll go back first, old man Lu nodded slightly and waved his hand without saying anything. Not long after Xia Ruofei hung up the call with Lu Chuanfeng, the car arrived at the north gate of Capital University. From afar, he could see Song Wei standing by the road. Her eyes were red and swollen. Wu Qiang, drive over there. Xia Ruofei said quickly. Toyota Alpha stopped beside Song Wei. Xia Ruofei had only bought the Alpha when he came to the capital, so Song Wei did not know that it was Xia Ruofei's car. She only saw Xia Ruofei sitting in the car when the electric door opened. Song Wei's eyes turned red and she said weakly, Are you Ruofei? We'll talk in the car, said Xia Ruofei. He moved to the seat next to him and left the seat next to the door empty for Song Wei. Song Wei nodded and got into the car. She sat beside Xia Ruofei. The electric car door closed slowly. Xia Ruofei said, Wu Chang, go directly to the airport and a private aircraft building. Try to drive faster. On the road. Understood. Yes, Wu Chang replied calmly. He then stepped on the accelerator and drove Alfred in the direction of the Capital International Airport. At the same time, Wu Chang also pressed a button next to the instrument panel. A thick piece of glass slowly rose, separating the back row from the driving area. He knew what Xia Ruofei and Song Wei were going to say next. It was best if he didn't listen. Xia Ruofei looked at Wu Chang's back with satisfaction. Then, he gently pressed on the glass partition and the transparent glass instantly turned into mist. It blocked sight and sound, completely separating the front and back. Then, Xia Ruofei turned to Song Wei. Song Wei had been holding back in school. Now that she saw Xia Ruofei, she could no longer hold back the grief in her heart. She leaned on Xia Ruofei's shoulder and cried like a pear blossom bathed in rain. Xia Ruofei held Song Wei's hand tightly and said, Wei Wei, don't worry. Uncle Song is a lucky man, he'll be fine. And you know my medical skills. Even if Uncle Song is slightly injured, I'm confident that I can cure him. Song Wei nodded her head and said, My dad will definitely be fine. When Song Wei received her mother's call, she was out of her wits. She felt as if the sky had fallen down on her. Only when she saw Xia Ruofei did she feel as if she had a pillar of support and her heart was at ease. You should sleep for a while. I'll wake you up when we reach the airport. Xia Ruofei said, Don't worry. I've already arranged for a private jet. We can take off as soon as we reach the airport. There won't be any delay. Ruofei, thank you, Song Wei said gently. Xia Ruofei stroked her cheek affectionately and said, Silly girl, do you need to be so polite with me? In reality, Xia Ruofei and Song Wei were really passionate and polite. It was the first time they were so close to each other. However, Xia Ruofei did not have any other thoughts. Song Wei was at her most helpless. She subconsciously treated Xia Ruofei as her support. Xia Ruofei helped Song Wei lower the back of her seat so that she could lie down comfortably. After a while, Song Wei fell asleep. However, even in her sleep, she was frowning and holding Xia Ruofei's hand. Xia Ruofei looked at Song Wei with heartache. He was frustrated. There was too little information available, and they did not know how Song Qiming was doing. If Song Qiming was really injured and died before they could get back, then no matter how capable he was, he would not be able to save a dead person. If that was the case, it would be a huge blow to Song Wei. One thing was for sure, Song Qiming's condition was not looking good. Otherwise, Song Wei's mother would not have asked her to go back so quickly. She was basically asking Song Wei to see Song Qiming for the last time. Therefore, it was hard to say if Song Qiming could last until they returned to the Three Mountains. Xia Ruofei had no other choice but to pray in his heart. He was already on his way back as fast as he could. Let's do our best and leave it to fate. Xia Ruofei sighed in his heart. After a while, Xia Ruofei felt the phone in his pocket vibrate. His phone was in his right pocket and his right hand was being held tightly by Song Wei. He quickly took out his phone from his pocket with his left hand in an awkward position. He glanced at the caller ID and immediately picked up. Manager Liu. Xia Ruofei was afraid of waking Song Wei, so he lowered his voice. Ruofei, where are you now? Manager Liu asked anxiously. I'm on my way to the airport. Manager Liu, what's the matter? Xia Ruofei asked. The airport? Elder Song's voice came from the phone. It was obvious that Manager Liu had put the call on speaker. Ruofei, you already know? Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment and asked, Grandpa Song, are you talking about Secretary Song? Song Wei told me about it. I'm on my way to the airport with her right now, and we're getting ready to go back. Are you coming with us? Asked Elder Song. Of course. Xia Ruofei said. That's good. I'll be more at ease if you go back. Elder Song heaved a sigh of relief and said, Ruofei, you must do your best to save Qiming's life. I understand, Grandpa Song. Xia Ruofei said. Elder Song did not know about his relationship with Song Wei, so Xia Ruofei did not explain much. Then, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but ask, Grandpa Song, I don't have much information on hand. I want to know how Secretary Song is doing. He's not in good condition. He has a severe brain injury. He was dying when he was sent to the hospital. Ruofei. You, Elder Song said in a low voice. As long as Secretary Song can hold on until we get back. Even if he's on his last breath, I have a 50% chance of saving his life. Xia Ruofei said without hesitation. All right. Elder Song said, I'll personally inform the Southeast Province. We'll pay any price to maintain Qiming's vital signs and wait for you to return. All right. Xia Ruofei said. Right, the situation is urgent. Do you need me to ask the Air Force to send an aircraft? Elder Song continued. Grandpa Song, I've already arranged for a private jet to be on standby at the airport. Xia Ruofei said. That's good. That's good. Elder Song said, I'll get Xiao Lu to inform the Air Force to make sure that the plane can take off as soon as you arrive at the airport. Okay, thank you, Grandpa Song. Xia Ruofei said. I should be the one thanking you. Elder Song said. Emotionally, Ruofei, Qiming has suffered a lot since he was young. He shouldn't have such an ending. Please do your best to save his life. 2291 Every second counts. 1. I will, Grandpa Song, don't worry. Xia Ruofei said, once we reach the 3 mountains, I will report to you immediately if anything happens. Alright, keep in touch. Elder Song said. Oh, Ruofei, what's the reaction from the Lu family when you're leaving the capital? Xia Ruofei laughed. Lu Chuanfeng was unwilling. He even said something sour about blaming me. I retorted him. I said, if the Lu family feels that they've suffered a loss, I'll return the consultation fee in full and the treatment will be over. I'll treat them as if I've given them the treatment for the first week for free. Eccentric Song couldn't help but laugh. Well done. If that's the case, I don't need the Lu family's consultation fee. We're ready to restart the war with them at any time. After all, we've been fighting for so many years and we've never suffered any losses. Do you think we're afraid of him? Grandpa Song, the Lu family is just complaining. Now that old man Lu's treatment is getting better, they won't dare to give up halfway. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. You're right. However, even though old Lu is a little cunning, he's still quite generous. Elder Song said, this is probably his son's personal opinion. That Lu Chuanfeng. He's still a little narrow-minded. Lu Chuanfeng was a high-level official, but in Elder Song's eyes, he was just an ordinary junior. In his eyes, Lu Chuanfeng's future had come to an end. His position determined his height. Compared to Song Qiming, Elder Song was still far behind. Elder Song's heart clenched at the thought of Song Qiming. Even though Song Qiming was not his direct descendant, he had the same feelings as the Song family's direct descendants. In fact, they might even be more than that. In terms of personal development, Song Qiming was also full of potential. In the Song family, he was only second to his eldest son, Song Jingping, who was working in Hunan province. Elder Song gave Xia Ruofei a few more instructions and hung up the phone. When Xia Ruofei kept his phone, he saw that Song Wei had opened her eyes. "Did I wake you up?" he said apologetically. "I didn't really sleep," Song Wei said. "Did Elder Song call you?" Xia Ruofei nodded. "Yes, Grandpa Song has received the news. He probably wants me to go back and help with the treatment. He is still very concerned about Uncle Song." In terms of seniority, Song Qiming was Elder Song's grandnephew, while Song Wei was one generation younger than Song Ruofei. Xia Ruofei was Song Ruofei's brother, so he called Elder Song Grandpa Song. In that case, Song Wei was one generation younger than Xia Ruofei. However, the two of them were in such a complicated relationship. Song Wei gently nodded and said, "The old man is indeed very good to my father." Song Wei's eyes turned red again, perhaps because she thought about how her father was struggling on the line between life and death. Xia Ruofei gently held her hand and said, "Wei Wei, don't worry too much. Grandpa Song said that he'll personally give instructions to the Southeast Province. We have to at least stabilize Uncle Song's vital signs at all costs. As long as he can hold on until we reach the hospital, there's still room for change." Song Wei nodded her head. After a while, the car arrived at the airport. Wu Chang directly parked the car in front of the private jet building. Xia Ruofei held Song Wei's hand as they got out of the car. He told Wu Chang to drive back to the courtyard house. If Qin Yanan and He Yung needed a car, he had to make sure they got one. Then Xia Ruofei and Song Wei walked into the private jet building. The two of them had rushed straight to the airport as soon as they received the news. They didn't even bring their luggage. The flight crew's Captain Luan and Captain Jing Daming were already waiting at the security checkpoint. With their assistance, the two quickly passed through the security checkpoint. The group of people quickly went to the tarmac through the internal passage of the private aircraft building. "Mr. Xia, I was just about to report to you," Luan said. "There's traffic control at the capital airport today. They said that the Air Force is conducting a small-scale exercise. Many of the airspace that was originally open has been closed today. There are many planes lingering at the airport. Because we cut the queue at the last minute, the take-off time has been delayed again and again." "How did this happen?" Xia Ruofei frowned. "Don't worry, Mr. Xia," Luan said hurriedly. "The matter has been resolved." "Oh?" "Just a few minutes ago. The authorities sent us a message. We can take off at any time." Luan said, "I don't know why, but the Air Force gave us the green light and opened up all the airspace to us." Xia Ruofei was well aware that Elder Song must have informed the military. That was why the military had reacted so quickly. Xia Ruofei was not a person who enjoyed special privileges. If it were any other time, he would have thought that it was no big deal to wait for a while. However, the situation was urgent. Today's situation was different. He had to rush back to the Three Mountains as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "I see. Let's take off as soon as possible. Try to speed up as much as possible on the road. Don't think about economy or fuel consumption, just go as fast as you can." "Understood." Luan said, "Everything is ready. We can set off as soon as we board the plane." As they talked, they soon arrived at the tarmac. The public jet Paradise quietly parked on the tarmac. Because the two flight attendants couldn't make it in time, there were only 3 people in the crew today. In addition to the two captains, there was also an air service mechanic. 2292 Every second counts. 2. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei stepped onto the accommodation ladder hurriedly. The air service mechanic quickly kept the accommodation ladder and closed the cabin door. Luan and Jing Daming entered the cockpit and checked the items before take off as fast as they could. Then, they applied for release to the control personnel through the communication channel. Beijing, Z999TY, parking space E9. Heading to the Three Mountains. Please apply for permission. Xing Deming, who was in charge of communication, said. Z999TY was actually the plane's registration number. This registration number was quite interesting. Li Yifu had chosen the biggest letter Z and the biggest three-digit number 999. It implied that his grandmaster held the highest position in his heart. As for TY, it was the first letter of Peach Blossom Company's pinyin. Li Yifu had already decided to give this plane to Xia Ruofei when they were registering. The administrator's voice came through the channel at once. Z999 TY, able to fly to Sanshan along the planned route. Take off runway 36 R, Zishiku 32D departure, answering plane 6430. Xing Deming quickly recorded the information given by the administrator, and Luan, who was synchronized with the listening frequency, began to set up the answering machine and other procedures. After Xing Deming repeated and confirmed that there were no mistakes, he immediately applied for a rejection. The management also approved the application at the first moment. This made many of the flights on the frequency who had been waiting for a long time quite dissatisfied. All of them were silently criticizing this fellow for cutting the queue. Taxiing was the next step after the launch. Tai also approved the taxiing application immediately. Along the way, it also asked the planes at various nodes of the runway to stop and wait. This Gulfstream G650 business jet came to the runway entrance without any obstructions under the watchful eyes of the public. In order to let it cross the runway, Tai even temporarily held down an aircraft on the runway waiting to take off. It was only approved to take off after the Gulfstream business jet had crossed the runway. Soon, the Gulfstream plane was allowed to take off after a short stop at the runway. The pre-flight preparations had already been completed. Luan, who was in charge of the take-off control, immediately pushed the accelerator to the take-off thrust, while Xing Daming was responsible for monitoring the instrument data. V1. Lift the wheel. Luan gently pulled the control stick, and the plane lightly jumped off the runway and rushed into the gray sky of Beijing. Leaving Beijing, Z999TY. Track 36 are off ground, crossing 500 to 1500. Answering machine 6430, at your command. Xing Deming began to contact the exit control. Z999TY, I've got it on the radar. The exit control officer said, Zisher past 32D, exit. Continue with 1500, continue to the 1500, Z999TY, Xing Deming repeated. Everything was normal after the plane took off. After passing the established departure procedure, the plane gradually climbed to the cruise altitude. At this time a voice came from the channel, Z999TY, fly straight to Latex. Luan and Xing Daming were both stunned for a moment. They turned their heads at the same time and looked at each other, both revealing an incredulous expression. If the flight was carried out according to the instructions in the frequency, the flight could be shortened by a lot. This was because the flight route was connected by route points according to the flight plan, so the flight process did not follow a straight line to the end as many people imagined. Although the sky was boundless, there were so many flying vehicles flying in the sky every day. Naturally, they had to follow certain rules. There were strict requirements for the flight route and altitude. Otherwise, the sky would be in chaos. It could be said that a route point was equivalent to a node that connected together to form an invisible highway. However, this road was a little different from the roads on the ground. This was a three-dimensional space. In addition to the speed and direction, there were also differences in height. It was equivalent to a three-dimensional traffic network. There were more restricted airspace near Beijing, and the plane often had to make big turns in the sky. Now, the frequency indicated that they had cut off the turns and taken a straight route, removing several middle flight points. However, Luan clearly remembered that if he were to fly straight, he would definitely have to pass through the no-fly zone designated by the Air Force. Moreover, this was not the temporary no-fly zone designated by today's small-scale exercise, but a no-fly zone that had been set up all year round and belonged to the Air Force training airspace. Zheng Deming suspected that he had heard wrong, and asked, "Are you flying to Latex?" "Correct," the voice in the channel said indifferently. "But that would mean entering a no-fly zone." Zheng Deming couldn't help but remind him. He thought that the administrator had made a mistake in commanding. Unexpectedly, the voice in the channel said, "I've received instructions from the Air Force to direct you to Latex. You will see 2J-10S 2 nautical miles ahead. Just follow them." Luan and Zheng Deming couldn't help but open their mouths wide, but they were still very professional. They immediately changed the settings on the flight computer. After clicking confirm, the originally curved route suddenly became a clear straight line. The plane also slowly changed its route under the control of the autopilot and flew according to the new planned route. The two of them looked outside attentively. Sure enough, 2J-10S appeared in their field of vision. The two fighter jets had obviously discovered the Gulfstream G650. They separated to the left and right. One of them flew side by side with the Gulfstream plane, while the other shook its wings and led the way. In front of the Gulfstream plane, Luan immediately changed to manual pilot mode and followed behind the J-10. The two experienced pilots sat in the cockpit, feeling extremely excited and shocked. This was the first time they had encountered such a thing in their many years of work. Was this considered a fighter escort? This treatment was almost comparable to that of a national leader. In fact, the 2J-10S were just carrying out normal flight training. In this airspace, they had received instructions that a Gulfstream public jet needed to cross the no-fly zone due to an emergency. They were asked to come over to guide the flight so as not to affect the training of other planes in the airspace. It was just a coincidence. Soon, with 2J-10S accompanying them, the Gulfstream G650 commercial plane approached the edge of the no-fly zone. At this time, the pilot on the fighter plane waved at the Gulfstream and then quickly turned to leave. Luan and Zheng Deming seemed to have experienced a magical dream. Although the following flight was not as exaggerated as the fighter escort, it still made Luan and Zheng Deming marvel. The regional adjustments along the way often directed them to fly directly to a certain flight route point. It felt like they were basically flying in a straight line from Beijing to the Sanshan. The flight was supposed to take about 2 hours, but with this direct flight, it only took slightly more than an hour before the plane was already close to the three mountains. Moreover, there was no delay in the process of landing. He immediately joined the sequence without any circling or flying. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Gulfstream plane had landed smoothly on the runway of the Chongping International Airport in Sanshan. After landing, a guide car directly led the plane to a very close parking spot. Xia Ruofei looked out of the window and saw an Air Force Mangshur SUV waiting on the tarmac. He knew that this must have been arranged by Elder Song. They were racing against time. When Song Wei stood up, she was so nervous that she stumbled. Xia Ruofei quickly grabbed her arm and said, "Don't worry. Today's flight was very smooth. We saved at least an hour. Uncle Song will be fine." Song Wei nodded her head and said, "Are you au fait? Let's go." The flight crew knew that Xia Ruofei was in a hurry, so the plane was stable. While they were still going through the after-landing inspection, the flight service mechanic had already come to open the hatch and lowered the ramp. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei stepped off the plane. An Air Force lieutenant colonel walked over quickly and saluted. "Are you Mr. Xia Ruofei and Ms. Song Wei?" "We are," Xia Ruofei said. "I've received orders to bring you two to the Military General Hospital," the Air Force lieutenant colonel said. "You've worked hard." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Time is of the essence. Let's talk in the car." "All right, please," the Air Force lieutenant colonel said in a straightforward manner. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei got into the SUV. The Air Force lieutenant colonel said to the driver, "Drive with the fastest speed." "Understood," the squad leader driving the car said calmly. The off-road vehicle's engine made a loud roar and directly rushed to the exit. They must have exceeded the speed limit on the tarmac, but no one would care about that now. The situation was urgent, and everything was to fight for every minute and second. It was no exaggeration to say that this was a race with the god of death. The military had completed the procedures in advance. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei did not have to go through the gate and left in the Mangshur off-road vehicle. The car drove out of the restricted area of the airport and headed in the direction of Sanshan City. 2293 Critical Condition 1. As soon as the car drove out of the airport, the police siren was sounded and the car sped all the way. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei sat in the back seat. Song Wei was trembling because of nervousness. Xia Ruofei held her hand tightly and asked, "Lieutenant Colonel, how may I address you?" "Mr. Xia, my name is Lu Tai. I'm the combat staff officer of the Staff Officer Department of the Air Force's Three Mountains Command Center," the Air Force Lieutenant Colonel replied. "Staff Officer Lu, how are you?" Xia Ruofei asked. "May I ask, how is Uncle Song's condition now?" Lu Tai hesitated for a moment. He looked at Song Wei from the rearview mirror and said cautiously, "The order I received was to send both of you to the Military General Hospital as fast as possible. I don't know much about the other conditions." Xia Ruofei looked at Lu Tai thoughtfully, then nodded. Xia Ruofei would definitely not believe that Lu Tai did not understand the situation at all. However, he was also carrying out a mission. It was not appropriate for Xia Ruofei to ask about things that were not related to the mission. He was certain that Song Qiming's condition was not looking good. Otherwise, Lu Tai would not have hesitated, because he was worried about Song Wei. Of course, one more thing was certain. At least before Lu Tai set off, Song Qiming was still alive. Otherwise, everything they were doing now would be meaningless, and they would not have to risk their lives and speed on the highway. Xia Ruofei patted Song Wei's hand and said in a low voice, "Wei Wei. Don't worry. Uncle Song will be fine. Trust me." Ruofei, you must save my father," Song Wei said. "Of course. He's your father," Xia Ruofei said. "Don't worry. We'll be at the hospital soon," Xia Ruofei's words gave Song Wei a pillar of support. She subconsciously snuggled up to Xia Ruofei as if this was the only way she could support herself. Xia Ruofei sighed to himself. He had comforted Song Wei, but he was not confident at all. He was really afraid that when they arrived at the hospital, they would be facing a cold body. Xia Ruofei did not dare to imagine what would happen to Song Wei if such a situation really happened. She would definitely have an emotional breakdown, right? Even though he was anxious, Xia Ruofei did not show it. Instead, he looked calm, and this made Song Wei feel more at ease. The sergeant squad leader had shortened the journey, which would normally take about 50 minutes to an hour, to about 35 minutes. In the building of the General Hospital of the military region, a sharp braking sound was heard. The Manxure SUV left 2 deep black braking marks. Xia Ruofei hurriedly thanked Lu Tai and the sergeant squad leader, then pushed the door open and got out of the car. A familiar figure was standing at the entrance of the hospital building with an anxious look. It was Song Qiming's secretary, Guangji Chao. His head was also wrapped in bandages, and blood was still seeping out. "Director Xia, Song Wei. This way," Guangji Chao said as soon as he saw the two. Xia Ruofei pulled Song Wei along and caught up with Guangji Chao. "Brother Chao, how's Uncle Song?" This was the question that he was most concerned about at the moment, and it was also a big stone that had been hanging in his heart. Guangji Chao's footsteps were hurried, and he was slightly out of breath. As he walked forward, he said, "The doctors are still trying to save him." But Guangji Chao looked at Song Wei and gritted his teeth, a professor-level expert from the neurosurgery department of the General Hospital said that it would be difficult for the secretary to make it through if the family members were to be mentally prepared. Song Wei's face turned pale. She swayed and almost fainted. Xia Ruofei quickly held Song Wei and said, "Don't worry. As long as Uncle Song is still alive, I'll do everything I can to save him." Song Wei suddenly came to her senses. There was still Xia Ruofei. The most important thing now was to get Xia Ruofei to treat her father. Song Wei had a blind trust in Xia Ruofei. She believed that as long as her father was alive, Xia Ruofei would have a solution. She was very persistent in her belief. "Yes, Brother Chao, let's go faster," Song Wei said. There was a staff member from Municipal Party Committee standing guard at the elevator. He saw Guangji Chao walking over with Xia Ruofei from a distance, so he quickly pressed the elevator button. When the 3 of them arrived at the elevator had also arrived. Without a word, everyone quickly walked into the elevator. Guangji Chao quickly pressed the button for the 15th floor, which was the floor where the operating room was located. Xia Ruofei watched anxiously as the numbers on the elevator rose one by one. This was the first time he felt that the elevator was moving so slowly. Finally, the elevator stopped on the 15th floor with a ding. The elevator door opened slowly and Xia Ruofei and his team walked out quickly. Song Wei saw her mother standing at the door of the operating room. A female worker from the Municipal Party Committee was helping her. Mom, Song Wei called out in a trembling voice. Song Qiming's wife, Fong Liyun, turned around when she heard her daughter's voice. Song Wei rushed over and hugged Fong Liyun tightly. Wei, your father. He might not make it, Fong Liyun said sadly. No. Dad is so young and healthy. Even if he's just a little injured, he'll be able to get through it, Song Wei said, trembling. Fong Liyun shook her head with a bitter smile and said, Professor Chen said. When your father was sent to the hospital, his brain was severely injured and he had multiple fractures. There's no need for surgery anymore. However, Secretary Lin of the Provincial Party Committee personally ordered that your father's life must be saved at all costs, so the hospital decided to perform an open surgery. However, Professor Chen said, we should be mentally prepared and not have too much hope. 2294, critically injured, too. At this point, Fong Liyun also burst into tears. Song Wei looked helplessly at the operation in progress light in the operating room and turned to look at Xia Ruofei. According to Fong Liyun's description, Song Qiming's injury was so serious that he was basically sentenced to death. The doctor had only carried out the skull operation because of the instructions of the provincial leader. Moreover, Song Qiming's status was special. If the operation was not carried out, the hospital would not be able to bear the responsibility of not being able to save him. Therefore, such an operation was more of a gesture and had no practical significance. Xia Ruofei had no other way out. Xia Ruofei took a step forward and said, Auntie, is Uncle Song still in surgery? I want to go in and take a look, maybe I can help. Right. Mom, let Ruofei go in and take a look. Song Wei quickly said. Fong Liyun hesitated for a moment. The general hospital had gathered the best experts in the hospital, and even the neurosurgery experts of 301 hospital were directly involved in the work in the operating theater through remote video calls. The emergency rescue was being carried out inside, and at this time, family members were not allowed to enter. Of course, Fong Liyun was Song Qiming's wife. If she insisted, the hospital would not dare to stop her. However, what if something went wrong? Fong Liyun recalled the time when Song Wei was infected by the terrible poison. At that time, none of her teammates who went into the tomb with Song Wei survived. Only Song Wei was fully recovered with Xia Ruofei's treatment. This gave her a glimmer of hope. Just as Fong Liyun was hesitating, the operating room's indicator light went off. There was a commotion in the crowd waiting outside. Fong Liyun did not even bother to talk to Xia Ruofei. She quickly walked to the door of the operating room and waited anxiously. Soon, the door of the operating room slid open gently. A doctor in a dark green, sterile surgical gown took off his blood-stained gloves and mask as he quickly walked out. Professor Chen, how's Qiming? Fong Liyun asked impatiently. The chief surgeon, Professor Chen, was the director of the neurosurgery department in the general hospital. He was also a professor level expert who enjoyed special subsidies from the State Council. His technical level was higher than the dean and political commissar of the general hospital, and he was a civilian major general. He looked at Fong Liyun and said, with a serious face, Madam Song, we've already cleaned up the blood clot in Secretary Song's brain and treated the bleeding point, but his injuries are too serious. According to our judgment, his brain damage is so serious that he's on the verge of brain death. I'm afraid. Fong Liyun's vision suddenly turned black, and her body swayed. The female staff from the municipal party committee quickly held her. Song Wei was dumbfounded when she heard this. She could not believe that her father was gone. The others, including Song Qiming's secretary Guangxi Chao and the other officials from the provincial party committee and municipal party committee, were shocked. Xia Ruofei was the only one who remained calm. He took a step forward and said, "Professor Chen, I need to check on Uncle Song's condition." "You are, Professor?" Chen was stunned. At this moment, a voice rang out, "Are you Mr. Xia Ruofei?" Xia Ruofei turned around and saw a senior colonel in an army uniform. He didn't know who he was, but he nodded and said, "I'm Song Wei," and Fang Liyun also said, "He's Xia Ruofei." At this time, Professor Chen and the others who were at the door of the operating room reacted and quickly greeted the senior colonel. "Ding Gao. You're here, Ding Gao." It turned out that the senior colonel was Gao Yuan, the director of the Military General Hospital. After confirming Xia Ruofei's identity, he nodded at Xia Ruofei and said to Professor Chen, "Professor, please take Mr. Xia into the operating room and cooperate with him." "Director, this," Professor Chen was a little confused. "Professor Chen," Gao Yuan said, "this is the order from the Chief of the Joint Logistics Support Force. Follow the order." Although Professor Chen was a highly respected expert, and even the dean, Gao Yuan, had to be polite and respectful to him, he was also a soldier. It was a soldier's duty to obey orders. Therefore, even though Professor Chen had many questions in his mind, he still put on a serious face and said, "Yes." Just as Professor Chen was about to invite Xia Ruofei into the operating room, Gao Yuan thought for a moment, pulled Professor Chen aside, and whispered something into his ear. Professor Chen was shocked. Gao Yuan patted Professor Chen's shoulder and said, "Old Chen, stop daydreaming. Do as I say. Remember, this is an order from the higher-ups." Professor Chen immediately understood. He nodded and said, "I understand, Director." Then, Professor Chen said to Xia Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, please follow me." Xia Ruofei nodded and followed Professor Chen. The two of them entered the operating area. As the door of the operating room closed, Song Wei grabbed Fang Liyun's arm tightly and said, "Mom, don't worry. Ruofei will definitely have a way." Fang Liyun forced a smile and said, Wei, we still have to be mentally prepared. If your father, then we'll only have each other to rely on in the future, Mom." Song Wei sniffed and said, "Don't say any more. Dad will be fine." In the operating area, Professor Chen walked along the corridor and said to Xia Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, please come with me to disinfect your wound and change into a sterile surgical gown." Xia Ruofei said, "Professor, it's more important to save her. Let's just skip all these procedures. I must see Uncle Song immediately." Normally, Professor Chen would have strongly opposed such a serious violation of medical procedures. In this operating room, as the chief surgeon, he was the boss. Even the director Gao Yuan could not enter without disinfection. However, he thought of what Gao Yuan had whispered to him just now. He hesitated for a moment and nodded with difficulty, "All right then." Professor Chen brought Xia Ruofei to an operating room. There were at least a dozen medical staff working on the post-operation, and they were all stunned when they saw Professor Chen walking in with a stranger without even changing his clothes. Xia Ruofei saw Song Qiming lying on the operating table at first glance. To be honest, he did not recognize the Song Qiming at first glance. His head injury was serious, and his face was swollen. He had just undergone a craniotomy, and his hair was shaved. He was a completely different person from the Song Qiming he knew. Professor Chen, I'd like to spend some time alone with Uncle Song. Please, Xia Ruofei said. All right. Professor Chen nodded and said, let's leave for now. In the operating room, Professor Chen's words were like an imperial edict. The medical staff stepped out without hesitation. Professor Chen reminded him again, pay attention to the confidentiality of today's matter. No one is allowed to spread it. You can't tell anyone, not even your family, wife, or children. Do you understand? Professor Chen did not hesitate to give the order to keep quiet. This was a military hospital, so the discipline here was much better than that of ordinary hospitals. The doctors and nurses all nodded in agreement. After everyone had left, Professor Chen said to Xia Ruofei, Mr. Xia, I'll take my leave first. By the way, in order to preserve information, the operating theater's video system will always be on. Please understand. No problem. Xia Ruofei replied nonchalantly. As long as he didn't want to, even if 100 cameras were set up around him, they wouldn't be able to capture the real picture. Professor Chen nodded and looked deeply at Xia Ruofei before he walked out of the operating room. When Xia Ruofei saw that the door to the operating room was tightly shut, he took a deep breath and walked towards the operating table. 2295 Unconscious. 1. There were still some bloodstains on Song Qiming's swollen face. There was a circle of obvious knife marks on his shaved head, left by an open skull operation. It looked a little scary. If an ordinary person saw this scene, their legs would go soft. However, Xia Ruofei had seen blood on the battlefield. Naturally, he would not be affected by this. He quickly stepped forward, put his hand into his pocket, and took out a few pieces of jade from the medium. He waved his hand and arranged them around the operating table. This was a small array plate that Xia Ruofei had made on a whim. Its function was simple. It could interfere with the surrounding aura. Not only was it soundproof, but it could also prevent the camera from taking a clear shot. It wasn't completely impossible to capture, but the image would become a little blurry and distorted, as if it was separated by a thick fog. With the interference of the formation, Xia Ruofei did not have to worry about the surgery recording system. The moment he finished setting up the array, he took out a spirit heart flower petal from space. He did not dare to touch it with his hands. He used his mental power to hold it and placed it on Song Qiming's head. As soon as the petals of the spirit heart flower came into contact with Song Qiming's head, they melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, like snow meeting the scorching sun. After using a petal of the spirit heart flower, Xia Ruofei gently pressed his hand on Song Qiming's head and used a trace of spiritual power to check. Xia Ruofei was in a hurry because Song Qiming's injuries were too serious. The most important thing was that he had injured his head. According to Professor Chen, Song Qiming's brain was severely damaged and he was on the verge of brain death. Xia Ruofei did not know. Once the brain died, but the vital signs were still maintained by the instruments, would it be considered a true death? After the brain cells were dead, even if they could be repaired by the petals of the spirit heart flower, could the person's consciousness be restored? What about his memory? Or was his soul still there? The structure of the brain was too complicated, and Xia Ruofei had no confidence in it. Hence, the safest choice was to use a petal of the spirit heart flower as quickly as possible. After Xia Ruofei's spiritual energy entered Song Qiming's brain, he could not help but take a deep breath. He could clearly feel that the recovery energy of the spirit heart flower petals was being consumed rapidly. His brain was like a broken fishing net, with wounds everywhere. Even with the recovery of the spirit heart flower petals, Xia Ruofei was still shocked. How serious was his injury? Xia Ruofei finally understood why Professor Chen would make such a judgment. If it were not for the leader's instructions and Song Qiming's special status, the hospital would have declared that there was no need to save him if it were someone else with the same injury. Song Qiming was still lying quietly on the operating table, showing no signs of waking up. However, Xia Ruofei was sure that one petal of the spirit heart flower was not enough. Without any hesitation, he took out the second petal and carefully placed it on Song Qiming's head with his spiritual power. The petal also melted quickly and was absorbed by Song Qiming's body. Time passed by. Xia Ruofei had been using his spiritual power to observe the recovery of Song Qiming's brain. He had used a total of 4 petals of the spirit heart flower before the internal injury of Song Qiming's brain was basically healed. After that, Xia Ruofei did not take out any more petals. He was not worried about the loss of petals. In fact, Xia Ruofei had saved a considerable number of petals. There were hundreds of them. Even without his relationship with Song Wei, he would not care about 4 petals just because of Elder Song's trust. However, he really couldn't continue using it in his current situation. Because if he used another piece, the wounds on his face, body, and even the wounds caused by opening his head would probably be healed. That would be a bit shocking. Now, the internal injuries of his brain were basically healed, but it was not obvious from the outside. Unless they did a CT scan of his brain, the hospital would not do such a meaningless examination. If Song Qiming could slowly recover in a few days, it would not matter if he had another examination. After all, the structure of the brain was very complicated. Human medicine had developed to this day, but the research on the brain was still very limited. Many things that had happened here could not be explained by science. Even if Song Qiming's brain injury recovered quickly, it would not cause a huge uproar. At least, it would not be more shocking than the fact that he had recovered in just 20 to 30 minutes. Song Qiming's injury was not a big deal. Although it looked scary and he had multiple fractures, Xia Ruofei could heal him in minutes if he wanted to. The bigger problem now was that even though the injuries in his brain had almost been healed, Song Qiming still showed no signs of waking up. It was as if his soul had fallen into a deep sleep and he had no reaction to external stimuli. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not study Western medicine. What he understood was that external stimulation was something like the calling of one's loved ones. It was not the stimulation in Western medicine. Xia Ruofei did not know that Professor Chen and the medical staff had already determined that Song Qiming was brain dead in the operating room. There were strict standards for the diagnosis of brain death, such as the complete stop of spontaneous breathing, which could only be maintained by a ventilator. There were also a series of brainstem reflex tests, such as the pupil's reflex to light, the trachea's asphyxiation reflex, and so on, which were also combined with the wave of the brain wave. 2296 Unconscious. 2. Song Qiming's status was special, so Professor Chen followed the procedure strictly and did not dare to make a single mistake. Unfortunately, according to the complicated procedure of brain death diagnosis, Song Qiming's current condition fulfilled almost all the conditions. The reason why Professor Chen didn't immediately determine brain death was that, according to the procedure, a second diagnosis had to be done after 3 hours. If the result was the same as the first diagnosis and there was no improvement, then he could be officially determined as brain dead. Moreover, the time of death was determined by the second diagnosis. This was a very rigorous process. Therefore, Professor Chen did not immediately make a diagnosis of brain death. It was not because Song Qiming still had a chance of survival, but because of the procedure. Xia Ruofei did not understand the situation, but he was sure that Song Qiming's life was no longer in danger. The reason why he had not woken up needed further examination. The operating theater was obviously not a suitable place. Hence, Xia Ruofei quickly made the decision to put an end to the treatment. However, before he left the operating room, Xia Ruofei took out a set of silver needles from the medium. After a moment of silence, he quickly pierced 7 or 8 silver needles into Song Qiming's neck and several acupuncture points on his body. Then, he used the long-lost acupuncture technique to transfer a small wisp of genuine qi into Song Qiming's body. The reason why he did this was to give the impression that he had treated Song Qiming through traditional Chinese medicine. This was also a foreshadowing for Song Qiming's recovery in the future. Although it was already incredible to use traditional Chinese medicine to save such a severely injured person, it was much less shocking than not doing anything and making a person recover. Of course, the acupuncture was not just for show. Xia Ruofei's acupuncture techniques were inherited from the precious lost ancient medical books. He had also taken Song Qiming's current trauma situation into consideration and specially selected a few acupuncture points. With the help of the cultivator's unique genuine qi, the acupuncture could strengthen the foundation and strengthen the vitality, locking Song Qiming's life. Moreover, using this method of acupuncture, the silver needles had to be placed on the acupuncture points within an hour. Only in this way could the stimulation of several acupuncture points produce a linked effect and stabilize the foundation of the body. Xia Ruofei twisted the last silver needle and flicked the end of the needle. The silver needle immediately vibrated at a special frequency. He had done similar operations several times in the short span of a few minutes. This was the last time he would use this acupuncture treatment. When he was done, the last silver needle was still trembling slightly. Xia Ruofei stood up and waved his hand to retrieve the jade stones that were used as the base of the array around the operating table. Then, he opened the door of the operating room and walked out. In fact, Professor Chen had been watching the situation in the operating room from a large room next door. This place was similar to the command hall in the military. The images of different operating theaters could be viewed on the big screen at any time, and instructions could be given directly to the operating theaters through the microphone. This hall was set up in the operating area. Professor Chen even asked the staff to leave the operating room. Then, he personally operated on Song Qiming's operating room. He was fully focused on the situation. However, he only saw Xia Ruofei wave his hand, and then the image became distorted. It was as if there was a layer of fog, and he could not see anything clearly. At first, Professor Chen thought there was something wrong with the camera. There was naturally more than one camera in the operating theater. In fact, there were at least 5 cameras around the operating table, and they could see the situation on the operating table from different angles. They were all transmitted through optical fiber over the network, so the images were quite clear. Therefore, Professor Chen immediately switched to the other cameras in the operating room. He soon found that the images captured by all the cameras were the same. They were all distorted and blurry. He could only see vague figures, as if he was looking at flowers in a fog. He could not see anything clearly at all. Professor Chen called the technical staff back and checked for a long time, but they did not find any problems. The images in the other operating rooms were completely normal. After all, Professor Chen was a soldier. He noticed that Xia Ruofei had waved her hand before the image blurred. It seemed like something had been thrown out. He quickly made his own guess. Xia Ruofei must not want others to see his treatment process, so he used a very high-end shielding device. This kind of shielding equipment might be unique to the military. Professor Chen took into account that it was the chief of the Joint Logistics Support Team who had personally given the order. Before he came in, Director Gao Yuan had specially pulled him aside and whispered a few words to him. Gao Yuan's meaning was clear. The chief had instructed him to fully cooperate with Xia Ruofei. Any request related to treatment must be met unconditionally. Besides, Gao Yuan also said that they should strictly follow the chief's instructions. Even if Song Qiming eventually died from his serious injuries, the general hospital would not be held responsible with Xia Ruofei's participation. If it was another patient, Professor Chen would not agree to such a blind treatment. However, Song Qiming was different. Professor Chen knew that Song Qiming was already brain dead. He was only one step away from the procedure. No matter how Xia Ruofei treated him, the result would not be worse. Therefore, Professor Chen hesitated for a moment and gave up the idea of going to the operating room. Personally, he sat in the command hall and looked at the blurry image. He sat there for another 10 to 20 minutes. Then, he saw the image of the operating theater on the big screen flash for a moment before it became clear again. Professor Chen even saw Xia Ruofei put something into his pocket when the video was restored. He was even more certain that Xia Ruofei must have used a very powerful shielding device. Professor Chen also saw that Song Qiming's eyes were still closed, but there were a few silver needles on his head and upper body. Mr. Xia is so young, but he knows Chinese medicine? Professor Chen muttered in his heart. However, he was not optimistic about Xia Ruofei's treatment. After all, Chinese medicine focused on the whole body. This was the biggest difference between Chinese medicine and Western medicine. It was also because of this difference that Chinese medicine usually took a longer time to take effect. When it came to dealing with external injuries, Western medicine clearly had the advantage. In Professor Chen's opinion, traditional Chinese medicine would not be able to help Song Qiming's feelings. Professor Chen saw Xia Ruofei walking straight out of the operating room. He quickly stood up and walked through the corridor to the operating room. Mr. Xia. Professor Chen greeted Xia Ruofei with a slight nod. Xia Ruofei smiled. Professor Chen, I've finished the first stage of my treatment. Could you please arrange a room for Uncle Song? Professor Chen didn't plan to arrange any more rooms for Song Qiming. After all, the resources of the ICU were limited, and there was no need to waste them. In his opinion, as long as he performed the diagnosis procedure, he could announce that Song Qiming was brain dead. However, since Xia Ruofei had suggested it, he could not reject his request. He could not say that there was no need to arrange a room for him and that he could only wait for the announcement of his death in 2 hours. So, Professor Chen thought for a moment and said, "Okay, I will arrange for the ICU right away." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work. I'll just wait here. By the way, don't touch the silver needles I left on Uncle Song's body for an hour. Please be careful when you transfer him to another room." Professor Chen didn't think much of it, but he still nodded and said, "All right, don't worry. I'll pass down the Order 2297. A little strange. 1. The ICU was located opposite the operating area, and there was an internal corridor that was connected to the operating area. This arrangement was also to allow critically ill patients to be transferred directly into a sterile environment. Soon, the medical staff sent Song Qiming to the ICU and settled him down. Xia Ruofei checked Song Qiming again and found that he was still alive. However, he did not show any signs of waking up. His injuries would not worsen for the time being. Considering that Fang Liyun and Song Wei were still waiting anxiously outside, Xia Ruofei decided to go out first. He walked out and found Professor Chen waiting for him at the exit of the intensive care unit. When Professor Chen saw Xia Ruofei, he immediately walked up to him and said, "Mr. Xia, I've already informed the intensive care unit. You can ignore the visiting hours and visit Secretary Song at any time." "Thank you, Professor Chen," Xia Ruofei said sincerely. Professor Chen hesitated and said, "But, Mr. Xia, could you please follow the rules and disinfect yourself and change into sterile clothes the next time you enter the intensive care unit? After all, this entire area is a sterile environment, and there are other critically ill patients inside." Xia Ruofei had entered the operating area without going through the disinfection process, which was already very difficult for the hospital. According to the regulations, the entire area had to be disinfected again, which increased the workload. If Xia Ruofei treated the intensive care unit like a vegetable garden and could come in and out as he pleased, the work here would be even more difficult. Therefore, even though the head of the headquarters personally gave instructions and Dean Gao asked him to cooperate, Professor Chen still tactfully made his own request. Xia Ruofei was not sure about Song Qiming's condition just now, so he was racing against time. He had even skipped the disinfection process and rushed in directly. Now that the most intense stage had passed, Xia Ruofei naturally would not deliberately cause trouble for others. So, he smiled and said, "No problem." It was only right for him to follow the hospital's rules. "I was too anxious just now. Please don't take it to heart." Professor Chen felt relieved and quickly said, "I'm fine." He was fine. "Mr. Xia. Mrs. Song must be very anxious. Please go out and tell her the situation." In fact, during the transfer, Professor Chen had checked Song Qiming's condition and found that he was still in a deep coma. The recovery of Song Qiming's brain injury could not be seen with the naked eye. Therefore, Professor Chen did not know that Xia Ruofei had almost cured the brain injury that they had just performed a simple hemostasis operation on in the operation in just 10 to 20 minutes. Because of this, Professor Chen was still pessimistic about Song Qiming's feelings. However, now that Xia Ruofei was involved, and it was a direct order from the higher-ups, he could only be patient and cooperate. Although Professor Chen was a bit of a scholar, a person who could become a major general in civil affairs was naturally not a pedantic person who only knew how to do business. Even if it was a waste of medical resources at this time, Professor Chen would not jump out to object. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Thank you, Professor Chen. Then I'll go out first." After that, Xia Ruofei smiled at Professor Chen and walked out of the intensive care unit. Fang Liyun, Song Wei, and the rest were waiting anxiously in the hall outside. Most of their attention was focused on the operating room. They did not expect Xia Ruofei to walk out from the intensive care unit. Guangji Chao, Song Qiming's secretary, was the first one to notice Xia Ruofei. He quickly walked towards Xia Ruofei and asked impatiently, "CEO Xia, how is Secretary Song?" Fang Liyun and Song Wei also turned around. The moment Song Wei saw Xia Ruofei, her eyes were filled with hope. She asked nervously, "Ruofei, my father?" Xia Ruofei gestured with both hands and said, "Don't worry, everyone. Uncle Song's brain injury is quite serious, but I basically controlled it, just." As Fang Liyun, Song Wei, and the rest heaved a sigh of relief, Xia Ruofei suddenly changed the topic. "But Uncle Song is still in a deep coma. He should be able to wake up by now, but I can't figure out the reason." Fang Liyun and Song Wei looked nervous again. However, Fang Liyun's expression softened immediately. She said, "I'm fine. I'm fine. It's better than not being able to save her." The main thing was that Professor Chen had given them a heads up so that they could be mentally prepared. This way, Fang Liyun's expectations were lowered by a lot. Now that Xia Ruofei had said that his injuries were under control, even if he did not wake up, she felt that it was a good result. "Yeah." Song Wei also said. "Mom. Father will wake up for sure. Ruofei is here." "Ruofei, thank you for your hard work," Fang Liyun said with a tired face. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei looked at each other. Song Wei's family did not know about their relationship. Song Qiming and Fang Liyun also knew that Xia Ruofei's girlfriend was Ling Qingxue. They even had a meal together before. Therefore, their relationship was a little delicate. 2298 A little strange, too. Song Wei gave Xia Ruofei a sidelong glance. Xia Ruofei said awkwardly, "Auntie, you're welcome. This is what I should do." Fang Liyun was in a state of shock, so she didn't notice that there was something wrong with his words. She only asked with concern, "Ruofei, when can we go and see Qiming?" "Right. Ruofei, I want to see my father," Song Wei quickly said. Song Wei felt as if the sky was falling down when she heard about her father's accident. She felt as if she was dreaming. She was doing her research in the afternoon at Capital University, but now she was in Sanshan, and her father was still unconscious. Xia Ruofei said, "Aunt Fang, Song Wei, Uncle Song has been sent to the intensive care unit. However, he's in a coma now. If you go to see him, he won't feel anything. I suggest that you don't go to see him for the time being." Xia Ruofei had considered that Song Qiming's current appearance was a little scary. He did not want to cause any psychological trauma to Fang Liyun and Song Wei. Anyway, the sadness was under control. The most important thing now was to let Song Qiming regain consciousness. Of course, from Fang Liyun and Song Wei's point of view, they were eager to meet Song Qiming. Therefore, both of them wanted to say something, but stopped themselves. Xia Ruofei quickly added, "Auntie Fang, you don't look too well. Besides, Song Wei has been on the move for a long time. She hasn't even eaten anything yet. I suggest you take a rest. I believe Uncle Song wouldn't want to see you like this either. I'll keep an eye on you. No matter what happens, I'll inform you immediately. Is that okay?" Guangxi Chao also tried to persuade her, "Auntie, just listen to Ruofei. Go and rest for a while. I'll stay here with President Xia." Fang Liyun thought for a while and finally nodded, "Okay. But I don't want to leave the hospital, so I'll just stay here." "No problem," Guangxi Chao said immediately, "I'll get someone to make the arrangements." For a tertiary-grade A hospital like the General Hospital, which was one of the top hospitals in the province, the resources for ordinary wards were definitely more limited. However, this military hospital had set up Ward 4. Senior cadres, so leading cadres above the military division level and leading cadres above the local department level could enjoy. The treatment of senior cadres. The resources in the senior cadres ward were redundant, so it was not difficult to arrange a room for Fang Liyun. Strictly speaking, it was not a privilege. Leaders of a certain level would enjoy the same treatment. For example, at Song Qiming's level, the housekeeping and chef were the responsibility of the organization. Fang Liyun and Song Wei were staying in the hospital to take care of Song Qiming, which was in accordance with the rules. Guangxi Chao made the arrangements very quickly. He asked a female worker from the municipal party committee to accompany Fang Liyun and Song Wei to the floor where the senior officials' wards were located. Song Wei looked at Xia Ruofei before she left. Xia Ruofei gave her a reassuring smile and made a phone call. Song Wei nodded and left the operating room with her mother. Xia Ruofei didn't rush back to the ward. Instead, he pulled Guangxi Chao aside and asked in a low voice, "Brother Chao, what's going on? How could there be such a serious accident?" At Song Qiming's level, although he would not arrange for police cars to clear the way wherever he went, his safety was still guaranteed. It was extremely rare for a leader of his level to have such a serious traffic accident. Guangxi Chao let out a long sigh. Secretary Song went to Songping City for research today. Something happened on his way back. After listening to Guangxi Chao's explanation, Xia Ruofei finally had a general understanding of Song Qiming's accident. It turned out that every provincial leader had to contact a poor county and give comprehensive guidance to the poverty relief work of the county. Coincidentally, Songping City and Sanshan City were corresponding support cities. As the head of Sanshan City, Song Qiming contacted one of the poor counties under Songping City, Qingjing Tong County. This morning, Song Qiming had signed a contract for a project he had personally introduced in Jingtong County. If the project was successfully implemented, it would greatly improve the economic environment of Jingtong County and increase a large number of jobs. Therefore, Song Qiming was very happy and decided to attend the signing ceremony in person. He had left Sanshan early in the morning, only bringing his driver and secretary Guangxi Chao. It took him more than 3 hours to reach Jingtong County. The contract signing ceremony went smoothly. As he had to attend a meeting at Sanshan in the afternoon, Song Qiming did not even have lunch and got in the car to rush back. It started drizzling halfway through the journey, and the surface of the highway was soon wet. The driver was very careful on the way, and he did not drive too fast. However, some things couldn't be avoided. When they were about an hour away from returning to Sanshan, an accident still happened. It was a highway exit. The light truck in front was moving slowly but occupied the leftmost lane. Therefore, Song Qiming's driver decided to overtake it from the right. Then, just as the speed increased, the light truck seemed to suddenly realize that it had missed the expressway. It slammed on the brakes and turned right at the same time, trying to force its way into the ramp. Song Qiming's car was speeding up on the right side. The driver could not react in time and could only subconsciously turn right. However, the light truck still grazed the driver's car, causing the car to slip and spin on the highway. Just then, a heavy truck behind them couldn't brake in time and hit Song Qiming's car. The car was directly pushed against the guardrail between the highway and the ramp. The car was severely deformed and scrapped on the spot. Because the car was spinning and slipping, the spot where the truck hit happened to be at the back of the car, where Song Qiming was sitting. Although Song Qiming had also fastened his seat belt, it was of no help in that situation. The entire rear part of the car had been twisted into scrap metal. Song Qiming, who was sitting inside, was also seriously injured. He went into shock on the spot. The driver and Guangxi Chao were sitting in the front, so they only had some minor injuries. Guangxi Chao tried to stop all the cars on the highway. In the end, a military vehicle passed by and took Song Qiming to the hospital. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but say, "So, it's just an ordinary traffic accident?" Guangxi Chao said, "From the looks of it, it should be. There are too many killers on the highway these days. This kind of person who changed lanes and even reversed at will, disregarding the lives of others, should be shot. The most infuriating thing is that the light truck that caused the accident fled the scene at the first moment." Guangxi Chao couldn't help but clench his fist in anger. He can't run away. There are surveillance cameras at the highway exits, so it's very accurate. At this time, Guangxi Chao's phone rang. Guangxi Chao took out his phone and said, "President Xia, I'm sorry. I'll take this call first." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Guangxi Chao didn't try to hide anything and picked up the call right in front of Xia Ruofei. "Cap Li, did you find anything?" "What? A fake license plate? How?" Oh, I know. You've all worked hard. Please continue to think of other ways. We must catch this person." After hanging up, Guangxi Chao's face looked terrible. He angrily put his phone back into his pocket and said to Xia Ruofei, "The highway traffic police have sent news." They checked the surveillance video immediately, but unfortunately, it was a car with a fake license plate. This lead is most likely gone. Now the highway traffic police are urgently looking at the surveillance videos of other roads, hoping to find some clues. Did the surveillance camera capture the pilot's appearance? Xia Ruofei asked. Guangxi Chao said gloomily, "The highway is supposed to be equipped with high-definition cameras. We should be able to see everything clearly." But the driver was wearing a mask. The traffic police also checked the surveillance cameras at the few intersections ahead and found that the driver was wearing a mask the whole time. We couldn't see his face at all. Xia Ruofei felt that something was wrong. He thought carefully and said, "Isn't this too much of a coincidence?" "Brother Chao, I think there's something fishy about this. It might not be an accident, President Xia. You're suspect that this was a planned attack?" Guangxi Chao asked, surprised. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "I suggest that we immediately investigate the truck that crashed into us and the driver. There might be some unexpected gains." 2299 The famous Dr. Gajun _ It would be fine if it was just a traffic accident, but if it was really a deliberate plan, the two cars in front and behind must have cooperated. The truck in the back might have been aiming to kill Song Qiming. Guangxi Chao's expression immediately turned serious, and he quickly said, "I got it, I'll contact the police immediately." Guangxi Chao took out his phone and was about to call the police, but Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Wait. Brother Chao, the most important thing now is to arrange for people to protect Aunt Fong and Song Wei. If someone is really trying to assassinate Uncle Song, then Aunt Fong and Song Wei might be in danger." Guangxi Chao's expression turned cold, and he immediately said, "That's possible. President Xia, thank you for your reminder. In fact, with Song Wei's current cultivation, ordinary enemies would not be able to threaten her." However, Xia Ruofei Did not want Song Wei to know that Song Qiming's car accident might not be a simple accident. Without Song Wei knowing, Xia Ruofei was also worried that if something happened, it would be too late for regrets. If someone was really behind this and they wanted to attack, it would be easy to dodge in the open but hard to defend against in the dark. If the other party were to use firearms, Song Wei might be hit since she was not as experienced as Xia Ruofei, who had a natural sense of danger. Therefore, it was still necessary to provide some protection. Brother Chow, Xia Ruofei said, in order to not make Aunt Feng and Song Wei nervous, I think we should protect them in secret. Don't let them find out. All right, I understand. Guangxi Chow said. He immediately contacted the Public Security Department and asked for police assistance. One was to immediately investigate the driver of the truck behind them. The other was to deploy the police force to set up surveillance near the hospital and protect Feng Liyun and her daughter in secret. Guangxi Chow had gone to make a call. Xia Ruofei was worried about Song Qiming, so he went to the intensive care unit. With Professor Chen's instructions, Xia Ruofei was able to enter the intensive care unit without a hitch. However, he had still followed the rules and sanitized himself. He had also put on a sterile suit, shoe covers, face mask, and so on. Xia Ruofei, fully armed, was led into Song Qiming's ward by a doctor on duty. The doctor on duty had obviously received instructions. She left after leading Xia Ruofei to the ward and closed the door for him. It was very quiet in the ICU, with only the sound of the equipment beeping from time to time. Xia Ruofei walked to the bed and looked. Song Qiming was lying quietly, relying on a ventilator and other medical equipment to maintain his life. Xia Ruofei reached out and placed his hand on Song Qiming's wrist. His spiritual power silently entered Song Qiming's body. He did not set up any more arrays, as he did not plan to do any other treatment for the time being. Even if he used his mental strength to check Song Qiming's pulse, he would use traditional Chinese medicine methods. It did not matter even if the surveillance camera peeked in and recorded it. In fact, no matter where Xia Ruofei touched Song Qiming's body, the effect would be the same. In the short time that had passed, Song Qiming's body had absorbed the remaining components of the spirit heart flower petals. Xia Ruofei had also performed acupuncture on him, so his recovery was much better than in the operating room. Xia Ruofei could feel that Song Qiming's brain injury had basically recovered. Even the swelling on his face had reduced by a lot. The wound from the open skull operation had not recovered yet, but from his physical indicators, there should be no major problems. But the strange thing was that he didn't show any signs of waking up. It was as if his soul had fallen into a deep sleep and was completely sealed. As he thought of this, an idea suddenly flashed across Xia Ruofei's mind. Could it really be a problem with the soul? He also immediately thought of the time when Song Wei was infected by the peach blossom miasma and fell into a deep sleep. She did not react to any external stimuli. Song Wei's soul was damaged. This time, Song Qiming's head was severely injured. When Xia Ruofei arrived, his brain tissue had basically all died. If he had been a little later, he would have really died. Once all the brain tissues were dead, it would be completely irreversible. Even if the petals of the spirit heart flower had magical recovery effects, it would not be able to play any role. Fortunately, when Xia Ruofei rushed to the operating room, although 99% of Song Qiming's brain tissue had been necrotic, there were still a few remaining cells and nerves that were still alive. It was this pitiful amount of sparks that allowed the spirit heart flower petals to come back to life. What Xia Ruofei was thinking about now was whether such a serious injury would damage his soul. Or from another perspective, when the soul sensed that the physical body was in a state of near death, would it have self-protection or stress functions and seal itself up? Xia Ruofei had no clue. After all, he did not have a deep understanding of the brain and soul. However, no matter what, Song Qiming's current condition was indeed very strange. His injuries were clearly not a big deal. His brain cells, tissues, and neurons had basically recovered, but he had no reaction to external stimuli. He did not even have a conditioned reflex. This was contrary to medical common sense. In fact, Song Qiming was in a vegetative state. However, in a vegetative state, only the cerebral cortex function was lost. Some primitive reflexes still existed, and they had a defensive reaction to pain and other strong stimuli. Song Qiming, on the other hand, did not even have these basic reflexes. From this perspective, he was very close to brain death. 2300 The famous Dr. Gujun however, his brain injury had already recovered, and his blood circulation was normal. He just didn't respond to external stimuli. Xia Ruofei had a feeling that Song Qiming's condition might be related to his soul. The possibility was very high. Could it be that he had to try some methods to nurture his soul? Xia Ruofei muttered in his heart. He looked at Song Qiming, who was lying on the bed, and decided to wait and see how he was doing. It would be better to move to another ward. There were cameras everywhere in the ICU, and it was inconvenient to enter and exit. According to Xia Ruofei's plan, it would be best to go home for treatment. However, he knew that Fang Liyun would definitely not agree to it. Besides, the organization would have many concerns. For the time being, he could only go through the trouble of staying in the hospital for treatment. Once Song Qiming regained his consciousness, Xia Ruofei could take him home for further rehabilitation. Xia Ruofei was planning in his heart. He did not have many ways to deal with the damage to his soul. The pregnancy soup was an option, but he did not think that it would be very effective. Song Wei had taken a lot of it back then, but it was basically useless. Besides, there was a 7-day interval between each use of the soup. Xia Ruofei could not use the array flags in the hospital, so it was not appropriate. Of course, it was also possible to take one to test his luck. In addition to the gestation soup, the only other way was to use the heart concentrating grass. This kind of spiritual grass was very precious in the cultivation world. There was no doubt that it had a nourishing effect on the soul. It could even improve a person's soul talent, allowing those who were originally unable to cultivate to step onto the path of cultivation. Ling Qingshue's talent and physique changed after she took the heart concentrating grass, and she began to cultivate the absolute beginning heart sutra smoothly. When Song Wei's soul was severely injured, she only woke up after taking the medicine made from the heart concentrating grass. Hence, Xia Ruofei had some confidence. Of course, the heart concentrating grass was very precious. If one wanted to grow it quickly with the time formation, they would have to pay a great price. It would take at least 4 to 5 spiritual crystals to provide the energy needed for its growth. Hence, Xia Ruofei would not use the heart concentrating grass rashly. He had to at least make sure that Song Qiming's deep coma was caused by his soul. Xia Ruofei sat quietly and thought a lot. Before he knew it, it was almost time. He stood up and checked on Song Qiming's condition. Then, he retrieved the silver needles in an orderly manner. There were a lot of things to pay attention to when withdrawing the needles. Which acupuncture point to withdraw first and which acupuncture point to withdraw later could not be messed up at all. Otherwise, it could backfire and even cause danger. Moreover, withdrawing the needles was not as simple as simply pulling out the silver needles. It also required a series of complicated techniques, such as pulling, twisting, or flicking. Xia Ruofei was already very familiar with it and easily kept all the silver needles in a short while. He did not know that Professor Chen, who was in the command hall of the operating area opposite him, had seen everything. Professor Chen was an expert in the field of neurosurgery. He specialized in Western medicine, so he did not have much reaction to Xia Ruofei's needle withdrawing technique. However, when the silver-haired old man beside him saw Xia Ruofei's skilled technique, his pupils could not help but shrink and he revealed a shocked expression. The silver-haired old man gasped and cried out, "This technique is the 6-cloud contact needles? How could this be?" No. He had used 8 silver needles. This. Professor Chen saw the silver-haired old man lose his composure and quickly asked, "Uncle Ge, is there a problem?" The silver-haired old man muttered, "Little Chen, this young man's acupuncture technique is very special. Although I only saw the process of him withdrawing the needle, I felt a sense of déjà vu, as an expert in neurosurgery and a civilian major general who enjoyed special subsidies from the State Council. Professor Chen still considered himself a junior in front of this white-haired old man. Moreover, this silver-haired old man naturally called him Little Chen. It was clear that he had a powerful background. In fact, this silver-haired old man was Professor Chen's elder. Professor Chen was from a family of doctors. When his father was alive, he was a very skilled Chinese medicine practitioner. This silver-haired old man, Gejun, was also a Chinese medicine master. He was very close to Professor Chen's father and the two of them had always called each other brothers even though Professor Chen did not follow his father's wishes to inherit his legacy and instead studied Western medicine. He had been influenced since he was young and was filled with respect for the profound Chinese medicine. He also respected the world-famous doctor, Gejun, from the bottom of his heart. This time, Gejun came to the 3 mountains to visit an old friend and to relax. His father's best friend had come to Sanshan. Naturally, Professor Chen had to welcome him warmly. He had planned to invite Gejun to dinner tonight, but he did not expect to encounter Song Qiming's emergency. As the most authoritative expert in the neurosurgery department of the General Hospital, Professor Chen naturally could not leave. He did not even have the time to say anything before he rushed into the operating theater. It was not until the surgery was completed and Song Qiming was sent to the intensive care unit with Xia Ruofei that Professor Chen had the time to call Gejun and cancel the banquet tonight with deep apologies. Gejun was also a doctor, so he naturally understood this profession. He was not angry because of this. Instead, he asked Professor Chen about the emergency treatment with a trace of concern. Although Song Qiming's identity was special, Gejun was one of the top Chinese medicine masters in China. He was also a member of the health care group of the higher-ups, so Professor Chen did not have to hide it from him. Professor Chen briefly explained Song Qiming's sadness and his own judgment. At the same time, he also mentioned Xia Ruofei's interlude in fact, as a top brain surgery expert, Professor Chen thought that Xia Ruofei's efforts would be in vain, and even a little ridiculous. However, when Gu Jun heard that someone had tried to use traditional Chinese medicine to treat the injured in such a serious situation, his curiosity was piqued and he could not help but ask a few more questions. Although Professor Chen studied Western medicine, he had been in a traditional Chinese medicine family for many years. He was not completely unfamiliar with Chinese medicine. However, Xia Ruofei had used an array to interfere with the cameras. Professor Chen did not have much information on the treatment process, so he only told Gu Jun what he knew. The main point was that Xia Ruofei had used acupuncture. After all, when Song Qiming was transferred to the ICU, the silver needles were still stuck in his body. Gu Jun carefully asked about the acupuncture points of the silver needles. After listening, he became more and more interested because he could roughly guess the purpose of Xia Ruofei's acupuncture. From Gu Jun's point of view, this young Chinese medicine doctor's level was quite good. In addition, such a serious injury case was very rare. Gu Jun's occupational disease could not help but act up, and he decided to take a look personally. The hotel he was staying at was not far from the hospital. Although Professor Chen had to stay at the hospital, it was easy to arrange a car to pick him up. Hence, in a short while, Gu Jun arrived at the general hospital and was led by Professor Chen to the monitoring hall of the operating area. He happened to see the scene of Xia Ruofei withdrawing the needle. Professor Chen was surprised to see Gu Jun so interested in Xia Ruofei's acupuncture technique. At this moment, Gu Jun said excitedly, "Xiao Chen, I want to meet this young man. Can you make some arrangements?" Professor Chen hesitated and said, "Uncle Ge, this young man isn't a doctor from our hospital. Moreover, his intervention in Secretary Song's treatment was under the special instructions of the bureau chief in Beijing. I don't know his backstory. How about this? I'll go ask him for his opinion first." 2301, Chapter 1271, Suspicious. 1. If Xia Ruofei was just an ordinary young man, even if he was not a doctor in the general hospital, Professor Chen would not be so uncertain. However, the reality was that Xia Ruofei was someone the head of the Joint Logistics Support Force had personally instructed the Chinese People's Liberation Army headquarters to fully cooperate with. Therefore, Professor Chen was not sure if Xia Ruofei would give him face. Gu Jun smiled and said, "Little Chen, be more sincere. I just wanted to talk to him about his acupuncture techniques." Gu Jun had been immersed in Chinese medicine for his entire life. When he saw Xia Ruofei's strange needle withdrawing technique, he was very interested and could not help but want to explore it. On the other hand, it was also because of his appreciation for talent. Nowadays, there were fewer and fewer young people who were willing to learn Chinese medicine. And young doctors with high standards were even rarer. It was not easy to meet one today, and Gu Jun did not want to miss it. Although it was just a glimpse, Gu Jun had a feeling that Xia Ruofei's Chinese medicine, or rather, his acupuncture skills, might not be any worse than some famous doctors. This made him even more curious about Xia Ruofei. One must know that the older a Chinese doctor was, the more popular he would be. Chinese medicine was too broad and profound. It had to go through the accumulation of time before it could gradually mature. It was rare to see a young and skilled Chinese doctor like Xia Ruofei. Uncle Ge, Professor Chen nodded. "Please wait here for a moment. I'll go ask." Gu Jun nodded with a smile. Professor Chen walked out of the monitoring hall and went straight to Song Qiming's ward from the corridor between the operating area and the intensive care unit area. After Xia Ruofei kept the silver needles, he looked at his watch and realized that it was almost time for dinner. He decided to go out and have something to eat first. At the same time, he wanted to talk to Song Wei and Fang Liyun about Song Qiming's situation. As soon as he walked out of the ward, he saw Professor Chen walking toward him. Professor Chen. Xia Ruofei greeted him with a smile. Today, Professor Chen was very cooperative with Xia Ruofei, and Xia Ruofei was very polite to him. After all, they were in Professor Chen's territory, and Song Qiming's follow-up treatment would need the cooperation of the general hospital. Besides, Xia Ruofei was always like this. He would return the favor back to others. If Professor Chen had been a little disapproving of Xia Ruofei's intervention previously, he just didn't say it out loud. Now, he was much more enthusiastic because even Gujun admired Xia Ruofei's acupuncture techniques. He also needed Xia Ruofei to give him face and meet Go Jun, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fulfill the trust of his elders. Therefore, Professor Chen also showed a friendly smile and said, Mr. Xia, how is Secretary Song? Xia Ruofei smiled. He's generally stable. However, he hasn't regained his consciousness yet. Professor Chen knew Song Qiming's injury very well. He had already assumed that Song Qiming was brain dead and would never wake up. Therefore, he was not surprised by Xia Ruofei's answer. Mr. Xia, one of my elders happened to be in the hospital today, Professor Chen said. He's a famous Chinese medicine master in our country. He heard that you're trying to use Chinese medicine to treat Secretary Song. He wants to meet you and talk about the treatment plan. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Professor Chen, please help me thank that Chinese medicine master. But I'm afraid I don't have the time for now. You know Uncle Song's current situation, Professor Chen quickly said, Mr. Xia, my elder's name is Gujun. He's the director of the China Chinese Medical Academy and is also a publicly acknowledged Chinese medical master. He specializes in providing medical care services to the leaders in Beijing. He's very skilled in Chinese medicine. If he can participate in the discussion of the treatment plan, it will definitely be helpful too. The treatment. Professor Chen thought that Xia Ruofei would be interested in Gujun's name. After all, he could tell that Xia Ruofei was very concerned about Song Qiming's condition. Furthermore, he studied Chinese medicine. If he could get the guidance of a Chinese medicine master like Ji Jun, who would refuse? To Professor Chen's surprise, Xia Ruofei did not even think about it before he said, Professor Chen, thank you for your kindness, but the only thing on my mind right now is to cure Uncle Song as soon as possible. I really don't have the time for anything else. Please convey my apologies to your elder, and we'll talk about it after this matter is over. This? Professor Chen was dumbfounded. Xia Ruofei didn't wait for him to persuade him and said directly, I'm sorry, Professor Chen. If there's nothing else, I have to go. I need to talk to Aunt Fang and Song Wei about Uncle Song's sadness. Please excuse me. After that, Xia Ruofei smiled apologetically at Professor Chen and walked toward the exit of the intensive care unit. By the time Professor Chen came back to his senses, Xia Ruofei had already disappeared around the corner. Professor Chen did not want to chase after him shamelessly. He could only shake his head with a bitter smile. He thought to himself, Uncle Ji finally asked me to help with something, but I didn't expect it to be a mess, Professor Chen walked back in disappointment while Xia Ruofei changed out of the isolation suit and left the intensive care unit. As soon as Xia Ruofei came out, he saw Guangxi Chao loitering outside. When Guangxi Chao saw Xia Ruofei, he immediately walked up to him. The first thing he asked was, "CEO Xia, how's Secretary Song?" Guangxi Chao was very concerned about Song Qiming's situation. After all, he was Song Qiming's secretary. If something happened to Song Qiming, he would be forced to change his position even if it wasn't his fault. After all, no one would use a secretary left behind by a former leader. Not to mention, the secretary had died in a car accident with the leader. How unlucky would that be? 2302 Suspicious points. 2. Guangxi Chao hadn't been in this position for long, and he wasn't qualified for a promotion. Plus, he was in a car accident. If Song Qiming really couldn't be saved, Guangxi Chao would probably be assigned to an idle position, and he might have to waste the rest of his life. Of course, other than his own political interests, Song Qiming was also concerned about Guangxi Chao. Personally, Guangxi Chao did not want anything to happen to Song Qiming. Xia Ruofei replied casually, "He's still the same. I don't think he's in danger. It's just that it's troublesome that he hasn't woken up." "We need to think of another way," Guangxi Chao quickly said. "That's right, that's right. President Xia, please take care of this. Secretary Song can't be in trouble." Xia Ruofei smiled. "You're being too polite. How can I not be concerned about Uncle Song's matter?" Guangxi Chao came back to his senses and quickly said, "Look at my mouth." President Xia and Secretary Song were on the same side. How could they not be attentive? "President Xia, please don't take offense. I'm just being too concerned." Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "Brother Chao, I'm not that petty. By the way, how are the police's arrangements?" "I've arranged for them to be there," Guangxi Chao said. "The provincial department has sent special police over to take care of Aunt Feng and Song Wei's safety. They've followed your orders and are protecting them in secret." "Where's the truck driver?" Xia Ruofei nodded. "The police will focus on the investigation." Guangxi Chao said he should still be under the control of the traffic police. However, things didn't go as planned. Guangxi Chao's phone rang before he could finish his sentence. He walked to the side and answered the call for a while, then walked over with a serious face. Xia Ruofei looked at his expression and knew that it was not good news. "Director Xia, the driver ran away," Guangxi Chao said. "He ran away?" Xia Ruofei could not help but raise his voice. "Isn't he under the police's control? Why did you suddenly run away?" Guangxi Chao said. Dejectedly, the highway traffic police said that the driver was also injured, but his life was not in danger. They took a brief statement and sent him to the hospital for treatment. The hospital was very busy today, so it took a long time. After receiving my news, the police were worried that something might go wrong, so they sent a few more policemen to help. The purpose was to keep an eye on him. Unexpectedly, this guy was very alert. When he saw the reinforcements, he probably realized that something was wrong and ran away in the chaos. Xia Ruofei found it unbelievable, but he could not comment on the police's ability. He could only shake his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Then, he immediately asked, "What about his car? Do you have any clues?" "It's also a car with a fake license plate," Guangxi Chao said with a bitter smile. The police didn't notice it at first, But after he ran away, the police got the information on the car and found the owner. Then they realized that something was wrong. It's not an accident, Xia Ruofei said decisively. There's at least an 80% chance that it was a planned attack and not an accident. Guangxi Chao nodded in agreement. Xia Ruofei continued, Brother Chao, we have to strengthen the security. Although he couldn't be completely sure, the possibility of a premeditated attack was higher. Furthermore, the enemy is in the dark while we're out in the open. If we're not careful, it's easy for problems to arise again. Guangxi Chao shivered and said, that makes sense. If this was a planned attack, then the enemy in the dark is too terrifying. The assassination of a leader like Song Qiming, coupled with the Song family, was definitely a big deal. Anyone who dared to commit such a shocking crime was definitely a fugitive. The people behind them were likely to be directly related to some big family. If this attack did not succeed, no one knew when the next one would come and who the target would be. I have to report this to the higher-ups immediately, Guangxi Chao said. Xia Ruofei nodded in agreement and said, it's very necessary, and we have to be fully prepared this time. We can't have any more safety issues. Guangxi Chao said, President Xia, I'll take my leave now. I'll have to trouble you to take care of Secretary Song. Don't worry, Xia Ruofei said, I'm here. Uncle Song will be fine. Guangxi Chao left in a hurry with a serious face. Xia Ruofei took the elevator to the floor where Fang Liyun and Song Wei were resting. As soon as he got out of the elevator, he found several plainclothes policemen hiding in the dark. He thought to himself that the police were quite efficient, but it seemed that they were not capable enough to deal with those experienced fugitives. Mr. Xia, the female staff member sent by the municipal party committee to take care of Fang Liyun, was sitting on a long bench in the corridor of the ward. She immediately stood up and greeted Xia Ruofei when she saw him. Hello, are Aunt Fang and Song Wei still resting? Xia Ruofei asked. They're not asleep yet. They're talking in the room. All right, thank you, Xia Ruofei said politely. Then, he came to the door of the ward, knocked on it, and said, Aunt Fang. It's me. The whispering in the room immediately stopped, and then Fang Liyun said loudly, Are you au fait? Hurry up and come in. Hurry and come in. 2303, Suspicious Points, 3, Xia Ruofei then pushed the door open and walked in. Fang Liyun and Song Wei had already come up to him. Ruofei, is Qiming awake? Fang Liyun asked eagerly. Xia Ruofei shook his head and said, Not yet. Seeing the disappointment in Fang Liyun's eyes, he quickly added, But Auntie, don't worry too much. I think Uncle Song's life is no longer in danger. It's just that the wound is on his head, so I can't be sure when he'll wake up. Thank you, Ruofei, Fang Liyun said tiredly, this result is good enough. After all, even Professor Chen couldn't do anything about it. Even if Qiming doesn't wake up, you've already done your best. Mom. Song Wei quickly interjected. Don't say such inauspicious words. Father will wake up soon, and Ruofei will definitely have a way. Song Wei looked at Xia Ruofei with hope. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Yes. Auntie. Today, I'm mainly here to stabilize Uncle Song's condition. After all, it's life-threatening. As for his current unconscious state, I still have some ideas. But they are not too mature yet. I need to think about it before I can come up with the best treatment plan. You don't have to worry too much. I know. Thank you, Ruofei. Fang Liyun said. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Auntie, you're welcome. By the way, it's almost time to eat. What do you want to eat? I'll get someone to send it over. Xia Ruofei did not plan to bring the mother and daughter out for a meal as he considered the possible dangers outside. After all, the situation outside was more complicated. It was safer to have a hospital ward with a lot of energy. Ruofei, I don't have any appetite now. You and Weiwei can go ahead and eat. Fang Liyun waved her hand. Auntie, people are made of iron. If you don't eat or drink, your body will collapse soon. Xia Ruofei said, how are we going to take care of Uncle Song? Then? Mom. Just listen to Ruofei. Song Wei said, at least eat something. Fang Liyun let out a sigh, then nodded and said, okay then. I'll just have something light. I really don't have much of an appetite. All right. I'll make the arrangements. Xia Ruofei said. Then, he gave Song Wei a look. Song Wei immediately understood and said, Mom. You should lie down and rest for a while. I'm also going out. All right, you guys go ahead. Fang Liyun said. Tiredly. Take care of your safety, N. Xia Ruofei nodded at Fang Liyun and left the ward with Song Wei. He first called the female worker from the municipal party committee over and asked her to prepare dinner. Since they were in the hospital, they were not that particular about food. Besides, Fang Liyun had requested for something light. Hence, Xia Ruofei had asked the female staff to buy some congee with pork and century egg from a nearby restaurant. Then, they would buy a few steamed buns and a few side dishes for a simple meal. He considered that if he were to stay in the hospital for the next few days, he might as well have Ling Ji's food and beverage company prepare meals for a few people and send them over every day. This way, it would be clean, safe, and taste better. After the female staff went to prepare dinner, Xia Ruofei pulled Song Wei to the bench at the door of the ward and sat down. Song Wei was smart and immediately asked in a low voice, Ruofei, is my father's condition not good? 2304 Visiting 1. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, Weiwei, Uncle Song's external injury is not a big problem. Although Professor Chen and the others think it's very dangerous, I can still cure it with the help of some cultivators. In fact, Uncle Song's external injuries only look scary. The internal injuries of his brain have basically recovered. I knew you'd have a way. Song Wei heaved a sigh of relief and said, did you call me out because of my dad's unconscious state? It's so easy to talk to smart people. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Weiwei, I'm suspect that Uncle Song's condition might have a problem with his soul. Song Wei pondered for a while and nodded, it's very possible. After all, he was injured on his head. And as you said, his external injuries are no longer a big problem, but he still hasn't woken up. It's possible that his soul is injured. After all, Song Wei had been cultivating for a long time. Moreover, the advanced mode of the scripture of the primogenitor required both of their souls to cultivate together. Hence, she did not know much about the soul. With Xia Ruofei's reminder, she immediately had her own analysis. Yes. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, do you remember when you were in the ancient tomb on Mount Yu? You were almost possessed by that spirit body. Of course. Song Wei said with a lingering fear, I'm really scared now that I think about it. I didn't know what happened at that time, and when I woke up, I was already in the hotel, Xia Ruofei patted the back of Song Wei's hand and said, "Actually, uncle. Song's situation was quite similar to yours. His soul was damaged or he activated his self-protection, so he completely shut off his perception of the outside world and even lost the most basic reflex function." Xia Ruofei saw the worry on Song Wei's face and immediately comforted her. Wei, don't be too worried. After all, I'm experienced now. Right? I was able to save you back then, so I'll definitely be able to save Uncle Song this time. Are you Ruofei? Song Wei asked. The price to repair the damaged soul must be quite high, right? Xia Ruofei smiled. Wei. Uncle Song is your father. I won't even frown no matter what price I have to pay. Song Wei was touched. She leaned her head on Xia Ruofei's shoulder and said, "Thank you." Xia Ruofei was shocked and quickly said, Wei, someone's." Song Wei straightened her body as if she had been electrocuted. She looked left and right nervously. Then pouted and said, "Where is he?" "You're teasing me again." Xia Ruofei could not tell Song Wei that there were many plainclothes police officers around. He could only laugh. "I'm saying, this is the hospital corridor, and people can appear at any time, so we have to be careful." Song Wei burst out laughing and said, "So you're afraid?" In Mai and Qingshua's eyes, you're the most audacious of all. Xia Ruofei looked at Song Wei's half-smile and knew what she was trying to say. He could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Strictly speaking, the subtle relationship between him, Song Wei, and Ling Qingxue was caused by Song Wei's insistence on getting rid of the peach blossom miasma when her cultivation level was still not high enough. If it wasn't for that accidental soul joint cultivation, how could there be so many things in the future? Of course, no matter how ignorant Xia Ruofei was, his emotional intelligence was not that low. If he had said this out loud, where would she put her face? Furthermore, if he were to get to the bottom of it, the reason why Song Wei was infected by the peach blossom miasma was because she accompanied him to explore the ancient tomb of Mount Yu. So the root of the problem was still on his side. Under such circumstances, Xia Ruofei's only choice was to change the topic. He laughed drily and said, Wei, your job now is to take good care of Aunt Fong and tell her not to worry too much. It's not easy to tell her about the soul. You have to find a way to make her feel at ease. This will test your wisdom. Don't worry. Song Wei nodded. I will take good care of my mother. And I have confidence in you. Song Wei smiled sweetly at Xia Ruofei after she finished speaking. The two of them sat in the hospital corridor and talked softly. With Xia Ruofei's reminder, the two of them did not do anything intimate. After a while, the female worker from the municipal party committee came over with the dinner that had been prepared. When Xia Ruofei saw her, he naturally did not want a woman to carry so many things. He immediately stood up and took the dinner from her. Thank you for your hard work. This girl had just joined the civil service not long ago. This time, the secretary was in such a big accident, and she was arranged to take care of the secretary's family. She was also a little jittery, afraid that she would make mistakes in her work. Xia Ruofei's kind attitude warmed her heart and she quickly said, You will come. This is part of my job. Xia Ruofei said, You should go and eat something too. You won't be able to do your job well on an empty stomach. We're here with Auntie Fong. No need, Mr. Xia, I'm not hungry. I told you to go, so just go. Just go quickly and come back quickly. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Song Wei also tried to persuade her. The female staff member then gratefully went to have dinner. In fact, they did have shifts, but her replacement would only arrive at 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. She was already hungry, but when she went to buy dinner just now, she didn't dare to eat first. She even forgot to buy a set for herself to take back to the hospital. After buying, she rushed to the hospital. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei walked into the ward and persuaded Fang Liyun to eat some. Fang Liyun only cheered up after Xia Ruofei told her that he would arrange for them to visit Song Qiming after they were done eating. When Fang Liyun got the news and rushed to the hospital, Song Qiming had already been sent into the operating room. She had not seen Song Qiming until now. Although Xia Ruofei said that Song Qiming's injuries were under control, she was still worried because she had not seen him with her own eyes. Therefore, when she heard that Xia Ruofei could go and see Song Qiming, Fang Liyun felt reinvigorated. She quickly finished a bowl of congee with pork and century egg, as well as a steamed bun, and said, "Ruofei, I'm full. Let's go and see Qiming." Xia Ruofei and Song Wei had only eaten half of it. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. However, they could understand Fang Liyun's feelings, so they put down their chopsticks without saying anything. Xia Ruofei took the elevator with Fang Liyun and Song Wei to the floor where the intensive care unit was. As Professor Chen had informed them in advance, Xia Ruofei brought the mother and daughter into the intensive care unit without much trouble. After the disinfection process, they changed into isolation suits. Song Wei saw her mother's body trembling slightly and quickly went up to hold her arm. She said softly, "Mom. It'll be fine." Fang Liyun nodded her head heavily. Both of them were actually a little nervous. They followed Xia Ruofei and soon arrived at Song Qiming's ward. Through the glass wall of the ward, Fang Liyun could see Song Qiming lying quietly on the bed. She could not help but tear up and walk faster. As soon as she entered the ward, she saw Song Qiming, who had his hair shaved, with his eyes closed and his face swollen. There was also a terrible wound on his head. Fang Liyun could not hold it in any more and burst into tears. She rushed to the bed and called out softly, "Old Song Qiming, wake up." "I'm Liyun." Song Wei's eyes could not help but turn red. She bit her lower lip and tried her best not to cry. Xia Ruofei saw that Fang Liyun's attention was on Song Qiming, so he secretly held Song Wei's hand and squeezed it gently. Tears welled up in Song Wei's eyes as she turned to look at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei nodded at her and let go of her hand. He walked to the bed and said softly, "Auntie, although Uncle Song is unconscious, his life is not in danger. Don't worry too much." Fang Liyun let go of Song Qiming's hand and nodded slightly. Then, she asked while sobbing, "Are you Ruofei, that Qiming, when will he wake up?" Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "I'm not sure about the exact time. I'll need to do a further examination of him. But don't worry, I'll do my best." Thank you," Fang Liyun said. Xia Ruofei gave Song Wei a look and said, "Auntie Fang, you can stay here with Uncle Song for a while. Song Wei and I will wait for you outside." Song Wei knew that her mother must have a lot to say to her father. It would be inappropriate for her to be there with Xia Ruofei, so she said immediately, "Mom, I'll go out first." Fang Liyun nodded her head. Hence, Xia Ruofei brought Song Wei out of the intensive care unit to give Song Qiming and Fang Liyun some alone time. The two of them stood in the corridor and talked softly. Through the glass wall, they could see Fang Liyun sitting on the bed, holding Song Qiming's hand and talking to him. Ruofei. Do you think Dad can hear what my mom is saying now? Song Wei suddenly asked. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. I'm not sure. I heard that people in a vegetative state sometimes have a reaction to their loved ones talking to them. However, Uncle Song's condition is completely different from that of a person in a vegetative state. He seems to have completely shut off all senses of the outside world. Song Wei nodded and did not say anything else. Even if she knew that Song Qiming could not hear what Fang Liyun said, she would not spoil the mood. Fang Liyun must have a lot of things to say to Song Qiming now. It was a kind of confiding, so it did not matter whether Song Qiming could hear her or not. About 10 minutes later, Fang Liyun walked out of the ward with red and swollen eyes. She said, "Are you Ruofei, Wei Wei, let's go." Then, she turned back to look at Song Qiming, who was in the ward, before she walked out. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei quickly followed. Walking out of the intensive care unit, Xia Ruofei sent Fang Liyun and Song Wei into the elevator. The mother and daughter were going to stay in the hospital tonight. Xia Ruofei did not follow him upstairs. He was going to return to the intensive care unit to see if he could check on Song Qiming's consciousness. For an ordinary person who had never cultivated, the consciousness was very fragile. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power cultivation had not reached the level where he could check on other people's consciousness at will. Hence, he had to be extremely careful during the process and could not be disturbed. If something was wrong, he had to give up immediately. Just as Xia Ruofei reached the entrance of the intensive care unit, an old man with silver hair stopped him with a smile and asked, "Are you Mr. Xia Ruofei?" 2305 Similar views. 1. This silver-haired old man was the master of traditional Chinese medicine, Gujun. He was not discouraged by Xia Ruofei's rejection of his request for a meeting. Instead, he was even more interested in Xia Ruofei. Gujun had a casual dinner in Professor Chen's office and decided to wait for him in the intensive care unit. When Xia Ruofei came out with Fang Liyun and her daughter, Gujun did not go up to disturb them. Instead, he waited for him to send Fang Liyun and Song Wei into the elevator and then returned to the intensive care unit before he came over to talk to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei's mind was filled with thoughts on how to investigate Song Qiming's sea of consciousness. He could not help but frown when he was suddenly blocked. However, the silver-haired elder in front of him was an old man and his attitude was very polite. Xia Ruofei did not want to be cold to him. He nodded slightly and said, "I'm Xia Ruofei. Old sir, is there anything I can help you with?" Gujun had a kind smile on his face as he said, "Mr. Xia, let me introduce myself. I'm Ji Jun, and I work in Chinese medicine in Beijing." Xia Ruofei immediately understood. This old man was the sage of Chinese medicine that Professor Chen had mentioned, Gujun. Working in the field of Chinese medicine in Beijing. This old man was quite low-key. In Beijing, he provided healthcare services to the high-level leaders and directors. He was definitely a national treasure-level expert. However, the old man was really persistent. He had already politely declined, but he still came here to intercept him. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel helpless. He didn't know why this Chinese medicine master was so interested in him, so he could only laugh and say, "So it's Mr. Ge, nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you." Ha ha ha. I'll just call you little Xia, okay? Gujun was very friendly. What could Xia Ruofei say? He could only nod and say, of course. May I know what business old Mr. G has with me? Gujun smiled and said, little Xia, I accidentally saw your acupuncture technique this afternoon. It's not simple. I'm just excited to see you. So I took the liberty to come and find you, wanting to talk to you. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, Mr. Ge, you are a master of Chinese medicine. My lousy acupuncture techniques are not worthy of your attention. Moreover, one of my elders is still in the intensive care unit. I need to go in and take care of him. I really don't have the extra energy. I'm sorry, Gujun immediately said, I'll go in and take a look too. Little Xia, I have some knowledge in the treatment of external injuries in traditional Chinese medicine. I might be able to help. Xia Ruofei had a headache. He couldn't get rid of her. However, the person in front of him was a highly respected Chinese medicine master, and he had been very affable from the beginning to the end. As the saying goes, you don't slap a smiling person. Xia Ruofei couldn't reject him forcefully, and could only nod his head reluctantly. Xia Ruofei had wanted to use the night time to figure out how to investigate Song Qiming's sea of consciousness in a safer way. However, it seemed like he could not do that. For the time being, he would have to send this old man away first. Xia Ruofei and Gujun successfully entered the intensive care unit. When they arrived at Song Qiming's ward, Professor Chen was on patrol with the doctor on duty. He was checking on Song Qiming's condition. Professor Chen looked up and saw Gujun walking in with Xia Ruofei. He immediately stood up and greeted them, Uncle Ge, why are you here? Xia Ruofei looked at Professor Chen, speechless. Gujun chuckled and said, I'll accompany Xiao Xia to take a look. Xiao Chen, is this the injured person? How's his condition? Professor Chen's face turned serious, and he said, Uncle Ge, I'm afraid there's nothing we can do. I've just checked some of his reflexes. He's still the same as a few hours ago. I'm afraid we can determine that he's brain dead. Professor Chen knew that it would hurt Xia Ruofei's self-esteem to say these words in front of him, but Gujun had asked him personally. Professor Chen could not open his eyes to speak due to his strict professionalism. In Professor Chen's opinion, Song Qiming's condition was irreversible. The only reason he was still breathing and had a heart rate was because of equipment such as a ventilator. It was a waste of medical resources and had no other meaning. To the patient, this was an inhumane torture. Although the patient could no longer feel it, that was the objective situation. If Fang Liyun had heard Professor Chen's words, she would have fainted. Xia Ruofei had clearly said that Song Qiming's life was no longer in danger and that he was just unconscious. Why did Professor Chen have a completely different conclusion? Professor Chen was an expert in neurosurgery. Would his words be more convincing than Xia Ruofei's? Anyone who encountered such a situation would be nervous. Gujun looked at Xia Ruofei in surprise. Then, he looked at Song Qiming who was lying on the bed and said, Can I go over and take a look? His question was obviously directed at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei did not agree with Professor Chen's conclusion. Of course, he was not doubting Professor Chen's professionalism. It was just that if Song Qiming's condition was really related to his soul, Professor Chen would not be able to tell the difference between this and brain death. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not take Professor Chen's conclusion seriously. At the same time, he didn't think Gujun would be able to see anything. After all, this was no longer within the scope of traditional Chinese medicine. Hence, Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Of course, no problem." Gujun nodded and sat down in front of the bed. Then, he placed his fingers on Song Qiming's wrist with great familiarity and closed his eyes. When the doctor on duty saw a Chinese medical doctor taking someone's pulse in the ICU, she suddenly felt that it was ridiculous. However, this Chinese medical doctor was Professor Chen's elder. As an ordinary doctor who was many levels lower than Professor Chen, she naturally did not dare to say anything and just watched quietly from the side. After a long while, Gujun opened his eyes. He was not in a hurry to state his conclusion, but instead asked with interest, "Little Xia, what do you think?" "I think you have a different opinion about little Chen's judgment, right?" Xia Ruofei smiled and replied, "Of course. Otherwise, wouldn't all that I've done be meaningless? Obviously, Uncle Song isn't brain dead. I'm very sure." Professor Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. If Xia Ruofei's words were to spread, it would be a huge blow to him. One must know that the announcement of death was a very strict and cautious thing. Even an ordinary person would need to go through a very strict procedure to announce his death, let alone a high-ranking officer like Song Qiming. It would be a huge mistake to judge a person who was not brain dead as brain dead. If the patient died after the catheter was removed, who would be responsible for that? Strictly speaking, the doctor who made the conclusion was killing someone. But before Professor Chen could say anything, Gujun laughed and said, "I also agree with your conclusion, Uncle Ge." Professor Chen was shocked. "Uncle Ge, you can't say that," he said. Gujun smiled and waved his hand. "Chen, don't get too excited. Xia and I judged it from a Chinese medicine point of view. The patient's life force is very strong. If he wasn't unconscious, he would be no different from a healthy person. I don't think he's brain dead." As a Chinese medical master, Gujun had seen countless cases, including brain-death cases. Therefore, he could easily tell that Song Qiming's condition was different from all the brain-death cases he had dealt with in the past. After hearing Gujun's words, Xia Ruofei started to see him in a new light. From a cultivator's point of view, it was not hard to understand that the damage to the soul had caused the cultivator to fall into a coma. However, from a medical point of view, it was inevitable that he would come to a different conclusion like Professor Chen. As a master of Chinese medicine, Gujun was indeed quite skilled to be able to discover the difference between Song Qiming and a normal brain-dead patient in such a short time. Professor Chen was speechless. It was not that he didn't want to refute, but he had no way to refute the words that were very common in Chinese medicine, such as meridians, acupuncture points, yin and yang, vitality. It was difficult to explain in Western medicine. This was also why Chinese medicine had been regarded as witch doctors for a long time. Moreover, Gujun was Professor Chen's elder, so Professor Chen could not argue with him like he usually did. Gujun laughed and said to Xia Ruofei, "Xia, if I'm not wrong, the purpose of your acupuncture was to lock his life, right?" Although he only saw the process of withdrawing the needle, with Gujun's level of Chinese medicine, he could easily deduce the effect of the acupuncture. Xia Ruofei nodded. "That's roughly the case. We also hope that we can use acupuncture to stabilize the patient's brain injury." Professor Chen was speechless. Previously, Xia Ruofei was the only one doing what he thought to be a futile effort. Now, even Gejun was on Xia Ruofei's side. It seemed like it was impossible to declare him brain dead according to the procedure. Uncle Ge, Mr. Xia, you two can talk. I have to go to the next ward, Professor Chen said after some thought. Gejun waved his hand and said, go quickly. Don't mind us. I'll chat with little Xia here for a while. All right. Professor Chen walked out with the doctor on duty and went to the next ward. Gejun, on the other hand, said with a hint of enthusiasm, Xia, your acupuncture technique is amazing. You can control such a serious injury. I'm ashamed of myself. You're overpraising me, Xia Ruofei said in a neutral tone. Gejun continued, Xiao Xia, if I may ask. The acupuncture technique you used this afternoon. Was it the 6 cloud contact needles? 2306, 9 cloud contact needles, 1, Xia Ruofei was stunned. He was not surprised that Gejun would see his acupuncture technique, because he knew that there were surveillance cameras in the intensive care unit. Moreover, when he withdrew the needle, he did not deliberately avoid the cameras. It was a pure Chinese medicine technique, there was nothing to hide. Xia Ruofei did not react immediately when he heard Gejun say 6 needles of the scraping cloud. However, he quickly remembered that the acupuncture technique he used came from an ancient medical book that had been lost for a long time. It was similar to the name that Gejun had mentioned. However, it was not called 6 needles of the scraping cloud, but 9 needles of the scraping cloud. Moreover, this kind of acupuncture technique did not require 9 silver needles every time. The exact number of needles used and the method used were determined by the actual situation. For example, Xia Ruofei used 8 silver needles this time. Xia Ruofei was sure that Gejun's 6 piercing cloud had a deep connection with his 9 piercing cloud from the ancient medical book. Gejun saw Xia Ruofei's hesitation and quickly explained, Xiao Xia, I may have been a little abrupt, but this cloud contact 6 needles is really too important to me. I don't know if you have the time, but I'll tell you slowly. Gejun had obviously misunderstood and thought that Xia Ruofei was unhappy that he had asked about his ability to make a living. Hence, he quickly and sincerely explained. Mr. Ge, please elaborate, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. I'm not sure. Gejun sighed and said, actually, I'm not sure if the acupuncture technique you used is the 6 cloud contact needles. It's just that some of the techniques you used to withdraw the needles, including the choice of acupuncture points, gave me a strong sense of familiarity. Little Xia, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but this cloud contact 6 needles is my family's secret technique, Gejun began to explain. It turned out that Jun's family had a long history of knowledge. His family had been traditional Chinese medicine practitioners for generations, and almost every generation had produced a famous doctor. If one were to trace the source, Gejun's ancestor was actually a famous Eastern Jin medical scientist, Ge Hong, who had been conferred the title of Inner Marquis and called himself Bao Puzi. Gejun's ancestor was not only a legendary doctor, but also a master alchemist and a famous Taoist scholar. It could be said that he was famous. Gejun's medical skills were passed down from generation to generation. However, the inheritance of Chinese medicine was mainly passed down by word of mouth. It was the traditional way of a master taking his disciples. Although Ge Hong had written many classic medical books, many of them had been lost over the long years. Especially in the East Jin dynasty, which had been through many years of war, the loss of inheritance was even more serious. Even so, the Ge tribe's medical skills had been passed down to this day, and Gujun had worked hard on the foundation of his predecessors and finally became a famous person of his generation. The 6 cloud, rubbing needles he mentioned was said to have been passed down from his ancestor, Guhong. However, Guhong's medical book had been completely lost, and Gujun's knowledge was passed down through the efforts of his father and ancestors. It was just that in the traditional way of a master taking care of his disciples, there was bound to be a situation. That was, everyone's focus was different, and the direction they were good at was also different. Once the inheritor of a certain direction lost his medical skills for various reasons, then this inheritance would be missing a piece. The cloud contact 6 needles was such a situation. Gujun's current acupuncture technique was also quite advanced, but this was something that he had learned from the words left behind by his ancestors and the strong points of various schools. According to Gujun's words, the name of the 6 cloud contact needles was something that a certain generation of ancestors had come up with based on incomplete inheritances. In Gujun's generation, they had only grasped a superficial understanding of it. Even so, Gujun still had a deep impression of the 6 cloud contact needles described by his ancestors. This was why he felt a sense of familiarity when he saw Xia Ruofei's acupuncture technique and was so excited. Nowadays, traditional Chinese medicine rarely used such a complicated technique. Gujun only took one look and was already shocked. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei's acupuncture technique was so similar to his family's 6 cloud contact needles. How could Gujun remain calm? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but nod after listening. Actually, when he heard Gujun say that he was Guhong's descendant, he had already believed most of it. Moreover, Gujun was not lying when he mentioned the cloud contact 6 needles. This was because Xia Ruofei was very clear that the 9 needles of the rubbing cloud technique he used this time came from a long, lost ancient medical book called 3 volumes of the rubbing cloud. The author was the famous Guhong. Moreover, according to the introduction of the Jade Talisman of Inheritance, although these 3 medical books were not as famous as Guhong's famous works such as Golden Cauldron Prescription and Back of the Elbow, in fact, the 3 volumes of Rubbing Clouds was written by Guhong in his later years to pass on medical skills to his descendants. It could be said that it was the culmination of his legendary medical skills in his life and was the most essence of his work. Unfortunately, it had been lost in the Song dynasty. The Ge family's current medical skills were probably only the tip of the iceberg of the 3 volumes of the Moyun. It was already not easy for Gujun to name the 6 needles of the Moyun, which was not an accurate name. Of course, this did not mean that the Ge family's medical skills were getting worse with each generation. In fact, the Ge family's descendants were constantly learning the medical skills of other famous medical experts. Over the long years, there was no lack of amazing talents. They also had their own understanding and achievements in medical skills, which were passed down from generation to generation. For example, Gujun's understanding of the 3 cloud rubbing scrolls could not be compared to Xia Ruofei's, but did this mean that his medical skills were inferior to Xia Ruofei's? That was not entirely true. Xia Ruofei's theoretical knowledge of Chinese medicine was indeed very high. In some aspects, he was much better than the current Chinese medical masters. However, he had little practical experience, and he was definitely not as good as Gujun in all aspects. After Gujun finished explaining the whole story, he looked at Xia Ruofei and said sincerely, "Mr. Xia, I hope you can understand the eagerness of a descendant of the Ge family. If the acupuncture technique you have mastered is really the sixth cloud rubbing needles, I'm willing to be your teacher and learn Chinese medicine from you. Gu Jun changed the way he addressed Xia Ruofei back to Mr. Xia and even bowed deeply to Xia Ruofei after he finished speaking. Xia Ruofei jumped in shock and quickly helped Gu Jun up, saying, "Old Ge, aren't you trying to kill me? Please don't do this." Gu Jun did not say anything and only looked at Xia Ruofei expectantly. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Ge, you have a good eye. The acupuncture technique I used is indeed from the 3 volumes of Moyun written by Master Bao Puzi. However, it is not called 6 Moyun needles, but 9 Moyun needles." Gu Jun was stunned like a clay statue. After a long while, he muttered, "There really is a cloud contact needle technique. And it's an inheritance from our ancestor. So that's how it is. I knew it. You used 8 silver needles before. And I've always thought that the 6 cloud contact needles were incomplete. 9 is the extreme number, so there really is the 9 cloud contact needles." Gu Jun became more and more agitated as he spoke. Finally, he looked at Xia Ruofei and said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Xia, I'm begging you to take me in as your useless disciple. From now on, I'm willing to follow you and serve you. I only hope that you can pass on this 3 cloud rubbing scrolls as exceptional medical skills to me." With that, Gu Jun's knees went weak and he was about to kneel down and pay his respects to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei was already prepared. He quickly grabbed Gu Jun and said, "Mr. Ge, you can't do that. No. You're an outstanding figure in China's Chinese medicine field, how could I dare to take you as my disciple?" Gu Jun said anxiously, "Those are just empty titles. In the apricot forest, there was no order in learning, and the one who achieved it was the teacher. Sir, your medical skills must be far better than mine. You are definitely qualified to take me in as your disciple." This time, he didn't even use the word Xia and directly addressed him as Sir. For a long time, Sir was more of a teacher. Gu Jun was determined to acknowledge this young man as his teacher. Gu Jun couldn't be blamed for losing his composure. If this was a brilliant medical technique from another sect, Gu Jun might have hesitated due to his status. However, this 9 cloud contact needles was passed down by his ancestor, Gu Hong. Furthermore, from Xia Ruofei's words, it might not be just the 9 cloud contact needles. It was very likely that Xia Ruofei had mastered the complete 3 cloud contact scrolls. How could Gu Jun remain calm? Xia Ruofei forced a smile and said, "Mr. Ge, it's not right if this gets out. Why don't you let me think about it first? With Uncle Song's current situation, I really don't have much energy to think about other things." Gu Jun also knew that he could not push Xia Ruofei too hard. After all, taking in a master and disciple was a matter of mutual consent. A melon that was forcefully twisted was not sweet. Therefore, Gu Jun could only nod and say, "All right. Sir, please take into account that I'm a descendant of the Ge family. I'll seriously consider it." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said. After that, Xia Ruofei did not mention this matter anymore. Instead, he started to discuss medical skills with Gu Jun. On one hand, he really wanted to have a good exchange of Chinese medicine theories. After all, he had been self-learning all this time. On the other hand, it was also to test him. Although the possibility of Gu Jun being a fake was low, it was still necessary for them to communicate. At least, Xia Ruofei could tell if Gujun's medical skills were really from Gohong. As he said. Even though Xia Ruofei was still hesitating, Gujun had already regarded Xia Ruofei as his teacher. Hence, he did not hold back and answered Xia Ruofei's questions in accordance with his own understanding. Xia Ruofei would ask a few questions from time to time and at the same time, express his opinions. The communication between the two was very smooth and they had a lot of chemistry as they had similar ideas on Chinese medicine. As they interacted, Gujun's admiration for Xia Ruofei grew. 2307 1 drink and 1 peck _ If Gujun was so determined to be Xia Ruofei's disciple previously, it was mostly because Xia Ruofei had the traditional Chinese medicine inheritance passed down by the Ji family's ancestor. However, after the exchange, Gujun's thoughts changed and he was even more determined to be Xia Ruofei's disciple. Because Xia Ruofei's views had opened his eyes. Usually, a simple sentence or two could make him see the light. Even though they were just discussing an ordinary prescription, Xia Ruofei's understanding gave Gujun a fresh and new feeling. Unknowingly, Gujun had started to view himself as a scholar and he admired Xia Ruofei from the bottom of his heart. Through this exchange, Xia Ruofei could confirm that Gujun was not lying. He was indeed Gohong's descendant. It was impossible to verify their blood relationship, but at least in terms of medical skills, Gujun's knowledge was full of traces of Gohong sect. Chinese medicine was also divided into many schools. Although they all had the same goal and everyone's goal was to treat and save people, different schools would have different concepts of Chinese medicine. There would also be subtle differences in the treatment of a certain case. Xia Ruofei had inherited many traditional Chinese medicine theories from the jade talisman of inheritance. He could easily judge Gujun's traditional Chinese medicine based on his performance. This was something that could not be faked unless Gujun's knowledge of Chinese medicine was more comprehensive than Xia Ruofei's and his standard was much higher. During the conversation, Xia Ruofei gradually came to a decision. Old Ge, he said after some thought, aren't you curious where I learned all these medical skills? Gujun chuckled. Sir, I've wanted to ask for a long time. But I was worried that it would be abrupt. Actually, it was also a coincidence. When I was young, I met a Taoist with the surname Ge. My medical skills were all taught by this Taoist Ge. Xia Ruofei said, at first, I didn't know what I was learning. I just memorized a lot of it. Later, I slowly started to master it. Especially after some practice, I felt how amazing the medical skills that this Taoist Ge taught me were. This Taoist Ge was naturally made up by Xia Ruofei. He was a fictitious character. The purpose of him saying this was to find a legitimate origin for his medical skills, and at the same time, to lay the foundation for the next suggestion he was going to make. When Gujun heard the name Taoist Ge, his eyes lit up. Their ancestor, Gohong, was an alchemist himself. Not only was he proficient in traditional Chinese medicine, but he was also obsessed with alchemy. Gohong's descendants were not few in number. Once Xia Ruofei said that his medical skills were taught by a Taoist with the surname Ge and that he knew the cloud, rubbing, needle technique. The answer was obvious. Mr. Xia, Gujun said excitedly. The Taoist priest who taught you medicine is most likely a member of my Ge tribe. The Ge family had been passed down from the East Jin dynasty. After so many generations, they had countless descendants. It was impossible for them to all know each other, especially after several generations, they basically had no contact. Gu Jun's branch had always maintained the inheritance of traditional Chinese medicine from generation to generation. It was not impossible for the other Ji family members to have inherited the medical skills, and it was a relatively complete inheritance. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Now it seems that it is very possible. It's just that I didn't think of this when I was young. I only know that the 3 volumes of Cloud Contact was written by ancestor Bao Puzi. I didn't connect the Taoist priest with Gohong." Gu Jun asked excitedly, "Mr. Xia, what's the name of the Taoist Ji who taught you medicine? I'll go back and check the genealogy, maybe I can find it." Xia Ruofei shook his head. "I don't know. I only know that he called himself Taoist Ji. He never mentioned his name, so I didn't ask." Gu Jun said regretfully, "Why didn't you even tell me your name? Then, Mr. Xia, where's this Taoist Ji now? He's most likely my clansman, so I want to pay him a visit." Xia Ruofei pretended to be sad and said, "When I was 15 years old, Taoist Ji passed away. I remember that he was neither sick nor suffering. In his words, he was at the end of his life. He passed away very calmly." Gu Jun was stunned. She had already passed away? Then, wouldn't that mean that they would never be able to verify it? Of course, the so-called verification was not because Gu Jun doubted Xia Ruofei's medical skills, especially the technique of the 9 cloud contact needles, which had already made Gu Jun 100% trust him. Gu Jun felt that since this Taoist Ji had inherited such a complete 3 volumes of cloud contact, it meant that their branch was very likely to have very high attainments in Chinese medicine. As a member of the Ji family, Gu Jun naturally wanted to get to know and exchange ideas. However, he didn't expect that. Just as a glimmer of hope rose, the clue was cut off again. Xia Ruofei looked at the dejected Gu Jun and smiled, "Mr. Ji, since I'm pretty sure that my Chinese medicine teacher is your clansman, and the medical skills I've learned are from Elder Gohong, I won't refuse if you want to learn." Hearing this, Gu Jun's eyes widened. Just a moment ago, he was still sighing in regret that he had missed the chance to obtain a complete inheritance from his clan. He did not expect to hear this heavenly news again. 2308 1 drink and 1 peck _ Gu Jun couldn't believe his ears. After a while, he said in shock, "Mr. Xia, you're saying that you agree to take me in as a disciple and teach me the medical skills of the 3 cloud contact volumes?" It was no wonder that Gu Jun had lost his self-control. In many traditional industries, there was a concept of treasuring one's own belongings. The Chinese medicine industry was the same. Teaching disciples to starve the master was not a joke. Many people would habitually leave a trump card when teaching their disciples or even their nephews and juniors. This was also one of the main reasons why Ji tribe's medical skills were incomplete. Therefore, even if it was confirmed that the 3 volumes of cloud rubbing was written by Gohong, Gu Jun did not dare to have high hopes of becoming a disciple. This was because Xia Ruofei had undoubtedly mastered the lost traditional Chinese medicine. Why would he give it to him without reservation just because he was Gohong's descendant? Furthermore, there was no way to verify the identity of Gohong's descendant. Hence, after hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Gu Jun was instantly overwhelmed with joy and even suspected that he was dreaming. Xia Ruofei smiled. "It's not that I want to take you in as my disciple. I think it's more appropriate for me to take you in on behalf of my master." Li Yifu, who was old enough to be his grandfather, already called him senior granduncle. Xia Ruofei did not want to have another white-haired disciple. After all, the world of cultivation was a bit special. Everyone's lifespan was longer than ordinary people, and most of the time, it was based on strength. The reason was very simple. You were a 120-year-old foundation establishment cultivator. Would you dare to put on airs in front of an 80-year-old Yuanine cultivator? However, this was obviously not the case in the Chinese medicine world. Furthermore, Gu Jun was a renowned Chinese medical master. If he were to acknowledge a young man in his 20s as his master, it would definitely cause an uproar. It would not be good for Gu Jun or Xia Ruofei. But at the same time, after the exchange just now, Xia Ruofei had a good impression of Gu Jun. Moreover, the 9 cloud contact needles that he had unintentionally used was a work of the Ge Jun family's ancestor. It was a good idea to return this inheritance to the Ge family's descendants. There might be a destiny in this world. As for Gu Jun's worries, Xia Ruofei did not have any of them. This was because the inheritance that was extremely precious to Gu Jun and other Chinese doctors was not that important to Xia Ruofei. If he taught it to Gu Jun, he could even promote traditional Chinese medicine, so why not? Hearing this, Gu Jun could not react for a moment. After a while, he said, accepting a disciple on behalf of your master? This isn't appropriate, is it? Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, why is it inappropriate? I think it's quite suitable. Gu Jun said awkwardly, Mr. Xia, we can basically confirm that your master is a member of the Ge family. However, over the long years, the Ge family has flourished and there are countless members. Now, we can't even confirm your master's name. This generation, Gu Jun hesitated for a moment before saying, our Ge tribe is good at maintaining our health, and most of our people have long lifespans. In addition, after so many generations of changes, your master's seniority is likely to be much higher than mine. So, Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Mr. Ge, since we can't be sure, why bother? As you said, there are many branches in your Ge clan. After so many years of development, it will inevitably lead to a huge gap in seniority. Then, my master might even be your junior in the clan. He's taking advantage of me if I raise him. Of course, Xia Ruofei was just joking. That Taoist Ge was simply a fictional figure. There was no way to talk about the issue of seniority. Xia Ruofei saw that Gu Jun was still hesitating, so he said seriously, Mr. Ge, I've decided to accept you as my disciple because I respect your pursuit of Chinese medicine. As far as I know, my master has no descendants, and his medical skills were only passed down to me, this one disciple. What I can basically confirm is that I'm the only one who has mastered the exquisite traditional Chinese medicine inheritance of the Ge family. Do you think? Is it more important to continue the Ge family's traditional Chinese medicine legacy or the so-called seniority? Hearing this, Gu Jun's expression immediately changed, as if he had been enlightened, and he said, Mr. Xia, you've woken me up from a dream with your words. Since you've already said so much, it would be disloyal and unfilial of me to reject it. I can only accept your good intentions with shame. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. That's right. Then I'll call you senior brother Ge from now on. Junior brother, Gu Jun said with a touched expression. Of course, he also knew that Xia Ruofei's suggestion of taking in a disciple on behalf of his master was entirely for his own good. Then, Gu Jun asked eagerly, Junior brother, may I know where master's memorial tablet is? I have to go to his grave and kowtow to him. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and immediately said, "Master." Was a Taoist master who was like a wild crane and did not adhere to the secular etiquette at all. Before he died, he strictly ordered me not to set up a memorial tablet or worship it. He even ordered me to scatter his ashes into the river, which meant that dust to dust to dust. Gujun was also stunned. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Senior brother, the most important thing in acknowledging a master is sincerity." "Why? Do you have to be so formal?" "Master will definitely see it in the Western Pure Land." "Why don't you head west and kowtow to him 3 times? 2309 1 drink and 1 peck _ yes, yes, yes." Gujun quickly said. "Junior brother's suggestion is very good." With that, Gujun knelt down towards the west without a second word and kowtowed 3 times without hesitation. Xia Ruofei saw that when he stood up, there was a red mark on his forehead. It was clear that the 3 kowtows were real. Xia Ruofei smiled as he helped Gujun up and said, "Senior brother Ge, this apprenticeship gift is complete. In the future, I will pass on the 3 volumes of Cloud Contact to Xixiang on behalf of Master. I definitely won't hide anything." "Thank you, junior brother Xia," Gujun said with a straight face. "Junior brother, back then, were Master's ashes scattered in Min River?" Gujun asked. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Yup." "Is there anything I can help you with, senior brother?" Gujun said, "Today's ceremony is a bit simple, but it's an emergency. I'm going to pay my respects to him at the Min River tomorrow. At the same time, I'm going to officially report to him about my apprenticeship." Gujun quickly explained, although Master has told junior brother not to worship him and not to leave his ashes, it is a very serious matter to acknowledge a master. I think that is a special case, there will be no next time. Master will definitely not take offense. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As expected, a lie would need a few more lies to cover it up. Xia Ruofei had no choice but to say, "Okay then. But senior brother Ge, I can't leave with Uncle Song's current condition. As for paying respects to Master, I'll go by myself." Gujun hurriedly said, "You can treat Secretary Song in peace. Master is a kind-hearted doctor. He knows that you can't go because you want to save the dying and heal the injured, so he won't blame you." Xia Ruofei heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. "All right then. I'll have to trouble senior brother to bring some paper money for me to burn tomorrow for Master." "Don't worry." Gujun smiled and nodded. Following that, Gujun and Xia Ruofei exchanged contact information. Xia Ruofei realized that this old man also used WeChat. He could not help but sigh. With the development of the mobile internet, an instant messaging tool like WeChat could really cover all age groups. Gujun added Xia Ruofei's WeChat and saved his phone number. He looked at the unconscious Song Chiming on the bed and smiled. "Junior brother, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll come and find you again after I pay my respects to my master tomorrow. We can sit down and discuss Secretary Song's situation. I'm sure we can find a way." "That's very thoughtful of you, senior." Xia Ruofei smiled. Xia Ruofei personally sent Gujun out of the ward, then went to the doctor's office to give him some instructions before returning. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. In just a short while, he had somehow gotten himself a senior brother. Furthermore, this senior brother was a leading figure in China's Chinese medicine world. More importantly, even though the two of them were senior and junior in name, he could tell That Gujun still regarded him as his teacher and respected him from the bottom of his heart. What would Li Yifu think if he knew that he had taken in a junior brother? Xia Ruofei thought to himself mischievously. In fact, these were two completely different things. Li Yifu was the grandnephew of the martial arts world, while Jun was the senior of the Chinese medicine world. The two were not related at all. For example, for some Sui actors, the Crosstalk and Pingshu sects, or the Daegu sects, they would all have a master-disciple relationship. And even their seniority would be different. Xia Ruofei threw these messy thoughts aside and sat down on Song Qiming's bed. Now that there was no one to disturb him, he could finally try to check out Song Qiming's consciousness. One had to be extremely careful when exploring one's sea of consciousness, especially when Song Qiming was a mortal who had never cultivated before. That made it even more important to be careful. A single mistake could cause permanent damage to one's sea of consciousness. Therefore, when Xia Ruofei sent Gujun out, he specifically went to the doctor's office to give some instructions. He mainly told him that he was going to treat Song Qiming with Chinese medicine and that no one was to disturb him during the process. He also told the doctor on duty not to go in and disturb him before he left the ward. If it was any other patient's family member who made such a weird request, the doctor on duty would probably scold him to death. However, Xia Ruofei's situation was special. In terms of Song Qiming's treatment, he had a superior position. Director Chen had already instructed him about this. Therefore, even though he was dissatisfied, the doctor on duty reluctantly agreed. Xia Ruofei did not make a move immediately. Instead, he sat in front of the bed with his eyes closed. After a long time, he felt that he was in his best condition. He then put his finger on Song Qiming's pulse with a serious expression. A thick strand of mental energy entered Song Qiming's meridians. As he had performed the spirit-body fusion with Song Wei and Ling Qingxue many times, Xia Ruofei was very familiar with the position of the human body's meridians and sea of consciousness. He controlled his mental power with precision and directed it to Song Qiming's meridians, heading straight for his sea of consciousness. After all, Song Qiming was over 50 years old. He had been working at the desk for a long time and lacked exercise. Hence, his meridians were very narrow. Some places were even blocked. This made it difficult for Xia Ruofei to push his spiritual power forward. After all, he had carefully condensed his mental power into a thin line and moved it through Song Qiming's meridians. Although mind power was invisible, if he lost control of his mind power, his meridians would be damaged. More importantly, if his mind power ran amok in Song Qiming's body, there was a high chance that it would cause irreversible damage to his sea of consciousness. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not dare to be careless. Fortunately, his control over his spiritual power was already at the point of perfection. In a short while, Xia Ruofei felt that his spiritual power had already reached the periphery of Song Qiming's sea of consciousness. 2310 A clear direction _ even though he could only see the outermost layer of the sea of consciousness, Xia Ruofei still gasped and retracted his spiritual power without hesitation. This was because he realized that Song Qiming's sea of consciousness was already in tatters. If he were to rashly probe it with his spiritual power, it was very likely to cause the sea of consciousness to collapse. If that really happened, Song Qiming would never wake up again. Xia Ruofei retracted his spiritual energy and sat in front of the bed with lingering fear. He was stunned for a long time before he recovered. Although it was just a glimpse, Xia Ruofei still got valuable information. First of all, the reason why Song Qiming was unconscious was definitely due to his soul. Even for an ordinary person, their sea of consciousness would at most be small and fragile compared to a cultivator's. It would not be stable, but it would not be as broken as Xia Ruofei had sensed. This was clearly a sign of damage to the soul. Secondly, Xia Ruofei was glad to know that Song Qiming was not brain dead. Although his sea of consciousness was riddled with holes, it was not completely lifeless. On the contrary, Xia Ruofei could vaguely feel a faint soul fluctuation in the depths of his sea of consciousness. If a person was already brain dead, his soul would dissipate in a very short period of time. His sea of consciousness would also become lifeless and become a dead land. This clearly did not match the situation that Xia Ruofei had detected. Xia Ruofei sat and thought for a long time before he used his mind to contact Xia Qing in the space. Xia Qing, put aside the work at hand for now and go to the spirit map world to make me a bowl of spirit nourishment soup. Xia Qing was busy expanding the herb garden in the space like a hard-working bee. After receiving Xia Ruofei's order, he immediately put down his work and got up to answer, "Yes, Master." As the master of the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei had the highest authority. Xia Qing would definitely carry out his orders, without hesitation. Xia Ruofei then said telepathically, "Also, make preparations for the emergency cultivation of the heart-concentrating grass. I'm in urgent need of it in the outside world. If the pregnancy soup doesn't work, I may need the heart-concentrating grass at any time." Although Xia Qing felt that using precious spiritual crystals to cultivate the heart-concentrating grass was not worth it, Xia Ruofei's words were in order. He didn't even think and immediately said, "I understand. Master, I'll prepare the spirit crystals and the array. You can come in and activate the array when you need it." "All right. You've worked hard," Xia Ruofei said telepathically. After the arrangements were made, Xia Ruofei raised his hand and looked at his watch. It was already past 9 in the evening. He decided to use the spirit nourishment soup the next day to see if it could heal Song Qiming's damaged soul. If the nurturing soup did not work, Xia Ruofei would immediately choose to use the heart-concentrating grass. Although spiritual crystals were precious, he would not hesitate to pay any price as long as he could save Song Qiming, given his relationship with Song Wei. Besides, Xia Ruofei had crystals with higher concentration of spiritual qi. In comparison, he didn't care how many spiritual crystals he used. Xia Ruofei packed his things and was ready to rest. The intensive care unit was different from the general ward because there were strict requirements on visiting hours, which generally avoided the time when the doctor was making ward rounds. In addition, the patient's family members could not stay in there for a long time. They had to leave after an hour at most, so there were no accompanying beds here. Actually, with Xia Ruofei's current cultivation, he would not feel tired even if he stayed up all night. Or he could just sit down and cultivate. It was just a night. If he sat down and cultivated, it might pass in the blink of an eye. However, Xia Ruofei also knew that there were surveillance cameras in the ICU. He did not want to appear to be too independent, so he went to the on-call room and borrowed a military bed from the doctor on duty. He lay on the bed in the ICU and soon fell asleep. The next morning, Fang Liyun and Song Wei went to the intensive care unit to visit Song Qiming before the doctors started their ward rounds. Although it was not visiting hours in the morning, Song Qiming's status was different. Moreover, the general hospital had already made an exception for Song Qiming's treatment, so the two of them were allowed to enter the intensive care unit area. As soon as they arrived at Song Qiming's ward, Fang Liyun and Song Wei saw Xia Ruofei curled up on the small military bed and sleeping soundly. The mother and daughter could not help but feel touched. Especially Song Wei, she knew that Xia Ruofei had put in so much effort for his father, and it was mostly because of her. When she saw Xia Ruofei curled up on the military bed, her heart trembled and her eyes were covered with a layer of tears. Fang Liyun and Song Wei both lightened their footsteps, in fear of waking Xia Ruofei up. However, Xia Ruofei was extremely alert. He woke up immediately when Fang Liyun pushed the door open. Xia Ruofei rubbed his drowsy eyes and saw Fang Liyun and Song Wei in his hazy vision. He quickly got up from the military bed and said, "Auntie Song Wei, you guys are here." "Ruofei, did we wake you up?" Fang Liyun said apologetically. Xia Ruofei chuckled and replied, "No, I wake up around this time every day. I slept quite early last night, I had enough sleep." In fact, before Fang Liyun entered the room, she could see Xia Ruofei sleeping soundly on the military bed through the glass wall. Of course, she did not think that Xia Ruofei would wake up naturally when they entered the room. Besides, the bed was a little short. Xia Ruofei had been sleeping in a more awkward position. Fang Liyun was touched when she saw that. She had a better impression of Xia Ruofei. If Xia Ruofei knew that his future mother-in-law's impression of him had increased because of this small detail, he would definitely be overjoyed. Sleeping on this military bed was not a big deal to him. Fang Liyun asked, "Ruofei, why don't you go back to sleep? There are doctors on duty 24 hours a day at Qiming's place. There's no need for you to stay up all night to accompany him." Xia Ruofei chuckled. "Auntie, I'm still worried about Uncle Song's health. I'm afraid that if something happens at night, I won't be able to take care of it in time without being in the hospital. Besides, I'm so young. It's not a big deal to take care of him for a night. It's not like I didn't sleep." Fang Liyun nodded and said, "Ruofei, I won't say any more words of thanks. It's useless to say any more. We're a family from now on. No matter how much Qiming recovers, our family will owe you a huge favor." When Song Wei heard this, she subconsciously stole a glance at Xia Ruofei and her face became slightly hot. Naturally, Xia Ruofei was elated. Of course, he did not show it. He only said humbly, "Auntie, don't be so polite. In fact, when we left Beijing, Elder Song even called me and told me to save Uncle Song's life at all costs. Besides, you and Uncle Song have been taking care of me so much, so it's only right that I help Uncle Song now." "Chief, you're so concerned about Qiming," Fang Liyun said, feeling touched. "Isn't it? Elder Song even called me last night to ask about Uncle Song's situation," Xia Ruofei said, "and he told me again and again that I have to find a way to wake Uncle Song up as soon as possible." Song Qiming was an important figure in the Song family. Moreover, although he was only a distant relative of Elder Song, he was an orphan of the revolution. He had been sponsored by Elder Song since he went to school, so Elder Song's feelings for him were no worse than his own son's. In Song Qiming's situation, he should be considered lucky to have survived. However, with Xia Ruofei around, Elder Song naturally hoped to see a better outcome. After all, Song Qiming's position at both the provincial and municipal levels was very important, especially when he was the head of the chairman of Sanshan. Such a position could not be vacant for a long time. If Song Qiming did not wake up, it was likely that the organization would appoint someone else to take this position. This was something Elder Song didn't want to see. Therefore, after getting to know about Song Qiming's situation through the phone last night, Elder Song had also asked Xia Ruofei to try different ways to help Song Qiming regain consciousness as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei chatted with Fong Liyun and Song Wei for a while and said, "Auntie Fong, Song Wei, you guys stay here and take a look at Uncle Song. I'm going to wash up. Hurry up and go. I've asked Shaoli to prepare breakfast. She'll bring it to this floor later. Come back for breakfast after you're done washing up." Shaoli was the female staff member from the municipal party committee who was responsible for Fong Liyun's safety. "All right," Xia Ruofei said, "then, Auntie, don't take too long. You can wait outside later." Since Shaoli had brought breakfast over, he would definitely have sent it to the main hall outside. The intensive care unit was not a wet market where one could enter and leave at will, let alone eat in there. That was absolutely not allowed. Fong Liyun nodded with a smile. Xia Ruofei left the intensive care unit and walked to a blind spot of the surveillance cameras. He took out his bag from the interspace and found a sink outside the washroom. He washed up quickly and put his bag back into the interspace. When he returned to the intensive care unit area, Fong Liyun and Song Wei had already come out. The female worker from the municipal party committee, Shaoli, had also brought breakfast that he had just bought. Xia Ruofei and the other two sat on the long chairs in the lobby and finished their meal. This was how many family members of the patients outside the intensive care unit ate their meals. When they were in the hospital, they were not as particular about their meals. After eating, Xia Ruofei said, "Auntie, I'm going out in the morning to prepare some medicinal herbs. I'll keep my phone on. If there's any situation, please call me immediately. I'll come back as fast as I can." 2311, taking medicine for treatment Fong Liyun smiled and nodded. "I see that Qiming's condition is quite stable. Ruofei, you don't have to rush back. Go home, take a shower, change your clothes, and rest. You're already so tired from yesterday." Before Xia Ruofei could say anything, Song Wei reacted and asked excitedly, "Ruofei, have you found the direction of treatment?" Fong Liyun finally came back to her senses and looked at Xia Ruofei expectantly. Xia Ruofei smiled. "Last night, I did a further diagnosis for Uncle Song. I basically figured out the general treatment direction. The medicinal herbs I'm going to buy later are for the next stage of treatment. Since Auntie Fong has said so, I'll go home after buying the herbs and bring the medicine here after I'm done." In fact, Xia Ruofei said this mainly to deceive people. He couldn't just make a bowl of pregnancy soup out of thin air in the hospital. At the same time, Fong Liyun asked him to go home, so he decided to go along with her. Going home was not the most important thing. The most important thing was to say hello to Ling Qingxue. This time, he had come back in such a hurry. The moment the plane landed, he rushed to the hospital without stopping, followed by the urgent treatment. He didn't even have the time to tell Ling Qingxue. Fong Liyun smiled. "That's good too. Ruofei, you should go back and rest. I'll get Wei Wei to call you if anything happens here." Song Wei nodded and said, "Don't worry. And go back. I'll look after father." Hence, Xia Ruofei chatted with Fong Liyun and her daughter for a while to make them feel more at ease. He then sent them to the intensive care unit before leaving the General Hospital. Xia Ruofei gave Ling Qingxue a call the moment he left the hospital. In the beginning, Ling Qingxue had teased him for being too happy in Beijing, especially since Song Wei was also in Beijing. Given the delicate relationship between the three of them, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but think too much about it, even though she didn't say it. When Xia Ruofei told her that Song Qiming had gotten into a serious car accident and that he had rushed back yesterday, Ling Qingxue was shocked. She did not even think much about Song Wei and Xia Ruofei returning to the Three Mountains at the same time. She immediately asked about Song Qiming's situation. Xia Ruofei briefly explained to Ling Qingxue and said, "Qingxue, with Uncle Song's current condition, I might have to spend most of my time in the hospital. That's why I'm telling you. Although I've returned to Sanshan, Ruofei, say no more." Ling Qingxue said directly, "I'm not an unreasonable person. Besides, I'm already an adult. Do I still need you to accompany me every day? As for Wei Wei, I'm worried about her, so you have to spend more time with her and comfort her. She must be at her weakest right now." Xia Ruofei was touched and said, "I will, by the way, should I come to the hospital to visit Uncle Song?" Ling Qingxue asked. Xia Ruofei wanted to decline, but he changed his mind and said, "It depends on your time. I don't need any help here, but you can come and take a look if you want." "I know," Ling Qingxue said, "then I'll arrange it myself. Just focus on treating Uncle Song and don't worry about anything else." "All right," Xia Ruofei said, "I'll hang up now. Bye." Ling Qingxue said, then added, "You have to rest well too. Come if you know. It's still my wife who cares about me." Xia Ruofei chuckled. "Virtue." Ling Qingxue pouted and hung up the phone. After Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue ended the call, he stopped a taxi at the entrance of the hospital and returned to the Jiangbin Villa district. If it was just a cover-up, Xia Ruofei didn't need to come back. He could just find a place with no one around to take out the spirit-nourishing soup that Xia Qing had prepared and then return to the hospital. However, Fang Liyun did remind Xia Ruofei that he had not taken a bath for a whole day. Furthermore, he had been on a long flight since yesterday and was extremely nervous in the hospital. His body was almost rotten. Therefore, he simply followed her advice and prepared to go home. Xia Ruofei returned home. Although he had not been home for a few days, the house was clean and the furniture was spotless. He couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. He knew that Ling Qingxue must have arranged for someone to come and clean it. She might even have cleaned it herself. Ever since the relationship between the three of them was made clear, Ling Qingxue's attitude towards him was obviously not as close as before. There was a faint sense of distance. Although it might be because of her promise with Song Wei, Xia Ruofei knew that the grudge in Ling Qingxue's heart would not be completely eliminated in a short time. When he entered the house and saw that Ling Qingxue had taken care of it in an orderly manner, Xia Ruofei knew that she still cared about him. Xia Ruofei went upstairs to his master bedroom, took a shower, and changed into a set of clean clothes. He felt much more refreshed. He was not in a hurry to get back to the hospital, so he simply threw the clothes he had changed out of into the washing machine. While he was washing the clothes, he sat on the deck chair on the balcony and rested for a while. Xia Ruofei's nerves had been tense from yesterday until now. Now, he could finally relax a little. After Xia Ruofei hung up the clothes, he took out the spirit nourishment soup that Xia Qing had prepared from his space. He went to the kitchen on the first floor and heated it up in the microwave before pouring it into the thermos. Half an hour later, Xia Ruofei drove the Night 15 back to the military General Hospital. After he parked the car, he went straight to the hospital building with the thermos and took the elevator to the intensive care unit area. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, Xia Ruofei was surprised to see Ling Qingxue there. She was talking to Fang Liyun and Song Wei. Even though Ling Qingxue's back was facing him, he could still recognize her tall and sexy back with a single glance. Qingxue. Xia Ruofei called out. Ling Qingxue turned around and smiled sweetly at Xia Ruofei. You're back. I was just talking about you with Auntie and Wei Wei. As Ling Qingxue spoke, she walked over and held Xia Ruofei's arm. Fang Liyun knew that Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue were a couple, and Ling Qingxue was here as Song Wei's good friend. Fang Liyun chimed in, Ruofei, why did you tell Qingxue? She's so busy with work, it's so troublesome for her to make a special trip. Ling Qingxue smiled. Auntie, you're being too polite. Wei Wei and I are best friends. Uncle. Song is injured. As a junior, I should come and visit. In fact, the news of Song Qiming's car accident was strictly blocked. Not many people in the municipal party committee knew about this situation. The provincial party committee had also issued the strictest gag order. Otherwise, there would have been a long line of people who would have come to visit. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Auntie, I've suddenly returned from the capital. I have to report this to my wife. When Qingxue heard about Uncle Song's matter, she said that she wanted to come and take a look. I couldn't stop her, right? You guys, Fang Liyun shook her head with a bitter smile. Song Wei was envious when she saw Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue standing together. She couldn't help but think about her future with Xia Ruofei. She sighed in her heart, I don't know when I'll be able to hold hands with Ruo Fei in front of my parents. Xia Ruofei was a very attentive person. He had been secretly paying attention to Song Wei and could feel that she was a little down. He said, oh right, Aunt Fang, I've already prepared the Chinese medicine. Let's not waste any time, I'll go in first. Good. Good. Fang Liyun hurriedly said, Ruofei, please take care of me. Don't worry. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. You guys can wait outside for news. After that, Xia Ruofei went over and rang the doorbell. Soon, they were in the intensive care unit. When the doctor on duty saw Xia Ruofei coming in with a thermos, he thought that Xia Ruofei had brought the water for him to drink. Although they were not allowed to enter the intensive care unit according to the rules, Xia Ruofei was given special permission by the leader. Hence, she did not ask much. After seeing Xia Ruofei disinfect himself and put on a sterile isolation suit, she turned around and went back to the doctor's office. Xia Ruofei knew that the entire intensive care unit area was filled with surveillance cameras. Hence, after he entered Song Qiming's ward, he waved his hand and scattered a few pieces of jade that he had used the day before, forming a simple interference array. The reason was simple. With Song Qiming's current condition, he shouldn't be able to eat anything, not even liquid food or water. His swallowing reflex had disappeared, and he couldn't swallow it unconsciously. He could easily suffocate. Of course, Xia Ruofei had a way to feed her the soup, but he didn't want the scene of him feeding the medicine to be recorded. It was hard to explain how a patient who didn't have the reflex to swallow could take Liquid Chinese medicine in a coma. It was against the common sense of medicine and science. After setting up the formation, Xia Ruofei opened the thermal flask and poured the soup into the cups. Xia Ruofei had noticed yesterday that, although Song Qiming was on a ventilator, he was using a nasal tube. Although he could not eat in this situation, Xia Ruofei only needed Song Qiming's mouth to open normally. He walked forward and carefully avoided the tube. He gently pinched Song Qiming's jaw to make his mouth open slightly. Then, he picked up the cup of spirit nourishment soup on the bedside table with his other hand and poured it into Song Qiming's mouth. In fact, when the soup left the cup, it was already bound by Xia Ruofei's spiritual power. It was condensed into a line and entered Song Qiming's mouth. Then, Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to feed the soup to Song Qiming's stomach. Now that Xia Ruofei's spiritual power had improved greatly, it was a piece of cake for him to complete this operation. Then, Xia Ruofei injected a small wisp of warm genuine qi into Song Qiming's body to help him absorb the herbal essence of the pregnancy soup as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei sat quietly by the bed and waited for a while. He felt that a portion of the medicine should have been absorbed. He grabbed Song Qiming's wrist and a vast amount of spiritual energy poured into his meridians, heading straight for his sea of consciousness. 23:12 Half, happy and half, sad. 1. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power circled Song Qiming's sea of consciousness and carefully examined it. The result was both happy and sad. The good thing was that Song Qiming's sea of consciousness showed signs of recovery after consuming the soup. However, the speed of recovery was very slow. Although the medicinal properties of the soup had not been completely absorbed, Xia Ruofei estimated that even if the medicinal properties of the soup were completely absorbed, the recovery of Song Qiming's sea of consciousness would only be about 1% at most. Xia Ruofei retracted his spiritual energy, and his expression turned serious. He was mentally prepared that the effects of the pregnancy soup were not obvious, but he did not expect it to be so bad. At this rate, if he wanted Song Qiming's sea of consciousness to return to normal, he would need more than 100 portions, even if he did not consider the fact that the effects of the pills would weaken if he took them repeatedly. Most of the ingredients used to make the soup were not particularly precious. However, one of the ingredients was the spirit heart fruit. Although the amount used each time was not too much, only a small piece, Xia Ruofei stored spirit heart fruit would probably be used up if he were to make hundreds of portions. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not care about the spirit heart fruit. As long as the spirit heart tree was there, the fruit would eventually bear. What he was troubled by was another more difficult problem. One had to take the soup 7 days after another. If he were to take more than 100 portions of the soup, the treatment period would be as long as 700 days. Of course, Song Qiming could not wait for as long as 2 years. This was equivalent to ending his political life. Besides, Xia Ruofei definitely did not want to drag things out for so long. He had considered using the time array flag. Putting aside the trouble of disguising himself, just this matter itself was very troublesome. When Song Qiming was in the array, he had to constantly replenish energy to keep him alive. Although the time array flag could shorten the treatment period, it also compressed the workload of taking care of the patient for 2 years into a few days. Moreover, Song Qiming was not breathing on his own and had lost consciousness. He could not leave the ICU at all. He was mainly kept alive by the nutrient infusion. There was no way to explain why the nutrient solution that he had consumed for 2 years was used up in a few days. In other words, Xia Ruofei could not afford to prescribe so many nutrient fluids. Even if all these problems could be solved, Xia Ruofei did not want to use this method. The time array flag changed the flow of time. But Song Qiming, who was in the array, would have to experience 2 years. Song Qiming was already an old man, and this was equivalent to stealing 2 years of his life. This plan clearly had a huge flaw. Xia Ruofei sat at the head of the bed, frowning. He could not figure out how Song Qiming's sea of consciousness was so badly damaged. He was only suffering from external injuries. After much thought, Xia Ruofei felt that the only possible answer was, Song Qiming's soul was in a state of extreme tension and despair when he was in a life or death situation and had suffered a heavy blow to his head. A powerful energy burst forth from him and damaged his sea of consciousness from the inside out. At the same time, his soul had sealed itself. Of course, this was just Xia Ruofei's guess. There was no longer any meaning in trying to find out the cause of the damage to his knowledge sea. The most important thing now was to find another way and repair the damage as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei sighed. He had already made a decision. He directly transmitted a message to Xia Qing, the effects of the spirit nourishment soup are very poor. It seems that we have to use the heart condensing grass. You should immediately start preparing for the transplantation. Master, are we really going to transplant it? The loyal Xia Qing couldn't help but say, the price of cultivating a stock of heart, concentrating grass is too high. The spirit crystals consumed are enough to buy 2 or 3 stalks of heart, concentrating grass. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said telepathically, but we still need a place to buy it. Right now, the cultivators on Earth are almost extinct, and those spiritual herbs and medicines can't grow in an environment. Then, Xia Ruofei said, Xia Qing, it's more important to save the people. Don't worry about the spiritual crystals for now. Cultivate the heart. Concentrating grass immediately. Yes, Master. Xia Qing no longer hesitated and said directly, I've already made some preparations after you instructed me last time. Now, I only need to transplant the heart condensing grass here. However, you'll need to activate the formation and set up the time formation flags. No problem. Xia Ruofei said. I'll find a safe place and set it up in the space as soon as possible. Yes, Master. Xia Ruofei left the intensive care unit with a trace of disappointment. Fang Liyun and Song Wei were waiting outside anxiously. Ling Qingxue was holding on to Song Wei's hand and waiting with them. Seeing Xia Ruofei come out, Song Wei asked impatiently, Are you au fait? How is it? When Xia Ruofei came out, he had already collected himself. Even if he was disappointed, he would not show it in front of Fang Liyun and Song Wei. He knew very well that if he showed any signs of being in a difficult position, Fang Liyun and Song Wei would definitely be frightened. They were afraid that Song Qiming's condition would worsen, or that he would never wake up again. Xia Ruofei had a relaxed smile on his face as he said, I've already thought of a way to feed him the medicine, but it takes more than a day for him to be frozen. Uncle Song is so hurt that it won't be easy for him to wake up in such a short time. Fang Liyun nodded and said, We're not in a hurry, Ruofei. It was fine as long as Qiming's life was not in danger and the overall situation was developing in a good direction. Ruofei, don't be too stressed. 23:13 Half happy and half sad, 2, don't worry, Auntie. Xia Ruofei grinned and said, I know what I'm doing. But don't be too anxious, I already have some ideas about Uncle Song's condition. Fang Liyun nodded her head and said, Ruofei, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, we really don't know what to do. Ling Qingxue chuckled and said, Auntie, don't be so polite with Ruofei. This is what he should do. Ling Qingxue glanced at Xia Ruofei. Naturally, Fang Liyun did not understand what she was trying to say. However, Xia Ruofei and Song Wei both looked a little unnatural. Fortunately, Fang Liyun did not notice it. After everyone chatted for a while, Ling Qingxue said, Auntie, Wei, I still have something to do at the company, so I'll go back first. If Uncle Song needs me to do anything, just give me a call. I'll come back to visit Uncle Song in 2 days. Qingxue, you should get back to work, Fang Liyun said. There's nothing going on here, so don't come running over. I'll go and send Qingxue off, Xia Ruofei said. It's almost time, you and Auntie should have lunch first, he said to Song Wei. I'll have lunch outside and do something while I'm at it. I'll come back in the afternoon. Ruofei, you've been busy for more than a day. Don't come over today. Have a good rest at home tonight, Fang Liyun said. Xia Ruofei grinned and said, It's okay. I'm more at ease with Uncle Song by myself. At this moment, Ling Qingxue said, Oh right, Ruofei mentioned eating. I just remembered. Auntie, Wei, I've already spoken to Ling Ji's private kitchen. They'll prepare the food in the next few days and send it to the hospital on time. Qingxue, there's no need to go through so much trouble, Fang Liyun quickly said. Shaoli, you can go to the hospital entrance too. Buy some food. Ling Qingxue laughed and said, Auntie, it was not troublesome at all. My family does this, so we just send someone to deliver it. After all, what we do is healthier and more hygienic. Now, you and Wei must take care of your bodies and don't fall sick again. Auntie, this is Qingxue's kind intention. Please don't reject it, Xia Ruofei said. All right then, Fang Liyun said. Thank you, Qingxue. Auntie, you're welcome. Ling Qingxue smiled sweetly. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue bade farewell to Fang Liyun and her daughter and took the elevator down. Ling Qingxue smiled and asked, Shouldn't you be spending more time with Wei? I'm already an adult, I don't need you to send me off. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Of course I have to protect such a beautiful wife. What if she's taken away by someone? Ling Qingxue's face heated up slightly. She glanced at Xia Ruofei and said, You're so glib. That's how you got Wei, right? Xia Ruofei immediately cried out, Qingxue, don't you know about my situation with Wei? It was an accident. My character is not, your character has long gone bankrupt. Ling Qingxue pouted and said, Wei told me that she had liked you for a long time even before the two of you started practicing the absolute beginning heart sutra together. Xia Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. I really don't know. And you can't blame me for this, right? Of course it's your fault. Who told you to go and flirt with other girls? Ling Qingxue said matter-of-factly. Xia Ruofei realized that he could not reason with women, so he wisely chose to shut up. In fact, Ling Qingxue was not really that jealous. It was just that when she thought about Xia Ruofei and Song Wei, she could not help but want to scold Xia Ruofei. Seeing that Xia Ruofei had taken the initiative to give in, she did not continue to talk about this matter. Ling Qingxue's emotional intelligence wasn't low, and she knew what to do. The two of them arrived at the parking lot, and Ling Qingxue said, "I drove here, so you don't need to send me," Xia Ruofei said shamelessly. "Then you can give it to me. I'm going back to the Riverside Villa area." Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei and asked, "Didn't you drive?" "It's opened," Xia Ruofei said, "but I just want to stay with you for a little longer." Ling Qingxue chuckled and said, "Shameless." In the end, she did not reject Xia Ruofei and allowed him to sit in her car. Along the way, Xia Ruofei continued to sweet-talk Ling Qingxue, making her tremble with joy. Soon, they arrived at the villa district, where they lived. The car stopped in front of Xia Ruofei's villa. Xia Ruofei unbuckled his seatbelt and said, "Qingxue, if the company's matters aren't urgent, why don't you just not go today?" Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei warily and said, "What bad idea are you up to now?" Xia Ruofei said innocently, "No way. What I want to say is, it's been a long time since we've cultivated together. I'm just worried that your cultivation level will regress. I have my own cultivation every day." Ling Qingxue said, "I understand the absolute beginning heart sutra all too well. If a person practices it alone, they can at most maintain their cultivation. It's impossible to improve." Xia Ruofei said, "We have time today. We can practice together." Ling Qingxue was slightly tempted, but she quickly said, "Not today, let's wait for Uncle Song to get better. When the time comes, we'll call Wei Wei along and we'll all cultivate together." Xia Ruofei was helpless. When they were in the capital, Song Wei did not want to meet him alone. If Song Qiming had not met with an accident, Song Wei would not have contacted him. After returning to the Three Mountains, Ling Qingshua's attitude was the same. Could it be that in the future they would have to maintain such a strange threesome group? Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and muttered in his heart. Although many men would be envious of Xia Ruofei, they did not know how hard it was for Xia Ruofei to be in this situation. "All right then," Xia Ruofei said helplessly. Then, he pushed the door open and got out of the car. "Be careful on the road." Ling Qingshua's eyes flashed with a hint of struggle, but in the end, she nodded and said, "I know. Hurry up and go in. I want to see you off before I enter the house," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Childish." Ling Qingxue glared at Xia Ruofei and said. However, she still waved at Xia Ruofei, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away from Xia Ruofei's house. As Ling Qingxue drove, she saw Xia Ruofei standing at the entrance of the villa and looking around through the rearview mirror. He looked a little lonely. She couldn't bear to see him like this, and suddenly felt that she had gone a little too far. However, she thought about it and said to herself, "I've already told Wei Wei, I can't be soft-hearted. This fellow is too detestable, he must be taught a lesson." Poor Xia Ruofei did not know that Ling Qingxue and Song Wei had been keeping a distance from him. It was all planned by them. He watched as Ling Qingshua's car turned and disappeared from his sight. Then, he shook his head with a bitter smile and turned to walk into the villa. Xia Ruofei went straight to his bedroom and quickly scanned his surroundings with his mental power. Then, he locked the door and windows, took out the spirit map scroll from his body, and entered the space with a thought. "Master." Xia Qing immediately came up to him. "Are you all ready?" Xia Ruofei asked. "Everything is ready," Xia Qing said. Xia Ruofei nodded and brought Xia Qing to the Archean realm. Xia Qing had already transplanted the heart, condensing grass to the side of the pool and set up a spirit gathering formation around it. At the same time, she had embedded 7 or 8 spirit crystals on the nodes of the formation. Xia Qing looked at the spirit crystals in the array and still felt that it was a pity. She felt that this kind of behavior was really too wasteful. However, Xia Ruofei had made his decision. As a loyal soul puppet, Xia Qing couldn't possibly object. He said, "Master, please set up a time formation and activate the spirit gathering formation." 2314 Development 1. Xia Ruofei nodded. With a wave of his hand, the time array flags were set up around the array and the spirit gathering array was activated. In the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei could do anything with ease. Moreover, with the upgrade of the space, his control of the space had also become more and more comfortable. Xia Ruofei was getting more and more access to the space. For example, in the past, only Xia Ruofei could enter the cave stone chamber in the mountain sea realm or the realm hard island in the sea. After the spatial realm was upgraded, he could temporarily give Xia Qing the authority. This time, Xia Qing was the one who entered the realm hard island to transplant the heart concentrating grass. Xia Ruofei said to Xia Qing, "Take good care of it. If it doesn't have enough spiritual crystals, you have the right to use it directly. You don't need to ask me. In addition, you can directly collect the medicinal part after it matures and boil it into a spirit medicine, then inform me." "Yes, Master," Xia Qing said respectfully. "Thank you." Xia Ruofei nodded. Xia Qing had indeed suffered a lot. Xia Ruofei had said this to Xia Qing countless times. If Xia Qing was not a spiritual puppet, but a human being with flesh and blood, according to the intensity of his work, even if he did not die of exhaustion, he would probably have a mental breakdown. After all, no one could work endlessly without rest. However, Xia Ruofei's current spiritual power cultivation was not enough, so he could not create new spiritual spirals to help Xia Qing. Everything in the space had to be taken care of by Xia Qing, which was something that could not be helped. Xia Qing bowed to Xia Ruofei and said, "Master, you're too polite. This is your subordinate's duty." Xia Ruofei nodded and gently patted Xia Qing's shoulder. Then, he left the space. The growth cycle of the heart concentrating grass was as long as 10 years. Even in a situation with abundant spiritual qi, it was impossible to shorten the time by much. Now, Xia Ruofei was using the double effects of the Archean realm and the time array flag to allow the heart concentrating grass to grow in an environment where time was accelerated by almost 2,000 times. At the same time, he was using precious spirit crystals to provide the energy needed for the heart concentrating grass to grow. Even so, it would still take 2 to 3 days for a stalk of heart concentrating grass to grow to a mature state. Xia Ruofei could not do anything for the next 2 to 3 days. However, he was still worried about Song Qiming's condition. Besides, there might be enemies hiding in the dark who would harm Song Wei and Fang Liyun. Therefore, he did not stay at home. He made a simple lunch at home, cleaned up after eating, and left for the hospital. Because Xia Ruofei had shamelessly taken Ling Qingshua's car on their way here, he was now digging his own grave by forcing his car to be parked in the hospital's parking lot. Hence, he could only walk to the entrance of the community to hail a taxi. Xia Ruofei walked around the neighborhood for a while and unknowingly arrived at Feng Jing's townhouse. In fact, this was not the only way to the entrance of the community. It was just that Xia Ruofei was thinking about something just now, so he habitually took this slightly longer route. He looked up at Feng Jing's townhouse and was slightly taken aback. The decoration of this small terrace seemed to be almost complete. From the outside, one could see that the outer wall had been cleaned. On the terrace above, there were some green plants and grape racks made of anti-corrosion wood. The decoration garbage at the door had been cleaned up. The speed of the renovation is quite fast. Xia Ruofei muttered to himself. As he continued to walk towards the entrance, he took out his phone and gave Feng Jing a call. Mr. Chairman, why didn't you come to the company after coming back from Beijing? You're getting lazier. And lazier? Feng Rao said in a daze. Xia Ruofei was stunned and said embarrassedly, Sister Che, how did you know? I was back? I'm a great fortune teller. Feng Jing chuckled. Woof. I didn't expect our Sister Che to have such an ability. Xia Ruofei laughed. Then can you tell me where I am now? You're always so elusive, how could I have predicted it? Feng Rao pouted. I won't tease you anymore. When I was returning to the community, I saw that your car was not in the courtyard. I knew that you must have been back. Ah? You're in the neighborhood? Xia Ruofei said, I don't think there's anyone in your house. I just came out. Feng Jing replied, the renovation's over. There have been completed. The house is now being ventilated. The weather forecast said that it would rain in the afternoon, so I'll go back in the afternoon and close the doors and windows. Such a coincidence? Where are you now? Did you drive? Xia Ruofei quickly asked. Of course I'm driving. Feng Jing replied, I just left the neighborhood. Are you also in the neighborhood? Isn't that so? Sister Ran, can you turn around and come back to pick me up? Xia Ruofei said. All right. Where are you? Feng Rao asked readily. I'm walking towards the entrance of the community. We just passed by your house. You'll see me if you drive back along this road. Xia Ruofei said. Just wait. Feng Jing hung up after saying that. Xia Ruofei kept his phone and continued to walk forward. Soon, he saw Feng Jing's orange Volkswagen Beetle driving over from the opposite side. He quickly waved at the car. Feng Jing was now considered a rich lady. Although she could not cash out her shares of Paradise Corporation, Xia Ruofei was still giving her an annual salary of $1 million. Furthermore, she was not used to using the company's car everywhere she went, so she bought this car for her personal use. 2315 A common topic of development. 2. Feng Jing stopped the car beside Xia Ruofei and stuck her head out. Ruofei. Get in the car. Xia Ruofei chuckled as he opened the door to the passenger's seat and sat in. He fastened his seatbelt and said, Sister Che, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I would have to walk to the entrance of the community to hail a taxi. The villa district was huge. Xia Ruofei's and Feng Jing's villa was near the river, so it was quite far from the entrance of the district. Feng Rao glanced at Xia Ruofei and said, Why does the chairman look so pitiful? Why don't you just call the company and ask them to send a car over? Xia Ruofei waved his hand. I don't like to make a big fuss. Besides, it's only a few steps away. Feng Jing knew Xia Ruofei's personality, so she didn't say much. Instead, she asked, to the company? Xia Ruofei laughed drily and said, I'm not going to the company today. Sister Che, if you're not busy, can you take me to the military general hospital? If you're in a hurry, just drop me off at the entrance, and I'll take a taxi. Initially, Feng Jing was a little unhappy when she heard that Xia Ruofei wasn't going to the company. However, when she heard that Xia Ruofei was going to the hospital, she immediately asked with concern, "To the hospital? What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Xia Ruofei quickly replied, "No. No. You've misunderstood. An elder is in the hospital. I have to go and see him. In fact, I rushed back from Beijing for this matter, and the matter in Beijing was not over yet." Song Qiming's identity was sensitive, so Xia Ruofei did not explain it clearly. It wasn't that he didn't trust Feng Jing, but the fewer people who knew about this matter, the better. Furthermore, it had nothing to do with Feng Jing, so there was no need to clarify things. "You're the boss, you don't have to explain anything to me." Feng Jing chuckled. "By the way, is your elder all right? Do you need any help? The company will have no problem providing manpower and work." No need. I can handle it myself." Xia Ruofei said, "You've done me a great favor by sorting out the mess in the company. Don't worry about that." Feng Rao giggled. "Even if you didn't say so, everyone would have done their own job, because we're all used to it." Xia Ruofei touched his nose in embarrassment and asked, "By the way, how's the company doing recently?" "Everything's normal." Feng Rao shrugged. "All the businesses are doing well, and I'm a lot more relaxed as the president. By the way, although you rarely appear as the chairman a few times a year, you've always spent a lot of money." Xia Ruofei knew that Feng Jing was talking about the acquisition of Miles Pharmaceutical Group. He smiled and said, "Of course. It's my own company, how can I not be concerned? That's why we can't just look at the surface of things." Stop. Other people might not understand you, but I do." Feng Jing said, "But the acquisition of Miles Corporation was really well done. Not only did the company's net assets double directly, but the most important thing was that it made up for the limitations of their own development, greatly promoting the company's most competitive business development." Everyone was full of energy like a shot in the arm. Especially the pharmaceutical factory, their morale is unprecedented. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "That's good. By the way, did the takeover of Miles go smoothly?" After Xia Ruofei handed this task to Dong Yun, he did not ask about it personally. When he was in the capital, he would occasionally call to find out. These 2 days, he had been busy with Song Qiming's matter and naturally did not have time to care about other things. "It's going rather smoothly overall. The foreign aid you've invited is very strong, and President Dong is personally overseeing the situation, so it's not a big problem," said Feng Jing. "The asset audit will be done very soon, and President Dong will come up with a plan to take over. A portion of Miles' management will be a team sent by the original shareholders, and they'll all leave. The rest will still need to be inspected and screened. In short, it's a very cumbersome work." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "This task is indeed complicated, but it must be done well. I don't have any time limit for the full takeover of Miles Corporation. The only requirement is safety. In terms of personnel, especially the senior management, we can't let any sand get in." Feng Rao knew how important the pharmaceutical factory's business was, and she knew how serious the consequences would be if someone with ulterior motives were to sneak in. So, she immediately said seriously, "I understand. Ruofei, don't worry. I've already emphasized this matter to President Dong, and she's taking it very seriously. In addition, I'm going to put aside the work at hand for a while and find time to fly over and personally follow up for a few days. Sister Che, I'll leave it to you then. Xia Ruofei nodded. You're still so polite with me. Feng Rao glanced at Xia Ruofei and said coyly. The woman in her early 30s exuded a mature charm. Xia Ruofei looked at Feng Rao's coquettish demeanor and couldn't help but be stunned. He quickly looked away and said, "It's all good news. Is the company facing any difficulties?" Sister Che, don't just tell me the good news and not the bad news. Speaking of difficulties. Of course. There are. The biggest difficulty was the lack of talent. The company has been expanding at a high speed, and every team is basically in a state of shortage of people. Now, you've made a big satellite and acquired such a large pharmaceutical group all of a sudden. Moreover, many of the original management can't be retained, so we have a huge shortage of personnel here, especially management talents. Xia Ruofei said, I don't have any good ideas for now. You'll have to overcome it on your own. If you don't have enough people, then contact a headhunting company. The company doesn't lack the salary, so we can't let everyone work too much. That's true, Feng Jing said. It's just that the current situation is that our recruitment speed can't keep up with the company's expansion speed. The Human Resources Department is also working overtime all year round because there are too many people applying for employment, Feng Rao smiled bitterly and said, as soon as I received the news that we've acquired Miles, apart from arranging for CEO Dong to take over, I immediately got Human Resources to start recruiting. However, it's easy to recruit ordinary employees, but it's not so easy to recruit middle management. But don't worry, it's only temporary. I've already told the pharmaceutical factory that after taking over Miles Corporation, they have to be mentally prepared for hard work. After this difficult period, it'll be much better in the future. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, everyone has worked hard. We can't let our employees' hard work go to waste. We should give them a bigger year-end bonus this year. This is a year of rapid development for the company. We must let our employees enjoy the benefits of the company's rapid development. I'll think about the year-end bonus plan and send it to your email. Feng Ke said. Xia Ruofei continued, regarding the problem of talent shortage, I think we should also look for talents from within other than recruiting from the outside. The old employees are all working hard to grow with the company. We should increase the intensity of talent training. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but let his thoughts wander as he continued, in addition, our company is no longer a nobody. We can contact some well-known universities. As long as it's a major that is suitable for our business, we can jointly train it. As long as a student signs an employment intention with us, our company will give a certain bursary allowance during the school period. Also, I think we can imitate other companies and set up a management training system internally. We can choose some employees with potential and give priority to training them. We can consciously let them experience more positions to speed up the growth of talents. Management trainees were management trainees. In foreign companies, it was a special project with the main goal of training the company's future leaders. Many young executives in internet companies had grown up from management trainees. I was just about to report to you, Ruofei. Feng Rao nodded. Many of your ideas are in line with mine. Our company has developed to the scale it is today. It's time to build a talent reserve. 2316 Traces of the enemy appear, 1, Feng Jing excitedly told Xia Ruofei about her thoughts on talent development. As expected, many of her views were in line with Xia Ruofei's. The two of them started discussing enthusiastically in the car. Before he knew it, the car had arrived at the military general hospital. Feng Rao was still unsatisfied. She said, "Are you au fait? I'll form these thoughts into words and send them to your email when I get back. You must take a look at it when you have time. This is related to the sustainable development of our company, especially some of the talent training mechanisms. They have reached the point where they must be implemented and can't be delayed." Xia Ruofei said seriously, "Understood. Sister Ran, please take care of this matter. Talent is the foundation of a 100-year plan. This is a job that will strengthen the foundation." Feng Rao nodded and said, "Ruofei, you can go back to your work. As for the talent strategy, I will contact you as soon as I form a report." Xia Ruofei nodded and got out of the car. He waved at Feng Jing and walked towards the hospital. He walked forward for a while, and suddenly, his sharp senses told him that there was something wrong with the east. Xia Ruofei did not move. Not only did he not turn his head to look to the east, but the frequency and magnitude of his footsteps did not change at all. However, his mental power had already spread out to the east without him knowing. On the east side of the inpatient building was the outpatient building, which was slightly lower than the inpatient building. From this angle, the outpatient building was not the best sniping position. However, other than this building, there were no other high vantage points in the surroundings. In addition, an experienced veteran could still find a good sniping and observation position in the outpatient building, as long as they disguised themselves. Xia Ruofei looked as if nothing had happened as he walked towards the hospital building. In fact, his spiritual power had already locked onto a middle-aged man in a gray jacket in the outpatient building. The middle-aged man did not look very impressive. He was the kind of person who would not be recognized if he was thrown into a crowd. He was not on the roof of the outpatient building, but by the window of the 16th floor corridor. He was holding a queue number in his hand. Anyone who saw him would think that he was a patient waiting for treatment. There were people coming and going in the hospital every day, and people like the man in gray could be said to be everywhere. However, Xia Ruofei could feel the dangerous aura from the man in gray even from a distance. This aura was very subtle, and even an experienced top agent might not be able to sense it. However, Xia Ruofei was different. As his cultivation level increased, his five senses were much sharper than ordinary people's. He could almost instinctively feel that this direction made him uncomfortable. Under the scan of his spiritual power, the man in gray was like a torch in the dark night. It was hard to ignore. Xia Ruofei also noticed that from where the man in gray was standing, he could see the intensive care unit on the 15th floor of the hospital building. As for the ward that Feng Liun and Song Wei were staying in, it was on the 13th floor, which was facing the outpatient building. The man in gray's position could also be easily monitored. Other than that, Xia Ruofei also noticed that the man in gray was wearing a pair of rimless glasses that seemed a little off. It was obviously not as simple as ordinary glasses. Xia Ruofei could even vaguely sense that there were many sophisticated components inside the glasses. However, it was a little far away, so he could not see clearly. With so many suspicious points gathered together, it would be strange if Xia Ruofei still couldn't detect it. Xia Ruofei walked into the hospital building as if nothing had happened. He could feel the man in gray's gaze on him for a few seconds, but Xia Ruofei did not show any signs of abnormality throughout the whole process. After entering the hospital building, Xia Ruofei walked straight to the elevator as usual. He took the elevator to the 8th floor of the hospital building. There were 2 corridors connecting the inpatient building and the outpatient building. One of them was on the 8th floor, and the other was on the 16th. After Xia Ruofei arrived on the 8th floor, he did not go straight to the corridor. Instead, he took a few steps in the opposite direction and entered the washroom on the 8th floor. After a minute or two, he came out of the bathroom again. He had already taken out another set of clothes from the medium and changed into them. At the same time, his appearance had changed. Even if Ling Qingxue or Song Wei were standing in front of him, they would have been ignored if they did not pay special attention. The reason why Xia Ruofei had gone through so much trouble was to prevent the man in gray from having accomplices monitoring him from other positions. He thought that the possibility of this happening was quite high. Besides, Xia Ruofei knew very well that if these people had been watching the hospital, they must have known what he looked like. They had changed their appearance and clothes to avoid being discovered. When Xia Ruofei passed by the nurse's station, he picked up a discarded form from the trash can and walked nonchalantly to the air bridge that led to the outpatient building. He walked across the covered bridge at a moderate pace to the outpatient building across the street. Throughout the entire process, his spiritual power was locked onto the gray-clothed man on the 16th floor of the outpatient building. The man in gray changed his position a few times and sat on the long bench by the corridor for a while. However, Xia Ruofei knew that the man in gray's eyes never left the hospital building across from him. 2317 Traces of the enemy appear, too. After arriving at the outpatient building, Xia Ruofei walked into the elevator. However, he didn't go straight to the 16th floor. Instead, he took the elevator to the 14th floor and walked out. Then, he turned to the emergency escape stairs and began to climb up. Just as he reached the 15th floor, Xia Ruofei's expression changed slightly. He quickened his pace. His spiritual power was locked onto the man in gray. Just now, he realized that the man in gray was leaving his previous position quickly. He sensed danger just like that? Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows. He thought to himself, it seems that this group of people are not simple. Only those who had gone through countless trials of life and death would have an almost instinctive sense of danger. Xia Ruofei was sure that he did not reveal any flaws throughout the entire process. The man in gray or his accomplices would not have noticed him in advance. The only possibility was that the man in gray felt uneasy. Although he was not clear about the situation, he knew that danger was approaching, so he retreated decisively. Xia Ruofei had this feeling a lot too. It was this intuition that had saved him on the battlefield several times. Could it be that the other party was also a special forces soldier who had experienced the test of life and death? Xia Ruofei suddenly had a thought. Who did Uncle Song offend? Xia Ruofei mumbled to himself and continued, I don't care who you are. Since I've set my eyes on you, don't even think about running away. Although his mind was racing, Xia Ruofei's pace never slowed down. In fact, it got faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, he had climbed to the 16th floor. However, he didn't rush out directly. Instead, he continued to climb up. Because the man in gray had not escaped his psychic energy, he found that the man in gray had come to the emergency escape passage on the other side and was running up the stairs, so he simply chased up from this side. Xia Ruofei's speed was much faster than the man in gray. He used his spiritual power to lock onto the man in gray from a distance as he ran up the stairs at full speed. In a short while, he arrived at a door that led to the roof. For the sake of safety, the door was locked, and it was a very thick iron lock. Xia Ruofei did not hesitate. He reached out and grabbed the iron lock. With a slight breath of genuine qi, he pulled the iron lock off as if it was a dead branch. He believed that the lock on the other side of the roof must have been destroyed in advance. Just as he had expected, the man in gray also did not stop and went straight to the rooftop. The corners of Xia Ruofei's mouth curved up slightly. He pushed open the door and walked up to the rooftop. On the other side of the stairs, the man in gray was running up the stairs as he pressed the headset hidden in his ear. He said in a hurry, "All positions, evacuate immediately. Number 6, go to position B to meet me." This was obviously a well-trained team. No one said a word of nonsense, and no one asked why they were retreating. Soon, the man in gray's headset gave a crisp reply. 6, I understand. Number 3 received. No. 2 received. Number 5 is retreating. The man in gray was slightly out of breath as he rushed to the door of the rooftop. He reached out his hand and twisted it. The door lock that had been opened and hung on the door in advance was immediately twisted open. The man in gray opened the iron latch, opened the door to the rooftop, and flashed out. He had obviously checked out the location before. After arriving at the rooftop, he rushed in one direction without any hesitation. But the man in gray had only run 2 steps before he came to a sudden stop. A look of disbelief appeared on his face as he stared straight ahead. On the edge of the rooftop opposite him stood a young man with a harmless smile on his face. The man in gray didn't know this young man, but a huge warning sign welled up in his heart, as if this young man was quite dangerous. The one who had come here in advance to bet on the gray-robed man's path was naturally Xia Ruofei, who had already changed his appearance. He maintained his smile and reached out to a thin line on the edge of the roof. He asked, I guess you're looking for it? This line was very thin, and it was at the top of the building, so it was impossible for the people below to notice it. One end of the thin thread was firmly fixed to the rooftop while the other end extended to the rooftop of the examination building, which was much shorter than the outpatient building. Xia Ruofei knew that this thin thread looked like it could be broken with a gentle pull, but it was actually made of a high-strength carbon fiber material. It seemed to have used carbon nanomaterials as well. It could not be broken even if an elephant was hanging on it, let alone the weight of an adult. Xia Ruofei had known about this type of special combat equipment when he was serving in the army. At that time, it was still a concept product and was not equipped to the army. He did not expect that the group of people who wanted to harm Song Qiming would actually use such high-end equipment. This further confirmed Xia Ruofei's judgment that Wu Fu's group was not simple. The man in gray's eyes narrowed. He saw Xia Ruofei flip his palm and a shiny dagger appeared in his hand like a magic trick. Then, Xia Ruofei gently waved his hand and the high-strength carbon fiber rope broke with a sound and fell down gently. This kind of carbon fiber rope was very light. Even if there were people below, they would not be hurt. Furthermore, this was the spot they had checked in advance. The side that the man in gray had found was not crowded to begin with. There were also many trees planted between the outpatient building and the laboratory building, so he would not attract any attention if he were to slide down quickly from here. After Xia Ruofei cut the carbon fiber rope, it most likely fell on the top of the tree. The man in gray didn't say a word. He looked at Xia Ruofei deeply and turned to run without hesitation. The man in gray had obviously received strict training. Compared to ordinary people, his speed could be said to be quite fast. However, his speed was not as fast as Xia Ruofei's. When the man in gray was running at full speed, he saw a flash in front of him and then saw Xia Ruofei smiling and standing in front of him with his arms crossed. It was as if he had been standing there waiting for him. The man in gray's eyes revealed a look of horror, and he forcibly stopped his figure. If he continued to rush forward, he would undoubtedly be walking into a trap. "Where can you run to?" Xia Ruofei asked, with a smile. A look of despair appeared on the gray-robed man's face, but it quickly turned into a look of determination. He even revealed a smile. Xia Ruofei frowned. He dashed towards the man in gray and grabbed his jaw. However, he was still too late. A trace of black blood flowed out from the corner of the gray-clothed man's mouth, and his eyes quickly lost their light. Xia Ruofei's expression turned ugly. He let go of the man in gray and he fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open as he looked at the sky. He was dead. Although he was already dead, the man in gray's mouth still maintained a slight curve, as if he was mocking Xia Ruofei. "They're actually death warriors." Xia Ruofei clenched his fists in regret. He was still a little too arrogant. If he didn't have the mentality of a cat toying with a mouse, he would have had enough time to restrain the man in gray and wouldn't have given him the chance to commit suicide. This method of hiding a highly toxic substance in one's mouth and biting open the poison sac without hesitation, once one was certain that one could not escape, was the standard style of a death warrior. Xia Ruofei's moment of carelessness had cut off this lead. Xia Ruofei stared at the man in gray's glasses and slowly inched closer. With a cold expression, he said, "Wait. I'll catch you soon." With that, Xia Ruofei kept the man in gray's body into the spirit map space and rushed to the edge of the roof, sweeping out his spiritual power. A gray van was parked quietly at the entrance of the examination building. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power quickly enveloped the van. The next second, his eyes shot out a cold light. The van had already started moving quickly and was heading out of the hospital. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and 3 black shadows appeared out of thin air. They were 3 huge hornets. After they appeared, they flapped their wings and flew towards the van. 2318 Like a shadow, 1, the 3 hornets flapped their wings and quickly caught up with the van. There was only one driver in the van. He was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face. He was number 6, who the man in gray had just mentioned. He was in charge of receiving the man in gray at the inspection ground floor. But just now, he heard his companion's urgent call through his headphones. "Number 1 has been broken. Number 6, retreat quickly. Retreat quickly." Number 6 didn't have time to think. He immediately started the car and drove away from the examination building, heading out of the hospital. His expression was very ugly, and he kept thinking about how number 1 had met with such an accident in such a short time that he didn't even have time to escape. Number 6 didn't notice that 3 hornets were chasing after him. One of the hornets landed on the roof of the van. It dropped a black object the size of a button battery, then flapped its wings, and left the van, stopping on a tree by the side of the road. When the black button-up battery came into contact with the roof of the car, it was immediately attached to it. The other two hornets went in through the window's gap and hid quietly in the back seat's gap. On the rooftop of the outpatient building, Xia Ruofei looked at the van that was almost at the hospital entrance, and his eyes turned cold. He muttered to himself, "This time, we'll go straight to your base." After he finished speaking, he walked toward the door leading to the stairs on the rooftop. The two battery-like things were tracking devices. They could track a distance of 30 kilometers in a straight line, and the high-energy battery was enough to support the tracking device to continuously send out radio frequency signals for more than 2 hours. This was the hornet that Xia Ruofei had raised in the medium to solve Lin Xiao's problem. He felt that the hornet was a good surprise weapon, so he got it from the black market through some special channels. It was quite good. After living in the medium for such a long time, the hornet's intelligence had improved a lot compared to when Lin Xiao had just finished her college entrance examination. In order to prevent the target from changing cars halfway, Xia Ruofei released 3 hornets at once. One of them dropped a tracker while the other 2 hid in the car. Once the person in the car changed cars or changed to walking, the 2 hornets would immediately follow. They also had a tracker. Hence, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry. After he walked into the stairs, he saw that there were no surveillance cameras, so he immediately changed his appearance and took out another set of clothes from the space. He quickly changed as he went downstairs. After changing his clothes, Xia Ruofei walked out of the stairwell and took the elevator to the first floor. Then, he quickly walked to the parking lot of the hospital building, picked up his Night 15 SUV, and drove in the direction of the hospital entrance. As Xia Ruofei drove, he took out a large, screen mobile phone from the medium. It was to be used together with the tracker. After lighting up the screen, Xia Ruofei opened the tracking device's dedicated app. A map appeared on the screen. At the same time, there were 3 red dots on it. They were still moving. The 3 red dots represented 3 trackers. Now that the 3 red dots were together, it meant that the target was still in the car and had not abandoned it. Xia Ruofei placed his phone on the magnetic stand and drove after him. As the Night 15 SUV was very eye-catching, there was only one in the entire Sanshan city. At the same time, he didn't know if there were any other people watching the car near the hospital. Hence, Xia Ruofei didn't go in the direction of the van directly. Instead, he deliberately took another road. Since the tracker's signal range was about 30 kilometers, Xia Ruofei was not worried about losing her. As he drove in circles on the road, he kept an eye on the red dot on his phone screen, always keeping a distance of about 5 kilometers. From today's events, Xia Ruofei felt that this group of people were very professional. At least, the man in gray, who he had met before, must have had blood on his hands. It was obvious that this was a very dangerous group of enemies. The thought of a group of dangerous enemies hiding in the dark every day, ready to harm Song Qiming's family at any time, made Xia Ruofei feel as if there was a thorn in his heart. He had to eliminate this hidden danger as soon as possible and find out the power behind this group of people. Otherwise, it was hard to guarantee that such a thing would not happen again in the future. In a gray van, a middle-aged man with a gloomy face drove skillfully through the streets and alleys of Sanshan. He was also constantly paying attention to his back. This group of people were all tracking experts. If someone was following them, no matter how secretive the means were, it was basically difficult to escape their eyes. The middle-aged man circled around twice, and his heart settled slightly. He could almost confirm that he was not being followed. It seems like the person who dealt with no one hasn't caught up. The middle-aged man thought to himself. Number 4. What's the situation with no one? The middle-aged man asked through the intercom. Number 4's serious voice came through his earpiece. According to the image sent back by Number 1's glasses, he immediately prepared to escape from the rooftop when he realized the danger. However, when he reached the rooftop, the enemy was already there. Number 1 tried to escape, but the enemy was obviously much faster than Number 1 and blocked his way again. Then, Number 1 should have directly activated the poison sac. Number 4 was in charge of communication. He was in another car and could see the images sent back by everyone's glasses in real time. The glasses worn by the man in gray were actually quite advanced in technology. In addition to being able to take real-time photos like the Google glasses and use the eye tracking function for simple operations, they also had positioning and other functions. They could even project maps onto the glasses for navigation. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He asked, Number 4, are you sure? According to the analysis of the images sent back, the possibility is very high. Number 4 said in a low voice. The last image captured by the glasses was of the young man who blocked Number 1's way. He obviously noticed that no one's glasses were different from the rest. He said to the camera that he would catch us soon. Then, Number 1's glasses and his locator lost signal at the same time. I don't know how he did it. Number 4 did not know that the man in gray's body and the pair of glasses had been sent into the spirit map space by Xia Ruofei, which was completely isolated from the outside world. The middle-aged man smacked the steering wheel hard and then clutched it tightly. His knuckles turned white and his face became very ferocious. At this moment, Number 4's voice came from the earpiece again. Number 6, once you've confirmed that there's no tail, immediately gather at no C's hiding place. Number 1 has failed. We must come up with a new plan immediately. If necessary, we must immediately ask for instructions from the higher-ups. Number 1 was actually the person in charge of their team. He had always been in control of the overall situation. Now, it was equivalent to this team being in a state of no leader. Understood. The middle-aged man, Number 6, panted heavily and said, Number 4. Save the footage that was recorded on Number 1 today. His voice was filled with killing intent because Number 6 had another identity, and that was Number 1's older brother. He and Number 1 were biological brothers. The two of them had worked together on many missions and had gone through life and death together. They did not expect that a seemingly simple mission in China's 3 mountains would lead to the death of Number 1. The middle-aged man, Number 6, could not accept this reality no matter what. Number 4 said calmly, Number 6, let's come back first. In our line of work, this day will come sooner or later. You can't solve any problems by being hot-headed, so everything will be in accordance with the instructions from above. Number 4 was resourceful and was the wisest person in the team. Now that the team leader was dead, he had become the temporary core of the team. Got it. I'll be there in 10 minutes, said the middle-aged man, Number 6. With that, he turned the steering wheel and drove west. Xia Ruofei followed the tracking device and kept a distance of 10 kilometers from the gray van. He was very careful and did not approach it. He also noticed that the gray van seemed to be going in circles, so he simply found a parking space by the side of the road and parked the car. After a while, Xia Ruofei, who had been staring at the screen, suddenly sat up straight. He was startled to see that the 3 red dots on the screen had stopped moving. "Are you done going around in circles?" Xia Ruofei mumbled to himself as he started the car. At this time, he saw that one of the red dots stopped moving, and the other 2 red dots began to move slowly again, but the speed of movement was obviously much slower than before. It was obvious that the other 2 hornets followed his instructions and were following him. The target should be walking, which was why they were so slow. Xia Ruofei stepped on the gas and drove the Night 15 in the direction of the red dot. He parked the car about 2 kilometers away from where the gray van was parked, then got out and walked straight to it. His pace did not seem fast, but his speed was not slow at all. It was comparable to the speed of an ordinary person's jog. As they walked, Xia Ruofei picked up his phone from time to time. At this time, the other 2 red dots had completely stopped moving. The target they were following had probably reached his hiding place. Xia Ruofei spent about 10 minutes before he saw the gray van parked quietly by the side of the road. The location of the red signal point was about 500 meters away. When Xia Ruofei passed by the gray van, he did not even look away. He just walked straight past it. In fact, he had already scanned the van several times with his mental power and confirmed that there was no one in it. According to the display on the phone screen, the red signal point was located in an ordinary residential area across the road. Xia Ruofei held his phone and walked into the district as if nothing had happened. He did not even look at the building where his target was hiding. Instead, he walked straight into a building with white tiles on the outer wall. 2319, directly attacking the Yellow Dragon. 1. This kind of relatively old residential area was generally semi-open, including the unit doors of the residential buildings, which were basically open. Xia Ruofei walked straight in. There was no elevator in the old building, so he walked up the stairs until he reached the rooftop. This building was adjacent to the one where the red signal point was located. The distance between the 2 buildings was only 5 or 6 meters. In addition, there was a protruding fire panel on the roof, so the actual distance was even shorter. Xia Ruofei rubbed his hands and ran to the edge of the rooftop. Then, he jumped up. He landed lightly on the top floor of the opposite building. This kind of heat insulation material could not bear much weight. If an ordinary person stepped on it, it would collapse easily. However, Xia Ruofei's toes touched it lightly as if it had no weight. Then, he supported himself with one hand and flipped up to the roof. He had already used his mental power to do a carpet check on the rooftop, so he did not stop at all after he jumped onto the rooftop. He quickly moved to the other side. Not far away, a figure hiding on top of the water tower was observing the situation on the other side through the sniper scope. He did not notice Xia Ruofei, who was approaching him from behind. On the 5th floor of the residential building, 4 people were sitting in the living room with serious expressions. One of them was the middle-aged man named Number 6. They didn't notice at all that in the interlayer of the gypsum board, 2 wasps were hidden there motionlessly, and the micro Positioning tracker they carried was constantly sending radio frequency signals to the outside. Number 6's face was dark. The video player on his laptop was paused. The image on the screen was Xia Ruofei's face. Of course, this was Xia Ruofei's face after he had changed his appearance. Number 4, have you found this person's identity? Asked the middle-aged man. What is his background? Number 4 shook his head. I've already sent the screenshot back to the headquarters when we were on the way here. There's no information on this person's identity after comparing it with the database. Their database was naturally not the domestic household registration database in China. It was built by their organization itself. The database naturally collected some experts in the industry, as well as some experts from the government and army of various countries and public information. There was no matching identity information. It could only mean that the person who forced no one to use his last resort was either in disguise or had not been exposed to the public at all. How is that possible? The middle-aged man snorted coldly. How can someone who can make Qian Gui Doyo lose the chance to escape be a nobody? Number 6, we're very sorry about what happened to number 1, no. For said, but I think our top priority is still the mission. We're only half done with the mission, and we can't explain it to the client. The middle-aged man's face revealed a trace of anger as he said, Number 4. I've said it before, under that level of impact, the target is already dead. There's no need to confirm it. It was you who insisted on getting concrete news before evacuating, and now my brother is, number 6. It's our rule to stay behind to confirm the mission's results. Number 4's face darkened as he said, and no one agreed to this. Moreover, all the signs show that the target is not dead. This is not quite consistent with your judgment. It's been so long, that's the Chinese's trick. They're just sealing off the news. The middle-aged man roared. At this time, a man of about 26 or 27 years old, with a pale face, said, all right, number 4, number 6, stop quarreling. Number 1 has basically been confirmed dead in the line of duty. We shouldn't have any more internal strife now, or we can't even guarantee our own safety. I suggest that we immediately ask the headquarters if we should evacuate immediately. Our whereabouts have been exposed, and the Chinese are likely to conduct a carpet search. After all, our target's identity is not simple. Number 4's expression softened. Number 6, we understand your feelings for number 1. However, in our line of work, we should be mentally prepared. Moreover, we are in the middle of a mission. If you continue to be so emotional, God knows if you will drag the team down. All right, I'll immediately ask the headquarters for instructions. Before receiving clear instructions from the headquarters, everyone is to stay here and not be allowed to go out. At the very least, this hideout is temporarily safe. Number 4 stood up and walked to the coffee table with her laptop. He bent down and put down his laptop. Just as he was about to sit down, his body suddenly froze. His eyes widened as he looked in the direction of the balcony, revealing a look of disbelief. It turned out that there was an extra person on the balcony. No, to be precise, there were 2 more people. In addition to the young man with a playful smile on his face, there was also an unconscious bald man lying at his feet. The bald man was number 5 of their team. When carrying out a mission, number 5 was usually responsible for long-range sniping. When he returned to his hiding place, he was tasked with the task of guarding the perimeter. The 4 people in the room were all desperados who had lived on the edge of blood for many years. They were very sensitive to danger. However, this young man had already appeared on the balcony with an unconscious number 5 on his back without anyone noticing. None of the 4 people in the living room noticed. This was what made number 4 feel the most incredulous. Although his mind went blank at that moment, many of the movements had become muscle memory after years of training and life and death training. Therefore, even though number 4 was stunned for a moment, she still subconsciously reached for her waist. However, at this moment, number 4 felt as if he was bitten by ants in many places on his body. Then, he was shocked to find that he could not move at all. This wasn't the feeling of being injected with tranquilizer. To be more precise, it was as if every inch of his muscles was bound by an invisible rope. He couldn't even move a finger. This restraint was all round, so number 4's face still maintained a shocked expression. Almost at the same time, the other 3 people in the living room also reacted. They subconsciously reached for their weapons, but at the same time, they felt as if several parts of their body were bitten by ants. Then, as if they were cast with a spell, they were completely fixed in place and unable to move at all. This young man was Xia Ruofei, who had changed his appearance again. He had already learned his lesson in the hospital. Although he had casually carried the unlucky sniper and jumped onto the balcony, he was already prepared. He took advantage of the group's momentary shock and attacked without hesitation. With a wave of his hand, he sealed the main acupuncture points of these 4 people, completely blocking the flow of qi and blood. The weapons he used were just a few ordinary silver needles. The silver needles that were filled with true qi. The carefully selected acupuncture points, and the steady and accurate technique made this group of vicious and desperate people seem so vulnerable in front of him. Xia Ruofei walked into the living room from the balcony. His gaze swept across the faces of number 2, number 3, number 4, and number 6 in succession. This method of sealing the acupoints only limited the circulation of qi and blood. These people's consciousness was actually very clear. This sobriety also caused the horror in their hearts to reach a peak. Xia Ruofei first used his mental strength to check the entire house. He found that there was indeed a miniature camera in the living room. One was installed in the top box of the television, and the other was installed in the lock hole of the balcony door. Their positions were very clever. Xia Ruofei went straight to the 2 recording devices and removed them. He threw them on the ground and stomped on them, crushing them completely. Xia Ruofei did not know if the video recording device had captured the scene and if it had been sent to a certain place in real time. However, he had changed his appearance to come in, so he was not worried about whether he would be exposed. Under normal circumstances, he would never use this appearance again. To those who were looking for him everywhere, this was no different from directly vanishing into thin air. Then, Xia Ruofei walked to number 4's side and forcefully pried open number 4's mouth. He reached in and took out a small poison capsule. At such a close distance, under the scan of his spiritual power, everything was exposed. Xia Ruofei did the same thing and took out all the poison sacs hidden in the 4 people's mouths. Then, Xia Ruofei walked to number 4 and pulled out 2 silver needles. Number 4 suddenly felt as if she could speak again. Although she still couldn't move her body, at least she could move her mouth. If Xia Ruofei had not taken out the poison sac in advance, number 4 would have bitten it without hesitation. No. 4 said coldly, "Don't expect to get any information from me. I think you'd better hurry up and kill us. Xia Ruofei laughed and leaned over to number 4. Oh, really? I thought you would definitely cooperate with me. Don't even think about it. Number 4 said coldly. Xia Ruofei laughed, and then his majestic spiritual power attacked number 4. Although mind power was invisible, Xia Ruofei could still use a huge amount of mind power to attack number 4. At that moment, number 4 was still dazed. Then, he could not help but look into Xia Ruofei's eyes. At this moment, Xia Ruofei's eyes were like the deep space in number 4's eyes. His 2 eyeballs were like terrifying black holes that could suck in everything. Number 4 felt as if she was floating in the air for a moment, and then she entered a state of confusion. 2320, the Mord Organization. 1. What they witnessed in the next few minutes could be said to be inexplicable horror and soul shaking for the other 3 who were also completely unable to move. They watched as number 4 seemed to have lost his soul. Like a marionette, he answered everything Xia Ruofei asked, without any hesitation. He even revealed some of the top secrets of their organization without any struggle. Xia Ruofei asked one question after another with a calm face. To the remaining 3, it was a huge torture. After a while, Xia Ruofei retracted his spiritual power and number 4 finally woke up. He could clearly remember the entire process just now, but he didn't know why he had answered all the questions without resistance. These people had all undergone harsh anti-interrogation training, and their tolerance for torture far exceeded that of ordinary people. Even if some psychiatric drugs were used, they would have a certain resistance. It could be said that conventional interrogation methods had no effect on them at all. However, no 4 could not believe what had just happened. He looked at Xia Ruofei as if he was looking at a demon. What did you do to me? Number 4 asked in a trembling voice. Xia Ruofei pouted and left him to the next person. His target this time was the middle-aged man, number 6. Number 6 could only watch as Xia Ruofei walked towards him. He could not even move a finger. When he thought of number 4's performance just now, his eyes were filled with fear. He knew very well that if he revealed the secret of the organization, the consequences would be dire. Xia Ruofei would not be soft-hearted just because of the pleading look in his eyes. He reached out and pulled out 2 silver needles, then enveloped them with his majestic spiritual force. The pleading and fear in number 6's eyes turned into confusion in an instant. Xia Ruofei asked without any emotion, "What's your name?" "Qiangue Yu," number 6 said in a dull tone. "Tell me about your background," Xia Ruofei continued. A few minutes later, Xia Ruofei left the old residential area with a normal expression. The rental house that number 4 and the others were in was already empty. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had tidied up the rental house and left nothing behind. It was as if number 4 and the rest had never been there. After asking the 4 of them and confirming with each other, Xia Ruofei was clear about the background of this group of people. The 4 of them, the man in gray who had died, and the sniper on the roof, were all from a mercenary group in Africa called Madr. The 6 of them formed a combat team. Everyone in this team was from Asia, without exception. They were basically Chinese, which was probably one of the reasons why they were sent to China for this mission. The man in gray, who was blocked by Xia Ruofei on the hospital roof, was the person in charge of this team. His name was Qiangue Doyo. He and the middle-aged man number 6, Qiangue Yu, were both from the Wei nation. They were brothers. Number 4 was from Huaxia, and the other 3 were from neighboring countries. When Xia Ruofei was serving in the army, he had some understanding of the armed forces overseas. In his memory, the base of this organization was in a small country in Africa, Arulai. With people and guns, the mod organization was basically the local emperor of Arulai. It could be said that this organization was notorious internationally. Simply put, as long as they could afford the price, they would accept any mission. Furthermore, they had absolutely no moral integrity or bottom line. It could be said that they were unscrupulous in carrying out the mission. The reason why they had come all the way to Huaxia and carefully planned this attack was naturally because of the buyer's request. However, this small team was in charge of the specific execution, so they did not know the specific information of the financial backer. Perhaps the person in charge of the team, Gongue Doyo, would know something. Unfortunately, when he realized that he could no longer escape from Xia Ruofei's grasp, he bit the poison capsule and died. It could be said that Xia Ruofei did not find any useful clues. However, this trip was not without any gains. First of all, after interrogating Qian Guiyu and the others, Xia Ruofei could confirm that only the 6 of them were sent by Mord to carry out the mission in China. By capturing them all, he could at least temporarily eliminate the potential danger to Song Qiming's family. Besides, according to Xia Ruofei's understanding of the Mord organization, they would probably not send any more men after this mission failed. Furthermore, the remuneration they received in the beginning would not be refunded. This was one of the reasons why the Mord organization was labeled as shameless. Of course, the fighting power of the Mod organization was still very strong. Once they accepted a mission, they would not deliberately deceive their customers and would do their best to complete it. In addition, the success rate of their missions was relatively high, so even though they were less moral, their business had always been good. Of course, Xia Ruofei had also asked Qian Guiyu and the others. Their answer was similar to what he had learned. Basically, if this team went missing during a mission in China, the Mod organization would not send any more people. Xia Ruofei felt much more at ease after he confirmed this. Although he did not know who the financial backer of Song Qiming was and did not know if the mastermind would find other underground organizations to harm Song Qiming's family after the Mord organization's failure, at least Xia Ruofei had some time to settle down. 2321, the Mord organization part. When Song Qiming was almost done with his treatment and Xia Ruofei was free, he would naturally find a way to find the financial backer. Xia Ruofei had left alone, so Qian Guiyu and the others couldn't have disappeared. In fact, they had all been sent into the spirit map space by Xia Ruofei. He did this because he had no intention of letting these people out. The hands of these professional mercenaries were all stained with blood. Xia Ruofei had already confirmed this during the interrogation. It could be said that each of the 5 of them deserved to die. It wouldn't be too much to execute them 100 times. Considering that the shortage of labor in the space was getting worse, Xia Ruofei followed the principle of recycling and directly extracted them into the spirit map space. These people were all bound by Xia Ruofei's silver needles. When he was collecting them, he released a little bit of spiritual power and put them in a daze. In this state, they did not know how to resist. Xia Ruofei easily collected all 5 of them in one breath. Xia Ruofei used the power of space to set up a cage in the mountain and sea realm of the spirit map world. He threw the 5 people in and left them alone. Xia Ruofei was prepared to go into the medium to train them. When he was free later, Xia Ruofei had no qualms about using the free labor in the realm. As for safety, there was even less to worry about. Unless Xia Ruofei died and the spirit map became ownerless again, even Bai Qingqing, who had a thorough understanding of the rules of space, would not be able to escape from the small space of the spirit map world without Xia Ruofei's permission, let alone ordinary people like Qian Guiyu and the others. In addition, when Xia Ruofei was not in the space, Xia Qing could also use a certain amount of spatial power. Although this level of spatial power was far inferior to the spatial power that Xia Ruofei controlled, whether in quality or quantity, it was more than enough to deal with ordinary people in the space. Not to mention, only 5 people, even if there were 50 or 500, Xia Qing could control them all with a single thought. Even if they took advantage of Xia Qing's inattentiveness and launched a sneak attack on him, there was no need to worry. Before putting them into the spatial space, Xia Ruofei had stored all their weapons in an independent space in the spirit map world that he had specially opened up. Without Xia Ruofei's permission, even Xia Qing could not get those weapons. As a high-level spiritual puppet, Xia Qing's body was also very strong. Even if a sneak attack was successful, it was impossible for a few ordinary people, who were not even at refined Qi Level 1, to cause him any harm. Hence, Xia Ruofei had considered all the possible problems before making the final decision. After leaving the residential area, Xia Ruofei walked straight to his car. On the way, he even made a detour to a shopping mall and changed his clothes and appearance in the washroom. After collecting his car, Xia Ruofei drove back to the main hospital. Fang Liyun, Song Wei, Song Qiming's secretary, Guangji Chao, and the others were all in the lobby outside the ICU. Xia Ruofei did not mention the Mort organization to them because he knew that this kind of overseas mercenary organization was not something that the special police arranged by the province could deal with. If he told them, it would only make them more uneasy. Xia Ruofei chatted with Fang Liyun and the rest for a while, before he went to the intensive care unit to check on Song Qiming's condition. He found that his vital signs were relatively stable. Besides, Xia Ruofei also used his spiritual power to penetrate the outer area of Song Qiming's consciousness and checked it carefully. The situation was almost as he had expected. Song Qiming had basically absorbed all the medicinal properties of the soup. However, the recovery of his sea of consciousness was only about 1%. If he only relied on the soup, Song Qiming's recovery would be an extremely long process. After all, the soup could only be taken once in 7 days. When Xia Ruofei left the intensive care unit, Fang Liyun and the others immediately came to greet him. He found that Professor Chen, who was the chief surgeon for Song Qiming's head operation, was also there. Due to Song Qiming's special status, Professor Chen would come over to check on the situation after finishing his work. After all, such a high-ranking leader was lying in the intensive care unit. Although the general hospital could not do much, they at least had to show that they attached great importance to him. Ruofei, how's Qiming? Fang Liyun asked. Xia Ruofei smiled. Auntie Fang, don't worry. Uncle Song's condition has always been stable. It's unlikely that his sadness will relapse. When will he wake up? Fang Liyun asked. Just then, a voice came from behind Xia Ruofei. Junior brother Xia, I knew you were still here. Xia Ruofei turned around and saw that the person was his senior Gejun, whom he had acknowledged as a disciple on behalf of his master. Senior Ge. You're back. Xia Ruofei smiled and replied, did everything go well today? He knew that Gujun must have gone to Min River to pay his respects to his non-existent master. Everything is going smoothly. Gujun smiled and said, of course. I'm just asking for peace of mind. I don't know if master will be able to receive this kind of thought. You definitely can. Xia Ruofei smiled. Then, Xia Ruofei said to Feng Liyun and the others, Aunt Feng, Song Wei, let me introduce you. This is Gujun, Senior GE. His senior brother was very accomplished in Chinese medicine and was a leading figure in China's Chinese medicine field. He usually provided healthcare services to the leaders in Beijing. Senior GE will also participate in Uncle Song's treatment, so you can rest assured. Uncle Song will definitely be fine. Gujun's name was quite well known. At least, Feng Liyun and Song Wei had heard of him before. Therefore, Feng Liyun was pleasantly surprised when she heard this and said, that's great. Dr. GE, I'll have to trouble you with Qiming's matter. Feng Liyun's mind was all on Song Qiming, so she did not notice that Xia Ruofei's way of addressing Gujun was a little strange. However, Professor Chen was stunned. He didn't even consider that Xia Ruofei was introducing them to each other. He couldn't help but exclaim, Uncle GE, you and Mr. Xia. Gujun smiled and said, oh. Little Chen. Yesterday, I talked to junior brother Xia and found out that we are from the same sect in Chinese medicine. In terms of seniority, junior brother Xia and I are of the same generation. I'm a few years older than you, so I'm naturally your senior brother. Professor Chen was dumbfounded. This works too? In that case, in terms of seniority, this young man in front of him was his elder? Professor Chen was also from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Naturally, he knew that traditional Chinese medicine was very particular about inheritance. Moreover, this inheritance was recognized by the country to be qualified to practice Chinese medicine, other than going through the country's full-time Chinese medicine education and passing the examination. There was another way to obtain the qualification, and that was to pass on Chinese medicine. Even if you didn't even attend medical school for a day, as long as you were indeed a master and disciple in Chinese medicine, and your inheritance was recognized by the industry, you could still obtain a medical qualification certificate. Xia Ruofei noticed Professor Chen as well. He was amused. Professor Chen, he said quickly, Brother GE and I are talking about the succession of Chinese medicine. We should discuss it separately. Professor Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was precisely because this was the seniority of Chinese medicine that he felt that it was a bit of a scam. Although he studied Western medicine, he was also a child of a Chinese medicine family. Strictly speaking, he had to abide by this kind of inheritance. Gujun and his father were of the same generation, which meant that Xia Ruofei was of the same generation as his father. However, Professor Chen could not bring himself to call Xia Ruofei uncle. He sneaked a glance at Gujun and saw that Gujun did not object. He heaved a sigh of relief and nodded, oh. I see. 2322 Handling the captives. 1. Gujun had seen everything. He knew that it was a little too much to ask Professor Chen to call Xia Ruofei uncle. After all, Xia Ruofei was only in her 20s, while Professor Chen was already old. He was also an authority in the field of neurosurgery in the country and was one of the top figures in the medical world. In addition, although Professor Chen was also from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, he did not inherit his family's medical skills. Instead, he turned to study Western medicine. In addition, the Chen family and the Ji family were only friends for generations, and there was no real relationship between the two. Hence, Gujun thought for a while and said with a smile, "Little Chen, let's do as junior brother Xia said. There aren't so many rules in modern society." In fact, this was because Professor Chen was not the descendant of the Ji family. Otherwise, no matter how old and qualified Professor Chen was, Gujun would not allow the seniority to be messed up. Professor Chen was relieved and said, "All right. All right." Although he did not have to call Xia Ruofei uncle, Xia Ruofei had become Gujun's junior. In Professor Chen's heart, Xia Ruofei's importance was naturally different from before. After this small interlude, Gujun then said to Fang Liyun with a pleasant expression, "Madam Song, I'm just here to observe and learn. With Junior Xia around, Secretary Song will definitely recover. You don't have to worry about this." Fang Liyun could not help but be stunned, thinking that this Chinese medical master's attitude was too humble. Although she knew that Xia Ruofei's medical skills were amazing, Gujun was a leading figure in the Chinese medicine world. Even he had to learn from Xia Ruofei? Fang Liyun thought that Gujun was being humble. Of course, Professor Chen had the same thought. They did not know that Gujun was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Gujun had personally checked on Song Qiming's condition. He had also heard from Professor Chen about Song Qiming's condition. When he was admitted to the hospital, he knew that even he would not be able to do anything when he was in such a critical condition. However, Xia Ruofei had successfully stabilized his condition. Moreover, Song Qiming's life force was getting stronger and stronger. He knew that Xia Ruofei's medical skills were better than his. Xia Ruofei chuckled. "Senior, you're too humble. In terms of comprehensive medical skills, I can't compare to you. I only have a little experience in external injuries." Then, Xia Ruofei said to Fang Liyun, "Auntie Fang, I've already prepared another treatment plan, but there's one medicine that will only be available in 2 days. Uncle Song's condition is very stable at the moment, so we'll observe his condition for the next 2 days. I'll try a new treatment plan in 2 or 3 days. I believe he'll wake up very soon." Professor Chen was dumbfounded. In his opinion, Song Qiming was relying on the expensive equipment in the ICU to maintain his vital signs. Even his primary reflex had disappeared, which meant that he had completely lost his brain function. How could he be in a stable condition? However, even Gujun did not agree with his conclusion. Moreover, Xia Ruofei was still his junior uncle, so Professor Chen naturally did not dare to refute him. Since the head of the hospital had already given the word regarding Song Qiming's treatment, the people from the hospital did not have much say in it. Therefore, Professor Chen decided to keep quiet. Fang Liyun immediately replied, "All right, you can make the decisions regarding the treatment." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Auntie, Song Wei, let's do this for now. I won't be keeping an eye on this place for the next 2 days. You guys should take a rest. Uncle Song is in the intensive care unit, and there's someone taking care of him 24 hours a day. My phone is always on, so if anything happens, I'll be able to rush back immediately." Fang Liyun nodded and said, "Yeah. Ruofei, you've worked hard these past 2 days. Go home and have a good rest for 2 days." Although Song Wei did not say anything, the way she looked at Xia Ruofei was filled with gentleness. It explained everything. Gu Jun accompanied Xia Ruofei as they walked out of the hospital. "Senior GE, when do you plan to return to the capital? Xia Ruofei asked. Gu Jun chuckled. I've been out for a few days now. Let's see how it goes. After you treat Secretary Song. If there's nothing else, I'll return to the capital around then. Xia Ruofei nodded. After I'm done with Uncle Song's matter, I'll find some time to sort out the contents of 3 cloud rubbing scrolls. Then I'll have a good exchange with you, senior. There's no rush for this, Gu Jun quickly said. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, since I've accepted you as my disciple on my master's behalf, I naturally have to bear the corresponding responsibility. Senior brother GE, the 3 volumes of Cloud Contact originally came from the GE family, so it's considered a complete piece returned to Zhao. I believe that the heritage of old ancestor Gu Hong's Chinese medicine will definitely be carried forward in your hands. Gu Jun was slightly moved and said, thank you, Junior Xia. As Gu Jun had a tea date with his friends, the 2 of them bade each other farewell in front of the hospital building. Xia Ruofei drove the night 15 back to the Jiangbin Villa district. When he got home, he went straight to his bedroom. After locking the doors and windows, he took out the spirit map scroll and entered the medium spirit map space, mountain and sea realm. A small spatial cage was suspended above the vast grassland. 23 handling the captives, 2, Qianguiyu and the other 4 were inside the cage. They had been trapped there for 2 hours, but they were still in a daze. Just a moment ago, they were still in the rented house in the old community. They only felt dazed for a moment, and then the scenery in front of them changed completely. They found themselves in a place with green grass and extremely fresh air. This kind of experience, which was like the stars shifting, was absolutely subversive for them. What made their hearts tremble even more was that they were actually suspended in the air in a small space cage that only bound them in a very small area. But it did not hinder their vision. Qianguiyu and the others found that they didn't fall down, but were suspended in the air. After fumbling around, they realized that although there was no shelter in the surroundings, their range of activity was only a few meters any further, and it was as if they had hit an invisible wall. And they could not get out no matter how hard they tried. The few of them looked at each other as if they had seen ghosts. In this 1 hour, they had discussed for a long time and tried many ways, but they were unable to escape. Qianguiyu and the others knew that this must have been the work of the demon-like young man. In their eyes, Xia Ruofei's actions were undoubtedly demonic. He could freeze people with a few needles, make them lose their freedom with just a look, and answer whatever they were asked. All of this was too unbelievable. In the end, they couldn't help but have a terrible thought. Is the young man trying to trap us in this strange place and starve us to death? Qianguiyu and the others shuddered at the thought. At this moment, they suddenly felt their bodies sink. Although there was nothing under their feet, they felt like they were standing on solid ground. However, that feeling had disappeared. They began to falling straight down from a height of more than 10 meters. Qianguiyu and the others screamed instinctively. The green grass quickly grew larger in their field of vision. Although there was grass below, falling from a height of more than 10 meters. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would probably break their bones. Just as their faces were about to touch the grass, they suddenly felt a gentle force holding them up, and then they slowly landed on the ground. Qianguiyu and the others gasped for breath as if they had just survived a disaster. At this moment, a voice rang out, everyone, welcome to the Spirit Map space. How did it feel to ride the free drop machine? Just now? Qian Guiyu raised his head and saw Xia Ruofei's face. He cried out in surprise, "It's you. You're..." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "You've done your homework." "That's right. I'm Xia Ruofei. At the same time, I'm..." Also, as he spoke, he changed his appearance. Qian Guiyu and the other four witnessed another strange scene. Under their watchful eyes, the muscles and bones on Xia Ruofei's face began to change. In a short while, he seemed to have turned into another person. Qian Guiyu and the others would never forget that he was the young man who had captured them in the room an hour ago, even if he turned into ashes. You. Qian Guiyu stammered in shock. After witnessing Xia Ruofei's magical ability, he immediately realized something and couldn't help but shout, "You were the one who killed Qian Gui Doyo, right?" Xia Ruofei smiled and changed his appearance again. Soon, he looked like the person that Qian Gui Doyo's glasses had captured. As expected, Qian Guiyu said with a slight tremble. He knew that he had no hope of avenging his brother in this life. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I have to correct you. Your brother bit the poison capsule and died. I didn't want to kill him. For example, you all. Although you all deserve to die, aren't you all still alive and well? If he hadn't foolishly chosen to commit suicide, he would be in the same situation as you." Number 4 was a Chinese, his name was Bao Guijun. He couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Xia, what is this place? How did we end up here in the blink of an eye? How did you do it?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "You don't need to know this. You only need to remember one thing, and that is, the 5 of you are now my captives." Bao Guijun couldn't help but show a bitter smile. He could already predict his fate. Xia Ruofei looked down at the 5 of them and said, "I don't like to force people to do things they don't want to do. So, although you're prisoners, I've decided to give you a chance to choose." At this point, Xia Ruofei paused and glanced at the 5 people's faces. Then, he said, "I'll give you 2 choices. First, you can choose to die for your organization like Kangui Doyo, and I will not stop you. If you don't want to commit suicide, I have another option, and that is to work for me. You can exchange your contribution for survival supplies to ensure that you can continue to live. Mr. Xia, if we work for you, you probably won't be able to rest assured." Bao Guijun asked, carefully. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Since I'm willing to let you live, I'm not worried about you betraying me. How about this? I can give you a chance to escape. As long as you can get out of my territory, I can let you go." Qian Guiyu raised his head and asked, "Is this true?" Xia Ruofei shrugged. "Your lives are in my hands. Why would I lie to you?" he asked. Then, Xia Ruofei looked at Bao Guijun and asked, "How is it? Do you want to try your luck?" Bao Guijun exchanged a look with his partner and said, "Since Mr. Xia is so generous, we'll thank you first. May I ask, how do I play this game?" Xia Ruofei laughed. "There are no rules and no time limit. From now on, you can run. If you can run, you will be free. It's a deal." Bao Guijun gritted his teeth and said. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "It's a deal." Bao Guijun and the others discussed in a low voice. Xia Ruofei didn't go over to join in the fun. He walked to the side and sat on the ground with a playful smile on his face. Bao Guijun and the others came to a conclusion very quickly. They had been trapped in a spatial cage that was more than 10 meters high and had used the high ground to observe the surrounding situation, so they quickly agreed to run in the direction of the sea. They felt that even if Xia Ruofei had set up an iron bucket formation around this area, the sea was so vast that it would not be easy for Xia Ruofei to catch them as long as they escaped into the sea. They even saw a small yacht floating on the sea near land. If they could get their hands on the yacht, the chances of them successfully escaping would be higher. Thus, they exchanged a look and quickly rushed in the direction of the sea. Bao Guijun didn't forget to look at Jianjia. He felt that Xia Ruofei was like a cat toying with a mouse. He was afraid that Xia Ruofei was playing with them. Once they started to run, hundreds of people would rush out and surround them. Bao Guijun saw that Xia Ruofei didn't even bat an eye and didn't look like there was anyone lying in ambush. He made up his mind and followed Qian Guiyu and the others to the seaside. The journey was unusually smooth. There were no obstacles at all. Xia Ruofei even stayed in the same place and did not move. They rushed to the seaside just like that. From afar, the small yacht was still bobbing up and down on the sea. Everyone, let's work harder. Qian Guiyu shouted. We'll be free once we get out. 23-24, the omnipotent god, won. Qian Guiyu took the lead, and Bao Guijun was the last. The five of them rushed to the beach. As they stepped on the soft and wet sand, a glimmer of hope gradually appeared in their originally nervous hearts. Because so far, everything had been unusually smooth. They believed that as long as they could get their hands on the yacht, they would have a high chance of escaping. Qian Guiyu and the others rushed towards the yacht as the cold water reached their ankles. In a short while, the water was already at their waist, so they decided to swim forward. The small yacht swayed gently with the waves and was already very close. Good luck! Qian Guiyu cheered everyone on excitedly. They didn't know that even if they could get the yacht, they could only go in circles in the space ocean at most. Now, they were like turtles in a jar. Where could they run to? Of course, Xia Ruofei would not let them come into contact with small yachts. He was still a bit of a clean freak. Therefore, when Qian Guiyu and the others swam desperately towards the yacht, they were shocked to find that they couldn't move forward no matter how hard they tried. The yacht was just within reach, but they were just a little bit away. What's going on? Qian Guiyu shouted in anger. However, what made them feel even more devastated was that in the next moment, they were directly lifted up from the sea by an invisible force and suspended in mid-air. Then, to the horror of Qian Guiyu, Bao Guijun and the others, Xia Ruofei appeared out of thin air in front of them. It was as if he had teleported. 1 second, there was no one there, but the next moment, he appeared. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei was standing in the air. He was more than 10 meters above the sea, and he looked like an immortal. Xia Ruofei had a teasing smile on his face. The game can end now. Qian Guiyu and the others were dumbfounded. What they had seen was beyond their knowledge. How could a person just float in the air without stepping on anything? When they thought of Xia Ruofei's ability to change his appearance at will, they were filled with despair. This made them think of the mysterious Eastern legends. Could this young man be a legendary immortal? What happened next seemed to confirm their guess. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and the calm sea suddenly became violent. In an instant, it formed a huge wave that was dozens of meters high. Qian Guiyu and the others watched in fear as the huge wave came crashing down on them. In the face of nature's might, humans seemed so small. The fear that came from the bottom of their hearts could not be suppressed. Qian Guiyu and the others couldn't help but scream in horror. However, just as the huge wave was about to hit them, it suddenly stopped, as if it was frozen, and maintained its original shape. Qian Guiyu and the others had lost all ability to think. They looked up at the terrifying wave and didn't even dare to breathe. Xia Ruofei waved his hand again, and the wave that was strong enough to flip a ship disappeared into thin air. It turned into water vapor and returned to the sea. Qian Guiyu and the others felt their vision blur, and then they found themselves back in their original position. The green grass and the faint smell of earth made them feel as if they had not been running for their lives, nor had they entered the ocean, nor had they encountered the terrifying waves. It was as if what they had just experienced was a dream. However, her clothes were still wet, and it was very uncomfortable to stick to her skin. This made them realize that they weren't dreaming at all. They had been teleported here by the Huaxia deity. Qian Guiyu and the others looked at Xia Ruofei in a completely different light. They were full of respect and awe. These mercenaries were all desperados, but no matter how unruly they were, they couldn't resist when faced with a power that was on a completely different level. Even Qian Guiyu, who had killed Xia Ruofei's brother, was in despair. He knew that there was no chance of revenge. The five of them looked at Xia Ruofei in silence. Xia Ruofei's gaze swept across them one by one. Wei Nation, Qian Guiyu. Chinese, Bao Guijun. The sniper was Huan Zhongyuan, from Annan. There was also Park Taishu from the Bangziguo and Huang Rujua from the Lusong. Xia Ruofei didn't speak for a long time. Bao Guijun and the rest felt the pressure as heavy as a mountain. It was as if the air had frozen. The five of them didn't even dare to breathe. After a long time, Xia Ruofei finally said, "You can make your choice now. You can either stay and work hard, or you can sacrifice yourself for the mod organization. I won't interfere." Xia Ruofei did not tease them. After all, if they wanted to commit suicide, he could not watch them all the time. Besides, these people deserved to die. If they wanted to commit suicide, Xia Ruofei would not stop them. If they were willing to work here, Xia Ruofei would not mind making use of the waste. It was not a difficult decision to make, especially after seeing Xia Ruofei's overwhelming power. It was a simple decision. After all, it was better to live than die. With Xia Ruofei's strength, even if the mod organization used all their power, they would not be able to do anything to him. Besides, they were professional mercenaries and did not have a strong sense of belonging to the organization. 2363 CHSADD 2325 The omnipotent God the reason why he had chosen to commit suicide was because he knew that if he fell into the enemy's hands, he would suffer if he didn't confess. And if they sold out the organization's information, then no matter where they ran to, it would be difficult to escape the organization's revenge. This kind of revenge was 100 times more terrible than death. As for Bao Guijun and the rest, they had already revealed all the secrets of the mod organization. In fact, they had already betrayed the organization, so why would they be so silly as to sacrifice themselves in the line of duty? Moreover, they all thought that working for Xia Ruofei would ensure their safety. In this secluded place, the chances of being found by the Mord organization were very low. Even if they lost their freedom, being able to live on was a huge temptation. Of course, they didn't. Know that Xia Ruofei's terrifying power was only limited to the space. Even though he was strong in the outside world, he would still need to cultivate for a long time before he could reach the level that he had just reached. He could create a huge wave with a thought. After exchanging glances, Bao Guijun quickly said, "Mr. Xia, we're willing to work for you." "Thank you for sparing my life, Mr. Xia. You're very tactful." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Actually, the job I want you to do is not complicated. I believe you can do it." "Yes. Let the person in charge of you tell us." After he finished speaking, Xia Ruofei sent a telepathic message to Xia Qing, come to my place. "Yes, master." Before Xia Qing's voice could finish, he had already appeared beside Xia Ruofei. Bao Guijun, Qian Guiyu, and the others were shocked. It was teleportation again. It seemed that this person was also a very powerful character. "This will be your supervisor from now on. You can call him Supervisor Xia Qing," Xia Ruofei said indifferently. Bao Guijun and the others quickly greeted him, Manager Xia Qing. Xia Qing was absolutely loyal to Xia Ruofei. Since it was Xia Ruofei's arrangement, he naturally had no objection. Thus, he nodded to Bao Guijun and the others. Xia Ruofei said to Xia Qing, "These people will be under your command in the future. You can arrange some jobs that are not very technical, but consume more physical strength for them to do." "Yes, master," Xia Qing said respectfully. "You can tell them the specific work arrangements," Xia Ruofei said. Xia Qing pondered for a moment and said, "At present, the most important task is to open up the herb garden. During this time, you will mainly be doing this work. I will arrange the specific things for you. In the future, after the expansion of the medicine garden is completed, we'll adjust the new work." Ever since he had acquired Miles Corporation, Xia Ruofei had arranged for Xia Qing to expand the scale of the herb garden as soon as possible. After acquiring Miles Corporation, Taoyuan pharmaceutical factories' demand for raw materials and herbs would increase by several times. It was impossible to meet the demand by just relying on centralized purchasing and farming contracts. It would be a huge project to expand the herb garden several times, even if Xia Qing didn't sleep or rest. Most of the work would be repetitive physical labor, which was suitable for Bao Guijun, Qian Guiyu, and others. "Understood, Manager Xia Qing." Bao Guijun and the others responded. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "Xia Qing will give you a quantitative evaluation based on your work performance. The higher the score, the better your life treatment. If their performance was average, they would only receive the minimum living supplies. If you're just wasting time or deliberately causing damage, I don't mind throwing you into the sea to feed the sharks." Xia Ruofei's tone was very indifferent. Bao Guijun and the rest had no doubt that if they had any evil thoughts, Xia Ruofei would immediately destroy them without hesitation. In their eyes, Xia Ruofei was an omnipotent god. In fact, in the spirit map space, such an evaluation was not too exaggerated. I don't dare, Bao Guijun and the others quickly said. Xia Ruofei's tone softened a little and said, "In here, other than not having freedom, it's much better than being a mercenary. This was the paradise of the immortals. Even if you didn't do anything, you would become very healthy just by staying here. If you stayed here for a long time, you would definitely live A long life. So, before you have any bad plans, you'd better weigh the pros and cons. Out of the 5, Bao Guijun was from Huaxia. He was the first to react. Wasn't this the legendary heavenly paradise? No. Wonder the air here was so fresh. Taking a deep breath felt like one's bones had relaxed a few tails. And there was an indescribable feeling of carefreeness in one's body. These people had chosen to become mercenaries, and they basically didn't have any family to worry about. Other than the lack of freedom and entertainment, it was quite good in comparison. At the very least, they could live, and they could live very healthily. This had long been an extravagant hope when they stepped on that bloody road. So, Bao Guijun immediately said, "Mr. Xia, thank you for your reminder. We will not dare to have any disloyal thoughts. From now on, we will work for you with all our hearts." Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "I don't mind if you have other thoughts as long as you don't put them into action. Don't blame me for not reminding you, Xia Qing's ability is on par with mine. He can know your every word and action with just a thought. No matter how far you run, he can bring you back with just a thought." So, Xia Ruofei didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Yes, yes, yes. Bao Guijun and the others quickly nodded. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and set up a soundproof barrier around himself and Xia Qing. Then, he said, "Xia Qing, these people in the outside world deserve to die. I have no intention of letting them out since I've captured them. If they dare to play any tricks, you can just kill them directly. We only need to ensure that the precious crops in the space cannot be touched or destroyed by them, and that's enough." "Understood, Master," Xia Qing said. "All right, you can bring them to work. You have to keep a close eye at the beginning," Xia Ruofei said. "Also, you have to keep an eye on the cultivation of the heart, concentrating grass. Don't let anything go wrong." The heart, concentrating grass was grown in an environment where time was 2,000 times faster. If any problems were not discovered and dealt with in time, the consequences could be very serious. If it was just jade and spiritual crystals, Xia Ruofei could afford to lose them. However, he only had one heart, concentrating grass. If he lost the heart, concentrating grass, he would not be able to get back the spiritual crystals, no matter how many he had. Hence, he had to be very careful. "Yes, Master. Don't worry," Xia Qing said. Xia Ruofei removed the wizardry barrier and warned Bao Guijun and the others. Before handing them over to Xia Qing, he asked him to bring Bao Guijun and the others to work at the herb garden. With a thought, Xia Ruofei left the medium. He saw that it was getting late, so he went downstairs to cook some noodles for himself. After dinner, Xia Ruofei drove out. When he came back, there was a small truck behind his night 15 off-road vehicle, and the trunk of the off-road vehicle was full. On the small truck were the iron-framed bunk beds that he had purchased from a nearby furniture store. They were the cheapest kind, with a total of 3 and 6 bunk beds. In addition, he also went to a small supermarket and bought 5 sets of bed sheets, blankets, pillows, and the like. They were all very ordinary, but they were cheap. In addition, he also bought a batch of instant noodles, mineral water, and other daily necessities, which were all stuffed in the trunk of the Night 15. Xia Ruofei asked the workers to unload the iron-framed bed in the living room of the villa and let them leave. The iron-frame bed was packed in boxes. It was originally installed by the workers, but Xia Ruofei did not need this service. With a thought, he stored the iron frame bed and all the living supplies into the spirit map space. Then, he went upstairs to his bedroom, locked the door and windows, took out the spirit map scroll from his body, and returned to the medium. 2326 A new train of thought. 1. Xia Ruofei went straight to the mountain sea realm and saw Bao Guijun, Xian Guiyu, and the others digging the drain of the herb garden under Xia Qing's lead. They were all sweating profusely and looked like they had been doing it for a while. Everyone, stop. Xia Ruofei clapped his hands and said. Xia Qing immediately came over with Bao Guijun and the others. Xia Qing called out respectfully, Master. Bao Guijun and the others also bowed, Mr. Xia. Xia Ruofei waved his hand, and a few large boxes containing the parts of the iron-framed bed were lifted by an invisible force. Bao Guijun and the others had already seen Xia Ruofei's magical means, so they were not surprised by this scene. They were still in awe. Xia Ruofei said, pack these beds first. You can rest for today. I'll make some appropriate improvements to your living conditions later. Xia Qing, bring them a set of tools. Bao Guijun and the rest thanked him profusely. They were prepared to sleep on the ground, but they did not expect Xia Ruofei to be so kind. Xia Qing took out a set of tools and gave them to Bao Guijun and the others. Then, they simply flattened a small piece of land in the area that Xia Ruofei had marked out next to the herb garden. Then, they started to install the iron frame bed there. Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to leave the medium. Instead, he handed over the living supplies he had purchased to Xia Qing and said, you'll be in charge of these things and distribute them according to their performance. In the future, we can refine a standard, such as how much work we can complete, how many points we can get, and then use the points to exchange for living supplies. Xia Ruofei also planned to buy some more advanced resources for basic survival. It was equivalent to having some enjoyment on top of the basic survival. Of course, these things required a lot of points to exchange for. This would give Bao Guijun and the others more motivation to work. Xia Ruofei had not spent so much effort on this just for the 5 free laborers. He had a rough plan in his heart. The scope of the spirit map space was getting larger and larger, and it was impossible for Xia Qing to manage it alone, so it was imperative to increase the manpower. On the other hand, the spirit map space was Xia Ruofei's absolute secret. He couldn't even reveal it to the people closest to him, which created a contradiction. However, Mort's assassination team had given Xia Ruofei a new idea. There were many sinful people in this world who could die 100 times without being wronged. In the past, Xia Ruofei didn't think that these people had anything to do with him. This time, in order to not leave any traces, he directly sent Bao Guijun and the rest into the spirit map space. This gave him an idea. He could use this method to increase the manpower in the spirit map space, which would greatly speed up the construction of the space. Moreover, he didn't have any psychological burden by doing this. As long as he didn't rob ordinary people and only targeted assassin organizations and mercenary organizations, he could even be said to be doing good. Xia Ruofei had to confront the Mort organization in order to dig out the mastermind behind the attack. It would be easy to recruit a group of free labor. When they had more manpower, they would naturally need to set up rules. In fact, Xia Ruofei had already started on this matter. Yes, master. Xia Qing nodded. Anyway, he would do whatever Xia Ruofei said and did not need to think too much. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, by the way, these people are all ordinary people. They can't work continuously like you. They still need a certain amount of rest time. You have to make arrangements. After that, he found an electronic clock in the pile of supplies. And said, in the future, the management of these few people will arrange their work and rest according to this time. This was an electronic clock with Arabic numerals. As long as it was constantly used in the mountain sea realm, it would be synchronized with the time in the outside world. There was no day and night in this space. If he didn't prepare a clock like this, it would be hard to arrange his work and rest time. As for the Arabic numbers on it, it wasn't complicated. Xia Ruofei only needed to teach it once, and Xia Qing had already mastered it. In fact, it was just dividing 2 hours into 2 hours, and then each hour into 60 minutes. In addition, Arabic numbers were used instead of Chinese characters. The rest of the time was no different from the ancient way of telling time. As for the dry batteries used for the electronic clock, Xia Ruofei had bought a lot of them. A pair of batteries could last for a few months, and the pile of batteries could last for a few years. Xia Qing looked at the electronic clock with some curiosity and nodded, I understand, master. Then wake up at 6:30 every day and start working at 7 o'clock. He would rest from 12 to 1 p.m. and then work from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. What do you think? Xia Qing had quickly gotten used to the new way of counting time, and her expression was also very accurate. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, sure. In addition, looking at their work performance, if they were very active, they could rest for half a day every 7 days. We can tell them this too, so that they have some hope. Such a work and rest arrangement was naturally very harsh. He had to work 10 hours a day, and it was all heavy physical work. However, Bao Guijun and the rest were Xia Ruofei's captives. To put it bluntly, they were no different from slaves. There was no 8-hour work system, 2-day rest days, and so on. 2327 A new train of thought, 2, yes, master. Xia Qing took note of Xia Ruofei's instructions. Xia Ruofei had nothing to do, so he watched Bao Guijun and the rest assemble the iron frame bed in the medium. Although this group of people had never done this kind of work before, the iron frame bed was a standard component produced, and there were also drawings. Ordinary people could install it according to the drawings. Not to mention that Bao Guijun and the others had been receiving high-intensity military training over the years. It could be said that they were all strong and powerful. Such a simple task was naturally not difficult for them. After the iron frame bed was put together, it was placed in the open space next to the herb garden. With the current condition of the space, it was already good enough to have a bed for them to sleep on. Xia Ruofei beckoned for Bao Guijun and the others to come over. Then, he moved the mattress, blanket, pillow, and sleeping mat that he had bought over. Xia Ruofei pointed at the supplies and said, 1 set per person, come and get it yourself. Although they were all cheap goods, they were a pleasant surprise for Bao Guijun and the others. Bao Guijun even learned how Xia Qing addressed him and said gratefully, thank you, master. Qian Guiyu and the others also came back to their senses and quickly said, thank you, master. Thank you, master. Xia Ruofei didn't bother to correct him. He just smiled and said, today's the first day, so I won't count the workload. Each of you can get a bowl of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water from Xia Qing. Rest early after eating, and starting tomorrow, the points will be officially calculated according to the workload. Yes, Master. Bao Guijun and the others responded. It was already 10 o'clock. In the evening, according to the outside world's time. They hadn't even eaten dinner and had worked for so long. So they were already famished. After receiving instant noodles and mineral water, they even gave up the gas stove and kettle that Xia Qing had provided to boil water. They directly chewed on the mineral water. Xia Ruofei didn't think that it was too harsh. He knew that these people were all scoundrels. If you gave them some face, they would start a business. On the contrary, the harsher he was to them, the less they dared to resist. Of course, the most important thing was that there would be no order without rules. If the realm continued to increase manpower in the future, these initial rules should be set up first and strictly implemented. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and set up a space cage where Bao Guijun and the others had placed the iron frame bed. He trapped them inside. Xia Qing still had to go to the Archean realm to take care of the heart-condensing grass. Xia Ruofei naturally had to limit the area of activity of Bao Guijun and the others. He couldn't let them wander around the mountain and sea realm without any restrictions. Of course, Xia Ruofei had also given Xia Qing the authority to open the space cage. This time, the spatial cage was no longer transparent. Instead, it had a faint halo, showing the clear boundaries. Bao Guijun and the others were already immune to Xia Ruofei's magical methods. At the same time, they did not resist the restrictions on their freedom. Instead, they thought it was natural. They tidied up their beds in the space cage and prepared to rest. Xia Ruofei gave Xia Qing a few more instructions before leaving the space, returning to the outside world to shower and sleep. The next day, Xia Ruofei flew to a factory in Sanshan that specialized in manufacturing mobile houses used at construction sites and bought 2 mobile houses. Xia Ruofei did not have any requirements for comfort, so he picked a cheap model that was available in stock and asked the manufacturer to send it to his warehouse in the city. Similarly, Xia Ruofei did not ask for the installation service. After the goods were delivered to the warehouse, he settled the payment quickly. Then, he went to the farm equipment store and bought a few sets of commonly used farm equipment. At the same time, he also bought some coarse cloth clothes, gauze gloves, and so on. He also asked the merchant to send them to the warehouse in the city. Xia Ruofei then bought a few other trinkets. This matter alone took him the whole day. When he drove back to the Jianbin villa, the sky was already dark. After he returned home, he first cooked a few good dishes to reward himself. He even poured himself 2 cups of the highest grade drunken 8 immortals. After clearing the dishes, Xia Ruofei returned to his bedroom, locked the door and windows, took out the spirit painting scroll, and entered the medium. In the mountain sea realm, the iron, framed bed that had been set up the day before had already been moved to the side. Bao Guijun, Qian Guiyu, and the others were enthusiastically installing the components of the mobile temporary house. Before Xia Ruofei returned home, she had stored all the things she had purchased in the warehouse into the space. Then, she sent a telepathic message to Xia Qing, asking him to organize Bao Guijun and the others to start building the mobile houses. The construction of the mobile temporary house was naturally not as simple as the installation of an iron frame bed. Not to mention the complexity, just the heavy components alone could not be installed in place without the help of engineering equipment. Moreover, Xia Ruofei had bought a 2-story mobile house. However, in the spirit map space, with Xia Ruofei's help, this was not a problem. After Bao Guijun and the others assembled the scattered parts, Xia Ruofei used the invisible force of space to grab the heavy parts and place them in the corresponding positions. Bao Guijun and the others immediately climbed up to fasten them. They did not even tie the safety rope, so they were not afraid of falling down. Of course, even if they really slipped and fell, Xia Ruofei could ensure their safety. After all, they had only used their free labor for 2 days. Xia Ruofei would not just watch them get into trouble. With Xia Ruofei's cooperation, the installation progress was greatly accelerated. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, 2 mobile houses had been erected beside the herb garden. One of them was for Bao Guijun and the other 5 people, as well as those who might be caught later, to rest. Xia Ruofei prepared the other one as a material warehouse. He had hoarded some living supplies here. In the future, Bao Guijun and the others would earn points through labor, and then use the points to exchange for supplies from Xia Qing. Some of these resources were the necessities of life, such as rice, flour, oil, and so on. At the same time, there were some low-grade white wine, cigarettes, and other consumables. Xia Ruofei's principle was that the daily necessities were relatively cheap, but the points required for cigarettes, alcohol, and drinks were relatively higher. After all, that was a higher level of enjoyment. The mobile house that Bao Guijun and the others lived in was also 2 stories. Currently, it was very spacious. The 5 of them lived in one of the rooms on the 2nd floor, while the other rooms were temporarily empty. The 1st floor had some living facilities, including a simple kitchen, shower room, and so on. These facilities had a common feature, and that was that there was absolutely no electricity equipment. Whether it was a range hood, air conditioning, or even an electric fan, they were not equipped at all. Because electricity was a scarce resource in the space, they could not always use a small portable generator to generate electricity. In addition, there would be a toilet. Xia Ruofei was still struggling with the problem of the toilet. In the past, no one lived in the spirit map space, so there was naturally no such problem. Now that there were 5 more free laborers, and there might be more in the future, the matter of using the toilet had become a realistic problem. Fortunately, he had communicated with Xia Qing, and this problem was easily solved. The solution was very simple, which was to use the toilet directly. It was the room on the 1st floor that was used as a toilet. After digging a 2-meter deep hole and placing 2 pieces of steel plates that had been cut in advance, a simple toilet was done. The reason why he used this method was because Xia Qing had told Xia Ruofei with certainty that the spirit map space's self-cleaning function was very powerful. The excrement could be degraded in a very short time. Part of it would be transformed into normal soil composition, and the other part would be directly discharged into the boundless chaotic space. Since that was the case, things were simple. When Bao Guijun and the others dismantled the bed frame into a few large pieces, carried it into the mobile board room and installed it, the living problem was basically solved. Xia Ruofei set up a permanent space cage and covered the entire mobile house. Then, he left the space and returned to the outside world. The next day, Xia Ruofei made a trip to the General Hospital to check on Song Qiming's condition. She then chatted with Fang Liyun and Song Wei for a while to comfort them. After that, she left the General Hospital and returned home. This was because Xia Qing had told him through telepathic thoughts that the heart-concentrating grass had already matured. Xia Ruofei immediately instructed Xia Qing to remove the time formation flag and the spirit gathering formation. Then, he cut up the medicinal components of the heart-concentrating grass and immediately began to brew the medicinal soup. All this work was done at the Archean realm. Hence, when Xia Ruofei returned home, the heart-condensing grass that he had paid a huge price to cultivate had already turned into a bowl of brown medicinal soup that emitted a strong medicinal fragrance. 23-28 It's working Xia Ruofei carefully poured the precious medicinal soup into the thermal flask. He even used the power of space to transfer all the remaining medicinal soup into the thermal flask. It could be said that not a single drop was left. He was looking forward to it, but at the same time, he couldn't help but feel nervous. This was because if the heart-concentrating grass did not achieve the expected effect, then he would really have to be prepared for a long battle. He would have to take the spirit-nurturing soup once every 7 days, and the whole treatment process would be very long. Then, Xia Ruofei would not be able to fulfill his promise to Elder Song. Xia Ruofei placed the thermal flask into his shoulder bag before instructing Xia Qing to move the heart condensing grass to the realm Heart Island as soon as possible. He then left the spatial zone and returned to the outside world. Xia Ruofei drove back to the military hospital. He went to the intensive care unit area with a shoulder bag and greeted Fang Liyun and Song Wei before he went into Song Qiming's ward alone. Xia Ruofei did not tell Fang Liyun and her daughter that he was going to give Song Qiming a new drug. This was to prevent them from feeling uneasy outside. If the decoction worked, Song Qiming might wake up today. It would be a surprise for Fang Liyun and Song Wei. And if the expected effect was not achieved, it would be useless to tell them in advance. The intensive care unit was very quiet, with only the rhythmic beeping of the medical equipment from time to time. The monitor showed that Song Qiming's vital signs were very stable. Of course, all of this was under the premise of the assistance of the equipment. If there was no breathing machine and other medical equipment, Song Qiming might not even live for 5 minutes before he really died. Xia Ruofei walked to the bed, took out the thermos from his shoulder bag, and placed it on the bedside table. Then, he looked at Song Qiming. Song Qiming's eyes were tightly shut, but the swelling on his face and head had mostly subsided. The wound on his head was still clearly visible. His body was connected with wires of various colors, and the ventilator's tube was inserted through his nose, directly connected to his trachea. It was obvious that Song Qiming was in a critical condition. However, Xia Ruofei knew that Song Qiming's body was fine. The main problem was that his consciousness was damaged. The modern medical treatment methods could not cure the damage to the soul. Xia Ruofei sat down first and put his hand on Song Qiming's wrist. He sent his spiritual power into his body and went straight to his sea of consciousness. Since the medicinal properties of the spirit nourishment soup had been completely absorbed, his sea of consciousness had not improved further, but the situation had not worsened either. From the outside, it was still in a state of ruins, which was a shocking sight. Xia Ruofei retracted his spiritual force, took out the jade stones used to set up the array, and scattered them. With the support of his spiritual power, each piece of jade quickly and accurately fell in its corresponding position. As the last piece of jade was in place, the array was instantly activated. At this time, whether it was the doctor's on-call room or the monitoring hall of the operating area, the image of this ward would become very blurry. However, this wasn't the first time this had happened, and the higher-ups had specifically instructed them to do so. Therefore, even if the doctor on duty found out, he wouldn't come over to interfere, nor would he get someone to check for a fault in the surveillance cameras. After setting up the array, Xia Ruofei stood up and opened the thermal flask. Then, he gently pinched Song Qiming's jaw. At the same time, he used his spiritual power to extract the medicinal liquid from the thermal flask. He drew an arc in the air and dropped it into Song Qiming's slightly opened mouth. Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to wrap around the liquid and send it directly into Song Qiming's stomach. It was no exaggeration to say that this medicinal soup was almost priceless, because the resources consumed were enough to cultivate several high-level qi refining cultivators. Hence, Xia Ruofei treasured it very much. He did not even let go of the few drops of medicinal liquid that remained. He used his spiritual power to wrap them up and sent them into Song Qiming's stomach. Then, Xia Ruofei used the 9 needles of cloud contact technique on Song Qiming to promote the effect and absorption of the medicine. After the acupuncture, Xia Ruofei waited for a while before he reached out and gently placed his hand on Song Qiming's wrist. With a trace of nervousness, he sent his mental strength into Song Qiming's meridians and explored the direction of his consciousness. When his spiritual power reached the outer area of Song Qiming's conscious, he could not help but show a hint of joy on his face. The medicinal soup made from heart-concentrating grass was effective. He could clearly sense that Song Qiming's broken sea of consciousness was slowly recovering under the effects of the spiritual medicine. Although the speed wasn't fast, it was much faster than when he consumed the gestation soup. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei could feel that the medicinal effect of the heart-concentrating grass was much stronger. At this rate of recovery, it would take a long time for him to fully absorb it. Xia Ruofei retracted his spiritual power. He was very happy that there was a higher chance that Song Qiming would regain his consciousness this time. He first retrieved the jade stones that were placed around the bed. After removing the formation, Xia Ruofei did not rush out. Instead, he sat down in front of the bed. Every now and then, he would check Song Qiming's pulse. In fact, he was using his spiritual power to check on the recovery of Song Qiming's spiritual sea. Xia Ruofei stayed in the intensive care unit for more than an hour. When it was almost noon, he got up again and used his spiritual power to check on Song Qiming's consciousness. 2329 It's working, too. In the past hour, Xia Ruofei had used his spiritual power to check many times. His sea of consciousness was slowly recovering. This time, when his spiritual power came to the periphery of his consciousness, he clearly felt a trace of difference. Song Qiming's sea of consciousness was originally lifeless, like a silent dead land. This time, Xia Ruofei felt a trace of life. Although it was weak, it was as if spring had returned to the earth, or a withered tree had come back to spring. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel excited. He knew very well that this was a sign that he was about to regain consciousness. The withered sea of consciousness had regained its vitality. Correspondingly, Song Qiming's brain activity should also gradually start to activate. At least, some of his primitive reflexes should recover. Xia Ruofei withdrew his mental strength without hesitation. Then, he stood up and carefully opened Song Qiming's eyelids. He put his hand into his pocket and took out a small flashlight from the medium. After turning on the flashlight, Xia Ruofei aimed it at Song Qiming's eyes. As expected, Song Qiming's pupils avoided the bright light instinctively. This was the simplest way to check. The light immunity reflex had recovered, which meant that Song Qiming's brain was no longer in a completely silent state. Xia Ruofei let out a long sigh of relief and pressed the call bell on the bedside. Soon, the doctor on duty's slightly nervous voice came from the communication device. What happened? This was also because the on-call room could see the situation in the ward. In addition, the patient's vital signs data would also be summarized and displayed on the monitoring screen in the on-call room. If Song Qiming had given a warning because of some indicator, the doctor on call would not have time to ask about the situation and would have rushed over directly. Xia Ruofei said, "Please ask Professor Chen to come here. The patient might be regaining consciousness soon, arg." "This is impossible," the doctor on duty subconsciously blurted out, and then immediately said, "In a hurry, it's impossible. I'm sorry. I'll inform Professor Chen immediately." After a while, Professor Chen came back with 2 neurosurgeons. To Xia Ruofei's surprise, Gujun had also followed Professor Chen to the intensive care unit. Gujun nodded at Xia Ruofei, but did not say anything. Professor Chen couldn't wait to ask, "Mr. Xia, I heard from the doctor on duty that you told him that Secretary Song might be regaining consciousness soon?" Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Professor Chen, Uncle Song has recovered some basic reflexes. It seems that my treatment was right. I believe that he will regain consciousness soon." "How is this possible?" Professor Chen was dumbfounded. However, he reacted quickly. He strode to the bed and began to perform a preliminary examination on Song Qiming. Professor Chen gasped as he examined the wound pain reflex, light, repelling reflex. If Song Qiming's condition was considered brain dead to Professor Chen, he had a completely different conclusion now. Even though Song Qiming was still unconscious, it was obvious that his brain had not died. In fact, it seemed to be gradually working again. Professor Chen was completely shocked when the electrocardiogram was done. He stammered, This is too magical. The patient's brain is already very active." After the operation on the day of the accident, Song Qiming's electrocardiogram was almost a straight line. Although it still showed some abnormalities, it was very close to a normal electrocardiogram. Xia Ruofei stood at the side calmly, knowing that he had already passed the stage of excitement. He knew very well that as his sea of consciousness recovered, Song Qiming's brain would naturally start working again. There was no doubt about that. The only question was how long it would take for Song Qiming to wake up. After all, the soul was in the sea of consciousness. Not only was Song Qiming's sea of consciousness dried up, but his soul had also fallen into a deep sleep to protect himself. The equipment in the intensive care unit was very complete, and most of the examinations could be done by the bedside. Professor Chen was busy at Song Qiming's bedside, performing various examinations repeatedly. To Professor Chen's surprise, Song Qiming's condition was still improving during the examination. This could no longer be described as a miracle, it was simply a miracle. Gu Jun stood beside Xia Ruofei and smiled, "Junior brother Xia, I'm impressed. It seems that Secretary Song will be fine." Xia Ruofei replied humbly, "I was just lucky. It just so happens that I have some experience in treating brain damage. In terms of comprehensive medical skills, I can't compare with you, senior brother Ge." Gujun laughed and said, "I don't think so. Junior Xia, seeing how outstanding you are, I feel that I've really lived for," he originally wanted to say live like a dog, but then he thought that it didn't seem appropriate to describe himself like that, so he suddenly stopped. Xia Ruofei was amused. He looked at Gujun and said, "Senior GE, don't belittle yourself. If you're so humble, then 99% of Chinese medicine practitioners in China would probably find a piece of tofu and kill themselves." Just as the two senior and junior brothers were complimenting each other, a wave of suppressed cheers came from the bedside. Xia Ruofei and Gujun looked over and saw Professor Chen's face flushed with excitement. He mumbled, "Unbelievable. It's simply unbelievable. His spontaneous breathing and heartbeat have all recovered." "Oh my God," Xia Ruofei and Gujun looked at each other and a smile appeared on their faces. Just then, Xia Ruofei's phone vibrated in his pocket. Xia Ruofei took it out and saw that it was Song Wei. He walked to the door and answered the call. It turned out that Fong Liyun and Song Wei had been waiting in the lobby outside the intensive care unit. They were worried when they saw Xia Ruofei had gone in for so long and had not come out even when it was almost time for lunch. Then, they saw Professor Chen walking in with a few doctors, and they became even more worried. Fong Liyun and Song Wei had been waiting anxiously outside the door. They wanted to call Xia Ruofei to ask about the situation, but they were worried that something had happened to Song Qiming and he was in emergency treatment. If they called now, they would disturb Xia Ruofei. After hesitating for a while, Song Wei decided to call Xia Ruofei because she couldn't take it anymore. Besides, she was very familiar with Xia Ruofei's abilities. She knew that even if Xia Ruofei was trying to save Song Qiming, he would not be affected by a phone call. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh when he heard the reason. He said, Wei, wait a moment." Then, he covered the phone and walked back to Professor Chen. "Professor Chen, Uncle Song's family is a little worried outside. Can you let them in? I promise they won't interfere with the treatment." Song Qiming's identity was special, and Xia Ruofei was technically his senior. Professor Chen could not reject such a small request. He nodded without hesitation and said, "No problem." Then, he turned to a graduate student who was also participating in the examination and said, "Xiao Li, go and bring Secretary Song's wife and daughter in." "All right, teacher." Graduate student Xiao Li immediately said and then walked to the door of the ward. Xia Ruofei finally let go of the phone and smiled. Wei, Professor Chen has sent someone to pick you up. Come in and talk. Don't worry. Uncle Song is fine. Oh. All right. Song Wei's voice was trembling. Xia Ruofei could tell that she was nervous. After hanging up the phone, Professor Chen's student, Xiao Li, came in with Fong Liyun and Song Wei, who had changed into hazmat suits. As soon as Fong Liyun entered the room, she asked nervously, "Ruofei, what happened? Why are there so many people here?"